The boy started standing in the chilling river water all day long at the age of 7. His master required him to strike the river with his palms 30,000 times a day, and ordered him to catch the swift-flowing river currents with his bare hands. He trained hard day after day for more than 10 years, and finally inherited his master's unparalleled martial arts. But instead of venturing into the martial world, he lived in seclusion by the Changjiang, making a living by ferrying people across the river. The boy's name was Lu Shou, a former disciple of Hua Shan. Everyone thought he was a boatman who made a living ferrying people and fishing. But they did not know that he was also a peerless assassin with a peculiar temper. As long as he accepted the client's mupai, he never failed, even against powerful enemies. On this day, heavy rain poured down, and the river swelled. Lu Shou was fishing and practicing in the river when a master and 2 servants suddenly arrived. The elderly leader said they had urgent business and needed to cross the river immediately. Lu Shou stated bluntly that the river was too turbulent to sail, and then invited the 3 into the house to take shelter from the rain, promising to ferry them across when the rain subsided. During this time, the old man kept looking outside anxiously, while the young girl walked into the rain with an indifferent expression. Lu Shou noticed the girl's strange behavior and could not help but sneak a peek. Unexpectedly, beneath the girl's soaked clothes, countless densely packed characters were revealed. Seeing this, Lu Shou's pupils suddenly contracted. He realized that these tiny characters were directly tattooed on the girl's back. Just then, the old man came up behind Lu Shou. Lu Shou sensed someone approaching. He stated bluntly that the rain had begun to subside, and that he would ferry them across when the water level stabilized in an hour. Unexpectedly, the old man walked straight to his side and opened a painting box. The old man stated that the tattoo on the girl's back was done by her father. The process was extremely painful, and the girl had been silent ever since. Lu Shou turned to the old man. "We've just met by chance. Why are you telling me this?" The old man looked up at the sky and sighed. "I've spent a lifetime observing, and I can see many things. The fish you caught, unlike those caught with a net, have not lost a single scale. Your eyes are deep but not heavy, wandering but piercing. I can see that you are young, but your martial arts far surpass mine." Without waiting for Lu Shou's response, the old man knelt down directly. Lu Shou was shocked. "Sir, what are you doing?" The old man then explained the reason. They were from the Zhang Jia family in Xingzhou. The head of the family was the renowned mystery king, Zhang Baixiu. Yesterday, the Haiying Bang suddenly attacked the Zhang family mansion. Zhang Baixiu's Huzua Gong became famous. Dealing with the Jinming Bang members alone was naturally not a problem. But unexpectedly, the Haiying Bang's leader himself had also come. Zhang Baixiu fought desperately to create an opportunity for them to escape. They were planning to escort Miss Zhang to Miaofeng Shan to seek refuge with her uncle. But the Haiying Bang was powerful and had many experts. The old man knew his own strength was limited. Therefore, he begged Lu Shou to help. Lu Shou hesitated for a moment, but still refused. "I know you are pitiful, but I do not want to get involved." "Sir, you probably have not told me everything, have you?" Meanwhile, in the Zhang family mansion, Zhang Baixiu was firmly locked with 2 iron chains. The Haiying Bang's leader, Huang Shixing, entered the room with his deputy and asked coldly, "Tell me, where did you hide the Yi Jinjin that your grandfather stole from Shaolin Sea?" Zhang Baixiu said that he had returned it to Shaolin 2 years ago. The Yi Jinjin was no longer in the Zhang family's possession. Unexpectedly, Huang Shixing immediately snorted coldly. "You may have fooled the old abbot of Shaolin Sea, but you cannot fool me. The Yi Jinjin you returned to Shaolin Sai is missing the most important last 3 pages. Zhang Baixiu's expression changed drastically. His father had tattooed the secret manual on his daughter's back, hoping to deceive everyone and avoid disaster. But he completely underestimated how ruthless the person in front of him was. Seeing that Zhang Baixiu refused to speak, Huang Shixing took out a bamboo tube from his arms. He then dipped 2 fingers into the bamboo tube. This poison is called Lai Hun. Those poisoned will suffer from reversed meridians and damaged organs. Huang Shixing's eyes were filled with malice. After using it, even a gust of wind will cause extreme pain. He finished speaking and thrust his fingers out, directly piercing Zhang Baixiu's Ju Wei Aixu. The next second, Zhang Baixiu let out a heart-wrenching scream. But Huang Shixing's eyes were cold and unmoved. Speak. Where are those last 3 pages? After half an incensed stick of time, Huang Shixing walked out of the room. A group of He Ying Bang members waited outside the courtyard for instructions. Yai Jinjin is on his fleeing daughter. She is heading to Miao Fengshan to seek refuge with her uncle. You must go to the riverbank and intercept her. Do not fail. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Huang Shixing returned to the He Yingbang headquarters. He walked to the door of a room and found 2 of his subordinates standing still. Huang Shixing glanced at them and his eyes sharpened. These 2 subordinates had clearly been acupunctured. Huang Shixing carefully pushed the door open and saw a black-robed man standing in the room. Leader Huang, I heard you have not obtained the Yai Jinjin yet. Let me be blunt, if things go wrong, it will not just be acupuncture next time. The black-robed man lit the candle in the room with his bare hands, his aura chilling. Why do you insist on having the Yai Jinjin? It's just a medical book from 1,000 years ago. The black-robed man stated that to ordinary people. It was indeed a medical book, because no one had grasped its essence. Then the black-robed man turned to look out the window. Leader Huang, you need to hurry. The time we agreed upon with him is running out. Huang Shixing's expression darkened. Who is he? The black-robed man's words were full of reverence. He is someone who looked down upon emperors thousands of years ago. He is also the ancestor of our clan. Huang Shixing suddenly looked around and saw dozens of figures quietly appearing on the surrounding rooftops, watching him like ghosts. The black-robed man said leisurely, his power will soon be known to the martial world. Meanwhile, Lu Shou had already sent the 3 to the other shore. Returning to the riverside hut, Lu Shou was lost in thought. He was abandoned by his parents by the river when he was a child. He thought that the girl's childhood might not have been much happier than his. At this moment, there was a sound from the kitchen. Lu Shou got up and went to check. He saw the parrot left by his master eating something. Lu Shou looked up and saw a few spring rolls left on the plate. He then remembered that the girl had been busy in the kitchen before leaving, so she was making these snacks. Lu Shou picked one up and took a bite. Sigh, girl. Are not you making things difficult for me? Suddenly, there was a rush of horse hooves outside. It was a group of Hai Ying Bang members, chasing after them. One of them asked, Are you the boatman here? Lu Shou ignored him and continued to dry his tea leaves. The others were furious and were about to reprimand him, but their leader stopped them. The leader asked in a deep voice, Are you the disciple of the Changjiang sword, Saint Li Zongyu? Lu Shou was surprised that this person knew his master. The last time I saw him was 9 years ago, when you were still a child. Where is your master? Lu Shou got up and wiped his sweat. He passed away 2 years ago. If you want to cross the river, there are rafts over there. The leader's face darkened slightly. One last question. Did your master leave behind a sword manual? My master's swordsmanship cannot be compiled into a manual. It can only be passed down orally and through understanding. This was my master's last instruction. Lu Shou turned to leave without looking back. But the middle-aged leader spoke again. Your master has always been on good terms with our Hai Ying Bang. As his disciple, how can you not ferry us across the river? Lu Shouyi's voice also turned cold. Before my master died, he told me that his thinking was wrong. Then he turned around and stopped the departing men. Also, I've changed my mind. I will not lend you the rafts either. You can swim across. A 6-year-old child was left alone by his mother at the riverbank. Before leaving, his mother gave him a package containing a few still warm spring rolls. Stay here and do not move. I'll go to the market and be back soon. If you're hungry, eat some spring rolls first. But his mother never came back after she left. Lu Shou stood proudly and murmured, "Girl, I'll take that plate of spring rolls as a deposit." The leader heard Lu Shou tell them to swim across, and said that he was courting death. Without his orders, 3 of his subordinates had already dismounted and were walking towards Lu Shou. One of them quietly unsheathed his sword. Lu Shou casually glanced around and plucked a foxtail from the nearby bushes. Then he held the foxtail between his fingers. The gang member shouted and rushed forward. He thrust his sword at Lu Shou. A cold light suddenly flashed in Lu Shou's eyes. He seized the opportunity and took a small step. With a flash, he dodged the incoming sword. The other 2 gang members looked horrified. They did not even see how Lu Shou dodged that sword. Then, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. The gang member who had just thrust his sword staggered as if drunk. The foxtail grass had pierced his temple. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. The foxtail grass also drooped, clearly losing its strength without the infusion of Chi asterisk. The leader was also shocked by this. The Changjiang sword Saints Bu Wen Ju Jian truly lives up to its name. Flying flowers and plucked leaves can all cause harm. At this moment, the other 2 gang members swooped down from the air, attacking Lu Shou. Lu Shou's eyes were calm, his footwork shifting to dodge. He transformed his palm into a sword and slashed down like lightning, instantly killing one gang member. The other one shook his sword and stabbed, but Lu Shou dodged the blade. The man landed and stomped the ground, slashing at Lu Shou again. But when the sword reached his neck, it could not move an inch further. Lu Shou had blocked the blade with his palm. Lu Shou struck out with his palm, hitting the man's chest. The man screamed, his sword flying from his hand, and he collapsed like a limp noodle. Lu Shou caught the falling sword and thrust it into the man's chest, delivering a final blow. In a flash, 3 gang members were killed. The leader's expression gradually became serious. It seemed this man had indeed inherited the Changjiang sword, Saint's true teachings. But the moves Lu Shou used were slightly different from the Bo Wen Ju Jian he had seen before. The leader laughed self-deprecatingly. This kid is truly an unexpected variable. Then, he surprisingly started to applaud. Lu Shou was slightly stunned. He did not understand what was happening for a moment, but in the next second, he realized the problem, and his pupils contracted sharply. As the leader continued to clap, the fallen leaves on the ground began to move without wind. The remaining gang member covered his ears in pain. The leader's clapping speed increased, his hands becoming a blur. Each clap released a surge of powerful energy, relentless and continuous. The last gang member started to howl in pain, but the leader ignored him and continued clapping. The surrounding air was drawn by the powerful energy, creating a fierce wind. The leader's eyes were filled with ferocity. Kid, although you're a once-in-a-century swordship genius, you're not Li Zong after all. The leader's clapping speed increased again. Several degrees. The horse was shocked and foamed at the mouth. The remaining gang member bled from his ears and died. Lu Shou's eyes narrowed. He was now using his internal force to hold on. If his internal force was exhausted, he would suffer the same fate. He had to break through this man's *chi* field and kill him up close. This man has defeated 4 grandmasters in a year and blinded them both. Wang Shixing gazed at the mighty Chang Jiang, lost in thought. Then, he raised his iron fan and gave an order. Cross the river, the 4 bearers moved swiftly, rushing forward. In a short time, they reached the river bank. Their feet did not stop. They stepped on the water as if it were flat ground, carrying the sedan and crossing the river on the waves. Wang Shixing's face was gloomy. The matter was urgent, and he had to come in person. Meanwhile, Lu Shou was in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Lu Shou's pupils contracted sharply. He involuntarily looked towards the river. He felt a strong aura crossing the river. The leader saw that Lu Shou dared to be distracted at this moment. A big dream? Kid, soon your internal organs will be shattered, and you still have time to admire the scenery. Lu Shou raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was more than one group of enemies, and he had to finish this quickly. He picked up a stone and kicked it into the air. The small stone whistled through the air. The leader smiled sinisterly with disdain. He clapped his hands and shattered the stone, aimed at his head. But in the next second, his pupils contracted, and he thought, not good. Lu Shou had used this method to disrupt his *chi* field. In an instant, Lu Shou had approached like a ghost, his palm like a sharp sword, thrusting towards the leader's chest. The leader hurriedly withdrew his hands to protect his chest, barely blocking it. But the huge force still sent him flying backward, staggering several steps before managing to stand firm. Seeing that his clapping technique was broken, the leader tried to draw his sword in a hurry, but Lu Shou had already approached. One hand held the sword hilt tightly, preventing the sword from being drawn. Then, a palm struck the leader's chest. The leader felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He staggered back several steps again before stabilizing himself. The leader was shocked and angry, trying to draw his sword again. But Lu Shou, like a shadow, had already stuck to him. The sword was only drawn a foot from the scabbard when Lu Shou pushed the hilt back into the scabbard with a palm. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid's movement is terrifying. Before he could react, Lu Shou struck out with his palm, flipping him over. The leader rolled on the ground and was about to stand firm when he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. A pair of iron hands had grabbed his head. Lu Shou's face was frosty. It's over. But unexpectedly, the leader suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Shou was slightly stunned. Given this man's character, he definitely was not scared mad. At this moment, the leader spoke slowly. You must have sensed that the gang leader has already crossed the river. You will not live much longer either. Do not worry about me. Your gang leader will join you soon. With that, Lu Shou twisted his hands, and the leader's life was instantly ended. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Changjiang, the young girl and her 2 companions were walking towards Miao. Feng Shan, the old man, suddenly stopped in his tracks, refusing to move forward. He felt a powerful aura approaching rapidly, making him feel threatened. Zhang Weio saw the old man standing still and could not help but ask. The old man, however, had a calm expression and spoke slowly. Miss, although you have the Zhang family's blood, this old man does not hate you. Zhang Weio looked puzzled and was about to speak, but the old man continued, I believe Miss will definitely find her own path. With that, he knelt down. Go Furong can no longer escort Miss. Zhang Weio's face turned pale with shock. The old man stood up and gave a stern order, Dezhuang, take Miss to Miao Feng Shan quickly. Both were puzzled and wanted to ask for clarification, but Go Furong had already turned around and headed back. Miss, if you do not run now, it will be too late. She is the infamous leader of the Haiying Bang. Today, however, she was stopped by a septuagenarian. Huang Shixing saw the person blocking the way and narrowed her eyes. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Go Furong, you've aged a lot. The old man slowly placed his hand on his sword. Huang Shixing, if you want to touch my young miss, you'll have to get past me first. Huang Shixing smiled slightly. 30 years ago, you might have had a chance. But now, you probably will not last 5 moves against me. Why bother? The old man's expression was solemn. His left hand moved slightly, and colorful lights appeared. Suddenly, a golden light burst from the old man's dim eyes. Huang Shixing, I've practiced swordsmanship for 70 years, and I'm at my most invincible right now. Huang Shixing looked at the aged swordsman with amusement. If you can knock me off this sedan, I'll spare Zhang Baixiu's daughter's life. The old man did not reply. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, the old man exerted force and rushed forward. His thin body leaped up. His sword swept towards Huang Shixing with the force of his rotation. Huang Shixing raised her black iron fan to block the sword. The old man used the rebound force to land on top of the sedan. In an instant, he thrust his sword downward. Huang Shixing blocked it one by one with her iron fan. Suddenly, the old man leaped into the air like a rock. With the force of his downward fall, he forcefully slashed down. The sword and iron fan collided, creating sparks. Huang Shixing's hand trembled slightly under this blow. Looking at the iron fan, there was a crack made by the old man. The old man landed steadily and assumed a stance. Then, he leaped into the air again, performing a Yazi Fanshan move, heading straight for Huang Shixing on the sedan. The old man suddenly roared and exerted all his strength. The 3-foot-long blade, with a clear ringing, thrust straight at Huang Shixing's head. Huang Shixing quickly tilted her head to dodge, but her hair was still cut by the sharp sword ****. Then, a thin sword mark appeared on her gloomy face, and a drop of blood slowly seeped out. The old man's sword moved like a swimming dragon, continuously thrusting. In an instant, several sword beams enveloped Huang Shixing. Huang Shixing moved her hands and eyes, parrying with all her might. Several sword marks were still cut on her body. Suddenly, the old man pointed his sword at Huang Shixing's forehead. Huang Shixing's pupils contracted sharply. She suddenly leaped up from the sedan and gently floated down with her hands behind her back. The grass under her feet was only bent slightly. Her feet did not touch the ground. The black iron fan fiercely from the sedan. Huang Shixing smiled coldly. I will keep my promise. But to prevent the news from leaking, I have to take his eyes and tongue. With that, Huang Shixing suddenly unfolded her iron fan. In the next second, the black iron fan spun rapidly towards the old man. The iron fan, under Huang Shixing's control, was like a venomous snake, instantly cutting the old man multiple times. Huang Shixing leaped high and caught the returning black iron fan. Then her **** surged, and she fanned the iron fan fiercely. Countless streams of *** surged out. The old man held his sword, ready to block. But, in the next second, his hat was split in two. The old man stood with his sword, covered in blood, but still standing strong. The young miss had not gone far, and he could not fall yet. But before he could catch his breath, Huang Shixing attacked again with her iron fan. The old man used his last bit of strength to thrust his sword several times. But Huang Shixing spun like a top in the air. her iron fan slicing through the old man's body again and again. With one last move, Huang Shixing landed steadily and left without looking back. A stream of blood spurted from the old man's back. Then, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. He was old after all. Despite his best efforts, he could not hold Huang Shixing back. At this moment, a parrot holding a mu pai flew over. The parrot flew to the old man's head with the mu pai. Then it placed the mu pai in front of him and nodded repeatedly at the old man. The old man smiled sadly, blood foaming from his mouth. Then, the old man suddenly noticed the ring on the parrot's neck, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Then he dipped his finger in blood and slowly infused the mu pai with it. So be it. Li Zongbao, sword saint of Changjiang, your successor will do this for me, and the grudges between us in life will be settled. In the martial world, there is a terrifying parrot. Wherever it appears, a storm of blood and violence is sure to follow. Whenever the parrot drops a mu pai, it means another vibrant life is about to fade away. And today, this parrot has appeared again with a mu pai, to fulfill a regret of its master's life. Huang Shixing quickly blocked Zhang Weiao's path. Daughter of the Zhang Jia, hand over Yi Jinjin, and I'll give you a quick death. Zhang Weiao and the other were stunned and terrified. Da Zhuang said that if such a thing existed, it should be with the master. How could it be on them? Huang Shixing smiled sinisterly. No matter, I have my ways to make you talk. Zhang Weiao then asked what he had done to Gu Furong. Huang Shixing was amused. Your family is truly interesting. You do not even care about your father's life. His eyes then filled with malice. It seems I have to do this myself. De Zhuang quickly shielded Zhang Weiao. Huang Shixing looked disdainful. If you draw your sword, you will surely die. Hearing the sinister threat, De Zhuang steeled his resolve and was about to draw his sword, but he suddenly found that the sword was as if grown into the scabbard. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not draw it. De Zhuang suddenly turned to look at his waist. A hand had appeared out of nowhere, firmly gripping the end of the scabbard. You should listen to the man with the fan. Your hand is shaking so badly, you probably cannot even kill a fish. Zhang Weiao and the other were shocked to see Lu Shou appear suddenly. Huang Shixing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not noticed this person's arrival either. Lu Shou stared at Huang Shixing and said to De Zhuang, "Step back and protect your young miss." In a flash, he leaped past De Zhuang and drew the long sword from De Zhuang's waist. "Miss Chun Juan, your spring rolls are delicious." Zhang Weiao was slightly taken aback by these words and unconsciously let out a soft sound. Let's exchange names. I'm Lu Shou. Zhang Weiao. Huang Shixing coldly watched this. Who are you? I'm just a peddler who sells meals and fish. Then do you know who I am, daring to interfere in this matter? Of course, I know. You're a very expensive fish. Just then, a parrot carrying a mu pai flew overhead. Huang Shixing looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Could this bird be? Lu Shou looked up. I'm also curious how much your life is worth. The parrot flew overhead, and a mu pai was dropped. Lu Shou reached out with his left hand and caught it steadily. The parrot landed on Zhang Weiao's shoulder. Lu Shou's eyes were clear. Let's see how much that old man paid. Huang Shixing was serious. He had already vaguely guessed the identity of the young man before him. Lu Shou turned over the mu pai in his hand, and then, as if struck by lightning, he froze. Zhang Weiao and the other were puzzled by this scene, but then they heard Lu Shou chuckle softly. Then he turned his head and looked meaningfully at Zhang Weiao. Who exactly are you? And what is your relationship with my master? Zhang Weiao was stunned by the sudden question and did not know how to answer. Huang Shixing had confirmed his suspicions. This kid was indeed Li Zongbao's disciple. He immediately asked coldly, "Is it your master's intention that you now oppose my Hai Ying Bang?" Lu Shou's eyes were indifferent. "Li Zongbao is dead." Huang Shixing was shocked. "That's impossible." Then he murmured to himself, "I see. He either died of illness or committed suicide." Lu Shou did not answer, but threw the mu pai in his hand to Huang Shixing. "My master made a request of me before he passed away. He made a promise to someone in his life. It was the only time he failed to keep his word." Lu Shou's tone was devoid of emotion. "Today, I will fulfill this promise to settle the debt between my master and me. Also, Li Zongbao did not die of illness or suicide. I killed him. The man was a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius, yet he took an orphan with no family background as his only disciple. Show, there are two masters of the fan in the martial world. Among them, Huang Shixing of the Black Iron Fan is the most treacherous. Do not fight him unless absolutely necessary." "Master, are you saying that the Bo Wen Jian cannot defeat Huang Shixing's fan technique?" The man turned his head and smiled proudly. "Can a breeze stop the mighty river from flowing east?" Huang Shixing, hearing that Li Zongbao died at the hands of the young man, was full of doubt. Lu Shou stood proudly with his sword. Huang Shixing snapped his black iron fan and smiled coldly. "How he died does not matter. What matters is that he's dead. You know, what terrifies the martial world is not the Bo Wen Jian, but Li Zongbao." The young girl did not know what Lu Shou meant and remained silent. "The mu pai is a bloodletter left by that old gentleman before he died." Zhang Weiyao and the others' eyes widened when they heard that the old man was dead. "Since I've accepted his mu pei, I will protect you. But the scene in a while might be." Zhang Weiyao was stunned when she heard the news. Tears welled up in her eyes. The old uncle, who had taken care of her since she was a child, was truly dead. Zhang Weiyao's soft voice was filled with grief. "I'll give you any reward you want. Kill him. I want to see you kill him with my own eyes." Lu Shou's eyes flashed with surprise. What had this young girl gone through? Huang Shixing's face was frosty. "That old guy is causing trouble even in death." Lu Shou shook the long sword in his hand. "In that case, I will comply." Huang Shixing did not dare to delay either. He suddenly opened the black iron fan. "Since you insist, then today, the Bo Wen Jian, passed down through a single line, will be lost." With a fierce push of his feet, Huang Shixing's figure shot forward, directly towards Lu Shou. The black iron fan, whistling through the air, struck directly at Lu Shou's head. Lu Shou, focused and alert, seized the opportunity and leaned back. He narrowly avoided the sweeping black iron fan. Huang Shixing missed his first strike, but before the move finished, he twisted his wrist, and with its edge open, vertically slashed towards Lu Shou's face. But Lu Shou dodged again. Huang Shixing closed his iron fan, using it as a staff, and swept it horizontally again. Lu Shou blocked with his sword. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Shou frowned slightly. This black iron fan had such heavy force. Huang Shixing used the rebound from the strike to leap into the air, spun, and swung the iron fan towards Lu Shou's shoulder. Lu Shou held his sword with one hand and pushed it forward, barely blocking it, but his body was pushed back several steps by the immense force. Huang Shixing stood firm and smiled sinisterly. In contrast, Lu Shou's sword had several nicks in it. Lu Shou was shocked. Huang Shixing's iron fan was sometimes unpredictable, and sometimes powerfully heavy, truly living up to its reputation. Huang Shixing suddenly waved his iron fan, his words filled with pride. "At the age of 20, I joined the Hai Ying Bang. After 20 years of dedication, I comprehended the 12 forms of the fan technique. At 40, I became the leader. After another 20 years of refinement, I mastered the final move, a fatal strike. Only then did I have the right to carve this cotton flower. Then, with a mixture of instruction and boasting, he said to Lu Shou, Martial arts are not as simple as you think. Do you think that practicing a few sword moves for a few years will allow you to master the Bo Wen Ju Jian? Lu Shou smiled. My master never taught me any sword moves. Huang Shixing's expression darkened, neither confirming nor denying. My master created the Bo Wen Ju Jian by observing the 9 forms of water. But what you do not know is that I was born in water and grew up in water. Lu Shou shook the long sword in his hand and held it before him. Old man, let me show you whether I have mastered the Bo Wen Ju Jian. The 60-year-old man had practiced the iron fan technique for 40 years, but now he was forced to use his ultimate move by a young man. Huang Shixing suddenly leaped into the air, gathered all his strength, and swung the fan fiercely. Countless fan shadows flew like snowflakes, and the surging force caused a fierce wind to sweep across the area. Dai Zhuang exerted all his strength just to maintain his balance. He was about to warn Zhang Weiyao to be careful, but Zhang Weiyao stood like a proud plum blossom in the snow, her expression firm amidst the fierce wind. The girl's eyes stared unblinkingly at the situation in the field, fearing she would miss the scene of her enemy's demise. The swirling fan shadows whistled towards Lu Shou. One moment he stood firm, holding his long sword. The next, he twisted the sword, gripping it in reverse, and simultaneously lunged forward with his left foot. Lu Shou's eyes widened, his brows raised. He slashed upwards from below, using the third style of Bu Wen Ju Jian, dividing water. A streak of sword energy surged with thunderous power. It collided with the swirling fan shadows, creating a continuous clanging sound. Huang Shixing's eyes widened in shock and anger. The sword energy swept through like autumn wind scattering fallen leaves, instantly shattering the numerous fan shadows, and continued towards Huang Shixing. Huang Shixing hurriedly blocked with his fan. The sword energy arrived abruptly, crashing against the iron fan. Huang Shixing barely managed to block the blow, but his cheek was still scratched by the surging sword energy, and 2 notches were cut into the black iron fan. Lu Shou did not gain much advantage either. He was already strained from the previous clash. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. Both their gazes held an unprecedented seriousness. Huang Shixing never expected that this young man had truly mastered Bu Wen Ju Jian. Although not as watertight as Li Zonggu's, it possessed a bit more unrestrained wildness. Just as the two were calming their surging energy, a man wearing a bamboo hat appeared on the hillside not far away. The man noticed a few dead birds on the road and felt a sense of life. But the next moment, the colliding energy in the distance made him understand. 2 masters were engaged in a deadly battle ahead. The man quickly walked 2 steps and stood by the cliff, watching intently. He saw a black iron fan shooting like lightning under Jin Mingbang's control. Lu Shou moved like a swallow soaring through the air, dodging and weaving to evade the fan's attacks. Lu Shou dodged to a large tree, pushed off the trunk with his feet, and propelled himself forward, slashing horizontally with his sword, striking the iron fan. The fan was unable to withstand the force of the sword and spun back. Huang Shixing clamped his palms together, catching the fan firmly. He used the rotational force of the fan to spin around. With all his might, Huang Shixing, having landed a blow, did not pause and rushed forward. His right hand formed a claw, fiercely grabbing at Lu Shou's head. Lu Shou, having just landed, quickly retreated, barely dodging. But unexpectedly, Huang Shixing advanced, striking his chest with his left elbow. Lu Shou had to block with his arm. Huang Shixing pressed his advantage, his right hand stopping abruptly and thrusting a palm towards Lu Shou's dantian. Unexpectedly, Lu Shou, holding his sword in his right hand, struck first, forcing Huang Shixing to retreat half a step with an upward slash. Fortunately, Huang Shixing dodged in time, only having a few strands of silver hair cut. But the next second, a whooshing sound was heard. Huang Shixing, taking advantage of his backward lean, his throat moved, and he suddenly spewed out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Lu Shou had not expected this old scoundrel to have such a trick. In his haste, he used a move called Iron Bridge, leaning back. He dodged, but his clothes were corroded, leaving a small hole. Lu Shou felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected Huang Shixing to be a poison user. There was such a martial art in the Jiangyu. Practitioners would bathe in poisonous water daily from a young age and ingest a dozen poisonous herbs with each meal. This process was not only excruciatingly painful, but also extremely dangerous. A slight misstep would lead to poisoning, and even immortals could not save them. But once successfully cultivated, one could accumulate poison gas in the body. During combat, it could be activated with inner energy and suddenly spewed out, catching opponents off guard. Even the top masters in the Jianyu would be helpless if hit. Lu Shou had not expected Huang Shixing to be not only skilled with the iron fan, but also so resilient. He had to go all out to defeat him. Lu Shou then tightened his grip on the long sword. He took half a step back, his entire body swaying slightly like duckweed in a river. Huang Shixing was slightly surprised by this. His opponent's posture clearly mimicked the form of water. Lu Shou then held his long sword close to his feet, as if immersed in river water. The surging force restrained him, preventing him from moving. Huang Shixing widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this be the essence of the Ju Bo Jianfa? With the clear ringing of the sword, Lu Shou slowly raised his long sword. His master's teachings echoed in his ears. Do not float on the water, merge with it, become water. Feel the sound of water. Suddenly, Lu Shou's sword pierced through the air like a white rainbow. Huang Shixing hurriedly blocked with his fan. The 3-foot blade clashed with the iron fan, creating sparks. The blade instantly sliced through Huang Shixing's cheek. Huang Shixing was shocked. This kid's speed had increased again. Lu Shou instantly thrust out several more swords. Then, pivoting on his toes, he spun around. He slashed upwards, splattering blood. Huang Shixing cried out in pain, his shoulder slashed. But this old scoundrel was truly tough. He endured the pain, pushing his inner energy, and spewed out another mouthful of poisonous mist. A cold glint flashed in Lu Shou's eyes. He spun the sword in his hand. The sword moved like a great river flowing east, slashing down fiercely. The powerful sword energy instantly dispersed the poisonous mist. Crimson blood seeped from Lu Shou's arm holding the sword. Huang Shixing's black iron fan, with a crisp sound, shattered into 2 halves. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was once the leader of the most ruthless assassin gang in the Central Plains, but now he was being driven to a dead end by a young man. Not only was his prized black iron fan cleaved in 2 by the young man's sword, but he himself was also forced to cough up blood by the immense force. The man, with the bamboo hat on the hillside, watched this scene in shock. This young man not only knew Li Zongduo's Ju Bo Jianfa, but he could also push the long-renowned Huang Shixing to this point. Huang Shixing then pulled his hands apart, splitting the broken iron fan in 2. Then, he struck a pose, his eyes filled with resentment. He still had one last deadly move he had not used. Lu Shou raised his sword with his right hand, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. His body was like a towering mountain, standing firm in the river. Huang Shixing was slightly taken aback by this. In his eyes, Lu Shou had disappeared. He only felt a long sword suspended, pointing at his heart. The man with the bamboo hat saw Lu Shou's stance and thought to himself, if he did not intervene, Huang Shixing would probably die at the hands of this young man. Therefore the man with the bamboo hat suddenly thrust his palm with all his might. The next second, the hard cliff began to crack inch by inch. The cracks spread upwards, instantly reaching the top. A huge boulder lost its support and crashed down. This sudden change startled both men in the field. A wall of rocks had formed on the cliff, and countless stones were falling. De Zhuang saw the cliff collapsing and quickly shielded Weiyou. Stones of various sizes fell rapidly, separating Lu Shou and Huang Shixing. When the dust settled, Huang Shixing had disappeared, without a trace. Lu Shou stood with his sword, muttering to himself, "Old scoundrel, you're really tough." Lu shied softly, and then walked towards Zhang, Weiyou, and Da Zhuang. He handed the long sword back to Da Zhuang and instructed, "You can go. I will escort your young miss to Miao Feng Shan." De Zhuang, hearing this, was unwilling to easily entrust his miss to others. Becoming the target of Hai Ying Bang, with your martial arts, you'll only die. Go back and find a village and farm. De Zhuang was frightened and did not know what to do. At this time, Zhang Weiyou softly said that Lu Shou was right. Seeing Zhang Weiyou speak, De Zhuang agreed. Just as De Zhuang was about to leave, Lu Shou suddenly called out to him, "No matter how much you know, you must not reveal a single word. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will pull out your tongue." De Zhuang was frightened by Lu Shou's fierce killing intent and did not know how to respond. The next second, Lu Shou put on a smile and waved goodbye. Meanwhile, on the steep mountain road of Huo Shan, several people were driving a carriage towards Hoa Shan sect. Soon, they arrived at Juqinggong of Huo Shan sect. Sect leader Zhou Yangfei heard that it was Lo Da Shan Ren visiting and immediately went out to greet him. But as soon as he saw Lo Shanren, sect leader Zhou froze. Lo Shanren, without a word, bowed his head. Then, he burst into tears, unable to speak. Sect leader Zhou quickly stepped forward to help him and asked the reason. It turned out that Lu Shanren had only gotten an adopted son in his 50s. It was a single lineage for 3 generations, so he doted on him. But just a few days ago, his son went out to play and suddenly disappeared. When he was found, they were separated by life and death. Sect leader Zhou's expression also changed drastically upon seeing Lo Gongzi's body. Lo Gongzi's orifices were bleeding, and his bones were completely shattered. Lo Shanren knelt down. Although he was not a martial arts master, he had always been on good terms with Hua Shan sect. He donated grain and oil to Hua Shan every year without fail. He came this time to ask sect leader Zhou to seek justice for him and investigate the truth behind Lo Gongzi's tragic death. Sect leader Zhou immediately agreed and took Lao Gongzi's body back to the sect to search for clues. After careful examination, the disciples found no signs of poisoning. The bleeding from the orifices was likely caused by external force. Sect leader Zhou frowned, his heart filled with doubts. Lo Shanren was untalented and could not practice martial arts, but he admired martial arts masters the most. With his character, he would never make enemies with Jianggu figures. Just then, the disciple examining the body suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Lo Gongzi's mouth was actually moving. The man had been dead for days, yet he was opening his mouth. Seeing Lo Gongzi's lips suddenly moving, the Hoa Shan sect disciple cried out in alarm. Sect leader Zhou asked why he was so panicked. The disciple pointed at Lu Gongzi's body, his face filled with terror. Sect Leader Zhou scolded the disciple for talking nonsense. But at that moment, Lo Gongzi's mouth opened wider and wider. The sound of his teeth clashing was particularly jarring in the silence. Sect leader Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. The two Shan sect disciples were also sweating cold sweat from fright. Lu. Suddenly a voice came from Lu. After hearing this, sect leader Zhou was shocked. This was the secret art of transmitting sound through the mouth of a dead person. Through the mouth of the Lo family's descendant. It was passed to the sect elders. Our clan has endured for over 1,000 years. Now, the time appointed by the king of 10,000 generations has arrived. We will see the light of day again. Submit, and you shall share in the prosperity. Oppose us, and your sect shall be exterminated. Your Mupai destroyed. Sect leader Zhou stared blankly at this eerie shadow. As the black-robed man 1,000 miles away extended his finger, Lo Gongzi's teeth began to chatter even more violently. His stomach also began to rumble and then bulge out. The black-robed man pointed downward, performing acupuncture. Lo Gongzi's belly had swelled to its limit, and then it burst open with a bang, splattering blood everywhere. The scattered blood splattered onto sect leader Zhou's trembling body, making the Huashan sect leader feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, the other 5 major sects in the martial world also received corpses. The deceased had direct or indirect relations with these sects. But these corpses had one thing in common. They were all surnamed Wu. Meanwhile, Lu Shou escorted Weiyao on the way to Miao Feng Shan. At night, the two sat around a campfire in silence. Lu Shou broke the silence first. Even if you do not become an assassin in the future, you will be well off. Lu Shou stared at the girl for a moment, lost in thought. At this time, Zhang Weiyao suddenly spoke, asking him why he killed his own master. Lu Shou remained silent, only gripping the branch in his hand tighter. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lu Shou's eyes. The next second, the branch in his hand shot out, grazing Weiyao's mask. With a scream, a figure fell from the treetop and landed in a hollow not far behind Weiyao. Weiyao's forehead was covered in sweat as she glanced behind her. Lu Shou went over. The Hai Ying Bang member was already dead. 2 more ran away. It's indeed the relentless Hai Ying Bang. Then Lu Shou turned his head and glanced. Miss Weiyao, if you mention my master one more time, I will throw you to the Hai Ying Bang. The parrot on the side nodded repeatedly in agreement. They spent the night without a word. The next day, the two came to a village, but the large village was surprisingly quiet. Lu Shou looked up and was puzzled. The newly harvested grain was piled up at the door, and some households still had pancakes on the stove. But there was not a single villager in sight. Just then, the parrot's call rang out. Lu Shou could not help but look back. He saw a child holding the parrot's claws and refusing to let go. Lu Shou grabbed the child's collar and lifted him up. Unexpectedly, an old lady ran out of the village. The old lady ran to the front and knelt down with a thud. She begged Lu Shou to spare her granddaughter. Lu Shou showed a hint of a smile. He could let him go, but he had to provide food. So the two followed the old lady to her residence. The old lady busied herself around the stove for a while, and soon brought out a few bowls of porridge. At this time, Lu Shou suddenly stared at the table not far away and asked, "Old lady, do you usually like to play the dizzy?" The old lady was slightly stunned and said that she often played when she was young, but she put it aside as she got older. Then, she took her own bowl of porridge to the kitchen to eat. But after taking 2 bites, she suddenly vomited violently. Weiyao was concerned and asked the old lady if she was unwell. Lu Shou looked dazed. "Old lady, why are you vomiting?" The old lady was already kneeling on the ground. her body arched like a prawn, desperately trying to vomit the porridge out of her mouth. Lao Yu turned her head painfully with a look of resentment. When did you switch the porridge bowls, kid? The monk was originally a high-ranking monk in Shaolin Sai, second only to the abbot, but he knew nothing about the origin of the Yi Jin Jing. Facing his old friend's doubts, the old man placed a piece while explaining, thousands of years ago, an ancient emperor sought immortality. He sent his clansmen to capture tens of thousands of innocent people. The ancient emperor ordered them to experiment with various medical techniques on these people. There were even many secret techniques of various sects, combined with the original Jin Jing passed down by Damo. It took 20 years to compile and perfect the current Yi Jin Jing. In addition, a Qin Ying Jing was also compiled. Legend has it that the person who obtains both the Yi Jin Jing and the Qin Ying Jing can cultivate an incorruptible body and achieve immortality. The old man's dim eyes, that's why the Hai Ying Bang, is now searching the entire martial world. Master Shi Yun was shocked after hearing this. He grew up in Shaolin, but did not know there was such a secret. At this moment, the young man sweeping the floor in the yard caught Shi Yun's attention. The Grand Elder of the Hoa Shan sect, instead of guiding the juniors in Hoa Shan, came to this remote place to take in a disciple. Xu Tong, this is not like you. The old man said that the young man's name was Wu Ming, and he was saved by him because of a stubborn disease. So he stayed to help him with some chores and was not his disciple. Then Xu Tong muttered to himself, since Li Zongbao back then. At this point, Xu Tong suddenly changed the subject and sighed. Only the sound of the young man sweeping the floor remained in the yard, and the young man's eyes seemed to have gone through thousands of years, indifferent and ruthless. At the same time, in the village not far away, Lu Shou was looking at the old man with a playful expression. When did you switch the porridge bowls, kid? Just now, when I asked you the question. Just then, a steel needle broke through the air and shot straight at Weya, who was still in a daze. Lu Shou raised his hand like lightning. He caught the steel needle firmly with 2 fingers. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the corner of the room. The one who shot the steel needle was the little girl from before. Lu Shou showed no mercy and kicked the table away. The wooden table whistled and hit the girl directly. The force was so great that it directly pinned the girl against the wall. The wooden table also shattered with a bang. At this time, the old lady had adjusted her body. With a wave of her hands, 2 cloth strips flew straight towards Lu Shou, instantly wrapping around Lu Shou's hands. Lu Shou flipped his arms and grabbed the cloth strips, pulling them towards his chest. The huge force immediately pulled the old lady over. Then he reached out with his left hand and grabbed the old lady's neck. Lu Shou lifted the old lady high. He lifted her up high with a murderous look. The old lady tried her best to squeeze out a sentence. How did you see through it? I'm an assassin. I'm most familiar with whether a person has the smell of blood. Besides, that's not a dizzy, it's a bird whistle. I've passed by this village twice. Even a 3-year-old child knows it, but you do not. The old lady was terrified and incredulous. The little girl's pupils were also dilated and bleeding from her nose. Weio had already guessed the general idea and watched all this quietly. Lu Shou's face was as cold as frost. You are not from the Hai Ying Bang. Tell me, what is your identity? Unexpectedly, the old lady suddenly smiled eerily. Our clan is about to rule the martial world. How can we be humiliated? Just kill me. Lu Shou casually threw the old lady's body to the corner, without any hesitation. Weiyao did not expect Lu Shou to be so decisive. Lu Shou said that this place was not safe. He was about to take Weiyao and continue on their way, but unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, Lu Shou began to sway. Wei was full of concern and asked him if he was okay. Lu Shou barely stood firm. It seems not good. The situation was urgent just now, so I grabbed that poisonous needle with my hand. Miss Wei, if we are captured, you beg them for mercy and try to buy time. After saying that, Lu Shei's eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The young man was originally a tapas assassin in the martial world, but he was ambushed and fainted to the ground to save a young girl. Seeing that Lu Shou was unconscious, Wei was pale with fright. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from the dense forest. Wei instantly looked up nervously. She saw a woman's figure slowly walking out of the forest, followed by a group of strong men in strange clothes. Everyone slowly surrounded the two. The woman guarding asked, "Are you Zhang Baixiu's daughter?" Wei saw that the other party was unkind and did not know how to answer. Just then, a big man came to report. The old lady and the girl in the house were both dead. The faces of the other two big men instantly darkened. One of the bald men said in a muffled voice, "Bei Tong." Wang did not mention how to deal with this man. He killed 2 of our clansmen. We cannot just let him go. Wang did not mention how to deal with this man. He killed 2 of our clansmen. We cannot just let him go. The woman said coldly. Let the bald man handle it. At this time, Wei was already controlled by 2 strong men. Hearing this, her eyebrows rose. The bald man then drew a machete and walked towards Lu Shou. Just as the bald man was about to slash down, Wei suddenly called out to stop him. Wei said that if they touched a single hair of Lu Shou's, she would never reveal a single word. The woman guarding was slightly stunned and glanced at Wei. The bald man, Zi Jingji, walked up to Wei and suddenly slapped her hard across the face. The force was so strong that it sent Wei flying, spitting out blood. Have you forgotten Bei Tong Sai Wang's instructions? I do not want to repeat it again. The bald man, hearing this, covered his cheek and did not dare to say more. Then the woman ordered the 2 unconscious people to be taken away. Just as the group was about to leave, everyone suddenly heard a bird call from the sky. Looking up, they saw a parrot flying across the sky. The woman was also attracted by the parrot's call and could not help but look over. The parrot flew a distance forward and then landed in the middle of the road, on the shoulder of an old man. The newcomer was none other than the supreme elder of the Huashan sect, Tong. Seeing the old man blocking the road and refusing to move, the woman did not waste any words. She immediately ordered the old man to be eliminated. 3 strong men drew their curved blades with fierce eyes. The old man, however, did not care and started to stretch his muscles. After a few breaths, Su Tong slowly spoke. Which one of you will die first? One of the strong men was immediately enraged. He rushed forward and leaped into the air, swinging his steel saber down fiercely. But unexpectedly, in the next second, the steel saber in his hand suddenly disappeared. No one saw how the old man snatched the saber. The woman appeared calm, but her heart was in turmoil. The other strong men had not yet realized what was going on. They thought their companion was just too stupid to have his saber stolen. At this moment, the bald man, holding a curved saber, suddenly arrived and slashed with great force at the old man's head. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, the saber in his hand was gone. And the old man now had another saber. The fools finally realized that the old man was a master. At this time, the man with the spiky hair flicked his long whip. The whip moved like a python, striking directly at the old man. But unexpectedly, the old man casually threw away the 2 sabers. Then, with a calm and confident step, he moved like a floating cloud. His figure instantly flashed in front of the spiky-haired man. In front, Su Tong put one hand behind his back and suddenly struck 3 major acupoints on the spiky-haired man. The spiky-haired man was stunned by the old man's strange movement, and Su Tong at this time also easily made a sound. On the strong man in front there was found no acupoints. Su Tong did not hesitate. His figure flashed behind the spiky-haired man, and he struck out fiercely, sending the spiky-haired man flying. Seeing her subordinates repeatedly defeated, the woman coldly ordered the 3-meter-tall strong man behind her. Wu Qi, you go. Wu Qi's expression was dull, indicating that the old man's meat was tough. If you cannot bring that girl back, Bei Tong Sai Wang will lock you back in Gaidong. Wu Qi was immediately terrified. Then, he lifted a huge rock about the size of a square and threw it at the old man. This strong man lifted a 2-ton boulder with his bare hands, intending to crush a thin, withered old man. Seeing the old man send 2 of his clansmen flying with a single palm strike, Wu Qi let out a terrifying roar. Then he hurled the boulder in his hand at the old man. The old man was startled, and he stomped his feet on the ground to barely dodge it. Su Tong's eyes were filled with shock as he crawled back. This is not human strength. The leading woman seized the opportunity, holding 2 sabers, and rushed over. She slashed at Su Tong's face, but he dodged it. The woman pursued relentlessly and slashed again. Su Tong took a step back and avoided it again. Then, he leaped backward. He landed steadily on a tree branch, putting some distance between himself and the woman. Su Tong stroked the beard that had been grazed by the blade. I've done what I needed to do. Farewell. The woman's pupils contracted, and she thought to herself, oh no. She turned her head and saw that Lu Shou and Wei Yao had already disappeared. On the other side, Master Shi Yun was carrying the 2 and quickly retreating. Old man, I came to you for treatment, but you're treating me like a coolie. Your parrot is truly intelligent. After all these years, it still remembers to come here and ask me for help. Su Tong muttered to himself in the courtyard, while feeding the parrot. I still do not understand what Li Zongbao's last words to me meant. If only you were human, you could at least tell me what happened to him. I would not be so heartbroken. At this moment, Wu Ming came to report on Lu Shou and his group. Inside the small house, Lu Shou struggled to sit up. Su Tong brought a bowl of medicine to him, saying it was to expel the remaining poison from his body. Lu Shou immediately asked where Wei Yao was. Su Tong said she only suffered some minor external injuries and was fine. Lu Shou, hearing this, picked up the bowl and drank it all, secretly clenching his fists in self-blame. Then Lu Shou asked Su Tong about the origin of those people. Su Tong's tone was cold. You only cared about your own people, but now you're protecting others. Lu Shou got up silently and remained quiet. Unexpectedly, Su Tong continued to speak coldly. From here, it's at most 4 days to Miao Fengshan. Once the poison is cleared, you can leave. Lu Shou turned and walked out of the hut, leaving behind the words, that's exactly my intention. Shi Yun then spoke, trying to persuade him. You clearly care about that child. Why are you so harsh? Su Tong's face flushed, and he vehemently denied it. Shi Yun looked at Lu Shou's lonely back and sighed. You do not have to be like this. He's also a pitiful child. Su Tong's expression softened, but he still stubbornly said, no matter what, he killed his own master. Shi Yun's eyes sharpened, and he said gravely, you saw the tragic state of the Hua Shan sect that night. Shi Yun's words instantly plunged Su Tong into painful memories of 3 years ago. Yes, Minghua Shan sect disciples were all killed. Su Tong looked at the scene in disbelief. The perpetrator of all this was Li Zongbao, who was renowned in the martial world for his Bo Wen Ju Jin. Su Tong was furious and shouted, "You wretch!" Li Zongbao looked silently at this granduncle who had doted on him so much in the past. Then he smiled sadly, a tear streaming down his face. At this moment, Shi Yun interrupted Shu Tong's memories. Even if it was not that child, I would have given him a saber strike. Too many people died. Su Tong came back to his senses and said not to mention that day again. Old man, be reasonable. You're not the only one who suffered from that incident. Su Tong stubbornly turned his back and remained silent. Meanwhile, deep in a certain mountain, the woman and a group of strong men were anxiously waiting for orders. A black-robed figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. The woman led the way and knelt down with a thud. The black-robed man spoke without any emotion. Yang Yua. You said the girl was rescued. The woman only dared to look at the ground and softly said yes. Bei Tong Si Wang's gaze turned cold, and a murderous aura emerged. This strong man was 3 meters tall. He could lift a 2-ton boulder above his head. But now, this black-robed man, with just one look, made the strong man's scalp tingle and tremble with fear. Bei Tong Si Wang coldly ordered Wu Qi to be sent back to Gaidong. 2 subordinates immediately dragged Wu Qi away. Wu Qi shouted for help. But Yang Yua knelt on the ground and did not turn back. Seeing Gaidong getting closer and closer, Wu Qi desperately begged for mercy. The gloomy Gaidong was bottomless. From time to time, wails came from within. Wu Qi, seeing the uncertainty of the prison, could not help but brighten his eyes. Then he began to fight back. He sent a burly man flying with a punch. Turning around, he smashed down another punch. He actually crushed the head of the man with the spiky hair. Yang Yua, hearing the sound, also felt a trace of fear. He quickly turned around and angrily rebuked Wu Qi to stop. But it was too late. Bei Tong Si Wang's eyes glimmered faintly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Wu Qi grabbed a handman. He grabbed Wu Qi's head and forced him to kneel. Then he applied a little force with his fingers. He actually grabbed directly into Wu Qi's skull. Bei Tong Si Wang dragged Wu Qi towards Gaidong step by step. And this brave handman was already dying. With a casual toss by Bei Tong Si Wang, this burly man, like a small mountain, was lightly thrown into Gaidong. After killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Bei Tong Si Wang spoke faintly. One last chance. Find the whereabouts of that girl. I'll do it myself. Yang Yuhua respectfully accepted the order and retreated from the cave. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the cave. Bei Tong Si Wang, if you are too soft-hearted and waste time, I do not mind taking your place. Bei Tong Si Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. Dai Yu, I did not punish him for the sake of our clan's grand plan. All talk and no action. If that immortal can really relieve the suffering of our clan, then why has not he dared to show himself until now? Bei Tong Si Wang said that when the time is ripe, the immortal will appear. Meanwhile, Su Tong's courtyard welcomed a guest. Just now, Su Tong asked Wu Ming to go down the mountain to find his fellow patient, Zhang Ziping, for a follow-up consultation. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Ziping saw Wu Ming, he hugged him. Then, he carried Wu Ming on his back and walked up the mountain. He and Wu Ming both suffered from nausea. Therefore, he admired Wu Ming for being able to endure such hardship at such a young age. Soon, the two arrived at the small courtyard on the mountain. From afar, they saw a young girl standing in the wind. Weiyo saw someone visiting and could not help but look back. But this one glance made Zhang Ziping's soul fly away. He even threw the fellow patient he had just admired to the ground. On the high slope, Xu Tong watched this scene with a smirk. Shi Yun, come and see. There's a show to watch. Zhang Zhiping suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. He saw a hand chop straight down towards him. Instinctively, he used both palms to firmly clamp it. Shi Yun saw this scene and marveled. He was unstable, but he caught it by instinct. This child can be called a prodigy. The people of the Henan Zhang family are not just for show. However, the terrifying part of the Bo Wen Ju Jian is that everything can be a sword. Whether he can catch it or not is still up in the air. Zhang Zhiping was confused. He did not know why the person in front of him attacked him. Without a word, Lu Shou, however, used his palm as a sword and opened his stance. Like a sharp blade unsheathed, cold and stern, the scenes, before he lost consciousness, were still vivid in his mind. If you move a bit, I will not reveal a single word about Yi Jinjin. He had already broken his promise once. He would never allow a second time. Seeing this, Zhang Zhiping did not waste any words. He bowed slightly and reached for the long sword behind him. A noble family versus a young man from the martial world. The battle between the two sides was imminent. The young man came from a century-old martial arts family, but was obsessed with reading all day. Seeing this, his brother could not help but scold him. As a descendant of the Henan Zhang family, how can you not practice martial arts? The young man said that practicing swordsmanship would make men stupid. His brother said that this was heresy. The family's glory today is all due to swordsmanship. But unexpectedly, the father who walked over said that his brother was right. Yuanping, you must keep Ziping's words in mind from now on. The brother was unconvinced. He said that his father was the commander of the Imperial Guards all because of his superior martial arts. The father said that only knowing swordsmanship would make one a tool for others. The brother questioned whether his father always favored the legitimate son because he was born of a concubine. So he always sided with the legitimate son. Zhang Xiaowen was silent for a moment and told his brother to step down. In the tea room, Akshu Tong asked Zhang Xiaowen why he was so angry today. Zhang Xiaowen said that the recent turmoil in the palace had made him quite upset. He had invited Xu Tong here today to ask for a favor. Granduncle, if I really meet with misfortune, I hope Granduncle can take care of my 2 sons and 1 daughter. Xu Tong nodded slightly and calmed down. I want to see His Majesty. I was framed. The treacherous official ignored him and ordered the execution immediately. That night, a group of soldiers rushed to the Zhang family mansion. The captain loudly ordered that all family members of the rebels be arrested and brought back. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot without the need for reporting. Young Zhang Zhiping carried his younger sister on his back and ran out of the house. On the way, he ran into his elder brother, who had arrived late. At this moment, Zhang Yuanping was covered in blood, his eyes cold as frost. Zhang Zhiping was so frightened by his brother's appearance that he froze on the spot. The next second, his brother suddenly lunged at him. Zhang Yuanping slashed down fiercely. A pursuing soldier was instantly killed. At this moment, he fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Yuanping gasped for breath. Ziping, what you said that day may have some truth to it, but people will only listen to reason when you hold a sword in your hand. Seeing many soldiers chasing after them, Zhang Yuanping's eyes were filled with a chilling aura. I'll clear the way. You take our little sister and go first. Zhang Zhiping looked terrified. Brother, let's escape together. Zhang Yuanping turned his head and smiled bitterly. Ziping, do you think father would be heartbroken if I died? Then, with a determined look, he shouted and dashed away. The sword in his hand danced like a swimming dragon. With a flash of cold light, a soldier was killed on the spot. Zhang Zhiping did not dare to delay. He carried his little sister on his back and ran as fast as he could. More and more soldiers surrounded them. The blades rained down on the three Zhang siblings. Zhang Yuanping fought fiercely with his sword, protecting his younger siblings as they charged outwards. But in the end, he was outnumbered and was slashed in the back. Zhang Yuanping cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Zhang Zhiping looked blankly ahead. A group of soldiers had already blocked their path. At this moment, a figure dashed through the rain. It was Chu Tong, who had just received the news. Su Tong channeled his energy and threw a powerful punch. He immediately sent a soldier flying with a vertical palm. Then he leaped up and stomped on the captain's head. As he descended, he threw two powerful punches. Two more soldiers were sent flying. Su Tong landed steadily and stood in front of Zhang Zhiping. "General, I want to take these children with me." "Mr. Shu, even though you are the Grand General's master, harboring the children of rebels may implicate the Ha Shan sect." Su Tong stood solemnly. "Please help me relay a message to the one in the palace. I have no intention of participating in the struggles of the court. But if he wants to exterminate these children, I will risk this old life of mine to let him know what it means to be the enemy of all. I, Shu Tong, always keep my word. Please think twice, General." The general lowered his head in silence for a while. Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "Listen up. They are not Zhang Saiyuan's children. Retreat." After everyone had retreated, Shu Tong turned to Zhang Zhiping. But the next second, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Zhang Zhiping saw Shu Tong staring intently behind him. He mechanically turned his head to look at his little sister on his back, only to find that his little sister had stopped breathing at some point. From then on, Zhang Zhiping's temperament changed drastically. He stopped studying and instead practiced swordsmanship diligently. He traveled the martial world, honing his skills. He defeated countless masters with his family's sword techniques. But today, he encountered the greatest opponent he had ever faced. Seeing the two men in the arena with swords drawn, Shi Yun asked if they should intervene, but Shu Tong said it was unnecessary. In his opinion, this might be an opportunity. Since that night, Zhang Zhiping had been trapped by his inner demons. Perhaps today, this formidable opponent, Lu Shou, could break the shackles in Zhang Zhiping's heart. At this moment, Lu Shou took a small step forward. The next second, he dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, his right hand raised like lightning, forming a sword with his palm. He swept it towards Zhang Zhiping's eyes. Zhang Zhiping quickly leaned back to dodge the attack, but a few strands of his hair were cut off by the force of the palm. Zhang Zhiping steadied himself and also started to move. He threw a powerful punch straight at Lu Shou's face. Lu Shou raised his hand to block the punch. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhiping stepped forward and lunged into his arms. His left hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes. At the same time, he tripped his right leg. Zhang Zhiping exerted force and lifted Lu Shou up. He twisted his waist and threw him several meters away. Su Tong and the others were slightly surprised to see this. But unexpectedly, the next second, Zhang Zhiping, who had gained the upper hand, suddenly dropped his right arm. Shi Yun looked horrified. He did not understand why Zhang Zhiping's right arm had drooped. Su Tong explained that it was because Lu Shou, at the moment he was thrown, chose to tear off the opponent's arm instead of protecting himself. Zhang Zhiping silently put his arm back in place. Then, he thrust the sword on his back into the ground. "You started this. If I draw my sword, I lose." Then, with a sharp gaze, he observed Lu Shou's breathing. Seeing that Lu Shou had finished exhaling a breath, Zhang Zhiping seized the opening and swiftly moved in front of him. He struck sharply at the back of Lu Xiao's neck with his palm, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiao exhaled another half-breath. Zhang Ziping's pupils constricted. The opponent was faking his breathing. Lu Xiao's 5 fingers formed a claw, firmly grasping his hand. Then, he swung his hand back and struck Zhang Ziping's shoulder. The force was so fierce that it sent him flying. Zhang Ziping coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. Shi Yun, who was watching, could not help but worry. If this continued, one of them would be dead or injured. Su Tong said it was too early to tell. In his opinion, Zhang Ziping had not used his full strength yet. Sure enough, Zhang Ziping shakily sat up. You're not playing fair. You deliberately used your breathing to lure me into attacking. In that case, I do not need to hold back anymore. Zhang Ziping began to imitate him. He also stepped forward with agile footwork. Lu Xiao was in disbelief. This 9 waves footwork was created by his master. How does this person know it? Su Tong also widened his eyes. He secretly admired Zhang Ziping's extraordinary talent. The next second, Zhang Ziping's movements were eerily swift. In an instant, he closed the distance between them to within a foot. There's a saying in the martial world, within a foot, the Zhang Jia sword technique is invincible. Zhang Ziping's right hand formed a palm, holding still for a moment. Suddenly, he lunged towards Lu Xiao's face. Then, he changed his palm into a hook and swung it outward. Lu Xiao did not have time to react. He was sent flying by this blow. Zhang Ziping, having landed a hit, stepped forward. He hooked Lu Xiao's leg to prevent him from retreating. Then he swung both hands, alternating between fists and palms. He unleashed a flurry of blows on Lu Xiao's body. Finally, he punched Lu Xiao in the abdomen. The fierce force sent him flying. Movement should flow smoothly. But the connection of internal force is the essence. Lai Zhonggu gently struck the surface of the water 4 times, causing ripples on the Chengjiang. The young Lu Xiao thought his master was playing with water. But the next second, the river surface exploded with towering waves. The immense force of the palm sent dozens of fish flying. The memories of his childhood training flashed through his mind. Lu Xiao stomped his feet on the ground to steady himself. His figure swayed as he prepared the 21st move of the 9 waves sword technique. Su Tong was shocked by this scene. Seeing Zhang Ziping still foolishly pursuing, Su Tong finally lost his temper. He told Shi Yun to stop the 2. But in a flash, Lu Xiao had already made his move. His internal force surged. His palms struck out like crashing waves. Su Tong was stunned. He never expected this kid to have reached such a level. The next second, their palms collided. The surging force sent dust flying everywhere. Zhang Ziping was slightly taken aback by the clash. He felt the opponent's palm force was as soft as water, like a drop of water falling on his palm. But then his pupils constricted. It felt like the water droplet created ripples. In an instant, the surging palm force swept over him. Zhang Ziping was immediately sent flying. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was also secretly surprised. He clearly felt that his move had not injured the opponent. The internal force had passed through just now, but the opponent's body trembled slightly, dissipating most of it. Sure enough, Zhang Ziping shakily stood up again, but he did not look at Lu Xiao, who was waiting for an opportunity. Instead, he looked at the wine jar that had been knocked away from him. Su Tong was bewildered. He was distracted at such a crucial moment. Is this kid out of his mind? Seeing the wine jar about to fall to the ground, Zhang Ziping recklessly dived for it. Lu Xiao did not care about that. His killer instinct made him more focused. Zhang Ziping successfully caught the wine jar before it landed, and Lu Shou's palm sword had already reached him. At this moment, Lu Shou felt his vision blur. The next second, the two old men watching appeared between them. Lu Shou's palm sword stopped just short of Zhang Ziping's nose. In the small house, Xu Tong scolded Zhang Ziping for being reckless. Zhang Ziping did not care. "This is the fine wine I promised to bring you. It cannot be broken." Xu Tong was speechless. He had just said it casually. He did not expect Zhang Ziping to actually travel so far to bring it back. Then, Shi Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. "Luckily, if we were any later, something terrible would have happened." Xu Tong was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "We were already too late." Zhang Ziping took over the conversation at this point. He stopped on his own. Shi Yun stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Meanwhile, inside the Qingqing sect's inner hall, masters from the 4 major sects gathered. The elder of the Kong Tong sect stated that the 5 major sects had received 5 corpses. This was a blatant declaration of war. The Shaolin supervisor looked at sect leader Zhou of Huashan. Sect leader Zhou stated that the message was exactly as he had just said. Word for word. The Qingqing sect leader stated that very little was known about the northern tribes in the martial world. He then tapped the table lightly to get everyone's attention. "Fellow comrades, those tribes gathered together are equivalent to a nation. If they win, they will definitely establish a new nation. When that time comes, we will become the foreigners." The room was filled with top masters from the 4 major sects. Yet they were discussing a Shaolin monk who could not even contemplate martial arts. Everyone felt that the Qingqing sect leader's analysis was reasonable. At this time, Kong Tong sect elder Yang Zongwei raised a question. He could not understand why the tribes wanted to steal a medical book. The Shaolin supervisor immediately spoke up to answer. The Yi Jing originally contained records about immortality. It also included the secret of how to cultivate an incorruptible body. But for thousands of years, no one has been able to truly comprehend it. Just as he finished speaking, someone walked in from outside. It was Die Zhuang, the servant who had been dismissed from the 9th level. Qingqing sect leader Bai Song stated that Zhang Weiyou was now in great danger. If Die Zhuang wanted to save his young mistress, he should tell them everything he knew. Die Zhuang did not hesitate and immediately told them everything in detail. After hearing Dai Zhuang's story, the Shaolin supervisor asked if Zhang Weiyou had any unusual behavior. Dai Zhuang thought for a moment and said there was nothing unusual. But when she was young, the master had invited a tattoo artist. Since then, the young mistress had become quiet and withdrawn. The several people narrowed their eyes slightly after hearing this. They were already making their own plans. Bai Song said calmly, "It seems the priority is to find Zhang Weiyou." At this time, Zhang Weiyou and the other person had already arrived at her uncle's residence on Miao Feng Shan. Zhang Sangxiu was overjoyed to see her niece. She was also a member of the martial world and had already received the news. She was extremely excited to see her niece arrive safely. After settling Weiyou down, Zhang Sangxiu expressed her gratitude to Lu Shou. Lu Shou calmly stated that he took money to eliminate troubles for others. Zhang Sangxiu was slightly taken aback. She then invited Lu Shou to stay for a few months. But Lu Shou was attracted by the sound of martial arts practice in the courtyard. Zhang Sangxiu took the initiative to introduce them. Their Zhang Jia family had inherited Hu Zhuagong for generations and was quite famous. Many people came every year to learn. At this moment, a strong man was facing 3 disciples in the courtyard. The strong man's hands were slightly extended in the shape of tiger claws. The next second, The disciples charged at the strong man. The strong man flipped the three men over in an instant. Lu Shou thought to himself, the Zhang family's Hu Zhua Gong and their signature moves are indeed impressive. Zhang Sangxiu suddenly called out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yong was overjoyed to hear that his cousin had arrived. He turned around and ran off to find Weiyo. Zhang Sangxiu smiled apologetically at Lu Shou. Then, she led Lu Shou to the inner courtyard of the mansion. She pushed a brocade box in front of Lu Shou. Lu Shou opened it and saw that it was filled with gold ingots. Lu Shou said that the payment was already sufficient. At this moment, Zhang Yong and Weiyo walked in side by side. Zhang Sangxiu looked over, her eyes filled with smiles. But Lu Shou was filled with mixed feelings when he saw this scene. He immediately closed the brocade box and took it in his hand. The agreement has been fulfilled. I will leave early tomorrow morning. That night, Lu Shou was sleeping soundly in his room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He immediately grabbed the wrist of the person who had come. When he was about to strike, he found that the person was Wei Io. Lu Shou was stunned and could not believe it. The two then came to the corridor to admire the moon. After a while, Weiyo spoke first. She asked Lu Shou if he would still be a killer in the future. Lu Shou did not understand and asked her what she meant. Weiyo's voice was like a mosquito's. She said that her uncle liked to keep people with high martial arts skills by his side. Her voice became almost inaudible at the end. She timidly asked Lu Shou if he would stay. The people of southern Xinjiang speak new languages. Speaking to the clear sky and bright moon, scenes from the past few days flashed through Lu Shou's mind. Lu Shou looked at Wei Yao's clear, autumn water-like eyes. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and turned away. Someone like me is not suitable to live here. Weiyo gently lowered her eyelids and remained silent. But what they did not know was, this conversation had been heard by Zhang Yong, word for word. On the other side, Zhang Sangxiu walked into a secret room. Why are you so anxious? That person will not leave until tomorrow morning. The person in the room slapped the black iron fan on his palm. This matter is of great importance. I cannot help but feel heartbroken. I've never seen such a shameless person. His own brother was tortured to the brink of death. His own niece was relentlessly pursued by enemies and endured great hardship. After a long and arduous journey, she finally came to her for refuge. One moment, she was feigning concern, promising to protect her niece. The next, she's sharing a room and laughing with her enemies. Zhang Sangxiu looked striking. Although she was incredibly wealthy, the conditions offered by the other party were simply too tempting. Huang Shixing mentioned that Lu Shou was not to be trifled with. They would wait until he left tomorrow morning to make their move. Zhang Sangxiu nodded, seemingly envisioning the plan's success. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong was also giving orders to his subordinates. They would wait until he left Miao Feng Shan to strike. Remember to keep a low profile. Several masked men quietly agreed and rushed out to set up an ambush. The night passed without incident, and the next morning arrived. Lu Shou shouldered his bag and set off on his return journey alone. Hu Yo watched from the window, offering her support. The road of Jiangyu is long. I fear we may never meet again in this lifetime. When the rain lessens, I'll see you across the river. Miss, let's exchange names. I am Lu Shou. In my haste earlier, I grabbed that poisoned needle with my bare hands. The image of that young man was deeply etched in her heart, impossible to erase. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Huio glanced sideways. She wondered who would visit so early. The door was gently pushed open a crack. Huyo turned her head, her eyes shimmering as she looked towards the door. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Shou who had returned. Hu Yo was surprised, her mouth slightly agape. I know you're happy to see me. But you're happy too soon? Hu Yo was slightly stunned, not understanding for a moment. The next second, the side door of the room was also pushed open from the outside. Hu Yo looked back again, curious. Lu Shou's eyes were now filled with a chilling coldness. Zhang Sangxiu led Huang Shixing straight into the room. Huang Shixing was in disbelief. Was not this kid already gone? He then turned and angrily rebuked. Zhang Sangxiu, what's going on? Zhang Sangxiu was equally perplexed. Lu Shou's voice was as cold as ice. I never trust people easily. Though, I'd like to change this habit. But with people like you around, it's really hard to change. Miss Chunjuan, it seems the agreement has not been fulfilled. As an apology, consider your uncle a gift from me. Hu Yao instantly agreed, stating it was a deal. Zhang Sangxiu also dropped her pretense. She stated bluntly that Lu Shou did not understand the situation. This was the Zhang family's territory, and with two top experts like her and Huang Shixing, Lu Shou, alone, dared to be so arrogant. Lu Shou did not even bother to respond to her. He silently untied his bag and placed it on the ground. Seeing this, Huang Shixing was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Lu Shou slightly closed his eyes. Facing two enemies, he needed to finish this quickly. Shou, but when Jian is not just about going with the flow. It also requires the dominance to sever a river in a single strike. Today, your master will teach you the sixth stance of the nine-wave sword. Lu Shou suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light erupted from his eyes. He had practiced this starting stance countless times. Seeing Zhang Sangxiu and Huang Shixing charging towards him, surging energy gathered on Lu Shou's fist. But when Jian, sixth stance. Yizia. Lu Shou's energy suddenly erupted. It even lifted the blue bricks in the room. Zhang Sangxiu and the old man's expressions changed drastically. Lu Shou unleashed a diagonal punch, its power devastating. Everyone in the courtyard heard a deafening crash. The next second, Zhang Sangxiu and Huang Shixing crashed through the wall and flew out. They slid for more than 10 zhang before finally stopping. Many of their followers rushed forward to check on Zhang Sangxiu's injuries. The latter struggled to get up. Furious, she ordered her subordinates not to let Lu Shou escape. Through the dust, Lu Shou stepped into the courtyard. Wei Yo looked worried. Was he going to fight the entire Zhang family? At this moment, Lu Shou was like an unsheathed sword. I'll only say this once. Those who stand in my way will die. Two renowned martial artists teamed up against a single youth. Unexpectedly, the youth fought against both without any hesitation. As the youth unleashed a powerful punch, the next second, the two were blasted out of the room. Seeing Lu Shou's murderous intent, Huang Shixing was secretly cursing his bad luck. He never expected Zhang Sangxiu to be so unreliable. Zhang Sangxiu was also quite shocked. She asked who exactly Lu Shou was. He's the disciple of Li Zongyu, the sword saint of Changjiang. The same Li Zongyu who massacred the Hua Shan sect 3 years ago. Of course. Why else would I have repeatedly warned you to be careful? Lu Shou had already begun to regulate his breathing. His inner energy surged through his body. At this moment, a Zhang family member swiftly swept in. Lu formed a claw with his fingers, aiming for Lu Shou's head. Lu Shou's gaze turned cold and focused. He turned and struck with a palm. The man was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Two other members, seeing this, attacked simultaneously from both sides. Lu Shou calmly took a stance. He flashed between the two of them. The two members were struck in their vital points by his palm sword and died instantly. Zhang Sangxiu was shocked to see this, but he quickly regained his composure. Do not panic. I still have a backup plan. Hong Shixing gave him a sidelong glance, unsure. Lu Shou, at this moment, seemed like a tiger among wolves. He showed no mercy in his attacks. Any Zhang family member who suffered a heavy blow was sure to die. Seeing Lu Shou as a god of slaughter, everyone stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance. At this moment, Zhang Sangxiu shouted, "Use the Juhua Zen." With his command, many members, in pairs, leaped onto the rooftops. Huang Shixing looked puzzled. Zhang Sangxiu, however, proudly explained. The Zhang family's ancestor built this stronghold according to the arrangement of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Now Lu Xiao is alone and have to protect Weiyou. With Zhang family's unique Ju Hoa Zen, we can exhaust him to death. The Ju Hoa Zen had already taken shape. Several Zhang family members moved strategically and swooped down from the air. They charged towards Lu Xiao, who was in the center of the formation. Lu Xiao's eyes turned cold, ready to strike, but unexpectedly, two members used the power of their formation in mid-air. Their energy suddenly changed direction, making his prediction completely off. Lu Xiao was slightly stunned, but in that instant, several people had already reached him. Lu Xiao hurriedly waved his palm to intercept. Unexpectedly, these people used the same trick again to change direction. The next second, a cold light struck him from behind. The attacker immediately retreated after landing a blow. The others also retreated without engaging further, returning to the rooftops to reform the formation. Lu Xiao was slightly alarmed. He realized that these people were gradually shrinking the perimeter. Meanwhile, Zhang Sangxiu, who was watching the battle, said, "Leader Huang, I'll go and tie up Lu Xiao. You take the opportunity to capture Zhang Weiyou." Meanwhile, a strange incident occurred at the Kong Tong sect. One morning, a wooden box was found at the entrance of the main hall. The sect leader ordered the box to be opened. Inside the box was a skull. The members of the Kong Tong sect were shocked. One member was puzzled, wondering who had done this. The sect leader explained, in the past, some northern tribes would send skulls to their enemies before a battle. The purpose was not to warn, but to tell them that they would be annihilated. The member was shocked. He said that this must have been done by the group who sent the corpses a few days ago. The sect leader did not dare to be careless. He ordered the entire sect to be on high alert and sent people to inform other sects to come and garrison. But they did not know that danger was already approaching. In the sky, a black-robed man was riding an eagle. Beitong Si Wang lightly tapped the eagle's back. His body plummeted from a height of hundreds of meters. He crashed onto the wall of the Kong Tong sect's courtyard. The Kong Tong sect refused to submit to our clan. Today, I've come to destroy your sect. This man was riding an eagle hundreds of meters in the sky. Seeing that his destination was not far ahead, the man jumped directly from the eagle's back. Then he crashed onto the wall of the Kong Tong sect's courtyard. The members of the Kong Tong sect were shocked, but Beitong Si Wang's eyes were calm, as if looking down on a group of ants. Several members were quite brave and immediately attacked with their swords. Beitong Si Wang raised his hand slowly, without any extra movement. The next second, a member exploded and died. Another member shouted and thrust his sword. Beitong Si Wang's right hand suddenly reached out to grab the sword. Before his hand even touched the tip of the sword was twisted into a mess. The member was shocked. He had never seen such a bizarre martial art. Before he could recover from his shock, Beitong Si Wang gently swiped with his finger. The member's head flew into the air. Bai Tong Sai Wang did not stop. His palms moved, creating after images. Then he brought his palms together in front of his chest. He then thrust his hands towards the third member. His hands pierced right through the body. Bai Tong Si Wang's eyes were filled with a sinister light. His palms suddenly spread apart. Countless black energies surged out. In an instant, several more Kong Tong sect members died on the spot. A member had already gone to the back hall to report to the sect leader and elders. Yang Zongwei was also surprised to hear that an intruder had broken in. He then asked how many people were there. The member tremblingly replied that there was only one person. Yang Zongwei listened intently and immediately headed to the front courtyard to make the arrest. Mid-air, Yang Zongwei gathered his palms and exerted all his strength. He used his famous technique, the heaven-piercing palm, to strike at Bai Tong Sai Wang. Bai Tong Si Wang, neither dodging nor evading, met palm with palm. With 4 palms meeting, strength surged and flowed endlessly. Yang Zongwei was startled. The opponent's strength was as vast and boundless as the ocean. After the palm clash, the two abruptly separated. Yang Zongwei was shaken and flew backwards uncontrollably. Bai Tong Si Wang, however, only took 2 steps back. With a slight exertion of force from his feet, he stabilized himself. Bai Tong Si Wang looked over with a playful expression. He saw Yang Zongwei still rapidly retreating, attempting to dissipate the force. He only managed to stop after retreating several zhang. Yang Zongwei felt as if his palms had been struck by heavy hammers, trembling uncontrollably. Then, his nose warmed. A drop of blood slowly dripped down. Yang Zongwei was horrified. The person before him was far more powerful than he was. At this moment, Bai Tong Si Wang spoke leisurely. "I'll give you one last chance." Yang Zongwei stated that he would not ally with foreign forces to harm the martial world. Since that's the case, then from now on, there will be no more Kun Tu in the martial world. Yang Zongwei was about to say some harsh words to boost morale, but he saw a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. Then he heard the sect leader shout, "Watch your feet." A sharp blade had somehow emerged from the ground. Before Yang Zongwei could react, he was split in 2. A woman, with her back covered in knives, leaped out of the ground. The newcomer was none other than Dai Yu, who had appeared in the 14th level cave. Meanwhile, Lu Shou was also engaged in a fierce battle. By now, his body was covered in numerous cuts. Drops of crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Wei Yo clenched her fists tightly, watching with concern. Lu Shou's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plan. This dazzling and confusing Juhua Zen was very similar to the schools of fish he practiced within the Changjiang River when he was young. And Zhang Sangxiu, seeing Lu Shou struggling, believed the time was right. He immediately ordered Huang Shixing to proceed with the plan. Lu Shou, however, calmed his mind and remained still, ignoring the opponent's flashy distractions. Although these people were constantly changing positions, only one person attacked him at a time. A cold light flashed in Lu Shou's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Zhang Sangxiu, I've been waiting for you, the big fish." Lu Shou suddenly dropped his shoulders and elbows, squatting down. He used the 3rd form of the Bo Wenju Jian, Fen Shui. His strength surged from the ground as he abruptly turned. His palms thrust out from bottom to top. He used his palms as swords, unleashing a sword energy over a zhang wide. Zhang Sangxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Huang Shixing moved. As light as a flame, he glided through the air. Lu Shou's expression changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly. The next second, the sword energy directly struck Zhang Sangxiu, causing blood to spurt. But Lu Shou did not care about his life or death. He turned around and looked back. Huang Shixing's iron fan was already pressed against Wei Yao's neck. He was once a formidable master who struck fear into people's hearts. But now, he had to use an innocent girl to save his own life. And the reason for all this was the young man in front of him. Seeing Wei Yao captured by Huang Shixing, Lu Shou remained calm. He stated that he was just a killer who took money to do a job. Huang Shixing, having roamed the martial world for decades, was extremely cunning. He slightly exerted force with his iron fan. A line of blood appeared on Wei Yao's neck. Lu Shou's pupils contracted sharply. "See, I knew it. Lu Shou, you're completely insincere. A killer who has already received his reward returns. You've fallen for this little girl, have not you?" Lu Shou remained silent, his gaze cold. "Lu Shou, if you want this woman to live, retreat 10 steps. If you kill her, you will not be able to find out Yi Jinjin's whereabouts." Huang Shixing laughed darkly. "Who said I was going to kill her? I was able to make her father give her up. Naturally, I have a way to make her reveal Yi Jinjin's whereabouts." Unexpectedly, Lu Shou suddenly said out of the blue. "I really did not expect this." Huang Shixing did not understand for a moment and was slightly puzzled. But, at this very instant, Huang Shixing's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Yang had somehow snuck up behind Huang Shixing. He brutally tore off Huang Shixing's arm. Zhang Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Wei Yao was frightened pale by this scene. Lu Shou took this opportunity to rush forward. His right palm, swift and unwavering, pressed against Huang Shixing's lower dantian. Lu Shou's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. The second form of the Bowen Ju Jian, Bowen, was decisively unleashed. The horizontal force exploded within Huang Shixing's body. Huang Shixing coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. Zhang Sangxiu was seriously injured by the previous blow. Seeing this, he pretended to be shocked and panicked. He never expected that his dream of longevity would be ruined by his own box. Zhang Yang looked at Lu Shou with a complex expression. He said he would take care of things here. He told Lu Shou to take Wei Yao and leave quickly. Lu Shou was already surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The arriving sea warden felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the scene before him. Not a single person in the vast Kong Tong sect survived. Flies buzzed around the corpses, indicating they had been dead for some time. The 3 monks bowed slightly and chanted a low Buddhist prayer. Just then, a Shaolin disciple shouted that someone was still alive. The sea warden's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. The Kong Tong sect's leader was lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. A Shaolin disciple was about to step forward to help the sect leader up. But the sea warden sternly stopped him. The sea warden stepped forward and placed his hand on the sect leader's waist to check his injuries. He stated that the sect leader's meridians were completely severed. If he moved forcefully, the slightest carelessness would cause his ki to flow backward, leading to a violent death. At this moment, a faint voice came from the sect leader's mouth. The sea warden was slightly startled, then focused his attention to listen. "Shou Bei! Shou Bei! Go find Shou Bei!" After hearing clearly, the sea warden's expression changed drastically, and the sect leader, after saying those words, breathed his last. On the way back, a monk asked what the sect leader meant by Shou Bei. The sea warden stated that Shou Bei was originally a monk of Shaolin Sea. The 2 disciples were puzzled upon hearing this. They had never heard of this Dharma name. The sea warden said that the abbot did not like to talk about this person. Even he himself did not know much about him. He only knew that Shou Bei was expelled from Shaolin, and his martial arts were incredibly powerful. Few in the entire martial world could rival him. Some masters even suspected that he was not human. The 2 disciples were shocked when they heard this. Meanwhile, Beitong Sai Wang and Dai Yu were standing on a cliff, witnessing another tribesman die in agony from the strange disease. Dai Yu was overcome with grief. She said that the age of onset of the strange disease in the clan was getting younger and younger. Beitong Sai Wang bowed his head, his heart heavy. At this moment, Dai Yu suddenly turned and asked, "Do immortal people really exist?" With the asterisk yin jing asterisk and the asterisk qing ying jing asterisk, can we really save our people? Beitong Si Wang's gaze was firm. I believe we will. Then he turned and headed towards Miao Feng Shan. He had already received a message from Hai Ying Bang. Meanwhile, inside the Zhang Jia mansion, Zhang Sangxiu struggled to stand up. Zhang Yang fell to his knees before his father. Then, summoning his courage, he questioned his father why he did this. Zhang Sangxiu stared blankly and did not answer his son's question. Then he turned away silently and sighed softly. If one can achieve immortality, one can always have another son. He had never seen such a cruel father. And questioned why he handed over the hall to his enemy. But unexpectedly, he raised his hand and slit his son's throat. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and Zhang Sangxiu turned away without any hesitation. All he cared about at this moment was immortality. You ruined my great plan. Death is not enough. As long as I can achieve immortality, I can always have another son. Just then, a figure crashed into the courtyard. It was Beitong Si Wang, who had just destroyed the Kong Tong sect. Zhang Sangxiu was instantly stunned by the powerful aura of the person in front of him. Might you be Beitong Sai Wang, mentioned by the imperial envoy? Beitong Si Wang stared coldly at the person in front of him, remaining silent. After a moment, he glanced at the dead imperial envoy. It seems I'm still a step too late. Then he saw Zhang Yang, who had just died nearby. He asked Zhang Sangxiu who this person was. Zhang Sangxiu's words were cold. A whisker that dared to bare its teeth at a tiger. Beitong Si Wang glanced coldly at Zhang Sangxiu. Then, with a swift motion, he picked up Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Sangxiu asked Beitong Si Wang why he was taking Zhang Yang's body. This will serve as a token of your agreement with my clan. Then, with a flash, he leaped into the air and sped away. Zhang Sangxiu heard the words agreement reached. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, unable to contain his glee. Meanwhile, Lu Shou, keeping a low profile, escaped Mia Fengshan with Wei Yo. While passing through a market, they unexpectedly saw their parrot, which had been missing for days. That child has remarkable bones and a deep, resonant voice. He's naturally gifted for martial arts. Seeing this, Lu Shou asked, "Child, what's your name?" The child was taken aback by the sudden question. He stammered and said his name was Jun Bao. That night, the two stopped to rest in a small house beside a mountain road. In the middle of the night, Wei Yo suddenly woke up from a dream. She had just had the same recurring dream she'd had since childhood. A figure holding silver needles in one hand and a book in the other. A burly man covered in silver needles, and many people soaking in medicinal pools, their fates unknown. Wei Yo did not understand why she kept having this dream. Nor did she understand the meaning of the words the person in the dream said to her. You carry the painful history of our clan. After waking up, Wei Yo could not sleep. She went out of the hut and saw Lu Shou practicing his skills in the river. Wei Yo asked Lu Shou what they should do next. Lu Shou said softly, "How about we go to a foreign land, leave this chaotic martial world behind?" That night, there was another person who could not sleep. Yang Yu Hoa suddenly woke up on the tree branch. He had just dreamt that Wu Ming was suffering the torment of 10,000 ghosts in Gaidong. No one can endure that in Gaidong, even if not for the sake of his clansman's ailments. To save Wu Ming, He must find the whereabouts of that girl as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the Damo cave behind Shaolin Sea, the old abbot was inquiring about the Kong Tong sect's extermination. Yuan recounted the words of a surviving Kong Tong disciple and reported everything he saw and heard at the Kong Tong sect. The old abbot remained silent for a long time after listening. Seeing this, Yuan could not help but ask if the abbot knew anything. The abbot said he had never heard of Bei Tong Sai Wang, but he did know a little about the Jing they were looking for. Yuan immediately continued to inquire. The ancient emperor, in order to achieve immortality, sacrificed tens of thousands of people. But fate played a trick on him. He himself passed away when the 2 secret manuals were completed. After his death, Shaolin Sai obtained the Jing by chance. But the whereabouts of the Teen Yin Jing remain unknown. The people who were tortured by him also disappeared without a trace. Do you mean that the people who wiped out the Kong Tong sect are related to those who escaped back then? The old abbot sighed, unsure. These 2 secret manuals have harmed countless people for centuries. I'm afraid the Kong Tong sect is just the beginning. The man is a martial arts prodigy from a century-old martial arts family. But now he is being bullied by a mere street vendor. The man explained that his money was indeed stolen. He was not trying to cheat. But the vendor grabbed his collar and would not let go. He raised his hand and slapped him hard. But unexpectedly, Zhang Jiping did not get angry. He said that 1 slap was worth 1 tael of silver. 4 more slaps and the debt would be cleared. The vendor had never seen such a strange person. He stared with wide eyes, speechless. Just then, Zhang Jiping glanced to the side. He saw a familiar figure not far away. Lu Shou noticed someone looking and turned around. Zhang Jiping was overjoyed and immediately called out to Lu Shou for help. The vendor saw that Lu Shou had an extraordinary bearing. He asked if he knew this person. Lu Shou decisively stated that he did not know him. Then he got up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Jiping shouted, "We have not finished our duel that day. If not for Xu Tong's wife stopping us, you would have lost for sure." Zhang Jiping thought this clumsy provocation would not work, but unexpectedly, Lu Shou really turned around with a murderous look. The 2 chose a table and sat down. Zhang Jiping said he was still drunk. For fairness, Lu Shou had to drink too. Lu Shou was fearless. "Fine. We'll do as you say." The 2 immediately began to drink heavily. Unexpectedly, they drank until the sun set. They drank all the wine in the tavern. Zhang Jiping was now swaying on his feet, and Lu Shou collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Just then, several fast horses came from afar. They were bandits from the nearby mountains, coming to loot. These bandits grabbed women when they saw them. When the women's husbands resisted, they would not hesitate to slash them with their knives. They looted and plundered recklessly in this market. An old man cried bitterly when he saw his stored grain being robbed. Unexpectedly, the bandit found him noisy and killed him on the spot. 2 children were frightened when they saw this scene. In an instant, several people had died tragically. Groups of women were tied up and taken away by the bandits. Just then, the leading bandit looked at the tavern. He immediately called his companions to go drink. The tavern vendor trembled and dared not speak. The bandit leader ordered the vendor to bring out all the good wine. The vendor explained that the wine had all been drunk by 2 customers. The bandit leader was furious and looked askance. He saw 2 people drunk at a table not far away. He then ordered his men to drag the 2 people over. Zhang Jiping has a high tolerance for alcohol and was still half-conscious. The bandit leader slapped him without a word. Zhang Jiping said he could apologize for drinking all the wine, but do not hit his face again. But the bandit leader was usually arrogant. Before he could finish, another slap came. If you hit my face again, I guarantee you'll only be able to drink porridge for the rest of your life. The bandits burst into laughter. The bandit leader even bent over with exaggerated laughter. Then another slap came hard. He saw Zhang Ziping turn his head with a fierce look in his eyes. He was sent flying and collapsed on the ground. At this time, Zhang Ziping's aura suddenly changed. I only get to drink with my friend once in a while. You really deserve to die. The bandits held their weapons and stood ready. At this time, the bandit leader struggled to get up and told his men to step back. Then he spat out his broken teeth. He slurred that he would dissect this person himself. He then swung his mace at Zhang Ziping. The mace was about to hit his head. Zhang Ziping made his move. He backhanded the bandit leader, sending him flying once again. The underlings were left dumbfounded, kidnapping women in broad daylight, stealing the hard-earned food of the common folk, and disturbing my drinking session with a good friend. Zhang Ziping continued to slap him relentlessly, until the bandit leader's face was bruised and swollen, begging for mercy. Seeing that Zhang Ziping was about to continue, Kong Tong actually knelt down and hugged Zhang Ziping's head, promising to return all the food and release all the women. Zhang Ziping stopped upon hearing this. Consider yourselves lucky. If that one wakes up, he will not just slap you like I did. The bandits were terrified when they the main street. All right, get out of here before he wakes up. The bandits helped Kong Tong up and fled in a panic. The townspeople bowed to Zhang Ziping in gratitude. The peddler even knelt down to apologize. Zhang Ziping stated that it was not his fault earlier. It was indeed his own fault for not paying first. Then, Zhang Ziping noticed that the people were not joyful. Instead, they looked worried. Seeing Zhang Ziping's confusion, the peddler immediately explained. Everyone was grateful for Zhang Ziping's righteous intervention, but he should not have let those bandits go. If they come back with reinforcements, no one here would survive. Zhang Ziping regretted his actions. He had not thought of that at all. But now Lu Shou was drunk and lying on the ground. Zhang Ziping scratched his head in frustration, unsure of what to do. After a while, a figure leaped through the forest. Tell me where their stronghold is. I'll eliminate them to prevent future trouble. Hero, you must not. Their leader, Ma Zhenglong, is extremely vicious. Even the government soldiers cannot do anything about him. How can government soldiers be afraid of mere bandits? You do not understand. This Ma Zhenglong is 8 feet tall and immensely strong. He also possesses martial arts skills. He can tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands. No matter. You also do not understand. The one I'm carrying is far more vicious than him. These men were originally bandits who committed all sorts of atrocities. But when they faced this person, they were all trembling with fear, as if walking on thin ice. Kong Tong reported the situation at the foot of the mountain. Ma Zhenglong remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Then, he gently beckoned to Kong Tong. Kong Tong took 2 quick steps forward and knelt down. Ma Zhenglong placed his large hand on his head. Santong, how many years have you been with me? Kong Tong was already sweating profusely. He replied, 25 years to this day. Ma Zhenglong spoke gently. Yes, for 25 years. You've been loyal and devoted. But then, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The next second, he ripped off Kong Tong's head. The underlings were terrified by this scene, but Ma Zhenglong remained calm and unfazed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziping, carrying Lu Shou, reached the vicinity of the stronghold. Zhang Zhiping glanced at Lu Shou on his back. He felt a strange sense of reassurance. Zhang Zhiping scouted the area on a tree. He saw a burly man guarding the entrance to the stronghold. It seemed like the man was asleep. Zhang Zhiping settled Lu Shou on a tree branch. Then, he leaped forward. He planned to bypass the guard and directly enter the stronghold. But unexpectedly, the burly man suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Zhang Zhiping's ankle. Zhang Zhiping looked back and was slightly stunned. The next second, he was slammed to the ground by the burly man. The burly man continued his movements, lifting Zhang Zhiping up. Then, he released his grip and sent him flying. Zhang Zhiping looked serious. This man was not only immensely strong, but also incredibly fast. The burly man now charged at him with a giant club. Zhang Zhiping quickly dodged, avoiding this powerful blow. Then, he lightly tapped the giant club with his toe and instantly appeared in front of the burly man. He delivered a flying knee strike to the burly man's face. But the burly man only showed a bit of blood. He seemed completely unaffected. Zhang Zhiping was shocked. An ordinary person would be dead or crippled by such a blow. Could this seemingly foolish burly man have an indestructible body? After taking the flying knee, the burly man became enraged. He swung his giant club wildly. Zhang Zhiping could only dodge continuously. Suddenly, Zhang Zhiping tapped the tree trunk with his toe and appeared on the burly man's shoulder. A palm pressed against the top of his head. Zhang Zhiping's eyes suddenly widened. This strong man's mind is incomplete, likely exploited by thieves. But he could not afford to be soft-hearted now. The Zhang family's Kong Zhang palm struck fiercely. The surging force poured straight into the strong man's Qianling Gay. The strong man's face contorted in pain from the blow. The immense force passed through his body, shattering the ground beneath his feet inch by inch. Zhang Zhiping struck with his palm and abruptly stood up. The strong man staggered backward. Unexpectedly, the strong man suddenly regained his balance midway. He lunged forward and grabbed Zhang Zhiping's collar. Zhang Zhiping was shocked and could not believe it. The strong man was like a wild bear. He pushed Zhang Zhiping forward with a sudden burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed Zhang Zhiping to the edge of the cliff. Zhang Zhiping looked back, his heart filled with terror. If he fell, he would certainly die. Zhang Zhiping suddenly punched towards the strong man's maimon. Seizing the moment when the opponent's energy relaxed, he fell to the ground. Then, with a rabbit-kicking eagle move, he kicked the strong man over. The strong man could not control himself and plunged straight off the cliff. Just as he was falling in despair, here, there was no hostility. Lu Shou had woken up at some point. He watched this scene quietly and muttered to himself, suffering from a terminal illness, yet still able to maintain his true nature. Zhang Zhiping, what kind of person are you? Meanwhile, Shi Yun, who also suffered from Fanwei, suddenly had an attack. Shi Yun, who was playing chess with Xu Tong, suddenly clutched his mouth. Blood spurted out and splattered on the chessboard. Xu Tong looked at his old friend, his eyes filled with worry. Although he was a skilled physician, he was helpless against this terminal illness. Shi Yun said that everything is fate and urged his old friend not to worry. He was already fortunate to have lived this long under Xu Tong's care. Xu Tong, however, lost all interest in chess and turned to leave. Just then, Xu Tong turned his head to look at Wu Ming. He said that it was time for his checkup. The two returned to the small room. Xu Tong placed his hand on Wu Ming's stomach. Then, he applied slight pressure to examine the condition of the lump. Suddenly, Xu Tong discovered that Wu Ming's lump was much smaller than it had been 2 years ago. Su Tong then asked Wu Ming about his recent physical condition. Wu Ming said that his symptoms were receding. His body was also improving. Su Tong marveled at this. He knew that his medical skills could only alleviate the pain, but they could not cure Fanwei. Then, Chu Tong sighed. If we could find a way to cure this disease, through you, then the people in this world who suffer from Fanwei would be saved. Wu Ming listened to Chu Tong's lament without a word. His eyes remained as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. This woman is alive, but her body is covered with lice. It's because she cultivates the Gai Aksai divine skill. Once she enters a meditative state, she's no different from a dead person. Seeing that the woman showed no signs of entering a meditative state, Beitong Si Wang could not help but speak slowly. Gailinga, you must come with me to Qian Guanfeng. At this time, a Gailing Gai slowly woke up. She said that she had no obligation to obey her orders. Unexpectedly, Beitong Si Wang said something shocking. The immortal wants to see you. It was autumn, and Qian Guanfeng was shrouded in thick fog. The three of them walked towards the peak together. Along the way, Dai Yu wondered curiously, why was not Yan Lunwang, also one of the four great masters of the clan, present? Bai Tong Si Wang said that they now intended to declare war on the Central Plains martial world. Yan Lunwang was on his way to the Hua Shan sect. Soon, the three reached the summit. On a cliff, the fog slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. The three of them were all slightly surprised. The man stood proudly at the top of the mountain with his arms crossed. An aura of unparalleled dominance emanated from him. Dai Yu's voice trembled slightly. Are you the immortal who has lived for 1,500 years? The man chuckled. Yes, 1,509 years, to be exact. Gailing Gai was startled when she heard the man speak. She found that every syllable the man uttered caused the Kai and blood in her body to churn. At this time, the man spoke again. He asked Beitong Si Wang why she still had not obtained Yai Jinjin. Beitong Si Wang said that she would definitely present it before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Dai Yu was full of doubts. She asked if offering Yi Jinjin would grant them an immortal, an indestructible body, as well. Facing Dai Yu's question, the man began to explain. The bodies of all living beings in the world contain Wuzhuo. That is why there is birth, aging, sickness, and death. If one cultivates a Wugo body, one can break the boundaries of life and death. Ordinary people, however, can only endure the cycle of life and death. Dai Yu could not help but burst into laughter after hearing this. The next second, she suddenly drew the sharp knife from her body. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the sharp knife whistled towards the immortal. Bai Tong Si Wang's pupils contracted when she saw this, but the immortal stood there without dodging or avoiding. The sharp knife instantly pierced his body. But the next scene stunned everyone. The man reached out and gently grasped the hilt of the knife. He slowly pulled out the sharp knife. Without making any movement, the sharp knife shattered into iron scraps. The man spoke leisurely. Now, can we continue our conversation? As long as you help me complete my grand plan, I will help your group get rid of the strange soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziping had already broken into the bandit camp. Ma Zhenglong gave an order, and a group of bandits swarmed up. They charged at Zhang Ziping with strange cries. Zhang Ziping did not waste any words and immediately raised his fists. With one punch, he sent a bandit flying. But then more bandits surged up. Zhang Ziping, between breaths, knocked several more to the ground. Then, like a tiger descending the mountain, he unleashed both fists and feet. The bandits were like leaves in the wind, all sent flying, but countless bandits still charged forward fearlessly. Zhang, Zipping's stamina, was gradually becoming depleted. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the mountain wall. Zhang Zipping turned his head, following the sound. He saw the foolish, strong man pushing a huge boulder down the slope. The massive rock rolled down thunderously towards the crowd. Zhang Zipping hurriedly leaped aside. But the many bandits did not have his agility. In an instant, they were crushed into pulp. The boulder roared straight towards Ma Zhenglong. But he showed no intention of dodging. Ma Zhenglong's eyes gleamed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then he formed the Jin Gang Quan fist, seals with both hands. The next second, the 10,000-pound boulder exploded. In the dust and smoke, Ma Zhenglong stood firm, unyielding. Zhang Zipping's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the technique Ma Zhenglong had used. It was the secret technique of the esoteric sect, the Shaolin. Zhang Zipping was in disbelief. How could a bandit leader have learned the esoteric sect's secret divine skill? Just then, Ma Zhenglong had already closed in. He leaped high with his mountain-like body, and a De Shaolin, with the force of Mount Tai, slammed down towards Zhang Zipping. No one would have expected a mere bandit leader to have learned the esoteric sect's secret divine skill, De Shaolin. Seeing Ma Zhenglong's palm strike coming down from above, Zhang Zipping's expression became incredibly serious. But unexpectedly, the next second, the foolish, strong man had already stepped in front. He took the palm strike for him. Zhang Zipping looked at this scene in disbelief. The strong man, however, seemed to be struggling. A sudden burst of power. The next second, the strong man's hands were shattered. The strong man cried out in pain. He could no longer withstand the force of De Shaolin. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Ma Zhenglong kicked the strong man, sending him flying. Zhang Zipping, seeing this, roared and rushed forward. He used the Zhang family's ancestral ultimate technique, 100 punches. In an instant, fist shadows enveloped Ma Zhenglong's entire body. The unrelenting punches sent him flying backward. Ma Zhenglong felt a sweet taste in his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He stomped his feet on the ground to barely stabilize himself. But this old fellow was truly fierce. After a brief adjustment, he roared again and punched at Zhang Zipping. Zhang Zipping, unwilling to be outdone, also met him with a punch. The two fists collided thunderously. Waves of true ki surged endlessly. Zhang Zipping's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt his meridians being hammered. Then, his body flew backward uncontrollably. He crashed heavily into the mountain wall nearby. But Ma Zhenglong stood his ground, unmoving. Kid, you're the first one to dare to go head-to-head with Da Shaolin. Zhang Zipping did a kip-up and stood up again. He now realized that this Da Shaolin was incredibly domineering. It could not be confronted head-on. Before he could think further, Ma Zhenglong's iron palm arrived swiftly. Zhang Zipping quickly leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. Then, he swept his leg towards the opponent's right leg. But Ma Zhenglong lifted his leg to dodge it. Zhang Zipping immediately changed his move. He unleashed a fierce lifting kick. But unexpectedly, Ma Zhenglong took the kick head-on without any reaction. Zhang Zipping moved continuously, slipping behind Ma Zhenglong and leaping up. He used Qian Jin Zui, stomping directly on Ma Zhenglong's head. The force was so great that it shattered several of Ma Zhenglong's teeth. But this old fellow still showed no sign of retreating. Like an iron cast hat, Zhang Zipping quickly retreated, his heart filled with shock. Both Huiyan and Beihui acupoints were fatal points. But this old fellow showed no fear. He was clearly practicing the esoteric sect's Jin Gang Bu Hui technique. Realizing this, Zhang Zipping's mind raced to break the opponent's De Shaolin divine skill. He probably had to target the acupoints on the palm. Seeing Ma Zhenglong's Jin Gang fist coming again, Zhang Jiping did not dodge. Instead, he focused all his strength into his palms. Palm against palm, he met Ma Zhenglong's De Shouyun head-on. When the four palms collided, a loud explosion erupted. The surging force swept out, whipping up gusts of wind. Ma Zhenglong sneered, saying Zhang Jiping was courting death. Zhang Jiping felt the overbearing force pressing down on him. His feet had already sunk deep into the ground. Zhang Jiping's blood surged within him, following the I-Fate cultivation method. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and gently pressed against his back. Zhang Jiping's eyes widened in silence. Then, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. The secret sect's De Shouyun is direct and forceful, yet you meet it head-on? It's truly reckless. Lu Shoui's eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Follow my breathing and adjust your force. Ma Zhenglong saw another person enter the fray, and immediately roared. His arms suddenly expanded by a full circle. The surging force increased a few notches. Zhang Jiping suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He dared not delay. He immediately followed Lu Shoui's instructions. He focused on sensing the flow of the opponent's force within his body. Zhang Jiping felt a drop of water quietly drip from his dantian. It created ripples in his qi. Then, a continuous and gentle force began to spread. In an instant, it transformed into towering waves. Zhang Jiping widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this be the long-lost mysterious aspect of Buwenju Jian? At this time, Ma Zhenglong also sensed the change in the force from the opponent's palm. It swept over like a raging storm, crushing everything in its path. Before he could react, a force pierced through his chest. Ma Zhenglong groaned and fell backward. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his life extinguished. Zhang Jiping turned his head and stared blankly at Lu Shou. His words were 7 parts lament and 3 parts envy. How many people must one kill to cultivate such powerful martial arts? Lu Shoui's expression was indifferent. That depends on my needs. Meanwhile, Xu Tong was watching the old man and the young man playing chess in the small courtyard. Unexpectedly, Shi Yun, who was skilled in chess, was no match for Wu Ming. Just then, a messenger pigeon flew down. Su Tong retrieved the secret letter from Hoa Shan and quickly read it. After reading the contents, his expression changed drastically. Shi Yun saw his old friend's serious expression and could not help but ask. Su Tong crumpled the secret letter into a ball, his voice trembling slightly. Hoa Shan also received a skull, exactly the same as before Kong Tong Pei was annihilated. This woman sat and cried with a parrot all day. But she still did not wait for the young man she longed for. Zhang Weia lay on her back, looking up at the sky. Many images flashed through her mind. Lu Shou, you've fallen for this young girl, have not you? Let's go to a foreign land. Leave this chaotic Jiang Yu. What young man is not infatuated? What young girl does not yearn for love? Zhang Weia's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. That person said he was going to the market. Why has he been gone for a whole day? Suddenly, Zhang Weia felt something and looked back. She saw 2 familiar figures approaching. She automatically ignored Zhang Jiping's infatuated expression. Their eyes met, surpassing 1,000 words. Career. Lu Shou told Zhang Jiping about his plan to go to a foreign land. Zhang Jiping said that Huang Shixing was dead. They did not need to do this. Lu Shou said that He Yingbang was not the only one pursuing Zhang Weio. Now the entire Jianhu knows of Ye Jinjin's existence. Anyone could be a potential enemy. Zhang Jiping asked why they did not hand over Ye Jinjin. That way, they could divert the trouble and escape. Lu Shou asked in return, what if Zhang Weia herself is Ye Jinjin? Zhang Jiping looked at the corner of the room in disbelief. The girl was curled up in a ball, sleeping peacefully. After a long while, Zhang Zhiping asked again, Lu Shou, what does Zhang Weio mean to you? The girl in the corner quietly opened her eyes. The bonfire illuminated Lu Shou's determined eyes, but he did not speak the answer in his heart. In Damo Cave, Shi Yun spoke fiercely. First Kong Tong Pei, now Ho Shan. Will Shaolin Si continue to sit idly by? The old abbot chanted a Buddhist mantra and avoided answering. Shi Yun argued forcefully, saying why cannot the various sects unite? Do they not understand the principle of mutual dependence? Seeing the abbot's continued silence, Shi Yun spoke again. Shaolin, as the leader of the martial world, should call upon all heroes to face this crisis together. The old abbot said that the situation is unclear now, and it's not advisable to act rashly. When you were seriously ill in bed, it was Xu Tong who treated you day and night. He has now gone to Ho Shan alone. Can you sit idly by and watch? The old abbot said that Shaolin disciples must remember the Buddhist teachings. They must not involve themselves in worldly affairs. Shi Yun remained silent for a long time in response to this answer. Then, he suddenly stood up, preparing to take his leave. But unexpectedly, the old abbot suddenly called out to him. Although Shi Yun was dissatisfied with the abbot's indifference, he still stopped and waited for what was to come. Unexpectedly, the old abbot asked him if he knew about the situation of Zhang Baixiu's daughter. Shi Yun looked at the old abbot's hunched back in astonishment. He never expected this from the so-called righteous sects. Meanwhile, Hua Shan was a scene of utter carnage. Countless Hoshan disciples had been brutally murdered. In front of the main hall, blood rained down from the sky. The air was filled with incessant screams. Sect leader Zhou hid in the scripture pavilion, watching the scene unfold. His feet subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly walked to the forbidden chamber where the secret manuals were stored. He pulled out an orthodox classic and tucked it into his robe. Then, without hesitation, he ran into the secret passage and disappeared. Meanwhile, many Hua Shan disciples were still fighting to the death in the square. A senior brother shouted fiercely, "We disciples of Hua Shan will never flee the battlefield." But in the next second, a bizarre scene occurred. A black-robed figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The Hua Shan disciples were all shocked by this sight. The black shadow suddenly rose from the ground. Then, with a sudden swoop, it lunged at the crowd. They had never seen such a sinister technique. For a moment, they stood frozen. But unexpectedly, the black shadow traveled rapidly underground. In the blink of an eye, 2 more disciples were killed. After killing several people, the black shadow gradually revealed its form. It was one of the 4 great masters of the Yi clan, Yan Lun Wang. A bunch of ants with poor martial skills. Yet you call yourselves a righteous sect, spouting hypocrisy. How can your clan understand our righteous devotion? If that's the case, then where is your sect leader now? The casual question instantly silenced the disciples. From beginning to end, they had indeed not seen sect leader Zhou. Meanwhile, Xu Tong raced frantically towards Hua Shan. He still could not understand why the other sects remained inactive. The old man had traversed the martial world for 60 years, yet he still could not figure it out. The martial world is dangerous. But the most dangerous thing is the human heart. The centenarian sprinted furiously to protect his sect. But by the time he reached Hua Shan sect, it was a scene of carnage. Xu Tong's face turned pale as he looked at the scene before him. He tremblingly reached out to close the eyes of a fallen disciple. The old man staggered to his feet. His withered hands clenched into fists. Xu Tong's dim eyes suddenly sharpened. Then, with a flash, he disappeared. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. There is no need for further words. Meanwhile, The Yi clan experts were preparing to retreat from Hoa Shan, but during their retreat, they discovered that several of their clansmen had disappeared without a trace. At the rear of the group, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed a burly man's head. Those in front noticed something and turned back to look. They saw the burly man being flung violently off the cliff. The two men were instantly shocked and stopped in their tracks, and they shouted to warn their companions to be on guard. Several Yi clan experts immediately stopped. They looked around cautiously, but they did not see anyone. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed one man's ear. The man felt his body suddenly lighten. In the next second, he was thrown off the cliff. The others were shocked to see this, and a figure flashed by the edge of the cliff. Su Tong's movements were ghostly, and he arrived in an instant. His palms thrust out, sending two more men flying. The Yi clan strongmen were shocked by this sight. This speed and agility were beyond human capability. After killing several people, Su Tong continued his relentless pursuit. With a flicker, he appeared in front of the group. The old man showed no mercy in his attacks. In an instant, several more people were knocked off the cliff. At this point, Yan Lun Wang, who was at the front of the group, also noticed the anomaly. He turned back and rushed towards the rear of the group. "You are no match for him. Retreat." Su Tong, after a flurry of attacks, leaped up. With his hands behind his back, he blocked the group's path. Yan Lun Wang pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. He asked Su Tong his identity. Su Tong's expression was cold. "You massacred Hoa Shan, and you still think you can leave alive?" Yan Lun Wang smiled darkly. "So you are the Hoa Shan sect leader?" Su Tong had not seen the body of sect leader Zhou Yangfei. He had already guessed the situation. He straightened his robe and did not argue. He declared that he was Su Tong, the sect leader of Hoa Shan sect. Then, he took a half step forward. He raised his palms to his chest and took a stance. The martial world knew him as a benevolent healer with a compassionate heart. But they should not forget that he also possessed thunderous methods and furious wrath. Yan Lun Wang's face was now solemn, as if facing a great enemy. He realized that the old man in front of him was no ordinary person. The Yi clan experts were also dumbfounded. They were more than 10 feet away from Su Tong, but they were still suppressed by his powerful aura, making it difficult to breathe. And what none of them noticed was a figure on the mountain wall was quietly observing. The man folded his arms and muttered to himself, "Su Tong, what a pity." Meanwhile, Yan Lun Wang launched the first attack. He used his earth-burrowing technique again. He attacked Su Tong from underground. When he reached close proximity, Black Steel Ki burst out of the ground and attacked Su Tong. Su Tong's movements were light and agile, and he easily dodged. In a flash, he leaped into the air. Then, he gathered his palms in front of him, drawing energy from his dantian. A palm technique descending from the sky ferociously slammed towards the ground. The surging palm force instantly penetrated underground. The ruling area, several yards in radius, was filled with flying rubble. The masters of the Yi clan only felt a sudden tremor in the earth. The next second, the ground exploded with a boom. It turned out that Yan Lun Wang was forced out of the ground by the power of this palm. Su Tong tapped the ground with his toes and darted away. With his palms stacked, he fiercely struck at Yan Lun Wang. The latter immediately raised his arms to his chest, barely blocking it. But he was also sent flying backward by the shock. Su Tong swiftly advanced. His palms moved, creating a flurry of palm shadows. He silently struck a palm towards Yan Lun Wang's face. Yan Lun Wang was about to turn his head to dodge this palm. But unexpectedly, Su Tong merely made a feint. He immediately changed his move and struck towards his chest. In the blink of an eye, he landed 3 consecutive palms. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Yan Lun Wang's combat power was slightly inferior to Bei Tong Sai Wang. But now, he was suppressed by this old man and unable to fight back. After landing 3 palms, Shu Tong charged forward again. He turned his palms into fists and instantly struck downwards at his chest. Waves of fist force blasted Yan Lun Wang, forcing him to retreat step by step. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Shu Tong suddenly withdrew. Yan Lun Wang did not understand why the opponent, who had the upper hand, would retreat. But in the next second, he suddenly widened his eyes. He saw Shu Tong with both hands on the ground and his legs bent. He was like an arrow ready to be launched. Yan Lun Wang instantly reacted. He quickly raised his hands to protect his vital points. And at this moment, Shu Tong's feet fiercely stomped. Yan Lun Wang was kicked flying, blood gushing out uncontrollably. This is the most hardcore old man I've ever seen. Not only did he single-handedly intercept a group of Yi clan masters, even the powerful Yan Lun Wang was beaten back by him repeatedly. Shu Tong stomped his feet fiercely, sending Yan Lun Wang flying. The latter flew backward several yards and crashed into the mountain wall. Shu Tong landed steadily and then shouted coldly, "Stand up! I have not even used Hua Shan's true ultimate techniques yet." Yan Lun Wang staggered up from the pile of rubble. He could not control himself and vomited another mouthful of blood. His voice was not filled with fear, but with excitement. "Old geezer. You're good. You're worthy of my full strength." Shu Tong's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this. His withered hand was raised in front of him again. His Hua Shan sect has stood tall in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. With such profound foundations, how could it be underestimated by others? Yan Lun Wang did not say anything more. He gathered a ball of black energy with both hands. He suddenly raised it above his head and merged it together. With a furious roar, he suddenly swung his palm forward. Several powerful blades of energy surged out, heading straight for Shu Tong. Shu Tong leaped high into the air and easily dodged. Yan Lun Wang swung both palms. 2 more blades of energy whistled out. Shu Tong stretched out his arms. Vigorous force gathered on his palms. With a move called Tong Zi Bai Fo, he shattered the energy blades. The scattered energy blasts caused rubble to fly around. And at this moment, Yan Lun Wang, on all fours, charged like a vicious wolf. But when he approached, his figure flashed, and he suddenly leaped into the air. Then, his body was completely hidden under his wide black robe. Seeing this, Shu Tong's eyes suddenly narrowed. The black robe suddenly split into 2 and fell towards him, covering him from head to toe. The black robe came very quickly. In an instant, it tightly wrapped Shu Tong. Yan Lun Wang reached out with one hand and grabbed the head inside the black robe. Then, he smiled coldly. "Shu Tong, even if your martial arts are superb, you cannot escape death." Yan Lun Wang exerted force. A crisp sound of a neck breaking came from under the black robe. Yan Lun Wang then flew back. Blood spurted out like a fountain. A head, wrapped in a black robe, was already in his hand. And the entangled corpse fell to the ground with a thud. A gust of mountain wind blew, gently lifting the black robe. Unexpectedly, it was not Shu Tong's head inside, but a strong Ye clan man. Yan Lun Wang was suddenly shocked. When did that old geezer grab a scapegoat? At this time, Shu Tong's figure had already pounced down from mid-air. Before Yan Lun Wang could react, Shu Tong reached out with a finger and successively struck several major acupoints on the opponent's body. Then, his figure flashed and he landed steadily. Yan Lun Wang turned around and smiled darkly. "Your acupoint ceiling is useless against me." Shu Tong did not respond. He leaped forward and attacked again. He thrust out a palm, aiming for Yan Lunwang's face. After the opponent retreated to dodge, Xu Tong turned his palm into a fist. He followed up with another punch, but the opponent tilted his head to avoid it. Xu Tong tapped his toes fiercely on the ground and leaped into the air. He delivered a left-side kick towards Yan Lunwang's head. Yan Lunwang extended his left hand to steadily block. Xu Tong immediately retreated, rising slightly into the air. Using the momentum of his descent, he struck vertically again. Like lightning, he struck 3 major acupoints on Yan Lunwang. Yan Lunwang smiled disdainfully. "I told you, old man, this is useless against me." He threw a backhand punch, sending Xu Tong flying. The old man fell to the ground, slid, and raised his palm. Before Xu Tong could stand up and steady himself, Yan Lunwang suddenly pounced. He looked down and stomped fiercely. Xu Tong quickly rolled away to avoid it. He slammed his left hand on the ground and leaped up. He moved behind Yan Lunwang. He struck 3 times in succession, hitting 3 major acupoints. Yan Lunwang was not restricted by the acupoint strikes at all. He turned around abruptly and grabbed Xu Tong's head. He lifted the thin old man into the air with one hand. "I told you, your acupoint strikes are useless against me. You really are a stubborn old man." Yan Bei grabbed the green gold dragon flag with his other hand and exerted force. Under the intense pressure, blood seeped from Xu Tong's ears. Still not satisfied, Yan Lunwang turned sharply and slammed the old man to the ground. Then, he lifted Xu Tong by the collar. With a flick of his wrist, he threw Xu Tong forcefully. The latter crashed into the mountain wall, kicking up a cloud of shattered rocks. Xu Tong was immediately shaken and coughed up blood. Yan Lunwang slowly walked over, looking down at the old man. "I do not understand why you insist on coming here to die." Yan Bei grabbed his collar and lifted Xu Tong again. Yan Lunwang's left hand condensed a mass of black energy. He lifted Xu Tong above his head with one hand. "Speak. What are your last words?" "I told you, I have not used Hoa Shen's true ultimate technique yet." Yan Lunwang's eyes suddenly widened. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The next second, a powerful force exploded within his body. Yan Lunwang screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all the meridians in his body were about to be destroyed by that fierce energy. Xu Tong struggled to sit up and spoke slowly. "What I used just now was not an acupoint strike. It was the essence of Hua Shan's martial arts, San Ho Ju Dian." Just a second ago, he was arrogantly holding the old man above his head. But the next second, he screamed and let go of the old man. Yan Lunwang felt as if his meridians were burning. True energy surged wildly within him. At this moment, Xu Tong slowly stood up. He had repeatedly struck the opponent's 3 major acupoints. He had secretly hidden his energy within them. It was like planting seeds within the opponent's body. When the flowers bloomed, it would be the day of his death. And now, he was going to make these 3 flowers bloom. Xu Tong extended a single palm and pressed it against Yan Lunwang's dantian. For the first time, fear appeared in the latter's eyes. "Remember to apologize to the Hua Shan disciples in the underworld." Yan Bai, Xu Tong showed no hesitation. The force in his palm suddenly erupted. Yan Lunwang's pupils contracted sharply. "I'm done for," he thought. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a finger gently touched his back. Then a voice echoed, cold as ancient ice. "Xu Tong, that's enough." Yan Lunwang felt a surge of powerful energy enter his body. It swept away Xu Tong's hidden force, like a landslide. Xu Tong looked at the scene in disbelief. The force that surged from the opponent's body came like a tidal wave. The next second, Xu Tong was sent flying like a broken kite. He fell towards the bottomless cliff. Yan Lunwang, who had narrowly escaped death turned to look at the man behind him. For the first time in his life, he felt a suffocating pressure. Yan Lunwang stammered, "Could you be the deathless one?" The man remained silent, tacitly confirming the answer. Yan Lunwang fell to his knees in submission. The other Yi clan experts also knelt down. Meanwhile, Shi Yun was rushing to Hua Shan. He failed to persuade the abbot and was worried about Xu Tong's safety. He had to go alone to provide assistance. "Xu Tong, you must stay calm. Please do not let anything happen to you." Suddenly, Shi Yun stopped abruptly. He suddenly felt a pang of unease for no reason. He looked up at the sky. He saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Shi Yun was instantly stunned. Could this mean that Xu Tong had met with misfortune? Meanwhile, under Lu Shou's guidance, Zhang Zhiping had glimpsed the profundity of Bo Wen Ju Jian. Zhang Zhiping was indeed a martial arts prodigy. In just one day, he had already grasped the basics. Lu Shou watched from afar, feeling gratified. He and Zhang Weiyou were about to go abroad. This way, Bo Wenju Jin would not become a lost art. At the time of parting, Zhang Ziping felt reluctant. "Lu Shou, if we both have children in the future, how about we become each other's children's masters?" Lu Shou and Zhang Weiyou were both stunned. They thought, this kid's thought process is really unique. "Lu Shou, we'll meet again." "All right, it's a deal." The two men and one bird immediately headed to the border, preparing to leave the Central Plains. On the way, Zhang Weiyou occasionally stole glances at the young man beside her. Several times, she wanted to reach out and hold his hand, but she shyly withdrew her small hand. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to suppress her inner feelings, the young woman suddenly moved, unable to believe it. The young man's broad hand had unexpectedly grasped hers. Lu Shou cast a sidelong glance, his face expressionless. The two continued on their journey, tacitly understanding each other. The scene, just like when his master was pulling his mistress. That night, the two stopped to rest in a mountain cave. A woman quietly appeared at the cave entrance. The woman took out an incense burner and placed it upwind of the cave entrance. Wisps of light smoke, carried by the mountain breeze, drifted into the cave. Soon the cave was filled with the scent of incense. But the two inside were completely unaware. After waiting for a moment, the woman slowly entered. The visitor was none other than the skilled Yang Yue. Yang Yue muttered to herself, "Finally found you. I can report back to Bei Tong Sai Wang." But suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Yang Yue. "Your voice is familiar. I think we've met before. Why do not you show your true face?" Yang Yue turned around abruptly, her pupils shrinking. Lu Shou, without hesitation, struck Yang Yue's back. She instantly went limp and fell. Lu Shou grabbed Yang Yue by the hair. Without any gentleness, he dragged her out of the cave. Hanging the woman upside down, Lu Shou returned to the cave. Weiyou questioned Lu Shou. Since he is an assassin, why spare that woman's life? Lu Shou was silent for a while, then revealed a secret he had kept for years. There used to be a man, like me, who was an assassin. As the number of lives he took increased, he became a bloodthirsty madman. His swordsmanship was unparalleled. No one could stop him. And he himself did not know how to stop. I do not want to become like him. Weiyou was shocked, her mouth slightly open. She subconsciously asked who that man was. He was my master, Li Zong, of the Huashankai sect. The child, just for selling an eagle, caused the death of his grandmother, who he depended on. The child himself nearly suffered a fatal disaster. Zhang Zhiping saw the child slowly awaken and breathed a sigh of relief. After helping the child bury his grandmother, Zhang Zhiping inquired about the events leading up to this. The child, sobbing, recounted his experience. It turned out his name was Jun Bao, and he was an orphan. He had been taken in and raised by his old grandmother since childhood. Recently, while gathering herbs in the mountains, he found a talking bird. He took it to the market to sell. He happened to encounter a hero passing through the market, who bought the bird for 2 gold pieces. He thought he and his grandmother could live a good life from then on. But he was secretly targeted by 2 thieves. The thieves not only stole the gold, but also killed his grandmother. He fought back, but being too young, he was knocked down. If not for Zhang Ziping, who happened to pass by and save him, he would likely have died at home as well. Jun Bao put his hands on the ground, kowtowing. He said it was his greed that caused his grandmother's death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziping instantly thought of Lu Xiaofo's eagle. Combined with the child's tragic background, he could not help but feel sympathy. Then, Zhang Ziping patted the child's shoulder. Jun Bao, your grandmother's death is not your fault. It's just that there are too many villains in this chaotic world. Jun Bao looked at the hero before him, deeply moved. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ziping suddenly said something surprising. Jun Bao, would you like to live with me from now on? Jun Bao could not believe his ears. Hero, can I really? Of course. From today on, you are no longer an orphan. You will take my surname. Your name will be Zhang Junbao. Meanwhile, Shi Yun could not find Shu Tong at Hoa Shan. So he returned to his small courtyard to wait. Wu Ming, seeing Shi Yun's return, started preparing medicine. He said it was Shu Tong's instruction before he left. Just then, Wu Ming's hand accidentally touched the hot clay pot. His hand immediately turned red and swollen. Shi Yun saw this and quickly reminded Wu Ming to be careful. Soon, Wu Ming brought the medicine. He instructed Shi Yun to take it before meals for the best effect. But the next second, he stared in disbelief. A chopstick had pierced his hand, pinning it to the table. And the one holding the chopstick was Shi Yun, who had just been so gentle. Wu Ming cried out in pain, but Shi Yun remained unmoved, coldly demanding, "Who are you? Your right hand had burn marks just now, but now it's completely healed. And the Ding Shi you used when playing chess with me earlier is the masterful technique of Wang Jixin from the Tang dynasty. You could not have learned it by yourself. Your eyes are as deep as an ancient well. They are not the eyes of a child. You may have fooled Shu Tong, but you cannot fool me. I'll ask again, who are you?" After listening to Shi Yun's words, Wu Ming suddenly became quiet. But his entire aura changed dramatically. Shi Yun thought, this young man is indeed suspicious. Wu Ming raised his eyes, his expression wooden. His words were devoid of any emotion. It has been too long. I've also forgotten my original name. But different eras have different names for me. Wu Ming calmly removed his hand from the chopsticks. Shi Yun's hands trembled slightly. Could you be from the same foreign land as those alien races? Wu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then he covered his face with his hand. You asked who I am, did not you? Shi Yun looked at the young man before him, puzzled. As Wu Ming gently kneaded, his appearance drastically changed. When the world was divided, they called me general. Shi Yun was so startled by the sudden change that he fell back against the wall. But in the next second, Wu Ming's appearance changed again. During times of peace and prosperity, they called me chancellor. Shi Yun suddenly remembered what Shu Tong had told him about the origin of Yi Jing Jing. His expression immediately changed drastically. You are that immortal? Wu Ming did not answer. His body swelled with the sound of a pipa. Shi Yun had not expected that he had been using Subu Gong to disguise himself as a young man. Wu Ming looked at Shi Yun with a cold gaze. His words were full of dominance. Now, I am the master of this world. This man has lived for over 1500 years. He was a general who pacified the chaos during times of war. He was also a chancellor who governed the world during times of prosperity. Throughout the long years, no one knew his identity or name. But the legend of the immortal has always existed in the martial world. Shi Yun looked at the immortal before him with shock and anger. Could it be that Chu Tong's disappearance is also your doing? If he had not forced my hand, I would not have wanted to reveal my identity so soon. Shi Yun stood up abruptly and shouted, "You fiend!" Then he clasped his hands in front of his chest, infusing all his strength into them. He thrust his palms out forcefully. The wooden table in front of him immediately crashed towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming calmly raised an arm, forming a hand blade. His palm sliced downwards lightly. The next second, Shi Yun crashed through the wall and flew out. He flew for more than 10 feet before hitting a mountain wall and stopping. Shi Yun groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Ming calmly walked out, instantly becoming as hard as steel. This old monk is already terminally ill and does not have much time left. How could I fear death when avenging my old friend? The prayer beads in Shi Yun's hand shot out, aiming for Wu Ming's head. Wu Ming dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Shi Yun missed his target and flicked his wrist. The prayer beads swept across like a serpent turning. Wu Ming's figure flickered, again leaving only an afterimage. The prayer beads passed through the afterimage, smashing a tree as thick as a hug in half. Shi Yun roared and took 2 steps forward. The prayer beads in his hand slashed down with the force of a mountain towards Wu Ming's head. But they were easily caught by Wu Ming's palms, unable to move an inch. Shi Yun was shocked by this scene. He had already used all his strength. But the other party seemed to be at ease. As Wu Ming exerted a little force with his palms, the prayer beads emitted a straining sound and suddenly shattered. The beads scattered everywhere. Wu Ming spread his arms, his face expressionless. Under his control, the beads hovered in the air. Shi Yun looked at this scene in disbelief. He had never seen such a technique. But as Wu Ming swung his arms forward, the numerous beads shot out like arrows, piercing Shi Yun's body with numerous bloody holes. Seeing Shi Yun fall to the ground dead, Wu Ming spoke calmly. "Do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself." However, just as he was about to turn and leave, a hoarse voice came from behind. Shi Yun had strangely stood up again. The old monk's voice was like a bellows. "I cannot go down there to seek Chu Tong like this." Wu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he was shocked. He had just pierced through Shi Yun's vital points with the beads. There was no way the man in front of him could have survived. But when he met Shi Yun's gaze, he understood. The old monk was now sustained by a sheer force of will. Seeing this, Wu Ming held nothing back. His powerful inner energy surged out, causing a fierce wind to blow. Shi Yun walked towards Wu Ming with difficulty. Avenging his lifelong friend was his last obsession. Even if the path ahead was an endless hell, he would have no regrets. Wu Ming suddenly raised his hand and pointed. A fierce and powerful energy shot out. A bloody explosion erupted from Shi Yun's chest. His body swayed and he fell backwards. But he took a step forward and steadied himself. Then he continued to walk towards Wu Ming with determination. Wu Ming had not expected the old monk's obsession to be so deep. He continued his attack, pointing again. Shi Yun's lower dantian exploded, splattering blood. The old monk spat out another mouthful of blood. But he took another heavy step forward, dragging his battered body towards Wu Ming. "Why must you do this? Would not it be better to retain your power?" Wu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Once again, He released a surge of vigorous energy. Shi Yun's upper dantian burst open, and blood mist filled the air. The foot he had stepped out could no longer land. His body fell 3 steps in front of Wu Ming. The old monk's life was thus extinguished. Meanwhile, in the cave on the other side, Lu Shou, with 2 fingers holding a knife, handed it to Wei Yao. I know you hate them for destroying your family. You can personally dissect the woman outside. Wei Yao's face was covered in sweat, and she hesitated. But after a moment, she snatched the sharp knife. Then, with a determined expression, she walked out of the cave. Wei Yao calmly walked up to Yang Yue. The sharp knife in her hand was raised high. Yang Yue was still being stubborn, sweat beading on her forehead. Wei Yao was about to strike down with the knife and end it all, but the kind smile of the old man suddenly appeared before her eyes. Miss, although you have the blood of the Zhang family, you are different from the master. I believe you will find the right path. Wei Yao's raised arm began to tremble slightly. Then, she could no longer hold it. The sharp knife clattered to the ground. Not far away, Lu Shou watched this scene and muttered to himself, Master, forgive this disciple for choosing a different path from yours. Yang Yuhua struggled to assume a defensive posture. Lu Shou casually used the knife to lift the woman's chin. Do not follow us anymore. The next time I see you, it will be your death. I always keep my word. Yanbai, the 2 men and a bird, turned and left, heading for the border. Only Yang Yue was left screaming. Lu Shou suddenly turned his head to look at Wei Yao. Miss Chun Juan, I need you to promise me one thing. Wei Yao saw Lu Shou's solemn expression and listened quietly. Before crossing that border mountain, I want you to leave all your burdens here. From now on, you are just Zhang Wei Yao and only for yourself. Wei Yao turned around silently, touched. Then, she put her hands together and made a vow, indicating that she would do as Lu Shou said. After doing all this, Wei Yao turned her head and showed a joyful expression. Then, she happily chased the parrot and ran ahead. Lu Shou saw this scene and could not help but smile knowingly. But unexpectedly, a throwing dart suddenly shot out and pierced the parrot's body. When he saw who had attacked, Lu Shou's pupils contracted, and his killing intent surged. It was Yang Yue, whom he had let go not long ago. And this time, she had brought her clansmen. I told you you'd regret letting me go. Since you spared my life, leave this girl behind, and I would not make things difficult for you. Lu Shou's expression was cold as frost. I also said that the next time we meet, it will be your death. Just then, a black shadow arrived. Lu Shou, who was about to strike, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. The newcomer was one of the 4 great masters of the clan, Beitong Sai Wang. Beitong Si Wang crashed down not far in front of Lu Shou. He looked deeply at the young man before him. When he noticed Lu Shou's hand gesture, he suddenly spoke. Everyone with a sword, throw your swords into the valley. Everyone was puzzled by these words and stood there dumbfounded. This man himself is a sharp sword. If he takes your swords, even with me here, I cannot guarantee we will not be wiped out. With that, Beitong Sai Wang gave an order. Everyone slowly surrounded the 2. Lu Shou remained silent and unbuckled his bag. His expression was more solemn than ever before. Seeing this, Wei Yao secretly blamed herself. If she had finished off that woman, it would not be so troublesome now. Just as the tension was at its peak, Lu Shou suddenly spoke. Miss Wei Yao, although I was poisoned and fell to the ground last time, I was still somewhat conscious. Ever since you stepped forward and said those words, I no longer considered you my client. Wei Yao's heart fluttered, and she did not know how to respond. At this moment, a strong man wielding a kind of weapon attacked. Lu Shou suddenly raised his hand to block the blade. Zhang Weiyao, remember this, even if I cannot protect you today. Without stopping his movements, he struck the strong man's throat with a palm sword. He then spun around and returned to Weiyao's side, their eyes meeting. As long as I'm alive, and you're alive, I will definitely come find you. Just then, 3 long whips lashed out at Lu Shou. The 3 long whips instantly entangled him tightly. So no matter how desperate it is, you must live. Weiyao stared blankly at the young man in front of her and nodded solemnly, memorizing his words. After saying these words, Lu Shou's expression suddenly turned fierce. He exerted all his strength, his body twisting like a vortex. The 3 strong men were instantly dragged by the force. Lu Shou struck down with a palm, and 1 strong man died instantly. Then, with a punch, the second man spat blood and flew backward. Then, he raised a palm and sent the third man flying, his palm standing vertically. Lu Shou's figure swayed, charging straight into the crowd. Every move he made was fatal. Screams could be heard continuously. Blood splattered like the afterglow of the setting sun. Seeing Lu Shou, like a god of death, charging left and right, Weiya's mouth was slightly open, and she had momentarily forgotten the bloodstains on her face. This man was fighting desperately for her, while Bei Tong Sai Wang frowned slightly. His gaze was fixed on the young man, seeing Lu Shou killing in all directions in the crowd. Yang Yu Hoa drew her double knives, preparing to join the battle. But unexpectedly, Bai Tong Sai Wang suddenly reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. Yang Yua, you do not need to intervene. Someone has already come to deal with him. 4 men carrying something on their shoulders were rapidly approaching through the air. The 4 cult leaders landed lightly and gracefully. What they carried on their shoulders was not a sedan chair, but a coffin. 4 cult leaders came stepping through the air, carrying something on their shoulders. And what they carried was a coffin over 10 feet tall. Lu Shou's heart trembled slightly at this sight. The huge coffin lid crashed to the ground with a bang. A pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie light quietly opened. When he saw who was inside, Yang Yua was shocked. The newcomer was none other than Wuchi, who had been thrown into Gaidong in episode 14. As the Bei Tong Si Wang chanted an ancient spell, Wuchi's mouth emitted a chilling, rattling sound. Then his eyes turned completely black, and his face became ferocious. The mountain like Wuchi quickly stepped in front of Lu Shou. Before Lu Shou could react, Wuchi's iron palm, the size of a bodhisattva, slammed down. Lu Shou pushed off the ground with his toes and swiftly dodged. Wuchi's palm missed, smashing the ground and sending rubble flying. A burly man seized the opportunity, whipping out a long whip to attack Lu Shou. Lu Shou easily blocked it by crossing his arms across his chest. After landing, Lu Shou moved swiftly, charging forward. He threw a powerful punch, striking Wuchi in the face. Unexpectedly, Wuchi showed no reaction at all. He retaliated with a punch to Lu Shou's abdomen. The force was so great that it sent Lu Shou flying several feet. Before Lu Shou could regain his balance, a meteor hammer wielded by a foreign strongman suddenly arrived. Like a viper, it instantly wrapped around Lu Shou's ankle. The strongman exerted force, throwing Lu Shou to the ground again. At the same time, 3 other foreign experts attacked with hammers, swords, and arrows. Lu Shou quickly rolled on the ground to evade, but as soon as he stood up, 3 more hammer swords came at him. Lu Shou dodged too while swaying his body, but he was still hit in the shoulder by the 3rd one. Lu Shou frowned and let out a muffled groan. Wei Yao's face turned pale with fright at this sight. Just then, a hand chop struck the back of Wei Yao's neck. She cried out and immediately fainted. The foreign strongman who had ambushed her carried Wei Yao on his shoulder. Lu Shou's eyes widened in fury at this sight. He disregarded his own injuries. Fierce energy gathered in his palm. Then he thrust out a palm sword. A fierce and domineering force surged out. In an instant, several strongmen were killed on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Shou followed the force, dashing forward. In an instant, he reached the strawman. He turned his palm into a sword, piercing the opponent's body. The Beitong Si Wang watched the situation on the field, their pupils constricting. This young man was exactly as they had guessed. He had no sword in his hand, yet he had achieved unity of man and sword. Lu Shou held Wei Yao in his arms, gasping heavily. He had expended most of his strength. Just then, Wuqi's fists came together and slammed down. Lu Shou quickly released Wei Yao and used a move called Raising Fire to burn the sky. He actually managed to withstand the opponent's powerful punch. The intense force at the top of Mount Tai shook the ground, scattering dust around his feet. But at this moment, a long whip suddenly appeared. It instantly wrapped around the unconscious Wei Yao. The strongman pulled with force, dragging Wei Yao away. Lu Shou's eyes turned cold. He immediately stopped engaging with Wuqi. He gathered all his energy into his right palm. In an instant, he charged forward and swung his palm. He cleanly severed the strongman's arm, holding the whip. Then he flashed forward, pouncing towards Wei Yao, who was still in the air. Just as Lu Shou was about to catch Wei Yao, the Beitong Si Wang, who had been observing the battle, narrowed their eyes. Then, they began to gather a black energy in their palm. The Beitong Si Wang were one step ahead. With one palm strike, they severed Lu Shou's right hand. Lu Shou's pupils contracted, and his mind went blank. The Beitong Si Wang, having succeeded in their attack, did not stop. They struck Lu Shou's chest with their other palm. The next second, Lu Shou flew backwards like a broken kite. The Beitong Si Wang then turned to look at Wei Yao, who was still in the air. Then, they reached out with one hand, energy flowing from their palm. The next second, Wei Yao was pulled towards them as if by telekinesis. The Beitong Si Wang held Wei Yao under their arm. They had finally obtained Ye Jinjin, whose life was crucial to the entire clan. Yang Yua, clean up the battlefield, and then await orders at the Haiying Bang headquarters. Yang Yuhua was about to accept the order, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Lu Shou struggled to get up. Let him go. The Beitong Si Wang were shocked and incredulous. This young man had taken their full-powered palm strike and was still alive. Lu Shou picked up a tree branch from the ground. He used it to support himself and shakily stood up. The overwhelming killing intent sent shivers down everyone's spines. Lu Shou ripped off a piece of cloth. He tightly wrapped his severed right hand. Unless I die, no one will take him away alive. Lu Shou held the branch with his left hand and assumed a stance. It was the seventh stance of Bo Wen Ju Jian. A strongman, without a word, charged forward and threw a punch. Lu Shou's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slashed upward with the branch, splitting the strongman's arm in two. Lu Shou tapped his foot on the head of a burly man. With a sudden burst of force, he darted away, charging straight towards the other foreign experts in the field. Lu Shou raised the branch in his hand high. Then, he swung it down fiercely like a sword from above. A visible sword energy swept out as he moved past the foreign experts. They all spurted blood and died instantly. Lu Shou continued his relentless assault, unleashing the Bo Wen Jujian in continuous strikes. The alliance member blocked the attacks around the cursed one with his horizontal sword. But Beitong Si Wang had already advanced swiftly, closing in. He swept a palm horizontally towards Lu Shou's chest. The latter quickly raised his sword to block. Beitong Si Wang immediately struck down with a fierce palm. Lu Shou stepped back and dodged to the side. Bai Tong Sai Wang spun around and suddenly kicked out. Lu Shou again raised his sword, barely managing to block it. But he was still kicked back several steps. The immense force made his left hand tremble slightly. Bai Tong Si Wang pushed off with his feet and leaped into the air. Bringing both palms together above his head, black energy surged in his palms. Then he plummeted downwards. Using the momentum of his fall, he struck down with both palms. Lu Shou spun the branch in his hand, switching to a reverse grip, just like when he practiced swordsmanship in the river as a youth. He focused his mind, waiting for the right moment to strike. In an instant, Bai Tong Si Wang's palms reached his head. Lu Shou let out a cry and fiercely swung his branch upwards. It was the 61st move of Buwen Ju Jian. In a flash, the two passed each other. The next second, Bai Tong Si Wang's mask quietly tore. Then a piece of cloth fell gently, revealing half of his decayed and festering face. He was Bai Tong Si Wang, who had once single-handedly wiped out the Kong Tong sect. But today, he was almost beheaded by a young man barely of age. Bai Tong Si Wang felt a lingering fear. In the previous exchange, his head would have been split open by just an inch more. Lu Shou, on the other hand, seemed to have exhausted his last bit of energy. His body collapsed to the ground with a thud. He struggled to keep his eyes open, watching as the foreign experts took Weiyou away. Bai Tong Si Wang slowly walked over to Lu Shou. His body was still trembling uncontrollably. If this kid had not had his right hand cut off, and if he had been holding a real sword instead of a branch, Bai Tong Si Wang here lifted Lu Shou into the air. The black energy in his right palm surged restlessly. This kid's swordsmanship is truly hateful. He must be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Just as Bai Tong Si Wang was about to strike, this top-tier expert of the foreign clan suddenly widened his eyes. His entire body froze like a statue. After a full quarter of an hour, Bai Tong slowly dispersed the energy in his palm. Then he actually threw Lu Shou to the ground, leaving the many foreign experts bewildered. They did not understand why Bai Tong Si Wang suddenly stopped. Bai Tong Si Wang had no intention of explaining. He ordered everyone to retreat to the Hai Ying Bang headquarters, leaving only Yang Yuhua to clean up the mess. Yang Yuhua respectfully accepted the order and asked how to deal with Lu Shou. You do not need to do anything. Just let him become food for the wild beasts in these mountains. Xiao, what are you doing lying there? Master, I'm feeling the 8 variations of water flow. And what have you felt? I've only felt endless pain. Master, what should I do? Li Zonggu remained silent and turned to leave. Lu Shou felt a sharp pain in his severed arm. He suddenly woke up and sat up. Lu Shou suddenly widened his eyes. Scenes flashed through his mind, finally stopping at the moment Weiyou was captured. Lu Shou pushed open the door and rushed out. He was greeted by a peaceful village. Just then, a parrot swooped down, landing on the arm of a person not far ahead. The old man noticed Lu Shou's gaze. He turned his head and smiled slightly as a greeting. During their conversation, Lu Shou learned that he had been unconscious for 4 days. After expressing his gratitude, he was about to take his leave. But the old man saw through his intentions. He said bluntly that going to find Weiyou in his current state would be suicide. Lu Shou's eyes suddenly flashed upon hearing this. The old man, however, looked at Lu Shou's back and muttered to himself, "So alike." Before Lu Shou could ask, the old man proactively explained the situation. Not long ago, Yang Yua had brought him here and informed the old man that Bai Tong Si Wang had spared his life. At this point, the old man suddenly asked, "The one who cut off your arm was Bai Tong Si Wang, right? How did you know?" Did Yang Yuhua tell you that too? My name is Zanka. I am Bai Tongxi Wang's adoptive father, and the leader of the cursed clan. Before Lu Shou could recover from his shock, he saw Yang Yue appear in the distance. Lu Shou disregarded everything else. He flashed forward and grabbed the other person's throat and slammed him to the ground. Lu Shou's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not say much. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Yang Yuhua's pupils gradually dilated from being choked. The whites of his eyes began to roll upwards. Even if you did not kill him, he would not have lived much longer. Lu Shou glanced at Zanka, but ignored him. Bai Tongxi Wang always regarded their clansmen as their own lives. You killed so many of their people. Why would they spare you? Zanka's question caught Lu Shou's attention. Why? Zanka did not answer directly but suddenly said something shocking. Lu Shaoxia, with your physical condition, you will not live more than 3 years. I am not exaggerating. It's just that I am too familiar with this kind of disease. For thousands of years, no one in our clan has ever died of old age. All our clansmen, regardless of age, have died from this strange disease. Lu Shou felt an ominous premonition spreading quietly in his heart. I've treated you for 4 days and know your physical condition very well. What exactly do you mean by saying all this? Lu Shou suddenly stood up and stared at Zanka. Child, do not you understand by now? The blood that flows in your veins is the blood of our alien race. Bai Tongxi Wang realized this in the end. That's why they spared your life. Lu Shou said he would not believe such nonsense. In the end, you are still of the same alien race as Bai Tongxi Wang. I do not have time to listen to your nonsense. At this moment, an old voice came leisurely. You brat are as stubborn as ever. The old man was originally the supreme elder of Huoshan sect. To avenge the sect, he single-handedly intercepted a group of alien experts. But he was unexpectedly struck down the cliff by the Undying. Fortunately, the old man survived and found Lu Shou. Seeing Shu Tong's sudden appearance, Lu Shou was greatly surprised. Su Tong briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. How Hoa Shan sect was slaughtered overnight, and how he was knocked off the cliff by the Undying. Lu Shou was shocked when he heard this, and could not help asking who the Undying was. Su Tong's dim old eyes suddenly lit up. He saw it clearly when he fell off the cliff. The Undying is that kid Wu Ming. Lu Shou's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that the dull teenager was the Undying. Su Tong said that time was tight, and there was no time for too many explanations. They have now obtained Yi Jinjin, and Wu Ming's martial arts are unmatched. The entire martial world is probably about to face a catastrophe. The successive news made Lu Shou a little dazed. At this point, Zanka, who was beside him, took the conversation. He said that although the Undying is powerful, there were 4 people who stopped him 200 years ago. The 4 of them were disciples of the Undying, also known as the Listeners. Lu Xiaoxia, they are here now, waiting to meet you. The 2 then took Lu Shou to a towering ancient tree. Zanka said that Lu Shou could only go in alone. Lu Shou did not hesitate anymore and walked alone into the tree hole. Su Tong looked at the young man's back with a faint worry, but Zanka said that this might be Lu Shou's chance. Chief Zanka, do you know why the Listeners want to see Shou? Zanka said he did not know, because the Listeners almost never see anyone. Over the years, the Listeners have only seen one person, a swordsman who followed the Chang Jiang like water. I guess they should have discovered the connection between Jubo Jan and the Undying. In the dark tree hole, Lu Shou walked alone. Soon, he saw a figure standing in front of him. When Lu Shou walked to the mirror, the figure slowly turned around. Successor of Jubo Jan, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Shou could not help but be slightly shocked. We have never met. How do you know me? The listener said that this is a long story. Yan Bei stretched out his palm and gently waved it. 3 Pew shot out and lit 3 candles. The dim tree hole was instantly as bright as day. At this time, Lu Shou noticed that there was no one else in the hole. He could not help but ask where the other 3 listeners were. Hearing this, the listener lowered his hand silently, and then reached out a hand to grab the black robe on his body. He suddenly pulled the large black robe, and it fell to the ground. The next second, Lu Shou suddenly widened his eyes. Lu Shou, this is the price we 4 paid to stop the undying. Lu Shou looked at this scene in disbelief, and the listener began to tell the story. For thousands of years, the clan has been suffering from the strange disease. Until more than 200 years ago, the undying came to their clan. The undying is also of their clan's bloodline, but he can suffer from the strange disease and live forever. This gave all the clansmen hope of getting rid of the curse of the strange disease. Therefore, the 4 of them became disciples of the undying, and all the clansmen also respected the undying as their leader. But gradually, the 4 listeners discovered the purpose of the undying was not to save the clan, but something else. Therefore, they united some clansmen to start resistance, and the entire clan was divided into 2 factions. In that civil war, countless members of the clan died. The battle between the 4 listeners and the undying was particularly fierce. The 4 gathered all their power in one person and exchanged a palm with the undying, who possessed 1,000 years of power. At this point, the listener fell silent. Obviously, it was a painful memory. So you became what you are now. That's right. The 4 of us could not withstand his full strength blow, and our bodies were shattered. But by chance, each other's blood and internal organs merged together, so we became what we are now. 4 people share one body, but we are not completely defeated. After that palm strike, I clearly saw that the undying also bled from his orifices and was seriously injured. Since then, he has disappeared, and it has been 200 years. Lu Shou felt it was unbelievable. Could he really live forever and never be tainted? Not at all. Although he is immortal, he still has not escaped the torment of the strange disease. His body is immortal and indestructible, but the swelling has spread throughout his body over the long years. So he has also endured thousands of years of pain. This is why he must obtain Yi Jinjin. After listening to the listener's story, Lu Shou said that he did not want to participate in the alien race's disputes. Then, do you want to save that girl? The listener's question hit Lu Shou's vital point, and he immediately fell silent. With all due respect, without my help, you alone with one arm missing have no chance of success. Lu Shou's expression immediately became solemn. How are you going to help me? I will give you everything I have, but before that, I need to confirm one thing with you. This man has 4 bodies fused together, and each body was a top expert 200 years ago. And today, he is going to give everything he has to the young man in front of him. Hearing that the listener wanted to confirm something, Lu Shou waited for the following. I once met a swordsman whose sword intent was like the Changjiang flowing east, unstoppable. Lu Shou's body trembled slightly when he heard this. I discussed sword techniques and moves with him, and we had a great conversation. But there was always a doubt that we both regretted. I observed the Kiao Ting Shu and comprehended 8 swords, but always stayed on the surface and failed to comprehend the 9th sword. I passed this unfinished sword technique to my disciple and left a sentence. The listener spoke slowly at this time. The body should not float on the water. Lu Shou was suddenly shocked and widened his eyes, subconsciously blurting out, but should merge into the water and become water. The listener nodded slightly, confirming that this person must be the successor of Zhu Gu Jianfa. Then he transmitted his voice to the outside of the tree hole. Su, Tung and Zynka, come in. Both of them were slightly shocked when they heard this, And then the listener's voice came again. I need your help. Inside the tree hollow, Xu Tong and Zanka were gathered around the unconscious Lu Xiao. Su Tong carefully examined the wound on Lu Xiao's severed arm, and the master healer could not help but frown. Then the old man turned his head to look at the listener beside him. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready, then extended his right hand and lifted the black robe on his body. The listener's voice was heavy. Some things are no coincidence. Another voice from his body followed. Indeed, the woman holding Jinjin found the man related to Qian Ying Jing. Perhaps this is the will of Qian Ying. After saying this, a golden light shone above the listener's head. Lu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and found himself standing in water. Lu Xiao looked around in confusion. The next second, he suddenly widened his eyes and saw countless corpses floating in the water ahead. This strange scene immediately stunned him. At this time, a voice came from behind. Lu Xiao, you have entered the sea of corpses of us four. Lu Xiao understood, and then asked who these corpses were. Another listener immediately explained that these people were the ancestors of the alien race, and the origin of Lu Xiao's bloodline. In the past, the ancient emperor, in order to seek immortality, tried various methods and secrets from all sects on our alien race. Countless members of the clan lost their lives in vain, but among these people, one child survived. Lu Xiao's heart trembled when he heard this, and he instantly thought of the immortal Wu Ming. You guessed right. This is the true identity of the immortal Wu Ming, which is why he hates the people of the martial world so much. To deal with him, you must first understand this. Lu said that he only wanted to rescue Weio and did not want to get involved in the disputes of the alien race. Even if you do not want to get involved, the immortal will not let you go. Although he has obtained the Yi Jing Jing, he cannot decipher the last 3 pages of the scripture without the Qian Ying Jing. Lu Xiao said that this has nothing to do with him. He has never heard of the Tian Ying Jing and does not know where it is. But unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, several listeners stared at him as if they were looking at a fool, and one of them sighed. He really knows nothing. The leading listener lowered his head slightly. It's not his fault. Child, the Tian Ying Jing has never been recorded in words. Think carefully. Lu Xiao widened his eyes in confusion and became even more confused. At this moment, a voice came faintly. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao suddenly turned his head in horror, but there was no one behind him. Only the voice came faintly on the river. As the call became more and more urgent, Lu Xiao felt infinitely sad in his heart. Suddenly, a line of tears fell from his eyes. He was like a child, uncontrollably shedding tears. At this moment, a listener suddenly stepped forward and held his hand. The listener said that time was tight, and it did not matter if he did not know now. The next second, he injected his powerful internal force into Lu Xiao's body. Lu Xiao suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. At this time, another listener pressed his shoulder, and then the third person stretched out his palms to hold his back. Lu Xiao felt that the surging internal force was continuously pouring in, like the river flowing backwards into his dantian. The surging internal force was flowing freely in his meridians, like narrow rivers being washed and widened. Lu Xiao felt unbearable pain and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Do not resist. Open all the acupuncture points, absorb the internal force, adjust your breathing, and guide the internal force to circulate through the small and large heavenly circuits. Lu Xiao immediately followed the instructions and tried his best to control his body to accept it. At the same time, Xu Tong had not eaten or slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and various tools were used in his hands in turn. Xu Tong carefully picked up a severed hand, and then glanced at the listener beside him. He never expected that this person could be like a dead person. He could still meditate peacefully after having a hand removed. Su Tong was still worried and wanted to ask the group leader to check the listener's pulse. But Zanka advised Shu Tong not to worry. The listener is now in a state of suspended animation. You can rest assured and reattach Lu Shoa's hand. Su Tong stopped talking and concentrated on reattaching the hand. With a breath of clear air exhaled like an arrow, Lu Shou slowly opened his eyes and woke up, unconsciously raising his right arm. He saw that a complete right hand had been reattached. At this time, Shu Tong's tired voice came. Do not use your right hand to hold a sword during this period. The old man sat on the ground, his voice barely audible. His cultivation had reached the peak of perfection, and he could kill a Shaolin master with a single gesture. But he still could not get rid of the strange disease. Zhang Jiping brought Jun Bao to visit Shu Tong, but when he pushed the door open, he saw Wu Ming lying on the ground. Zhang Jiping did not know that Wu Ming was the immortal, so he quickly rescued Wu Ming. During the conversation, he learned that Wu Ming had fainted while saving his adoptive father. Then Zhang Jiping asked where Shu Tong and Shi Yun were. Wu Ming said that Shu Tong had heard that an alien race had attacked Hoa Shan. He went to Hoa Shan, and there was no news. Shi Yun followed Shu Tong and has not returned yet. Zhang Jiping did not doubt him and told Wu Ming to rest well. At this time, Wu Ming noticed Jun Bao beside him. Zhang Jiping said that he and Jun Bao were like father and son. I'm gonna take him out for a trip. You two are about the same age, so you should get along well in the future. Wu Ming stared at Jun Bao thoughtfully. It was a dark and windy night, a perfect time for murder and arson. In Shaolin Temple, alien masters and Shaolin disciples were engaged in a fierce battle. Hai Yuan punched an alien master away and heard someone calling him. He looked around. He saw Master Xuanji, the head of Damo Yuan, looking anxious. Hai Yuan, take the disciples of Damo Yuan and escape down the mountain quickly. Hai Yuan immediately changed his expression and said that he would live and die with Shaolin. The thieves are numerous. Do not hesitate. Take the disciples of Damo Yuan and leave quickly. Master Xuanji killed one person and looked sad. Hai Yuan, we must not let the 1,000-year heritage of Shaolin be broken. Hai Yuan was struck by lightning when he heard this. He endured the grief and led a group of Damo Yuan disciples to escape from Shaolin. At this time, in the Damo cave in the back mountain, the old abbot was being choked and was dying. The abbot of Shaolin, who had always advocated compassion, ultimately could not escape the clutches of the immortal. Under his leadership, Shaolin seemed to be destroyed. The soaring flames reflected in Wu Ming's indifferent eyes. Could the current martial world withstand his suppressed anger for thousands of years? In Defeng Mountain, 3 Shaolin disciples rushed here overnight on Hai Yuan's orders. Senior brother, since Xiao Bai was expelled from Shaolin, why did Master Hai Yuan ask us to come here to find him? Master Xiao Bai is a forbidden topic in the temple. I do not know much about it, but I heard from my master that this person's martial arts have reached the pinnacle. Now that Shaolin has been destroyed, and the martial world is in turmoil, if we can invite Master Xiao Bai to come out, it will undoubtedly be a great help to us. After a while, the 3 of them came to a stone forest, and suddenly a thick fog began to spread around them. The 3 of them saw a huge stone blocking their way. When they saw the mark on the stone, they were all shocked. They had passed by here when they went up the mountain last night. They did not expect that after walking all night, they would return to the original point. Faced with such a strange scene, the 3 monks stood still and were at a loss. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from behind. A figure suddenly appeared in the thick fog. A monk immediately asked who the person was, but the person raised his hand and a cold light flashed. The flying knife whizzed past the monk's cheek and pierced directly into the huge stone with the mark. The next second, the stone began to ooze bright red blood from the knife edge. The two Shaolin disciples were shocked. Then, the thick fog around them began to dissipate slowly. Then, the figure explained that this was the Gai Men Zen, which could make people lose their way until they were trapped to death. The three monks immediately bowed and thanked him, and asked his identity. The man said that his name was Bao Ying, and he came here to find Xiao Bai for a martial arts competition. Hearing the person's name, the leading senior brother was shocked. Bao Ying was nicknamed Hebai Qianlong and had a high reputation in the martial world. Then the four of them continued to search for Xiao Bai together. When they reached a dense forest in the mountains, a Bao Ying suddenly stopped and pointed to a huge stone. "He is there." The three Shaolin disciples looked in the direction and were all stunned, but Bao Ying's face was now filled with wild joy. His right hand clenched into a fist and raised high above his head. Then he suddenly smashed his fist into the ground. The ground within a radius of several feet shattered, and the surrounding leaves were shaken loose by the force of the punch. But at this moment, a puzzling scene appeared. The falling leaves suddenly stopped in mid-air. Bao Ying, seeing this, was overjoyed. Then, a deep and powerful voice came through. "I wondered who dared to disturb my peace. It turns out to be the second son of the Guo family of Hebe. I've long heard that you are arrogant. Today's meeting proves it's true." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Bao Ying's lips. He then tapped his feet on the ground, his body rising into the air, and then he crashed down onto the rocks. Bao Ying raised 1 foot high, about to stomp down with all his might. "Apostate monk Shoubai, show yourself quickly and fight me." But unexpectedly, the next second, he was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. Before Bao Ying could even resist, he was dragged behind the boulder in one swift movement. Accompanied by a spurt of blood, a scream echoed through the mountains. Then, something was thrown out from behind the rocks. A closer look revealed it to be a bloody, severed hand. The three Shaolin disciples were so frightened they trembled like sieves. At this moment, a tall figure appeared on the rocks. The deep voice sounded again. "I have nothing to do with Shaolin anymore. Why have you come to find me?" The leading Shaolin disciple mustered his courage and stated their purpose. He said that an immortal person had appeared in the martial world. The masters of the Hu Tong clan are annihilating each sect one by one. Shaolin was also unfortunately ravaged, its 1,000-year foundation destroyed in an instant. Therefore, they came to beg Xiao Bai to come out of seclusion and save the martial world from disaster. Xiao Bai listened quietly, and after a long moment, he spoke slowly. "The various sects are already rotten to the core. What does their destruction have to do with me? The disappearance of Shaolin is even more gratifying." Yanbo leaped forward and landed in front of the three Shaolin disciples. He suddenly stretched out a large hand and pressed it on the head of one of them. The monk thought his life was in danger, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly changed his tone. "However, if the opponent is an immortal, then I am indeed interested." A father tattooed a peerless martial arts manual on his daughter's back, hoping to hide it from the world. He did not expect the news to leak, bringing a fatal disaster to his daughter. A group of Huo Tong clan experts took Weio back to the Hai Ying Bang headquarters. Bai Tong Si Wang ordered his subordinates to copy it immediately. The subordinates immediately transcribed the tattoo on Weio's back. Soon the last 3 leaves of Yai Jinjin's manual were on paper. Bai Tong Si Wang held it in his hand and studied it carefully. But he found that the content of the scripture was completely incomprehensible. Bai Tong Si Wang hesitated. Was the fate of his clan really hidden in these few pieces of paper? Calming himself, Bai Tong Sai Wang ordered 3 more copies to be given to the other 3 masters. The subordinates responded respectfully and asked how to deal with Wayo. Bai Tong Si Wang turned his head and glanced at the girl. This scripture is the result of our ancestors' sacrifice. Burn her. Consider it a sacrifice to our ancestors. 2 subordinates immediately took the order and were about to take Wayo away. But unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice came from the darkness. Bai Tong Si Wang's gaze slowly swept over. He saw Dai Yuer walking out from the corner. I will deal with her personally. On the other side, in the inner hall of the Qingchen sect, many martial artists were gathered to discuss the situation in the martial world. Zhang Zhiping was shocked to learn that Wei Yao had been captured. He could not believe it. They said they were going to leave the Central Plains some time ago. What exactly happened during the time they were separated? Zhang Zhiping, having regained his composure, suddenly stood up. Bai Song, the leader of the Qingchen sect, could not help but ask. Zhang Zhiping said directly that he had important matters and had to leave first. A martial artist said that now it is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If Zhang Zhiping wanted to leave, he had to take an oath. Zhang Zhiping smiled disdainfully, without hiding anything. You all hide here and talk about chivalry. I'm sorry to be blunt, but you heroes are not as good as boatmen. All I know is that my friend is missing, and Miss Waiyao is now in danger. He walked straight to the door, pushed it open, and said, I Zhang Zhiping, always follow my heart. I'm sorry, but I cannot stay here and talk with you all. Then he strode out without looking back. Under the cliff, Dai Yu led several clansmen and walked slowly. When they reached a cliff, Dai Yuer gave a cold order. Deal with her here. Zhang Zhiping on the cliff saw this situation and already had a plan in mind. Junbao, I'll go down and hold them off. You take the opportunity to take Miss Zhang away from here. Remember, you must be quick. Zhang Zhiping's gaze towards Dai Yuer gradually became serious. That person is a top expert. I will try my best to create an opportunity for you. Jun Bao nodded heavily to show his understanding. If I meet with misfortune, go to the Changjiang and find a man named Lu Shou. Jun Bao's heart trembled when he heard this, and he immediately asked who Lu Shou was. Zhang Zhiping was silent for a moment, thinking about how to phrase it. In a sense, he is my master, and also my rival in love. He is also my drinking buddy. When the time comes, just say you are my son, and he will treat you as his own. Jun Bao seemed to understand and let out a sound. At this moment, a butterfly flew past Dai Yuer, and then floated towards the top of the cliff. Dai Yuer glanced at it, her eyes suddenly becoming sharp, and her gaze fixed on the back of the mountain. Since you're here, do not hide. Hearing this, Zhang Zhiping no longer hid his tracks. He jumped down from the cliff and landed in the air. Zhang Zhiping held his long sword and stood in front of everyone. The Huo Tong clan experts drew their weapons and were on guard. Zhang Zhiping stood proudly, unafraid. Let the girl go, and I will not make things difficult for you. Dai Yu looked at the person in front of her playfully, without saying a word. The sky unknowingly began to become overcast. In an instant, it started to rain heavily. Jun Bao stared intently at the situation under the cliff. He saw that Zhang Zhiping had already engaged the Huotong clan experts. Zhang Zhiping flew up and kicked one person over. Another person attacked with a short leap. Zhang Zhiping swept his leg out, and the strong man was immediately swept away. At this time, 3 more people, each holding weapons, approached from behind. Zhang Zhiping turned around suddenly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then, he turned around abruptly and struck out with his palm. The 3 men immediately spat out blood and flew backward, instantly dying. Dai Yu watched the situation in the field intently. She saw Zhang Ziping kill several people, and then somersaulted. In an instant, he had retreated back to his long sword. He suddenly reached out his right hand and grasped the hilt, then looked at the opposite side with a fierce gaze. At this time, there were still several people blocking Weio. He had to create an opportunity for Jun Bao as soon as possible. The Huotong clan experts did not expect Zhang Ziping to be so powerful. For a time, they hesitated and did not dare to step forward. Zhang Ziping did not hesitate any longer. With a quiet sword cry, the 3-foot Qingfeng sword was suddenly unsheathed. Zhang Ziping roared and leaped up, holding his long sword high and attacking proactively. With one slash, he split a strong man in two. Blood splattered on his face, making him look particularly hideous. Zhang Ziping then turned his wrist and swept the long sword horizontally, instantly cutting another person in half. At this moment, a cold light flashed by. Zhang Ziping only felt a sudden chill on his back. In an instant, the cold light had pierced the curtain and struck his back. Zhang Ziping retreated sharply, trying to avoid it, but it was too late. After retreating several feet, he felt a burning pain on his shoulder. Looking down, he saw that it had been cut half an inch deep. Dai Yu caught the returning blade, her eyes filled with coldness. I did not expect you to have some skills, to actually force me to take action personally. The man was a martial arts prodigy from a century-old martial arts family. His family's swordsmanship was known as invincible within 3 feet. And today, he encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. After Dai Yu succeeded in her attack, she smiled coldly. She then drew another curved blade from behind her back and assumed a strange stance. Come on, let me see what you've got. Zhang Ziping stood up with his sword and did not waste any words. With a shout, he charged forward with his long sword, slashing down fiercely. A sound of metal clashing rang out. Dai Yu held her double blades and steadily blocked the sword. Zhang Ziping immediately changed his move, sweeping horizontally towards her waist. Dai Yu crossed her double blades and struck downwards again. The two exchanged more than 10 blows in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of blades clashing was endless. Zhang Ziping retreated and gasped for breath. Jun Bao saw this scene, his face full of worry. He found that Zhang Ziping's hand had been shaken. After repeated clashes, drops of blood dripped onto the ground and mixed with the rainwater. But Dai Yu was not faring well either, feeling a surge of turbulence in her vital energy. Zhang Ziping attacked again, sweeping his sword horizontally. Dai Yu, no longer engaging, leaped into the air to dodge. Zhang Ziping exerted force from his feet, chasing her upwards. His sword thrust out like a piercing ray of sunlight, its speed so great that Dai Yu could not believe it. Now, she was in midair with nowhere to escape. In an instant, the long sword cut through the clothes at her waist. Dai Yu's expression changed, but she reacted extremely quickly. The next second, she clamped the long sword under her armpit. Zhang Ziping, unable to pull his sword back, was shocked. At that moment, Dai Yu fiercely slashed her saber at his shoulder. Zhang Ziping had no choice but to catch the blade with his bare hand. His palm was immediately cut by the blade, blood flowing freely. You suit my taste, kid, but you have no chance. Zhang Ziping, hearing this, was suddenly startled. He noticed that the curved saber on Dai Yu's back was gone. Zhang Ziping instinctively looked behind him and saw a curved saber flying straight towards him. The curved saber spun with a whistling sound, and Zhang Ziping's back burst with blood. Dai Yu stomped on the returning curved saber, looking fierce. You're pretty good to make me use my third saber. Zhang Ziping struggled to get up, holding his long sword. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but that's not enough to defeat me. Dai Yu laughed wildly, stubborn fool. Then, with a sudden kick, The curved saber spun towards Zhang Zipping again. The latter swung his sword, deflecting the incoming curved saber, but unexpectedly, Dai Yu's figure had already flashed behind him. With a fierce upward slash, a blood splattered from Zhang Ziping's back. Zhang Ziping turned to counterattack. But unexpectedly, Dai Yu's movement was as swift as lightning, again, flashing behind him. With a slash, Zhang Ziping's thigh began to bleed profusely. Zhang Ziping was terrified. He never expected Dai Yu's movement to be so fast. Before he could think further, the returning curved saber had already flown to his front. Zhang Ziping flew backward and fell to the ground with a thud. He was now severely wounded, enduring the sharp pain as he struggled to his feet. Dai Yu smiled coldly. "You're really tough." Then, using the same trick, she kicked the curved saber towards Zhang Ziping again, while she herself charged forward with two sabers in hand. Zhang Ziping's gaze suddenly sharpened. He already had a bold idea. Seeing Dai Yu's figure flashing closer, Zhang Ziping locked his gaze on the opponent's movements, using both hands to hold his sword and block a horizontal slash. Dai Yu's movements did not stop, and her other saber thrust forward swiftly. Zhang Ziping kicked Dai Yu's wrist. Then, with a fierce upward slash, a sword mark instantly appeared on Dai Yu's face. "Are you crazy? I still have a third saber." At this time, the third curved saber had already returned from behind Zhang Ziping. "I'm not crazy. I never intended to block that saber." Zhang Ziping, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, lunged forward. Dai Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he immediately gritted his teeth, holding on to a breath in his chest, enduring the sharp pain, and thrusting his sword forward. It pierced directly through Dai Yu's shoulder socket. Dai Yu kicked Zhang Ziping away. The latter slid several feet in the rain before stopping. Dai Yu quickly covered her wound, terrified. This man, to save that girl, did not hesitate to risk mutual destruction. Thinking of this, Dai Yu glanced at Wei Yao. But the next second, she was shocked, her expression changing drastically. Wei Yao, who had been on the stretcher, had disappeared. And Zhang Ziping was like a swift woman who always carries four curved sabers, never letting them out of her sight. The stronger the enemy, the more sabers she uses. When she killed the elder of the Kong Tong sect, she only used two sabers. But this man, before her, not only forced her to use three sabers, but also pierced her shoulder with a sword. Seeing Wei Yao disappear, Dai Yu, instead of being angry, laughed. Then, she flicked the fourth saber on her back into the air. Dai Yu, for a moment, had all four sabers out. Until now, no one had survived her four-saber attack. Two curved sabers whistled towards Zhang Ziping. Zhang Ziping, due to excessive blood loss, was starting to have blurred vision. But then, a blurry figure appeared. Zhang Ziping, in his daze, widened his eyes in terror. He saw his younger sister, who had died many years ago. In a moment of distraction, Dai Yu had already closed in, slashing down fiercely with a saber. Zhang Ziping quickly blocked with his sword. At this time, a curved saber spun back, attacking from behind. Zhang Ziping turned and swung his sword, desperately blocking it. But unexpectedly, another flying saber quietly emerged from the rain, striking his forearm and causing blood to splatter. Zhang Ziping groaned and forced himself to endure the sharp pain. Unexpectedly, Dai Yu, holding two sabers, slashed down from above again. Zhang Ziping felt as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His broken sword was quietly embedded in the ground. Blood pooled on Zhang Ziping's chest, and he fell backward to the ground. The torrential rain poured down on his exhausted body. Just like that rainy night 10 years ago. In a daze, Zhang Ziping heard someone calling him, "Ziping, how long are you going to lie there? Go pick up your sword." Tears streamed down Zhang Jipin's face. Brother, I'm so tired. Zhang Yuanping slowly sat down beside Zhang Jiping. Are you giving up just like that? Brother, I want to stand up too, but I really do not have any strength left. I want to sleep for a while. Well, no matter what, you've tried your best. You've practiced your swordsmanship well. You have not disappointed me. Zhang Jiping closed his eyes, 2 lines of clear tears mixed with rainwater sliding down his face. Brother, why are you lying there? Little sister, it's all my fault for being a useless brother back then. Brother, you're too tired. Put me down. You've been carrying me for 10 years. It's time to let go. Zhang Jiping looked at his little sister, lost in thought. Brother, get up. Let go of the burden and do what you need to do. Dai Yu was about to leave, when suddenly she heard a voice behind her. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Dai Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. Zhang Jiping bent down to pick up the broken sword, his eyes filled with coldness. I've seen your saber techniques. I have a sword move I'd like you to experience. Zhang Jiping's inner strength burst out, and the rain could not even touch him. Dai Yu, seeing this, was shocked. She twirled her curved saber, then suddenly kicked it out. In an instant, 2 curved sabers came rushing. Zhang Jiping's gaze sharpened, and he slowly exhaled a breath. Lu Shou, although I envy you for being able to protect Miss Wei Yao, at least at this moment, I am the one fighting for her. Zhang Jiping deflected 1 flying saber with his broken sword, but the other one arrived swiftly. Zhang Jiping, disregarding everything, took the hit. His broken sword thrust towards Dai Yu. Dai Yu, unwilling to show weakness, counterattacked with her 2 sabers. Zhang Jiping was pierced through the chest by 2 curved sabers, but his broken sword did not even touch Dai Yu. Dai Yu looked at the broken sword in her chest, terrified. Just 1 inch more, and it would have been a mutual kill. Dai Yu laughed wildly. What a pity, just 1 inch short. Yes, it's a pity, but this distance is enough. Dai Yu's eyes widened, not understanding for a moment. Zhang Jiping, however, recalled Lu Shou's teachings. A drop of water quietly fell into his dantian, causing ripples in his sea of qi. Zhang Jiping's eyes were filled with fierceness. The second form of Bowen Ju Jin, Bowen, was unleashed. The next second, a powerful force, like a raging wave crashing on the shore, instantly burst through Dai Yu's dantian, sending her flying. Dai Yu fell to the ground, her life extinguished, her eyes wide with disbelief. At this time, the torrential rain began to subside. After a while, the clouds parted and the rain stopped. Zhang Jiping looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, I really want a drink. At a small tavern at the foot of the mountain, the owner turned around and was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Jiping, covered in blood, spoke in a hoarse voice. Shopkeeper, give me a pot of wine. Soon, the owner brought a pot of strong wine. Zhang Jiping sat at the table, drinking alone, a blood oozing from his wounds. But he just kept pouring bowl after bowl of wine down his throat. After drinking 5 bowls, Zhang Jiping sighed. This wine is a bit boring today. It would be nice if that guy were here too. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiping took an empty bowl, pouring wine while muttering, Lu Shou, come have a drink too. I'll fill it up for you. Let's drink until we're drunk today. The wine bowl was unknowingly filled, but the person he wanted to drink with never arrived. Zhang Jiping finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep on the wine table. Meanwhile, Jun Bao was carrying Wei Yao and running as fast as he could. The young boy's thin body was now exhausted. But when he remembered his father's instructions, Jun Bao's expression immediately became determined. If I just cross the mountain ahead, I'll see the tavern my father and I agreed on. At this point, Jun Bao dragged his heavy legs and continued to run. Just then, a group of people approached him. Just as Jun Bao was about to run past them, the leader suddenly turned and called out to him, "Child, who is that you're carrying on your back?" He was one of the 4 great masters of the undefeated clan, but now his dantian has been pierced by a broken sword. Looking at Dai Yu, who was lying on his back with his eyes wide open, Liu and Yan Lunwang were terrified. Gai Liu reached out to examine Dai Yu's body. There was no sign of poisoning. He could not believe that he lost even after using 4 swords. Yan Lunwang also looked grave. Judging from the wound, the opponent was a master swordsman. I really look forward to seeing Lai Hun's reaction when he gets this news. Yan Lunwang expressed his confusion. Since our clan split into 2 factions, the 2 of them have long severed their father-daughter relationship. That was when Dai Yu was still alive. How many fathers can truly be so cold-hearted? Meanwhile, on a deserted mountain road, Jun Bao woke up and struggled to get up. Zhang Weiyo, who was on his back, was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that she had just been stopped by the woman in the bamboo hat. The woman asked who she was carrying on her back. Jun Bao wanted to make up an identity to fool her, but he did not know that the other party had already seen the tattoo on Zhang Weiyo's back. Suddenly, a round fan appeared in the woman's hand. Then she turned around and swung it fiercely, sending a sharp blast of energy towards Jun Bao. After that, he lost consciousness. Jun Bao only felt a sharp pain all over his body. The boy blamed himself and punched the ground, then forced himself to run to the meeting point. He had to tell Zhang Zhiping the news, but when he ran to the agreed-upon tavern, he was shocked. He saw several strong men surrounding the tavern owner, who begged, saying he knew nothing. Unexpectedly, the bald, strong man slashed him to the ground. Jun Bao was so frightened that his eyes widened, but one of the guards suddenly turned his head and spotted Jun Bao. Jun Bao saw that these people looked unkind and immediately prepared to escape. Just then, a large hand suddenly grabbed his collar. He was then dragged into the tavern by a strong man. The strong man guarding him said he wanted to ask Jun Bao a few questions. If he did not answer truthfully, he would end up like the shopkeeper. Before Jun Bao could recover from the shock, the leader ordered his men to drag over a corpse. After examining the corpse's appearance, Jun Bao's face turned pale. The leader saw that Jun Bao's expression was deliberate and immediately ordered him to confess. Jun Bao clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh, but he felt no pain. Zhang Zhiping's smiling face flashed through his mind. Jun Bao, it was not our wish to be born in this chaotic world. But the more so, the more you must be firm in your heart. Born as ants, we should aspire to greatness. Though life is short, one must have an unyielding heart. Zhang Jun Bao, I believe you will definitely become strong. Jun Bao clenched his teeth, but his voice did not tremble. I've seen him. He was drinking here a few days ago. I heard he was going to Hong Su Gong to find a woman. The leader was satisfied with Jun Bao's performance and signaled him to continue. Yesterday, he passed by here with a woman. I do not know how, but he got into a fight with a group of people. In the chaos, the woman was captured by that group. The leader looked serious and ordered Jun Bao to describe the appearance of those people in detail. There were 7 or 8 of them. The leader was a woman holding a round fan and wearing a bamboo hat. I saw them heading south. The leader saw that Jun Bao's description was vivid and believed him. He immediately took his men and left the tavern, chasing south. Jun Bao, on the other hand, stayed by Zhang Zhiping's body, stunned. After a long while, he could no longer suppress the grief in his heart and burst into tears. Then Wu Yan buried Zhang Zhiping's body. You gave me faith and taught me how to be a man. I, Zhang Junbao, swear today that I will follow your teachings and stick to my heart. Today is the last time I will cry. Rest in peace. Junbao will definitely become strong. Meanwhile, Lu Shou, who had woken up, felt pain all over his body. Chieftain Zanka explained. The listener not only gave you his right hand, but also passed on the centuries-old skills of 4 people to you. But you must remember to guide and use it well. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will go mad and be doomed. Lu Shou asked if the listener would die after passing on his skills to him. He is now in a state of no-thought nirvana. When the time is right, he will wake up again. And Chieftain Zanka did not know that a huge crisis was quietly approaching. In a forbidden room, Wu Ming sat cross-legged, mobilizing all his skills, but still could not suppress the intense pain caused by the lump. Wu Ming suddenly vomited a mouthful of sour water. It seems that I have to find those 4 rebellious disciples as soon as possible to get the Tianying Jin. The young man was a top killer in the martial arts world, but he lost his right hand because he single-handedly fought against a clan. Fortunately, he met a skilled master of the Hoashin sect who not only successfully transplanted a new hand, but also inherited the centuries-old skills of 4 martial arts. Seniors by chance. Lu Shou, who had recovered, proposed to leave to Zanka. Zanka knew that Lu Shou was worried about Zhang Weiyao and told him that going to Hongshu Gong might give him Zhang Weiyao's whereabouts. Lu Shou was puzzled when he heard this. Zanka immediately explained, Hongshu Gong is the headquarters of Hai Ying Bang. Since the death of the royal family, Bei Tong Saiwang have requisitioned it, and now it is also an outpost for the clan to plot against the martial arts world. Hearing the name of Bei Tong Saiwang, Lu Shou's eyes narrowed. The pain of losing his hand that day was still vivid in his mind. Seeing that Lu Shou's expression was different, Zanka immediately comforted him. Lu Shou, before we part, I have a heartfelt word to say. The time is not yet ripe. You must not be their enemy directly. Lu Shou was silent for a while, then said coldly, I have nothing to do with them. After rescuing Weiyao, I will go far away. After saying that, he took the parrot and set off alone for Hongshu Gong. Lu Shou galloped through the mountains and forests. But on the way, he found something unusual about his body. He had been running fast for dozens of miles, but he was not tired at all. Usually, he had to breathe in and out to release his strength, but now he could breathe in 3 times and breathe out without his strength declining. The true ki in his dantian was like an ocean, inexhaustible. The centuries-old skills of the 4 listeners were already so terrifying. How strong was the immortal who defeated them? Half a day later, Lu Shou had arrived at a mountain pass near Hongshu Gong. He was about to ask the parrot to scout the terrain, but when he turned around, he saw the parrot behaving strangely. It was the first time Lu Shou had seen the parrot react this way. Before he could think about it, the parrot had already spread its wings and flown to the sky. Lu Shou could not care about others at the moment, and immediately chased the parrot to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, in the tavern at the foot of the mountain, the clan leader stared at Jun Bao angrily. They had just chased south for dozens of miles and found no trace of anyone. When they returned, they saw Jun Bao fainted in front of the grave, so they immediately arrested him. A bald, strong man drew a scimitar and was about to strike. Seeing the scimitar raised high and about to strike, there was no fear in Jun Bao's eyes, but a determination. Suddenly, he raised his head and headbutted the strong man who was holding him down, causing his nose and mouth to bleed. Then he bent down and grabbed a handful of sand and threw it out. The 2 strong men were immediately blinded and cursed the child for not following the rules of the martial arts world. Jun Bao took the opportunity to stand up and run away. But a strong man threw out a long whip, which instantly wrapped around Jun Bao's neck. The strong man pulled hard, and Jun Bao was immediately thrown to the ground. Due to the distance, Jun Bao began to have difficulty breathing. Just as he was about to close his eyes and lose consciousness, a familiar parrot suddenly appeared in his sight. Then, a foot suddenly stepped down and stepped on the whip. The strong men of the clan were shocked by this sudden change. The person who came was Lu Shou, who had chased the parrot here. The clan leader immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Lu Shou's expression was cold. "The one who will take your dog lives." He cut the whip with a sword. Jun Bao, who had saved his life, greedily took a deep breath. Many clan masters immediately drew their weapons, as if facing a great enemy. Lu Shou's eyes swept over them. The three-fingered sword turned twice in his palm. Then he exerted force on his feet, and his figure disappeared in place. In a flash, Lu Shou struck 4 swords in a row, and 4 strong men were all killed with a single sword. 4 heads immediately flew high. The clan leader saw this scene, and his face changed dramatically. He immediately took out the double hooks from his waist and held them in his hands. Lu Shou, swiftly cutting down 4 men, charged straight ahead without pause. The leader roared, raising his double hooks to strike down on Lu Shou's head. The latter dodged, sidestepping to the leader's rear. The leader saw only a blur, and before he could react, Lu Shou thrust a backhanded sword into his back, the sharp blade piercing straight through. The tribal leader instantly died, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Jun Bao watched this scene in a daze, while Lu Shou turned to look at the young man. Upon seeing Lu Shou's face, Jun Bao's eyes widened. This was the very hero who had bought his parrot that day. Lu Shou also recognized the young man. Seeing the grave Jun Bao stood beside, Lu Shou curiously inquired. Jun Bao explained that the person buried was his father. "Was your father killed by these tribal warriors?" Jun Bao shook his head, saying he was killed by a man wielding 4 scimitars. Lu Shou, unaware of Jun Bao's identity, said he had matters to attend to, and prepared to leave. Jun Bao knelt, kowtowing to thank Lu Shou for saving his life. Just then, Lu Shou noticed the wine table nearby. He was slightly startled, discovering that the seats at the wine table were stained with blood. Presumably, the boy's father was still drinking heartily before his death. Thinking of this, Lu Shou suddenly remembered Zhang Zhiping, who loved wine as much as life itself. Somehow, he inexplicably turned back. "Child, why is there no tombstone on this grave?" Jun Bao replied that he had not yet learned to read and write. "In that case, tell me your father's name, and I will help you erect a tombstone." Jun Bao was overjoyed and quickly and respectfully replied, "My father was from the Zhang family of Henan, named Ziping." The 2 brothers who had been drinking and enjoying themselves not long ago were now separated by life and death, never to meet again. Hearing that the person buried in the grave was Zhang Zhiping, Lu Shou was first stunned, then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Ziping was not married, so how could he have an offspring? Moreover, this man was highly skilled in martial arts. How could he be easily killed? "You brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to lie here as well." Jun Bao quickly explained the whole story from beginning to end. "My life was saved by you, great hero. If there's a single lie, you can take it back." Seeing the boy's earnest pledge, Lu Shou was shocked. He then turned sharply to look at the wine table beside him. The wine bowl, filled to the brim, seemed to be telling a story. Lu Shou felt a pang in his heart, a wave of grief washing over him. The carefree figure who loved wine so much instantly appeared in his mind. "Lu Shou, when we have children in the future, how about we become each other's children's masters?" Lu Shou's pupils contracted in disbelief. Before parting, they had clearly promised to meet again. Lu Shou suddenly clenched his right fist, then swiftly drew the sword from his back. Jun Bao thought this hero was really going to kill him, but instead, Lu Shou suddenly swung his sword, severing a thick tree branch as big as a thigh. Lu Shou swiftly executed several sword strikes. The branch was stripped of its bark by a series of sword flashes in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was carved into a neatly shaped wooden plaquemoupe. Lu Shou flicked his sword, and the wooden plaquemoupe was immediately nailed to the head of the grave. The sword twirled twice in his palm, and Lu Shou, moving like a swimming dragon, swiftly carved on the wooden plaquemoupe. Lu Shou suddenly sheathed his sword, turned around to face Jun Bao. "This is your father's name. You must remember it for the rest of your life." Although Junno did not recognize the characters or understand swordsmanship, he felt that the words were like iron strokes and silver hooks, containing a fierce sword intent. Lu Shou then slowly walked to the wine table, muttering to himself, "Zhang Zhiping, did you leave this bowl of wine for me?" He abruptly picked up the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then, with a sudden exertion of force, the bowl shattered in his hand, and crimson blood slowly dripped from his palm. His birth mother abandoned him as a child. His beloved was taken away, and her fate unknown, and the only one who drank with him returned to the underworld every night. Lu Shou looked into the distance with cold eyes. "I did not wish to involve myself in the Jiangyu, but now it's a matter of life and death between us." Meanwhile, 3 Shaolin disciples led Xiaobai to a mountain cliff. The major sects of the Central Plains martial world, having learned from their painful experiences, finally united to build a stronghold here to resist the foreign tribes. The leading monk explained that the stronghold was protected by the Arhat formation, and he needed to go in first to report before Xiaobai could enter. Xiaobai smiled dismissively, saying it was unnecessary. "Wait here. I will enter in my own way." Outside the stronghold, several Shaolin monks holding wooden staffs stood on high alert. The leading monk suddenly widened his eyes. Through the dust, a lone figure was seen approaching from afar. The monk immediately shouted a warning, stating that unauthorized entry was forbidden. However, Xiaobei paid no attention and continued to walk straight ahead. These younger martial artists did not recognize Xiaobei, so the monk immediately ordered them to form a defensive formation. Several monks wielding long staffs took their positions. Xiaobei, seeing the Arhat formation take shape, smiled faintly and continued to walk straight into the formation, without stopping. The leading monk was astonished. No one had ever broken the Arhat formation, yet this man dared to charge in alone. The Shaolin disciples, seeing this, no longer hesitated. They attacked Xiaobei with their staffs in unison. But Xiaobei suddenly thrust out a finger, striking the end of a staff. The iron-like wooden staff exploded at the end, and the finger's force continued unabated, piercing through. The monk, holding the staff, felt a surge of immense power. The next second, the staff in his hand shattered, and the monk was sent flying like a broken kite. Xiaobei continued his movements, consecutively striking out with his fingers. Numerous monks were sent flying like leaves in the wind. The leading monk immediately shouted, "Change the formation." Several staffs were thrust at Xiaobei from all directions. Xiaobei leaped into the air, avoiding the converging attack. However, the Arhat formation was truly ingenious. The staffs were immediately raised, trapping Xiaobei. Several monks then leaped high, striking down with their staffs. Unexpectedly, Xiaobei calmly grabbed a staff in front of him. He exerted force, shattering the staff. Then, using his waist as a pivot, he spun around forcefully. The next second, the staff formation surrounding him instantly disintegrated. Numerous Shaolin monks were flung away, hitting trees and the ground. At this moment, several other monks used their staffs to vault. Using the rebound force, they attacked Xiaobei. Xiaobei roared, then crouched down, embedding his fingers into the ground. He gathered all his internal force in his palms, and ripped up a large chunk of earth several yards in radius. Then, with a mighty heave, he hurled the massive clod of earth at the group. The Shaolin monks' expressions changed drastically. Before they could dodge, the huge clod of earth crashed down. The next second, Shaolin Temple vaunted Arhat formation was broken. As the dust settled, Xiao Bai walked through alone, leaving the leading monk standing dumbfounded. Inside the stronghold, the warning drum suddenly sounded. The martial artists, hearing the drum, were all startled. Just then, a disciple came to report that someone was attacking the stronghold. Bai Song, the leader of the Qingqing sect, immediately asked, "Are they from the foreign tribes? How many are there?" The disciple replied that he did not know who the attacker was, but there was only one person. The entrance to the stronghold is guarded by Shaolin monks with the Arhat formation. Why panic over a single invader? The disciple said somewhat awkwardly that the Arhat formation had already been broken. Just then, a figure arrived at the stronghold entrance. The Shaolin Temple, of a pillar of the martial world, sent people to kneel and beg a man to come out of seclusion, solely to oppose an immortal who had lived for 1,500 years. Unexpectedly, the man's first action was to put the Central Plains martial world in its place. Now, he stood at the entrance, openly challenging every sect. Seeing the attacker approach, the sect leaders were on high alert. Xiao Bei, however, leisurely strolled into the stronghold. He had always despised these so-called righteous sects, and he asked coldly, "Who will be the first to fight?" Many of the martial artists did not recognize Xiao Bei. Seeing his aggressive demeanor, no one dared to respond. Zhou Yangfei, the leader of the Hoashan sect, hid behind the others, secretly sneering as everyone was deflated. But at this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly roared, "Zhou Yangfei, all the Hoashan disciples died in battle. Not a single one survived. But you, the leader, are unscathed and in high spirits." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhou Yangfei. Zhou Yangfei's face flushed with anger at having his disgrace publicly revealed. He hastily excused himself, saying he had withdrawn because he did not want to submit to the man. But Xiao Bai retorted sharply, "If you truly had the intention to resist, you would not have survived until now." Zhou Yangfei was rendered speechless and enraged. He roared, claiming he would tear Xiao Bai's mouth apart, and charged forward with his sword. But the next second, Xiao Bai had already appeared in front of him. He pressed a hand against Zhou Yangfei's sword hilt, preventing him from drawing the blade. Everyone was shocked by this. They had not even seen his swift movements. Xiao Bai extended two fingers and poked them into Zhou Yangfei's mouth. Xiao Bai's face was grim. Before Zhou Yangfei could react, Xiao Bai suddenly exerted force with his fingers. Zhou Yangfei, publicly humiliated and enraged, immediately picked up his sword and lunged at Xiao Bai. The sword, like a venomous snake's tongue, aimed straight for Xiao Bai's throat. But with a swift move, he darted behind him. First, he struck Zhou Yangfei's neck with a backhand, then followed with a fierce kick to the center of his back. The latter tumbled across the ground like a ball. The onlookers were shocked. Though Zhou Yangfei was despicable, his martial skills were truly formidable. Yet now, he was being toyed with like a child by this man. Zhou Yangfei struggled to his feet, his face filled with malice. He brandished his sword, assuming a stance. Black smoke began to rise from the blade. Bai Song's heart trembled at the sight. He recognized this as a forbidden move explicitly prohibited by the founder of Huoshan sect. Xiao Bai's eyes narrowed, his tone ominous. "Zhou Yangfei, dare you disobey the ancestral teachings of the sect?" Zhou Yangfei, however, was frenzied and reckless. With a strange cry, he flashed forward, attacking Xiao Bai. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai met his attack head-on. The next second, the sword pierced his palm. But as if feeling no pain, he slid his hand along the sword, seizing Zhou Yangfei's sword hand. Zhou Yangfei's eyes widened in terror. Xiao Bei's tone was icy, devoid of emotion. How dare you still live? A person like you. With immense force, he crushed Zhou Yangfei's hand. The latter let out a blood-curdling scream. Ignoring him, Xiao Bai followed with a kick, breaking one of Zhou Yangfei's legs. The latter lost his balance and knelt down with a thud. Zhou Yangfei was now terrified, begging for mercy. Xiao Bai remained impassive, ignoring his pleas. Suddenly, he thrust out two fingers, using the move alongside Zhou. Zhou Yangfei felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The next moment, he was blinded. Seeing Zhou Yangfei writhing on the ground, Xiao Bai's anger remained unquenched, stating he would also cripple his martial arts. His ruthlessness sent chills down the spines of the martial artists present. Just then, Wang Chu, the leader of the beggar gang, could not stand it any longer. He swung his bamboo staff, aiming a heaven-opening strike at Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai easily dodged by leaning slightly. The bamboo staff crashed onto the ground, sending stone fragments flying. Wang Chu, his strike missing, quickly retracted the staff and swept it horizontally. Xiao Bai lightly stepped, dodging again, and then offered a critique. Good staff technique. But your movements are stiff and rigid. Wang Chu, seeing the opponent's audacity, was enraged. He twirled the staff in his hand, then thrust it suddenly, aiming for Xiao Bai's heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai slowly raised his right palm, and then struck the tip of the staff with a forceful palm. The next second, Wang Chu was astonished to find his bamboo staff gone. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. The bamboo staff had been embedded into the courtyard wall by Xiao Bai's palm strike. The force was so great that it cracked the wall. Before Wang Chu could recover from his confusion, Xiao Bai had already stepped on his Beiwei acupoint. I advise you not to move, or your Kai will flow backward, and you'll bleed from your orifices. He then gently continued to exert force, ready to join the battle. Just then, a withered hand suddenly pressed down on Hai Yuan. Bai Song's expression was complex, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Hai Yuan, do not make a move yet. The old man leaped forward. With a flash, he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. Bai Song turned and roared, everyone, fall back. Seeing the beggar gang disciples unable to stop, Bai Song shook his palms. The next second, his palms erupted with energy, sending everyone flying backward. The beggar gang members immediately questioned Bai Song's actions. Bai Song first turned to apologize to everyone, then walked solemnly towards Xiao Bai. The nearly 100-year-old leader of the Qingqing sect looked solemn. The next second, he respectfully knelt down. This old fool's eyes have failed him, failing to recognize the Supreme Martial Master. Please, Master Xiao Bai, spare gang leader Wang's life. He was the nearly 100-year-old leader of the Qingqing sect. Yet today, he knelt and addressed a man who looked to be in his 40s as senior. Seeing Bai Song's behavior, everyone was shocked. They had not expected this person to be the legendary Master Xiao Bai. Bai Song ignored everyone's gazes, his tone becoming even more respectful. These juniors are unaware of your former prestige. Please, be magnanimous and spare them. Xiao Bai, seeing Bai Song's respect, could not help but smile darkly. He then leaped and landed in front of Bai Song. I remember now. You were the little child who cried while holding a puppet. Bai Song's eyelids drooped, not daring to look up. That was indeed me. Xiao Bai grabbed Bai Song's beard, his face filled with mockery. The Qingqing sect has some discernment in choosing you as their leader. He then turned to look at the martial artists, his gaze making them tremble. You just need to lure out the undying one. I will take care of it then. He turned and strode out of the mansion. Seeing Shou Bai's figure disappearing, Bai Song finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. The martial artists also gathered around. Bai Song immediately ordered everyone to gather their disciples. Now that we have Master Shou Bai's help, it's time to attack Hong Su Gong. The martial artists responded with a resounding yes. Meanwhile, Bai Tong Sai Wang were summoned by Wu Ming. Wu Ming stated his intention to find the 4 disciples and wanted Bai Tong Sai Wang to accompany him. Bai Tong Si Wang asked if those 4 were the listeners of the clan. Indeed, if it were not for obtaining the Qin Ying Jing, I would not want to have any further dealings with them. Seeing Bai Tong Si Wang's confusion, Wu Ming explained, Qian Ying Jing is not written text, but passed down orally. Wu Ming then looked meaningfully at Bai Tong Sai Wang. Your adoptive father, Zanka, has always followed the listeners. What are your thoughts on this? As long as it can cure the clan members' monstrosity as you said, I will loyally follow. The 2 immediately set off, heading straight for the listener's village. Meanwhile, the listener, who had been in a state of suspended animation, suddenly awakened. Zanka also felt an ominous premonition. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to herald the coming storm. Suddenly, Zanka's gaze sharpened. He sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly. At this moment, the listener's voice transmission echoed in his ear. Zanka, the time I prophesied has arrived. Are you prepared? Zanka stood proudly, his voice devoid of joy or sorrow. Rest assured, I will do what I must. Soon, 2 figures descended from the sky, crashing down in the small stream outside the village. The newcomers were Wu Ming and Bai Tong Sai Wang. Looking at the peaceful village, Wu Ming said with a sigh, this place is still as peaceful as ever. Just like the people who live here, who have only known how to endure adversity for thousands of years. Wu Ming turned his head to look behind him. Am I right, Zanka? Bai Tong Sai Wang turned around in surprise. There stood Zanka, who had appeared at some point not far away. This place is the burial ground of my ancestors. I will not allow anyone to trespass. Nonsense. Your ancestors are my descendants by seniority. Zanka, I'm just here to see those 4 rebellious disciples. I advise you not to interfere. Zanka's gaze hardened, and he said no more. He then extended his hands, assuming a stance. In that case, please forgive this disciple's disrespect, master. Zanka pushed off the ground with his toes, rushing towards Wu Ming. He threw a powerful punch aimed at Wu Ming's face, but it was intercepted by Bai Tong Sai Wang, who suddenly intervened. The fist stopped 2 inches from Wu Ming's nose, unable to move further. Zanka's cloudy eyes suddenly flared with anger. Bai Tong Si Wang's hand knife swept across. Zanka quickly blocked with both hands. The immense force pushed him back several steps before he regained his balance. Bai Tong Si Wang, having landed a blow, also assumed a stance. He turned to Wu Ming and said respectfully, Qian Zun, I will deal with him. You go retrieve the Tian Ying Jing. Wu Ming chuckled. Very well. You father and son have not seen each other in a long time. You should catch up. He then leaped and headed straight for the tree cave behind the village. Zanka was enraged by this. He unleashed a black energy blast towards Wu Ming. Just then, Bai Tong Sai Wang also moved. An identical black energy blast flew out. The 2 powerful forces collided in mid-air. Wu Ming took the opportunity to escape, leaving only father and son to face each other. I'll ask you one last time, are you really not going to? Bai Tong Sai Wang gathered energy in both palms. Zanka's expression darkened, his voice icy. This time, father will not just tear your mouth. To his clansmen, he was a kind and compassionate leader. But to his son, he became a fierce demon. Seeing Bai Tong Si Wang's stubbornness, Zanka disregarded their kinship. He charged towards Bai Tong Si Wang, throwing a powerful palm strike. The latter quickly blocked. Zanka then transformed his palm into a knife, sweeping it across. Bai Tong Si Wang leaned back to dodge. However, Zanka twisted his waist and spun around, using the momentum of the rotation to thrust out both palms. Bai Tong Si Wang crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying backward. The immense force made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Zanka pressed his advantage, continuing his attack. Bai Tong Si Wang used one hand to stabilize himself, using the rebound force to kick off the ground, deflecting Zanka's pursuit. He then flipped and landed steadily. He gathered a black energy blast in his palm, then swung his palm. The black energy blast flew toward Zanka with thunderous momentum. Zanka, the two energy blasts collided. The resulting explosion was like a thunderclap on flat ground. He showed no mercy, and his son did not hold back either. The two exchanged blows again. Their palms met, and the energy around them surged. Energy blasts collided and exploded, filling the area with continuous booming sounds. Zanka's face was frosty. It was my compassion that led to this disaster. Today, I will personally end this karmic entanglement between us. He unleashed a surge of powerful inner force from his palm. Bai Tong Si Wang felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood. The force penetrated his defense, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Zanka said with a tinge of sadness, "Do not resent your father. It is our clan's tragedy that has led to us fighting each other." Bai Tong Si Wang struggled to hold on, managing to speak with difficulty. "Father, when I was a child, you praised me, saying I was a martial arts prodigy, unlike any the clan had ever seen. I can understand any martial arts move after seeing it just once." Zanko was momentarily puzzled when his son suddenly brought up the past. Unexpectedly, Bai Tong Si Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. "But you know that I did not learn those moves by watching. I experienced their devastation firsthand." With that, Bai Tong Si Wang suddenly and fiercely took a bite, and immediately, patches of poisonous spots appeared on his arm. With all his might, he channeled the poison, and a poisonous mist instantly seeped into Zanka's palm. Zanka's expression changed drastically, but he was now firmly grasped by Bai Tong Si Wang and unable to pull away. The poison mist entered Zanka's 7 meridians, through the Shouyang meridian of his hand, and 8 vessels. The next second, Zanka felt a warmth in his nose, and a drop of black, poisonous blood slowly trickled down. Bai Tong Si Wang channeled all his power. The poisonous mist continuously invaded Zanka's body. "But to me, you are a disgusting father." By now, the meridians in Zanka's arms had been completely corroded by the poisonous mist. The elderly clan leader suddenly widened his eyes. The next second, the meridians in his arms burst open, and blood spurted out. But this old man was truly formidable. Enduring the excruciating pain and mustering his last bit of strength, he headbutted Bai Tong Si Wang. The latter was immediately struck, his nostrils flaring. But Zanka also immediately lost all his strength and was grabbed by the head by Bai Tong Si Wang and slammed to the ground. Bai Tong Si Wang's voice was indistinguishable between joy and sorrow. "The outcome is decided. Please stop here." Zanka smiled faintly. "I never taught you to act like this." Towards the defeated, Bai Tong Si Wang looked reluctant. "Father, please do not force me." Zanka spoke calmly. "If I stand up, I will still kill you. This is the path I chose to take, and you have your own path to choose." Bai Tong Si Wang's eyes were filled with struggle. Zanka continued to speak leisurely. "Xiaoshan, listen to your father one last time. Do not trust that person too much. Yanba, Zanka suddenly snapped. Hurry up and do it, do not hesitate. Bai Tongxi Wang tremblingly extended two fingers, bending them. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had entered the tree hole and arrived before the listener. We are master and disciple. There's no need for a big fight, right, master? You already knew my answer 200 years ago. Hearing this, Wu Ming's gaze instantly turned cold. Then, I have no choice but to force you to tell the truth. But the listener was not at all flustered. Master, your tumor has spread a lot. Wu Ming placed his hands behind his back, his expression somber and noncommittal. You have suffered greatly from the tumor. You must be eager to find the Tianying Jing, right? But in all your calculations, you missed one point. Wu Ming remained silent, waiting for what was to come. Did you perhaps underestimate the current Central Plains martial world too much? At this moment, in Hongshu Gong, the headquarters of the Hai Ying Bang, the masters of the Central Plains martial arts world, and the masters of the Yi clan were engaged in a fierce battle. The beggar gang leader, Wang Chu, brandished his bamboo staff. With a sweeping strike, he sent 3 Yi clan strongmen flying, determined to take their lives. Master Hai Yuan was like an angry-eyed Vajra. He unleashed a powerful Da Ban Ruo Zhang, and Yi clan strongmen's internal organs were instantly shattered. Hai Yuan transformed his palm strikes to envelop the entire clan with his internal force. 1. Luan's strike fiercely landed on the chest of an Yi clan master. The man screamed and died instantly. After killing 2 people in a row, Hai Yuan turned to look at the situation in the field. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Gang leader Wang, watch out above." Wang Chu, hearing Hai Yuan's warning, was momentarily stunned. He then looked up at the sky, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. He saw a large black robe floating in the sky, enveloping him like Mount Tay pressing down. He was the leader of the largest gang in the martial world, the Begar gang, and his dog-beating staff technique was masterful. But he never expected that he would die in such a bizarre way today. The large black robe descended, covering the sky and the sun, instantly enveloping Begar gang leader Wang Chu within. Hai Yuan watched this scene in astonishment. He saw the black robe suddenly spin and rise into the sky. The next second, a perfectly good head rolled out. The black robe spun continuously in midair, then crashed to the ground. A human figure slowly emerged from within. It was Yan Lun Wang, one of the 4 great masters of the Yi clan. Yan Lun Wang let out a sinister laugh. Are you trash really tired of living? The martial artists had never seen such a bizarre technique, and were still reeling from gang leader Wang's death. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Shou Bai had arrived at the battlefield. You all step aside, I'll deal with him. Seeing the newcomer sitting confidently on the roof ridge, Yan Lun Wang's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He keenly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from this person. Shou Bai, his gaze focused, did not waste any words. He slowly stood up, took off the straw hat on his head, and flung it forcefully. The hat flew with the force of a fierce wind and thunder. Shou Bai himself followed closely behind, leaping down and charging towards Yan Lun Wang. The latter did not dare to be careless, and immediately gathered his palms in front of him, channeling all his strength. Then, with a fierce wave, a blast of energy surged out, instantly splitting the straw hat in 2. Shou Bai, who followed closely behind, advanced with an offensive stance. But suddenly, Shou Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he abruptly stopped. Yan Lun Wang in the field strangely vanished on the spot. Disappeared. But then, a faint smile appeared on Shou Bai's lips as he stared at the ground before him and muttered to himself, "Hemph, petty tricks." Yan Bai extended his right palm and slammed it onto the ground. His hand, as hard as steel, directly penetrated 3 inches into the ground. Then, Yan Lun Wang was pulled out by his collar. Unexpectedly, the next second, there was a sudden shaking sound. Shoubei felt his hand lighten. Yan Lun Wang had surprisingly shed his skin like a cicada and disappeared again. At this moment, 3 black robes suddenly appeared in mid-air, heading straight for Shoubei's head. Before Shoubei could react, the 3 black robes had wrapped around him like giant pythons, tightly binding him. Yan Lun Wang then reappeared. His 5 fingers formed claws, and he roared as he charged towards Shoubei. But unexpectedly, another change occurred in the field. Countless air currents suddenly converged around Shoubei, as if the sea was absorbing everything. Yan Lun Wang's pupils contracted, and a sense of foreboding surged through him. The next second, a deafening roar erupted. The black robes were instantly shattered, and the sound wave continued straight towards Yan Lun Wang. Hai Yuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He recognized this as the long-lost Shai Hogong of Shaolin Sea. The sound wave swept out like a tidal wave. It sent the surrounding tiles and debris flying. Everyone felt as if a great bell had been rung. The sound waves roared like thunder. Yan Lun Wang, bearing the brunt of the attack, could only desperately resist with his inner force. But he was still shaken by the powerful sound waves, blood spurting from his nostrils. The next second, he could no longer hold on and was sent flying backward, crashing into a wall more than 10 zhang away. Shoubei looked at Yan Lun Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, and smiled. "Come, let me see what other tricks you have." The latter forcefully suppressed the churning blood and energy in his body, staring at Shoubei not far away, filled with fear and dread. "This is the last battle of your life. Do not leave any regrets." The martial artists looked at Shoubei with reverence. They had heard legends of Shoubei, but they never expected him to be so terrifying. Just then, Yan Lun Wang suddenly moved. With a strange cry, he charged towards Shoubei. Shoubei stopped smiling and immediately met the attack with a punch. A powerful punch was thrown, but unexpectedly, Yan Lun Wang's body strangely split into 2. He dodged Shoubei's fierce punch and instantly reappeared behind Shoubei, reforming. Unexpectedly, Shoubei seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Yan Lun Wang's collar. Although Yan Lun Wang was surprised by Shoubei's quick reaction, his hands did not stop. Channeling all his strength, he struck with both fists, landing 2 heavy blows on Shoubei's face. But Shoubei seemed like an iron or hot. He took the 2 punches from Yan Lun Wang without any reaction. Yan Lun Wang looked at the man before him in fear and felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Shoubei spoke calmly. "That's not how you use a fist." Yan Bai suddenly threw a punch, striking Yan Lun Wang's abdomen. Yan Lun Wang's eyeballs bulged, and he felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. The fierce force of the punch penetrated his body, causing a burst of blood. Shoubei grabbed Yan Lun Wang's arm, preventing him from pulling away, and then delivered a sweeping kick to Yan Lun Wang's thigh. A crisp, cracking sound was heard, and the latter's thigh was broken to the ground. Many Yi clan experts were stunned by this scene. Hai Yuan was also shocked. Shoubei grabbed Yan Lun Wang's shoulders and spoke in a sinister tone. "Speak. Where is the immortal Wu Ming hiding?" Yan Lun Wang was a tough guy after all. "No need to say more, just do it." Shoubei glared at the person before him, his brow furrowed. He then turned to the assembled clan experts beside him. "Take a good look. This is the fate of your Central Plains martial world." Yanbei stopped talking and suddenly exerted force with both palms. Yan Lun Wang let out a heart-rending scream. The next second, both arms were brutally ripped off by Shoubei. Ruthless. Shoubei remained completely unmoved. One iron palm was raised high, intending to bring down a cold strike. This is my strategy against the immortal. Yan Bei's palm suddenly struck down. Yan Lun Wang instantly exploded into a pile of minced flesh, leaving behind only a wide, blood-stained black robe. Soon, the Central Plains martial artists gained an overwhelming advantage. After a while, they had already broken into the inner hall of Hong Su Gong. The crowd burst through the inner hall's main gate and rushed in, but they did not see the figure of the immortal Wu Ming. Many martial artists began to speculate. Could it be that the opponent knew we were coming to raid? So they hid in advance. At this time, Shou Bei also walked in. Hearing this, he could not help but sneer. Have you ever seen a tiger hiding from wild dogs? I'm afraid he was not here in the first place. Shou Bei's gaze was solemn as he muttered to himself, Wu Ming, where exactly did you escape to? Meanwhile, inside the tree hollow, Wu Ming had already lost his patience. Unexpectedly, the listener suddenly asked, Master, what exactly is your dream? Wu Ming's eyes were like ancient wells, 1,000 years old. Naturally, it is to surpass that person and become the true king of all ages. The emperor used the nation's power to seek immortality, but unexpectedly, before his death, he paved the way for a young man. But that did not extinguish his ambition to surpass the emperor and unify the world. The listener heard this and could not help but sigh. Master, after all these years, are you still unable to let go of your obsession? The pain I have experienced is not something you ants can understand. With that, Wu Ming tapped his foot on the ground and rushed towards the listener. The listener stretched out a palm and raised the tree branch. The wax in the tree hollow. Candles were instantly extinguished. The surroundings suddenly became as dark as night, causing Wu Ming an inexplicable unease. But he still struck out with a punch according to his memory of the location. Unexpectedly, the punch, with all of its power, was like a clay ox entering the sea. Then, his whole body was dragged into a darkness. Wu Ming vigilantly scanned the chaotic surroundings. Nothing but a childish illusion. But in the next second, Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw his feet, submerged by river water that had appeared from nowhere. In an instant, it had already reached his ankles. The almost tangible sensation made his expression change. Wu Ming, strong and composed, calmly said, In 200 years, have you only cultivated illusions? The listener's voice drifted over, ethereal. What is not an illusion? Just then, another powerful and quiet force appeared. Not far away, another listener appeared. Master, since everything is an illusion, why are you so obsessed? Seeing that the four listeners had surrounded him, Wu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Master, the moment you doubted, the illusion became reality. And you became trapped within it, did not you? Upon hearing these words, Wu Ming's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the river water had unknowingly risen to his knees. What kind of trick are you playing? To end the curse of 1,000 years of immortality. To execute the regrets left by the first emperor. To return peace to this era. With that, the four listeners lunged at Wu Ming. One instantly reached out and grabbed Wu Ming's throat. The other three locked onto Wu Ming's limbs. The four of them worked together to press Wu Ming into the water. Master, you can deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. You do not actually want to be king, because in your eyes, I do not see others. I only see endless loneliness and emptiness. Hearing these words, Wu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, an intense burst of energy suddenly erupted. The four listeners were sent flying backward. The candles in the tree hollow were rekindled. Then, they were scattered by the powerful force and fell to the ground. The tree hollow instantly burst into flames, with the listeners spitting out a mouthful of blood. The illusion created by the four of them working together was declared completely shattered. The firelight illuminated Wu Ming's strong figure. You ask me what my dream is. My dream is to destroy this world. With that, Wu Ming shook his palms. The surging energy drew in the surrounding flames. A fire dragon flew, and he fiercely struck out with a palm. The listeners were instantly sent flying backward. The listeners suddenly turned their bodies in mid-air and used their hands to support themselves, stabilizing their retreat. And Wu Ming had already rushed over, looking down and smashing down a punch. The four listeners' minds were now as one. Their figures flickered, dodging Wu Ming's fierce punch. Wu Ming's expression was solemn, his hand movements unceasing. He swept out a palm, but the listeners dodged again. The listeners' speed became faster and faster, and Wu Ming's punches became more and more urgent. The listeners finally stopped dodging, and instead met Wu Ming's domineering punch head-on. Then, they countered with a palm strike to Wu Ming's face. The latter quickly tilted his head back to dodge. The listener changed his palm into a hook and struck down. Wu Ming did not have time to dodge and was struck on the face. A wound instantly appeared on his fair cheek. The listeners pressed their advantage, striking out with both palms. Wu Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest, barely blocking, but he was still sent flying backward. He suddenly crashed into the cave wall, kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Wu Ming slowly walked out. His body was covered in wounds and his clothes were tattered. Now it's time to end all of this. He's a human who will bleed after all, and not an invincible god. The four listeners gathered all their power, like 200 years ago, striking out fiercely. And at this moment, Wu Ming also moved. He quietly extended a finger and slowly raised it. His gaze then turned icy cold. The power of his entire body gathered on this finger. Then, he slowly pointed it out without any fanfare. The next second, an earth-shattering sound erupted in the tree hollow, and then it returned to silence. The listener fell to his knees with a thud, struggling to raise his head and look at that terrifying man. And at this moment, Wu Ming's figure was suspended in mid-air. Surrounding flames could not harm him in the slightest. It's time to punish you four rebellious disciples. With that, Wu Ming stretched out a palm, and then suddenly flipped it upwards. The listener was instantly pulled into the air by the force. Then, Wu Ming fiercely clenched his palm. A powerful force instantly blasted into the listener's body. Wu Ming's eyes were filled with indifference. The clenched fist suddenly opened. Surging energy exploded inside the listener's body. Wu Ming admired his masterpiece with a fanatical expression. The four listeners had been blown to pieces. Wu Ming formed a claw with his 5 fingers and slowly reached out, grabbing the listener's head and lifting it up. Speak. What is the essence of the sky eagle spirit? Or I'll make you wish you were dead. The emperor used tens of thousands of lives to write 2 secret manuals. Legend has it that obtaining both books at the same time would grant immortality. And one of the clues was hidden in the listener's mind. Seeing that the listener refused to reveal the secret of the sky eagle spirit, Wu Ming did not waste any more words. He immediately mobilized his true ki eye and gathered it at the yentang point between his eyebrows. Then, he fiercely clenched his 5 fingers, embedding them deeply into the listener's skull. Wu Ming slowly closed his eyes. The next second, he entered the listener's sea of consciousness. Just then, several feathers suddenly fell from the sky. Wu Ming could not help but look up. He saw a parrot squawking in the air. Wu Ming's brows were tightly furrowed, and before he could think, a pool of river water had already submerged his feet. Wu Ming looked down, his expression changing slightly, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent. He saw a swordsman appear on the river. Wu Ming was shocked. He never expected that there was another person hidden in the listener's sea of consciousness. The swordsman's eyes also suddenly narrowed. Then, he quietly unsheathed his long sword, stepped on the waves, and charged straight at Wu Ming. He slashed diagonally, aiming for Wu Ming. Seeing this, Wu Ming's expression changed drastically, and he quickly took a step back. The long sword brushed past his throat. Wu Ming had never seen such a sharp swordsmanship. In his fear, he subconsciously clenched his fist. The listener's skull instantly exploded. Then, his life force was cut off, and the corpse fell dead. Wu Ming also retreated from the listener's sea of consciousness. He escaped the swordsman's pursuit. Wu Ming felt a lingering fear. He had never seen such a terrifying swordsmanship. Having regained his composure, Wu Ming muttered to himself, "The swordsman, whose sword flows like a great river eastward. Who are you?" Meanwhile, in Gong, a woman with a veil covering her face was admiring the koi under the wolf's path. A subordinate approached and respectfully reported, "Cult leader, the Yai Jin Jing on Zhang Weiyao's body has been transcribed." The woman turned her head indifferently. "Store it in the Yuhua pavilion." With that, the woman led a group of subordinates to the room. Weiyao was lying semi-conscious on the stone platform. The woman's voice was cold. "Do you still not know what poison she's been afflicted with?" The subordinate said that Weiyao's symptoms were rare and had never been recorded in any books, so they had not been able to identify it yet. The woman looked at the dying Weiyao thoughtfully. Sai then picked up a red-hot iron from the brazier. Along with Weiyao's barely audible pain, a sizzling sound was heard. However, the woman's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. "Bring back the tattoo on Weiyao's back." My subordinate asked how to deal with Weiyao. "Do not worry about her. Whether she lives or dies is up to her fate. She is now poisoned. If she can survive, it's because she's not destined to die." Meanwhile, Jun Bao described in detail the process of Weiyao being kidnapped. After hearing Jun Bao's account, Lu Shay stated outright that it must have been the work of Yu Hua Jiao. Seeing that Jun Bao was not familiar with the Jiangyu, Lu Shou explained, "They are a more mysterious assassin gang than Hai Ying Bang. Even when facing their own people, members of the cult cover their faces. The eagle holding a fan is the leader, Zuhen Sixin. Their hiding place is unknown, and finding them is by no means easy." Then Lu Shou's gaze became distant. "But I am also an assassin. No one knows assassin gangs better than assassins." Yan Bai, Lu Shou, suddenly stood. "Let's go. Before we find Weiyao, we have something to do." That night, in the Zhang Jia mansion on Miao Feng Shan, Zhang Sangxiu suddenly woke up from his sleep. He had just felt a strong killing intent. At that moment, someone outside suddenly shouted, loudly. Under the night, a swordsman stood proudly. His long sword was already stained with blood. He was the renowned head of the Zhang family and Hu Zhua master. But he was also a notorious scoundrel of the Jiangyu. To achieve his goals, he did not hesitate to kill his own son, and even betrayed the Central Plains martial arts world to secretly collude with a government. And today, his retribution has finally come. Seeing the assassin breaking into the inner house, a Zhang family member roared and charged. The assassin leaped up to avoid the opponent's grab and slashed diagonally with his long sword, killing the man instantly. The assassin kept moving, rushing towards the next family member. He swung his sword down, instantly piercing the man's foot. The man immediately screamed in pain. The assassin then kicked him flying away. Suddenly, the assassin felt a malicious wind behind him. He turned and crouched, dodging the man's sweeping blade. He thrust his sword forward, piercing the man through the assassin's palm. Slammed the hilt of the sword. The long sword pierced 2 feet through. Then he charged forward, piercing the second person like a string of candied haws. Seeing that the situation was dire, the Zhang family members were about to form the Juha formation to defend, but unexpectedly, the assassin's masked eyes suddenly narrowed. His long sword emitted a quiet sword cry, then gently swayed, like surging river water. It was the 7th poem of Bu Wenju Jian. Zhang Sangxiu was slightly stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this move seemed familiar. The assassin gave the Zhang family members no chance to form the formation. He swept forward, rushing towards a family member. The man, unwilling to sit and wait for death, immediately swung his blade. But the assassin moved like lightning, and in an instant, he slightly shifted. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the man's head, using his body as a shield to crash into the Zhang family members. The assassin rotated his left hand to hold the sword in reverse. He slashed diagonally with the force of wind and thunder. In an instant, blood mist filled the air. Several Zhang family members were killed on the spot. At this time, 2 more attacked from behind. The assassin turned sharply, using his heel as a pivot. He switched his long sword to a forehand grip and slashed upward. The 2 men immediately fell, with no chance of survival. Blood rained down. The assassin stood amidst it, like a demon from hell. Suddenly, the assassin glanced at Zhang Sangxiu under the wolf path. The latter's face immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Sangxiu forced himself to remain calm. "Who are you? State your name." The assassin, however, held his long sword and spoke disdainfully. Zhang Sangxiu laughed in anger and said no more. He reached out with both hands, gathering all his strength. Then he also took a stance, using the Zhang family's long-famous Hu Zhua Gong. The old man's eyes were full of malice. He roared and leaped up, pouncing towards the assassin like a fierce tiger. The assassin easily stepped aside, avoiding the grab towards his face. Zhang Sangxiu roared and grabbed again. The assassin easily dodged again. Then, Zhang Sangxiu felt a blur before his eyes. The next second, the assassin was already behind him. Zhang Sangxiu instinctively turned and grabbed. Unexpectedly, the assassin disappeared again, then reappeared behind him. The assassin was in no hurry to draw his sword. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he moved around Zhang Sangxiu. Zhang Sangxiu was already going crazy, roaring and grabbing wildly. Unexpectedly, this time he actually grabbed the assassin's outer garment. Zhang Sangxiu was overjoyed. But before he could use the Zhang family's grappling techniques, he felt his hand go light. He was only holding a black robe. At that moment, a foot lightly stepped on his arm. The assassin was looking down at him. The assassin stretched out his foot, stepping on Zhang Sangxiu's forehead in a humiliating manner. Then he spoke in a chilling voice. "The Zhang family's Hu Zhua Gong will be extinct from the Jiangyu." Zhang Sangxiu was furious and grabbed at the assassin's leg. The assassin leaped up, spreading his arms like a rock. Then, with a flick of his 3-foot sword, his eyes turned cold as ice. He slashed down with the power of heaven. The sword energy roared past, even creating a gap in the courtyard wall more than 10 feet away. The assassin then landed steadily behind Zhang Sangxiu. Zhang Sangxiu mechanically turned. towards the assassin. He was shocked to see that the assassin had split into two, and they were getting further and further apart. The next second, Zhang Sangxiu's forehead suddenly showed a thin line. Then, his entire body suddenly split in two. This Zhang family head, who had wholeheartedly sought immortality, was now dead. Beyond saving, the assassin slowly turned and left. He still had to hurry to save his beloved girl. There is a terrifying gang in the Jiangyu, called Yuhua Jiao. Not only do they have a highly skilled leader, but they also train the women in the cult to become poison users, as assassins. Waya, who had awakened, struggled to get up. She felt a burning sensation in her throat. Suddenly, she saw a pool of water not far away. She immediately crawled towards the pool. Wayo gulped down the water from the pool. At that moment, her eyes widened in horror. She saw the corpses of various snakes and insects floating in the pool. Wayo felt her stomach churn and immediately vomited. Outside the secret room, Zhu Hen Sixin watched this scene and muttered to himself, "It's always this process. When they are thirsty, they will still drink the poisoned water." At that moment, a subordinate asked loudly, "Leader, do you want to cultivate this woman into a hua?" Zhu Hen Sixin folded his hands behind his back, his voice cold. "She was poisoned but did not die. She is the perfect material to become a hoa." The subordinate questioned, saying that although Weiao's tattoo had been destroyed, keeping her in the cult might bring trouble. Zhu Hen Sixin looked at Weiao in the secret room, his voice still without any emotion. "Even if it brings trouble, it is the will of the death god." At the same time, Lu Shou led Jun Bao on a quick march. On the way, Jun Bao asked Lu Shou what his plan was. Lu Shou said he was going to find someone. He is the only one who has survived under the hands of Yuhua Jiao. The two soon arrived at an inn. The owner brought them a plate of steamed buns. Jun Bao immediately devoured them and told Lu Shou that they tasted really good. Seeing Jun Bao eating heartily, Lu Shou looked thoughtful, but said nothing. Then he spoke to the owner behind the curtain. "Owner, I heard that using the meat of enemies to make dishes tastes excellent. Is that true?" Jun Bao was slightly stunned. After a long silence behind the curtain, a hoarse voice came. "Who are you?" "There are 9 kinds of water in the Changjiang." Before Lu Shou could finish, he suddenly pushed Jun Bao away. 2 cleavers whizzed past where Jun Bao's head had just been. It was nailed with great force into the wall not far behind him. And then the hoarse voice sounded again. "Are you crippled?" Hearing this, Lu Shou did not hold back anymore. He leaped up from the bench. At this moment, 2 more cleavers flew over, trying to block Lu Shou's advance. Lu Shou he did not stop, slightly tilting his head to dodge the first one. Seeing the second one follow closely towards his face, Lu Shou seized the opportunity and caught the cleaver in his mouth. In an instant, he reached Zhu Lion, grabbed the boss's head, and entered the room, slamming the opponent against the wall. The next second, the back wall of the inn exploded. Lu Shou pushed the boss straight through the wall, simultaneously locking his throat with his hand and pressing him to the ground. But the boss let out a strange cry and swung his knife. Lu Shou stepped firmly on his forearm, then snatched the cleaver from his hand. In a flash, he had the man firmly subdued. Lu Shou's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Tell me, how did you escape Yuhua Jiao and survive?" The boss looked terrified, but still rebuked him. "Assassins crossing boundaries. You've broken the rules of the assassin world." Hearing this, Lu Shou did not start counting down. It was them who broke the rules first. "They crossed the line and abducted my woman," Lu Shou said, raising the cleaver high. You do not need to answer. I have no patience to listen. Hearing this, the boss was terrified and immediately begged for mercy. But Lu Xiao turned a deaf ear and decisively slashed down. And the boss let out a pig-like scream. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's not that I wanted to survive, but it seems they could not kill me. Lu Xiao was puzzled. Yu Hajiao always acted ruthlessly and would never let a traitor go. Then he pressed again. Tell me the exact location of Yu Ho Gong. I really do not know. I'm just the lowest level assassin there. Even if you torture me, I still would not know. Then tell me all the clues you know. I'll consider giving you a quick death. Go to Zengxin Sai on the mountainside of Yunshan and look for a flower that would not bloom. Lu Xia stared at the boss beneath him, speechless for a moment, and kept his word, giving the other a quick death. Then he took Jun Bao and headed to Yunshan. On the way, Jun Bao asked what a flower that will not bloom meant. Yu Huo Jiao trains poison assassin, calls them flower, and the flower that does not bloom is someone who could not become a poison man. The man once almost choked the woman to death under the holy cave, but instead of hating him, the woman could not forget him. On the hillside, Yang Yuhua gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The image of that man lingered in her mind. Yang Yuhua sighed softly. Why does seeing his eyes remind me of that person? At this moment, a Gai Liu suddenly appeared behind Yang Yua. Yang Yua, what are you so lost in thought about? The sudden voice startled Yang Yuhua slightly. Gai Liu said softly. Seeing your flushed face, you must be thinking of someone. Could it be your sworn brother, Bai Tong Sai Wang? Yang Yuhua immediately denied it, saying she only trusted Bai Tong Sai Wang and therefore followed him. Then she asked Gai Liu what he wanted from her. I want to go to Duji Ku. As Zanka's daughter, you must know where Duji Ku is, right? Yang Yuhua said that Duji Ku was the training ground of the evil god Gao Heng, and the entire clan was forbidden from entering or leaving. Gai Liu stated that Dai Yu was dead, and he just wanted to inform the evil god Gao Heng of Dai Yu's death. Yang Yuhua was shocked to hear that Dai Yu was dead, and then she bowed down. She said that even so, it would be difficult for the evil god Gao Heng to stand on their side. Gai Liu was waiting for the night. I know. Just lead the way. I have my own considerations. Shortly after, they arrived at Qianguanfeng, dozens of miles away. Yang Yua led Gai Liu to a mountain cliff. They reached the edge of the cliff and saw only mist rising from below. Gai Liu turned to Yang Yuehua and asked what this meant. The latter said that this cliff was the only entrance to Duji Ku. With that, she jumped directly down the cliff. Gai Liu watched this scene and could not help but freeze. But Yang Yuhua's figure instantly disappeared into the thick fog. He did not hesitate and jumped down after her. In the 1,000-foot-deep cliff, the two fell rapidly one after the other, then splashed into a deep pool with a thud. Yang Yua led the way and swam to the depths of the pool. Soon, the two had crossed the deep pool and swam to the shore. They walked another 10 feet or so, and a cave entrance suddenly appeared before them. Yang Yuhua said she could only lead the way here. Further in, unless one was immune to all poisons, they would not survive 5 breaths. Yang Yua, if I do not come out within an hour, hurry back and report to Bai Tong Sai Wang. Yang Yuhua immediately acknowledged the order. Gai Liu walked into the cave, muttering to himself, it's time to wake up, the strongest killer of our clan, Gao Hun Saishan. A moment later, Gai Liu had gone deep into the cave, but he did not find Gao Hun Saishan, only strange-looking stalagmites. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from behind. The rocks behind him suddenly collapsed, sealing off the path he had come from. The cave also fell into darkness. Guy Liu slowly closed his eyes and channeled his true energy to his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with golden light. Seeing things in the dark was no problem, but the next second, he saw that he was surrounded by people. These people screamed and pounced on Guy Liu. One of them instantly reached out and locked Guy Liu's throat. Guy Liu remained calm, opening his mouth wide and spitting out countless flying insects. The flying insects instantly burrowed into the man's orifices. The other strange people around were not spared and were immediately entangled by countless flying insects. Guy Liu took the opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly, a strange person grabbed his ankle. Guy Liu turned and struck with his palm. The slender, pale palm instantly struck the man's face. Then, there was a squirming under the skin of his wrist, and countless goo insects burst out from his palm. In an instant, the man's head was blown to pieces. Guy Liu used the force of the recoil to stand upside down, sticking to the cave wall like a gecko. Guy Liu could not help but feel a chill. He never expected that there would be a group of strange people in this Duji-ku. Just as he was still in shock, several heads suddenly emerged from the cave wall beside him. Guy Liu's expression changed instantly. He finally understood that these strange people were those strangely shaped corpses. A corpse suddenly threw a punch. Guy Liu was caught off guard and was hit. The force was so great that he spat out blood. He rolled several feet before stabilizing himself. Guy Liu licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with killing intent, then slowly untied his long robe. Then, he tore off the robe. He channeled all his strength, and white mist surged around him. And insect holes appeared on his arms. The next second, countless squirming goo insects emerged from his body. This woman's body was covered with dense insect holes. When facing enemies, as long as she activated the true energy in her body, countless highly poisonous goo insects would emerge from her body. Guy Liu was about to kill these corpses, but unexpectedly, the next second, with a sudden sound, a stone cone pierced through his shoulder from behind. Guy Liu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the severe pain and looked back, only to see an old man had somehow approached him from behind. The old man let out a beast-like roar. Guy Liu thought the old man was Gao Hun Sishin and was about to explain, but before he could speak, another stone cone struck again, instantly piercing his other shoulder blade. Guy Liu could not help but scream. Gao Hun Sishin, stop! I came with good intentions to inform you that your daughter Daiyu has been killed. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the old man suddenly shed tears of blood, and then his body slowly slid to the ground. A slovenly man appeared behind the old man. Guy Liu mustered his courage and looked back. Could this person be Gao Hun Sishin? At this moment, countless corpses changed their target and attacked the man. The man silently put his hands together, then separated them again. Several shurikens appeared between his palms. The man swung his hands fiercely, and countless shurikens shot out. The shurikens pierced the corpses, and the huge force sent them flying. Taking advantage of this opening, the man grabbed Guy Liu's hair, pulled him up with a sudden force, and the two of them broke through the cave ceiling, causing countless pieces of gravel to fall. The next second, the two of them rushed out of the cave and came to the ground. The man landed steadily, then casually threw Guy Liu aside. Guy Liu struggled to sit up, not daring to even breathe heavily. The man spoke slowly. What did you just say? Gao Hun Sishin, Daiyu has been killed. Gao Hun Sishin's pupils contracted, and he stood there stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Shou and Jun Bao found Zhang Xinxi. As soon as they entered the temple, they were stopped by two monks. Lu Shou got straight to the point, saying he was here to find the flower that would not bloom. Hearing this, the two monks exchanged a look. Benefactor, There is nothing here that you speak of. Please leave quickly. Lu Shou's eyes turned cold. Please step aside, or I will kill without hesitation. The two monks did not say anything more and immediately took a stance. But at this moment, an old voice came. Let him in. You are no match for him. The two monks, seeing the old abbot's arrival, immediately bowed respectfully, and the old abbot continued. This woman has escaped becoming a killer, but she is neither human nor ghost. According to the rules of the Yu Hua Jiao, only those who are deaf, blind, and mute can leave the sect. Therefore, Lu Shou was shocked when he heard this. According to the old abbot, could Wei Yo be? Thinking of this, Lu Shou rushed to the meditation room. He could only pray that this flower that would not bloom was not Wei Yao. Lu Shou suddenly pulled open the door, and in the next second, he widened his eyes in disbelief. A graceful figure knelt quietly on the futon. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Lu Shou's face. Only when the woman slowly turned around did Lu Shou breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the corner. I wonder why you have come here, benefactor. There is only a poor woman here. If it is a matter of the martial world, please leave. Lu Shou turned his head and looked, his gaze narrowing. I am a killer of Changjiang, pursuing the Yu Hua Jiao to this place. Unexpectedly, the monk suddenly said something shocking. Forgive this humble monk for speaking frankly, but you are no match for the Yu Hua Jiao. If Li Zongbao were to come back to life, perhaps there would be a chance of victory. Lu Shou's eyes widened suddenly. He then drew his sword and held it to the monk's throat. Even the Hai Ying Bang does not know of my master's death. How could a monk from a remote temple know? Who are you, and what is your purpose in saying those words to me just now? The monk calmly gazed into Lu Shou's eyes. This is why you cannot defeat the Yu Hua Jiao. Your sword is cold, but I can feel your heart is warm. While Li Zongbao's sword was cold, and his heart even colder. With that, the monk slowly raised both hands. Lu Shou's expression changed drastically when he saw the monk's hands. All of the monk's index fingers had been cut off. Cut off. The monk's voice sounded again. This woman was harmed because she failed to become a poisoned person of the Yu Hua Jiao. This humble monk's martial arts were crippled because I failed to inherit the Ju Bo sword techniques. Because he failed to inherit the sword techniques, the man had his index fingers cut off. Disheartened, he entered the monastic life and became a monk. Lu Shou was speechless for a moment after hearing this. The monk, however, seemed quite carefree and told Lu Shou a way to find the Yu Hua Jiao. Go find Du Jiao Gai of Jin Chuan. He is the gatekeeper of the Yu Hua Jiao. The Yu Hua Jiao accepts commissions through a special kind of copper coin that only their own people recognize. If you want to save that girl, you must act quickly. If she successfully becomes a poisoned person, there will be no turning back. Once she becomes a member of the Yu Hua Jiao, she herself will be a highly toxic being. Not only will she suffer the torment of poison throughout her life, but she will also be unable to embrace her loved one. On the street, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, begging humbly. A father and son happened to pass by and threw him a few coins. The old man kowtowed repeatedly, saying auspicious words. The child walked a few steps, and then looked back curiously. The blind old man raised his head and smiled ingratiatingly. At this moment, 3 thugs approached the old man, saying that the old man had to pay a stall fee to beg here. The old man did not argue and said it was only right. The thug immediately tried to take the coins from the old man's bowl, but unexpectedly, a sword came out and pressed down on the thug's hand. The sudden turn of events stunned the 3 thugs. Looking up, they saw a swordsman wearing a bamboo hat. Lu Shou told the thug to put the money down. The thug was immediately furious and started cursing, but before he could finish, he was struck in the mouth with a scabbard. Several of his teeth immediately loosened, and the coins in his hand scattered on the ground. Seeing their leader being beaten, the two lackeys shouted and prepared to attack. Lu Shou merely gave them a cold glance. The two lackeys instantly froze like cicadas in winter. The three of them then helped each other up and fled in panic. The old man groped for the coins and thanked Lu Shou. Lu Shou, however, looked at him meaningfully. "You're welcome, but you did not need my help." The old man said he did not understand what Lu Shou meant. Lu Shou slowly took 2 steps closer, and with a push of his left thumb, the sword was instantly unsheathed an inch. The old man was slightly startled when he heard the sword being unsheathed, but he did a good job of concealing his surprise. He stood up and prepared to take his leave. He then leaned on his crutches and slowly walked away with some difficulty. Just then, the voice behind him sounded again. "Du Jiao Gai, where are you going in such a hurry?" The old man turned around with a blank expression, saying he did not understand. "Du Jiao Gai of Jinchuan, I want to ask the Yuho Jiao for someone. A woman who is being turned into a flower by the Yuhua Jiao." "Young man, you cannot just say things like that. There are consequences you cannot bear." Du Jigao slowly turned around, and the aura around him suddenly changed. "I do not want to attack an old man in his twilight years, but if you want to make trouble for the Yuhua Jiao, you have to get past me first." Yanbai, Du Jiao Ge drew a short sword from his cane, and then raised it with one hand, taking a stance. Lu Shou focused his eyes and said no more. "Speak." Just then, Du Jiao Gai struck first. His only remaining leg bent slightly, and then he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot. His emaciated body shot up, and he slashed down fiercely with his sword. Lu Shou drew his sword and steadily blocked the blow. The two swords collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly. During the standoff, Lu Shou suddenly drew his sword, as if performing a sword-drawing technique, sending Du Jiao Gai flying. The latter landed on one leg, sliding backward before stabilizing himself with his staff. But this disabled old man was truly fierce. After stabilizing himself, he pushed off the ground again and charged forward, sweeping his sword horizontally, aiming to cut Lu Shou's leg. The longsword in Lu Shou's hand quickly rotated twice. He held it vertically in front of him, blocking the incoming horizontal slash. Then, a clear sword chime was heard. Like a river flowing into the sea, the sword energy was continuous and unending. After performing a sword flourish, Lu Shou assumed the 7th stance of Bu Wen Ju Jin, feeling quite surprised. The 4 listeners had poured hundreds of years of skill into him, and now every time he swung his sword, he felt as if his true Kai would overflow from his fingertips. He never expected the gift of the listeners to be so terrifying. Just then, Du Jiao Ge, who was in the distance, suddenly spoke. "Young hero, your swordsmanship is exquisite, but it seems you do not belong to any sect." "May this old man ask, what swordsmanship are you using?" Lu Shou's eyes were calm. "This is the Jubo sword technique, created by my master." The girl was regarded as a jinx by her family as soon as she was born. Her mother was therefore neglected by her father and died in depression. Before her death, the mother entrusted her to the care of a guard in the family. The guard had received great kindness from the lady and intended to raise the young miss well, but unexpectedly, a group of bandits broke into the house that night. The guard fought with all his might and killed several bandits. But the raging fire had already reached the inner house, where the young miss was. The other servants were unwilling to save the young miss because of her jinx status, But only the guard braved the danger and rushed into the fire. The inner house was burned to ruins by the fire. The guard used his body to protect the young miss in the swaddling clothes. But his right leg was crippled that night. Looking at the sleeping baby in his arms, the guard shed 2 lines of tears. He did not understand why a newborn baby had to suffer such hardship. From then on, the guard carried the girl and wandered around. With a crippled leg, he could only rely on begging to support them both. The girl grew up day by day under his care. On this day, they met the person who would change the girl's destiny. The girl stood there at a loss, while the guard had already prostrated himself on the ground. The old leader of the Yuhua Jiao said that the girl was exceptionally talented and could join the Yuhua Jiao as his final disciple. But the Yuhua Jiao never accepted men, so he could not take in the guard. The guard said that even if he could not serve by the young Mrs. side, he wanted to guard her from afar. He would not see or say anything about the Yuhua Jiao. He begged the old leader to grant his wish. In that case, prove your determination. With that, the old leader threw a dagger in front of the guard. The guard immediately understood what the other party meant, but he still trembled as he reached out and picked up the dagger. Then he slashed it across his eyes without hesitation. The old leader watched all this in silence. The guard's eyes were now destroyed, and his face was covered in blood. When the girl grew up, she became the new leader of the Yuhua Jiao, Zuhen section. The guard took the alias Du Jiao Gai and continued to guard his young miss. Hearing that Lu Shou was using the unparalleled Ju Bo sword technique, Du Jiao smiled sadly, saying that it was not in vain to see such swordsmanship in this life. Yanbai, his body burst forward again towards Lu Shou. Lu Shou rotated the longsword in his hand and brought it to his front. Then he struck out fiercely, sweeping the sword towards Du Jiao Gai's face. The latter pushed off with one leg and leaped up, dodging the blow. He slashed down from mid-air, aiming for Lu Shou's head, and was blocked by the latter raising his sword. Du Jiao Gai used the force of the counter-formation to land back in place. Then, he leaped up again on one leg and charged forward. His left hand raised in a sword finger gesture, suddenly tracing across the blade. The power of his heroic soul was already attached to it. In an instant, the shadows of the sword flickered, thrusting straight at Lu Shou's face. Lu Shou, just like when he was young, catching fish with his bare hands in the river. The long sword in his hand flipped up and down, blocking everything. Suddenly, Du Jiao Gai shattered the armor on his right leg. Inside, there was another sharp short sword hidden. He kicked out, sweeping directly at Lu Shou's neck. The latter quickly raised his sword to block, but he was also shaken back by this sudden blow, his palm raised. The continuous fighting made the old man gasp heavily for breath. Lu Shou spoke slowly at this moment. I have no intention of killing you. You only need to tell me the location of Yuhua Gong. Please forgive me, young hero. You have people you want to protect. So does this old man. Lu Shou was silent after hearing this. The person in front of him reminded him of the Lady Bu, who had died in battle. Since we each have our own wishes, then let's each use our own methods. With that, Lu Shou brandished the long sword in his hand. He pushed off the ground with his feet and swiftly moved forward. Du Jiao Gai did not dare to be careless, listening carefully to the opponent's movements. Lu Shou clearly captured the detail of the opponent's ear trembling. The next second, his long sword swung, knocking several bricks and tiles flying. For a moment, the sound of bricks and tiles shattering was endless. Du Jiao Gai concentrated and listened carefully, trying to discern the direction of Lu Shou's attack. But he could not detect the fluctuation of the opponent's sword. Suddenly, Du Jiao Gai keenly caught a sound of something breaking through the air. A faint smile appeared on the old man's lips. The opponent had still underestimated his ears. Then, he suddenly swept the long sword in his hand horizontally. Unexpectedly, there was no force on this sword. Under his full sweep, it flew high. Then, it landed on an empty space not far behind him. The next second, Lu Shou had already arrived in front of Du Jiaogai. Du Jiaogai was instantly shocked. The opponent had used the thrown sword to distract him, but he reacted very quickly, immediately leaping up. The short sword on his right leg swept towards Lu Shou's face, but it was firmly clamped by Lu Shou's outstretched palms. Du Jiaogai felt a strong force coming from his leg. The next second, he was thrown to the ground by Lu Shou. Lu Shou grabbed the short sword on his leg with his bare hands. With a powerful chop, the short sword was snapped in half. Lu Shou threw the broken sword aside. Then, he stepped on Du Jiaogai's throat. Du Jiaogai had already injured his lungs from the fall. Blood slowly flowed from his mouth and nose. "Take me to Yuhua Jiao. There is someone I must find there. You are truly a strange person. Your swordsmanship is so cold, yet your heart remains fervent. But please forgive me, young hero. This old man once received great kindness from the madam. No matter what identity the young lady has now, she is always the young lady that this old man must protect. This is all I can offer you, young hero." Lu Shou was slightly stunned when he saw Du Jiaogai raise a hand. He still reached out and took it from the other person's hand. "This is a special copper coin used to contact Yuhua Jiao. Take it to the Hua Lion Inn in Mengyu Yushan." Du Jiaogai's voice was full of relief. "Young hero, please be sure to stop that person. And I hope you can find the person you want to protect." Lu Shou and Jun Bao immediately set off for Meng Yushan. Behind them, Du Jiaogai slowly raised the half-broken sword. "The winds and clouds of the world emerge from our generation. A journey through the martial world. Time presses on. Amidst talk of grand ambitions, buried in the yellow earth, unable to overcome a life of drunken reverie. Raising the sword, crossing the phantom rain, white bones piled like mountains, startled birds take flight. The mortal world is like a tide, people are like water, only lamenting how many in the martial world regret. The youth, dressed in thin clothes, meditates on the snow-capped mountain at an altitude of 5,000 meters, only to temper his mind like the ancient, eternal ice. However, today, he could not control his thoughts no matter what. Scenes galloped through his mind like untamed horses. Bright feathers falling from the sky. A brightly colored guan-horned sheep that could speak human language. A swordsman riding the waves with an imposing sword intent. And that unpredictable, ghostly spiritual swordsmanship. Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes. An inexplicable unease spread in his heart. At this time, Bai Tongxi Wang and Yang Yuho arrived together. The two bowed down together and asked Wu Ming what his orders were. Wu Ming indicated that he had obtained a clue about the sky eagle essence. Bai Tongxi Wang's faces remained unchanged, but their hearts were filled with ecstasy. "I immediately request that you all do your utmost to find two things." Bai Tongxi Wang's eyes brightened, waiting for further instructions. "The first is a bird that can speak human language." "You mean you want to find a talking bird?" "Exactly." "The second is a swordsman whose sword intent is like water." Bai Tongxi Wang were still unable to process this information. But Yang Yuhua's mind raced, and she had already thought of something. "Are not these two things pointing to Lu Shou?" Bai Tongxi Wang bowed again and asked. "Heavenly Venerate, if we find the person who obtained the heavenly eagle essence, can it really cure our clan's strange disease?" Wu Ming turned his head to gaze at this exceptionally capable subordinate and remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Bai Tongxi Wang, are you doubting me?" Bai Tongxi Wang lowered his head even further. "I would not dare. I beg the heavenly venerate to forgive my indiscretion." Then the siblings took their leave, each with their own concerns. After they had walked a distance, Yang Yuhua suddenly spoke. Other. Brother, do you really believe he can save our clan? Bai Tong Si Wang could not help but glance sideways, then slowly spoke. Yua, do you know why I betrayed our father and chose him? Naturally, it was to save our people and then seize the world. Bai Tong Si Wang sighed. Actually, my desires are far less grand. I just cannot bear to see that woman suffer. So I have to believe what he says is true. Yang Yuhua was instantly stunned. Bai Tong Si Wang's gaze gradually became resolute. And what he says must be true. Let's go. We should pay a visit to Mr. Gao Hun. In the solitary cave, Bai Tong Si Wang silently stopped. He saw threads as thin as hair blocking his way. He recognized them as Shankan Si, capable of lifting thousands of troops and objects. He followed the threads with his eyes and saw a woman bound by the threads, suspended in the air. It was Gai Ling Gai, who had come to find Gao Hun Xishan not long ago. Bai Tong Si Wang extended his right hand, and a cluster of flames condensed from True Kai leaped in his palm. Ga Ling Ga quickly called out to stop him, saying that these Tan Kansai were infused with internal force, and if burned, the internal force would seep into her acupoints. Bai Tong Si Wang was startled and immediately asked Gai Ling Gai what had happened. Gai Ling Gai recounted the events and warned Bai Tong Si Wang to be careful of what was behind him. Bai Tong Si Wang turned around and saw that Gao Hun Xishan had appeared in the cave at some point. 3 chains arrived like lightning. Bai Tong Si Wang quickly leaped up to dodge. Then he swung his right palm, sending out a black blast of energy. The energy surged like thunder, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Then, it exploded not far away, sending debris flying throughout the cave. When the dust settled, Gao Hun Xishan was seen with his arms crossed over his chest, having withstood the blow. Seeing that the first strike had no effect, Bai Tong Si Wang struck out with another palm. A powerful blast of energy surged forward like a black dragon. Gao Hun Xishan could not help but praise him. Xana said, "You were a martial arts prodigy unseen in 100 years of my clan." Today's display proves that it was no exaggeration. Yan Bei clapped his hands together, channeling energy throughout his body. His lightning-fast hands ripped the blast of energy apart. Bai Tong Si Wang's expression changed drastically. Gao Hun Xishan flashed forward with incredible speed. He struck fiercely at Bai Tong Si Wang's head. The latter barely managed to block. Gao Hun Xishan then swept his hand towards Bai Tong Si Wang's face, but the latter dodged by leaning back. Then the two exchanged a flurry of blows at incredible speed. After exchanging a punch, both of them retreated a few steps. Gao Hun Xishan threw out a chain towards Bai Tong Si Wang. The latter blocked, but the chain wrapped around his wrist. But Bai Tong Si Wang ignored it, stepping forward and throwing a powerful punch. Gao Hun Xishan used the chain in his palm to block the opponent's powerful, grappling-style punch. Then, with a flick of his wrists, the chain wrapped around the opponent's punching wrist like a venomous snake. Bai Tong Si Wang's hands were instantly and firmly bound. Bai Tong Si Wang, if it were not for Xanta, I would kill you right now. Bai Tong Si Wang struggled. He knew that the opponent was showing mercy and had something to say. I do not care about your war. I just want to ask you one thing. Tell me, who killed Dai Yu? Bai Tong Si Wang quickly thought and replied, I do not know who he is, but he always carries a talking bird with him, and he uses a sword. His swordsmanship is like the unstoppable flow of the Changjiang. He is the peak combatant of the clan, Gao Hun Xishan. He not only captured Gai Ling Gai, one of the 4 great experts of the clan, but even the formidable Bai Tong Si Wang is no match for him. After getting the answer he wanted, Gao Hun Xishan did not make things difficult for Bai Tong Si Wang. Bai Tong Si Wang asked Gao Hun Xishan what his plan was. There are only a few people in the entire Jiangyu who could kill Dai Yu. With the clues of the bird and the swordsmanship, finding that person will not be difficult. With that, he gave an order, and several figures silently emerged from the surroundings. Beitong Sai Wang and the others were shocked. They had heard that Gao Hun Xishan had an assassination squad of extraordinary strength. They had not expected that this assassination squad would still exist after Gao Hun Xishan had been in seclusion for so many years. Everyone, listen. Within half a month, find out this person's identity and location, and report back quickly. The assassination squad bowed down in the underground palace and responded, "Yes." Then, the numerous figures vanished in a flash. Gao Hun Xishan turned to the two. Dai Yu's death is also related to you, but for Xanda's sake, I will not hold it against you siblings. As for the girl in the cave, let her stay. Without another word to the two, he turned and returned to the solitary cave. Guiling Gai was suspended in the air, pierced through her acupoints by numerous Qian Kensai. Drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Gao Hun Xishan looked up, filled with hatred. If you had not dragged Dai Yu into this mess, how could she have died so tragically at the hands of another? Yanbai, Gao Hun Xishan, gently plucked the threads in his hand. The threads that penetrated the major acupoints all vibrated. Gai Ling immediately coughed up blood and wailed incessantly. Just then, a voice devoid of any emotion sounded in the cave. Gao Hun Xishan, even venting your anger should have a limit. Gao Hun Xishan did not recognize Wu Ming and was immediately enraged. You wet behind the ears brat, daring to lecture me. I do not want to kill indiscriminately. Get out of here before I lose my temper. Wu Ming smiled slightly, continuing to walk forward without stopping. Gao Hun Xishan's face darkened. You're courting death. Do not blame me. Yanba threw out several flying darts. Wu Ming calmly extended his left hand, then spread his fingers and gently pushed. The flying darts were instantly enveloped by strands of true Qi, their momentum slowing. Wu Ming changed his palm into a fist and suddenly clenched. The next second, these darts strangely stopped in midair, spinning like tops, before losing control and falling to the ground. Gao Hun Xishan's pupils contracted at the sight. Wu Ming continued to walk forward. Gao Hun Xishan recovered from his shock, mobilized his power, and struck out with a palm. A large cloud of black mist erupted from his palm. The black mist moved extremely fast, instantly reaching Wu Ming and enveloping him. Gao Hun Xishan threw out a chain, which wrapped around Wu Ming like a python. And then he pulled with all his might. The black mist was instantly crushed, but Wu Ming, who had been inside, had disappeared. Gao Hun Xishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Ming had suddenly appeared right in front of him, grasping the chain in his palm. With a surge of power from his palm, the chain, forged from hardened steel, was instantly shattered inch by inch. Gao Hun Xishan came to his senses. So, you're the Wu Ming that Xana spoke of. Wu Ming did not even acknowledge this number one expert of the clan, walking straight past Gao Hun Xishan. The latter could not help but turn his head to look. He saw Wu Ming approach the threads binding Gai Ling Gi and extend a hand to touch the slender threads. These Qian can see penetrate all the major acupoints in his body and are infused with my true Kai. Forcibly pulling them out will only kill him, but Wu Ming paid no attention, wrapping the threads around his arm. Then, he channeled a surge of powerful energy into them. Many of the threads could not withstand the force, and snapped. Wu Ming instantly waved both hands, channeling countless streams of true Kai into the broken Chan can see, completely dispelling the energy that Gao Hun Xishan had originally infused into them. Gao Hun Xishan was shocked by the opponent's miraculous technique. Gai Ling Gai, freed from the binding of the Qian can see, collapsed to the ground, his scorched body limp. Wu Ming slowly raised his right hand, extending his 5 fingers, and then swiftly pressed them onto Guy's major acupoints. The latter opened his mouth slightly and coughed out a cloud of black mist, and some signs of life returned to him. Only, after doing all this did Wu Ming speak slowly. Gao Hun Sishan, I know you do not belong to any faction. I'm also saddened by your daughter's death, but if you continue to harm members of the clan, I will take your old life. Gao Hun Sishan was still unconvinced. You've caused the deaths of so many clansmen. What right do you have to lecture me? Wu Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his tone became cold. Of course I have the right. Every single one of you, if it were not for me, not a single one of you would have survived. You all would have died in the first emperor's dungeon long ago. I bore all the pain for you. Otherwise, how could you have escaped to the mountains to linger on? Wu Ming became more agitated, his voice trembling. Now you've all forgotten that humiliation, even forgotten your anger, have not you? So you want to drag the entire world into war? Wu Ming had regained his composure. Once I get that manual, there will not be any war. But those in the Central Plains martial world must pay the price. I've never seen such an ill-fated heroine. As a child, her father tattooed scriptures all over her back. When she grew up, she was hunted by the entire martial world because of the secret manual she carried. She sought refuge with her uncle, only to be betrayed by him to bandits. Now she's soaked in poisonous water and about to become a poisoned person. Zhu Hen Sixin gazed at Weya, then leaned down and whispered in her ear. I know you can hear me. Do you know you've been abandoned by everyone? You must hold on. And then transform into the flower of Yuhua Jiao. Zhu Hen Sixin slowly pushed Weyo into the poison pool, his voice as soft as ever. As long as you survive, I will give you the chance to take revenge. Meanwhile, young Master Lu was taking Jun Bao to Hualian Inn. At night, they rested by a campfire. Jun Bao slept soundly, while the parrot dozed off, muttering strange words in its sleep. Only young Master Lu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He could only press his hand against it to endure the pain. He recalled what Zanka had said. Young Master Lu, with your physical condition, you will not live more than 3 years. Because the blood of my clan also flows in your veins. Young Master Lu felt a pang of sorrow. Could Zanka's words be true? The night passed without incident. The next day, young Master Lu carried Jun Bao and continued on their way. Soon, they reached the Hua Lion Inn in Mengyu Shan. Young Master Lu told Jun Bao and the parrot to stay outside while he entered the inn alone. A woman came out to greet him. Young Master Lu sat at a random table and ordered a pot of wine. Soon, the woman brought the wine and asked if he needed anything else. Young Master Lu suddenly slammed something on the tab of the coin Du Jiao Guy had given him. Then he stared at the woman with a cold gaze. I want to see shopkeeper Dian. The woman showed no surprise. She just asked young Master Lu to wait a moment. After a while, a woman wearing a bamboo hat came over and said she was shopkeeper Dian. She asked why young Master Lu had Du Jiao Gu's coin. Young Master Lu did not answer, but picked up the long sword on the table. Shopkeeper Dian was startled. She felt a chilling killing intent. Young Master Lu's words were full of murderous intent. Go and inform Zhu Hen Sixian. Tell him the killer by the Changjiang wants to see him. Shopkeeper Dian was stunned and speechless for a moment. In the secret passage beneath the inn, the two walked slowly, one after the other. Young Master Lu never expected that there would be another world beneath this ordinary inn. He secretly admired Yu Huajiao as the most mysterious assassin organization in the martial world. After walking for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they finally reached the exit of the secret passage. Shopkeeper Dian slowly pushed open the secret door at the exit. When they emerged, They were in a mountain forest. Led by shopkeeper Dian, they walked for a few more years. A well suddenly appeared before them. Shopkeeper Dian stopped and said that Du Jiaoga's coin could only bring young Master Lu this far. Then she bent down, drew a cup of water from the well, and handed it to young Master Lu. Young Master Lu asked what this meant. Shopkeeper Dian said the water would not kill him, but it would make him blind. Young Master Lu sneered. What if I refuse to drink this water? Yu Hua Jiao has survived for hundreds of years, through 35 generations of leaders, all because of strict adherence to the rules. Whether you drink this water or not is your choice, but it's the only way to see Zhu Henxixian. Meanwhile, in a military camp of the Yuan army, General Sun Die walked out of the tent with a worried look. The advanced troops, who were supposed to meet him here 2 days ago, were still missing. The Yuan general gazed into the distance. Had the advanced troops met with misfortune? Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from outside the camp. Several soldiers were riding at full speed. It was the advanced troops. Sun Dei was shocked to see only 5 men return. A soldier dismounted and knelt. Sun Dei looked grim. Why are only 5 of you back? Where is the vanguard general, Nila Gu Yai? The soldier's voice trembled. Reporting, General, the entire advance force of nearly 100 men was wiped out. Nila Gu Yai is dead. Sun Dei's expression changed. He ordered the soldier to explain in detail. The soldier recounted the events. They were passing through Hu Pao Shan when a man in a bamboo hat suddenly blocked their way. Nila Gu Yai demanded to know who he was and ordered him to make way. But the man in the bamboo hat not only refused to make way, but also spoke arrogantly. Shou Bei glared, his body like a rainbow. Wherever I go is my territory. You should be the ones to withdraw from the Central Plains. He is a top master who has cultivated his martial arts to perfection and maintains his youthful appearance. Even martial arts elders, close to 100 years old, respectfully call him senior. He led the Central Plains martial world to massacre the clan's headquarters, Hong Su Gong. Even Yan Lun Wang, one of the clan's 4 great experts, was killed by his palm strike, and now he has single-handedly blocked the Yuan army's advanced troops. Hearing Shou Bei order the Yuan army to withdraw from the Central Plains, Nila Gu Yai's face darkened, and he gave an order. The Yuan soldiers immediately charged with battle cries. Shou Bei sat still, like an old monk in meditation. A soldier charged at Shou Bei, leaning forward. The next second, Shou Bei grabbed the horse's hoof and lifted both the man and the horse over his head. Nila Gu Yi was shocked. This was beyond human strength. Shou Bei swung his arm and threw the soldier to the ground. 2 more cavalrymen charged. Shou Bei focused his energy on his right fist. With a roar, he punched. The valiant warhorse let out a cry and was instantly killed. The rider on its back was thrown into the air by the force. Shou Bei reached out his right palm, grabbed the rider's head, and clenched his 5 fingers. The man could not withstand the force and blood from his orifices. The next second, Shou Bei crushed his head. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Just then, several soldiers in the distance drew their bows. Several arrows whistled through the air towards Shou Bei. He moved his hands, grabbing in the air, and caught all the arrows in his palms, stunning the Yuan soldiers. Then, Shou Bei threw the arrows back at the Yuan soldiers. They could not dodge in time and were pierced, the force carrying their bodies away. Nila Gu Yi was also grazed by an arrow. The vanguard general's heart sank, but he was experienced in battle and immediately ordered his subordinate, "You quickly return to the camp and report this to General Sun Di. If I have not returned by sunset, do not wait. Also, Tell General Sun Dai to avoid Hu Paoshan when marching into the Central Plains. Sun Dai waited grimly. The soldier swallowed and continued tremblingly. Nula Guyai said that man is not human. Sun Dai was shocked. He turned, looked up at the sky, and muttered, I did not expect the Central Plains to have such a master. Meanwhile, in the tea room of the prefect's mansion, Prefect Zhou handed a cup of tea to Xu Tong and asked why he insisted on borrowing the notes. Xu Tong cupped his hands and said it was related to the rise and fall of the Central Plains martial world, and even the imperial court. Prefect Zhou pondered for a moment and then led Xu Tong to a secret room. Prefect Zhou explained the origin of the notes, written by Xiao Gao, the powerful eunuch of the first emperor. Xu Tong was shocked. Prefect Zhou nodded slowly. You guessed right. The contents recorded on it are appalling. Then Prefect Zhou opened a secret compartment in the room and handed a book with yellowed pages to Xu Tong. As Xu Tong flipped through the pages, his brows furrowed deeper. The bloody records chilled him. He finally understood the origin of the immortal. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived outside the prefect's mansion. Two servants saw the shabbily dressed person and tried to drive him away. Prefect Zhou heard the commotion and looked up, only to see several servants fall into the courtyard. Shou Bei broke through the gate and swaggered into the prefect's mansion. Just then, an arrow shot out. Xiao Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and grabbed the arrow in his hand. Zhou Gongzi, who shot this arrow, shouted loudly, Father, hide inside quickly, I'll deal with him. Xiao Bei could not help but smirk darkly at these words. Brat, you must be Zhou Ling's son. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with me. Yan Bei swooped down like a hawk hunting a rabbit, heading straight for Zhou Gongzi. The latter had never seen such a spectacle and was instantly frozen in place. Zhou Gongzi felt the punch coming and it was too late to dodge, but unexpectedly, the opponent's lightning-fast punch did not land. Opening his eyes, he saw Xu Tong, who had appeared in front of him at some point, blocking the opponent's powerful punch. You go take care of your father. I'll receive our guest. Zhou Gongzi's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He immediately agreed, while Xu Tong delivered an elbow strike to Xiao Bei's center line. Xiao Bei quickly raised his arm to block, but the force of the elbow sent him sliding backward. Instead of getting angry, Xiao Bei chuckled. Xu Tong, why are you hiding here instead of staying at Hoa Shan? Then why did Senior come looking for Prefect Zhou, who is not a member of the martial world? I know Zhao Gao's notes are here, and I came specifically to see them. Xu Tong was secretly surprised by these words and slowly spoke. Forgive my impudence, Senior, but where do you stand? Xiao Bei burst into laughter, and then suddenly took a step forward. Xu Tong, why are you so fussy now that you've gotten older? Yanbo leaped up, his body soaring rapidly. Xu Tong's dim old eyes suddenly widened. He saw Xiao Bei stepping on air. His body instantly soared upwards. Xu Tong looked at this scene in disbelief. What Xiao Bei used was Wu Ding's long-lost Tai Yun Zong. He was a disgraced monk expelled from Shaolin, yet he could use Wu Ding's long-lost Qinggong, Tai Yun Zong. Seeing Xiao Bei use Tai Yun Zong, Xu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. But the next second, the opponent kicked him from mid-air, and Xu Tong quickly raised his arms to block. His body spun in the air, and then he released his true energy. His body surged forward again, rushing towards Xu Tong. Xu Tong was shocked by this scene. He recognized it as the Tianshan sect's lost Takshu Wuhan. At this moment, Xiao Bei shouted, Kid, do not lose focus. Take this. Yan Ba punched like lightning, striking at various parts of Xu Tong's body. The latter swung his palms to block fiercely. Xiao Bei suddenly spun his body in the air, and using the rotational force, he fiercely struck out with a palm. Su Tong put his arms together in front of his chest to barely block it. But he was still sent flying back several feet by the palm strike. Shobei crouched down, resembling a lion playing with a ball. The next second, he shot out like an arrow. In an instant, he had reached Su Tong. Su Tong watched the opponent's seamless moves. He was momentarily mesmerized. In a flash, Shobei delivered a powerful downward kick. Su Tong hurriedly dodged to the side. Shobei then swept his leg, aiming for Su Tong's head. Su Tong raised his arm and elbow to block the opponent's sweeping kick. Then he gathered his true energy and counterattacked. He thrust a palm towards Shobei's face. Shobei retreated half a step to avoid it. Then, he struck towards Su Tong's head with a single chop. The latter quickly bent down to dodge. Zhou Gongzi, who was watching from the side, was thrilled. Even with his eyes wide open, he could hardly see the two men exchanging blows. In an instant, the two had exchanged several moves in rapid succession. Finally, the two stopped after exchanging a few more moves. Su Tong sincerely praised. "Your moves are even faster than before. I told you to take me as your master back then, but you insisted on focusing on medicine. As a result, your martial arts have not improved at all." Yanbai, Xiaobei pushed Su Tong away, his words full of regret. Su Tong then bowed and asked Xiaobei, Did you come to borrow the notes because of the undying man?" Xiaobei did not hide it and said that it was indeed to deal with Wu Ming. Su Tong's expression became solemn. "Senior, are you confident you can defeat the undying man?" Xiaobei was silent for a moment. Then his eyes turned cold and his tone icy. "Are you doubting my strength, old man?" Su Tong's face fell, and he repeatedly denied it. The two walked together back to Su Tong's small courtyard. Su Tong led Xiaobei to the grave of his good friend, Shi Yun, and told him everything that had happened before. Hearing that Su Tong had treated the undying man for 2 years, Xiaobei laughed without hiding it. Then his expression changed, and he asked, "Why did he hide his identity to approach you?" "Because of the lumps. He has always been tormented by the pain of the lumps, and they are all over his body. He has lived for 1,000 years with an immortal body. The pain from the lumps has also tormented him for 1,000 years. So I feel both anger and pity for him. But after I read that journal, all my emotions towards him turned into awe." Su Tong stroked his old friend's tombstone with a resigned air. "From the last footprints Shi Yun left behind, we can see he did not even get close to Wu Ming before he died. Shi Yun's martial arts were not inferior to mine, but he could not even get within 3 steps of Wu Ming." At this point, Su Tong's words were full of worry. "I do not know who else can contend with him." Xiaobei, however, seemed quite calm. "This is normal. You do not need to worry too much. It's naturally difficult for current martial artists to defeat Wu Ming. Since Grandmaster Damo passed on to Shaolin, the martial world of the Central Plains reached its peak. But since Lo Zhu ascended to immortality, the martial world of the Central Plains has become complacent and stagnant. Looking at the current martial world, there are only 2 who can fight against Wu Ming. The 4 listeners of the clan together count as 1, and the other one is me. If that person is still alive and has completed the 9th sword of his sword technique, then he also counts as 1. Su Tongwen's stern eyes widened. "That's right. I'm talking about your good disciple's disciple, the sword saint of Changjiang, Li Zongbu. As a youth, he joined Hoa Shan but did not focus on martial arts, instead spending his days painting. And this scene happened to be seen by the Grand Master, uncle of the Hoa Shan sect. Unexpectedly, the Grand Master uncle did not reprimand him, but instead admired him greatly." Su Tong carefully examined the paintings on the ground. nodding slightly. The lines in the paintings were both firm and gentle. The brushstrokes were even more unpredictable. Su Tong turned to Li Zongbu beside him and said softly, "Compared to the weaponry sect's martial arts, you are more suited to learning the sword sect's swordsmanship." Under Xu Tong's recommendation, Li Zongbu joined the sword sect's Manhwa Tang. Upon entering Manhwa Tang, he diligently practiced the swordsmanship taught by his master. But his master always felt that he had average talent and looked down on him. Su Tong occasionally came to visit this quiet disciple's disciple. His master bluntly stated that Li Zongbu's talent for swordsmanship was extremely poor. Su Tong could not help but smile slightly upon hearing this. He observed the vibrant sword intent in Li Zongbu's paintings. Calligraphy and swordsmanship are interconnected. Li Zongbu could not be a mediocre person. During this time, the master asked Xu Tong why he cared so much about Li Zong. "I see this child as calm as still water, yet as turbulent as a rapid current. His future martial arts achievements will definitely be extraordinary. But Grandmaster Uncle, I heard he is not from the Central Plains. And his family background is quite special." Su Tong stated that the Hoa Shangta accepts all disciples regardless of background. Whoever they are all disciples of Hua Shan. That night, Li Zongbu was practicing his sword alone. He practiced each move of the Hoa Shan swordsmanship very seriously. Just then, a mocking voice sounded. 3 Hoa Shan disciples walked over slowly. The leader, Yang Xiao, stated directly that without talent, no amount of effort would be useful. Yan Ba then asked Li Zongbu for his wooden sword. He wanted to demonstrate it for him. Seeing Li Zongbu remain silent, Yang Xiao snatched Li Zongbu's wooden sword. "Outlander, watch carefully. This is the real Hoa Shan swordsmanship." Then, he took a stance and began to demonstrate. The wooden sword made a whistling sound in his hand. As he waved it, after images appeared. Incipient sword auras appeared, fierce and swift. Suddenly, Yang Xiao twisted the wooden sword and thrust it at Li Zongbu. The latter's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise. He quickly took half a step to the side to avoid Yang Xiao's thrust. But his cheek was still cut by the wooden sword, leaving an inch-long wound. Hoa Shan swordsmanship is profound and vast. How could a fool like you ever hope to grasp its essence? Yan Bei and Yang Xiao casually tossed the wooden sword to the ground. The 3 of them laughed and turned to leave. Leaving Li Zongbu standing there blankly, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongbu had been in Manhwa Tang for over half a year. Although he practiced diligently every day without slacking off, his master was still not satisfied with him, because his movements were always very different from what his master taught. His fellow disciples also enjoyed seeing their master scold Li Zongbu. Unexpectedly, Li Zongbu was acting unusually today. He stated directly that some movements in the sword forms were not conducive to body movement. Faced with Li Zongbu's almost heretical questioning, his master's face instantly darkened. His fellow disciples were also greatly surprised. These sword forms have been passed down through generations of Hoa Shan ancestors. Yet you say these moves are unreasonable. I would not dare. I just feel that there are some shortcomings in them. The master laughed in anger upon hearing this. Then, let me show you the subtleties of this swordsmanship. With that, the master turned and ordered Yang Xiao to step forward, and ordered the 2 to spar publicly at Yan Wuchang. The master spoke with a meaningful tone. This is a free sparring session. Do not stop until I tell you to. Yang Xiao's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with ferocity. Li Zongbu, on the other hand, had a calm face and indifferent eyes. He slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand. He flicked his wrist, making a sword flourish. He assumed a strange starting stance. Seeing this, the master became even more dissatisfied. This rebellious disciple was using sword moves he had never taught him. Seeing this, Yang Xiao flashed a cold light in his wooden sword and struck first. He pushed off the ground forcefully, his body darting forward. The wooden sword in his hand suddenly slashed down diagonally. The latter immediately raised his sword vertically to block. But he was still sent flying back by the tremendous force. He retreated several steps, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. Yang Xiao, having landed a blow, looked arrogant. Stand up. This is only the first round. Li Zongbu silently got up and assumed his stance again. He still used the starting stance he had created himself, seeing that Li Zongbu showed no remorse. The master was already burning with anger, and Yang Xiao charged forward again at this moment. He held the sword with both hands and ferociously slashed down, facing Yang Xiao's vertical slash, a classic Hawa Shan move. Li Zongbu's expression remained calm and unperturbed. The next second, Yang Xiao only saw a blur. The sword, poised to strike, sliced only air. The wooden sword was forcibly driven more than half an inch into the ground. But Li Zongbu had vanished. Just then, a faint voice came from behind. Senior brother, your movements are too slow, as if they've stopped. Yang Xiao's eyes widened in terror. Li Zongbu's wooden sword had already come to an abrupt halt. The hilt slammed into Yang Xiao's head. The spectating fellow disciples were momentarily stunned. Master, seeing this, was also filled with disbelief. He had already seen that Li Zongbu's movements in that instant were clearly faster. Could it be that this time he had truly comprehended a more profound sword technique? Yang Xiao was knocked to the ground by Li Zongbu's blow. His originally arrogant face was a mixture of shock and fury. Then, roaring, he thrust his sword at Li Zongbu's face. Li Zongbu's movements were like those of a swimming fish. With a gentle sway, he evaded the thrusting sword. Then, crouching low, he swept his wooden sword horizontally. Yang Xiao, unsteady on his feet, was immediately swept to the ground. The many fellow disciples could not believe it. Yang Xiao, the strongest among their peers, was no match for Li Zongbu. Senior brother, I have not grasped the profundity of Hua Shan's swordsmanship. I only know that in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. The youth was originally the weakest disciple in Hua Shan's sword sect. Who would have thought that today's sparring would see him trounce his strongest senior brother? Master, seeing this, was slightly taken aback but did not voice any objection. Before Li Zongbu could react, Yang Xiao's forceful sword was already hurtling towards him. Li Zongbu barely managed to block it by relying on the sound. But he was also knocked to the ground by the immense force. His vision blurring, he barely saw Yang Xiao raise his sword. He immediately used a donkey roll to dodge the sword thrust at his face. Then, without stopping, he rolled several times to create distance. Yang Xiao's words were full of mockery. Junior, where's your speed is invincible now? Li Zongbu ignored Yang Xiao's taunts. Instead, he turned to look at his fellow disciples and master. He did not understand why everyone saw Yang Xiao's sneak attack. Yet they all pretended nothing had happened. Li Zongbu's gaze gradually turned cold. Is this the swordsmanship of the so-called righteous sects? Then, he suddenly flipped the wooden sword in his hand. He switched to a reverse grip, holding it horizontally in front of him. Master, seeing this, was furious. The wretch dared to use such a heretical sword technique in front of him. This child cannot be allowed to live. At this moment, Yang Xiao flashed forward again. Li Zongbu no longer passively defended. He charged forward to meet the attack. Yang Xiao had just raised his wooden sword halfway, when unexpectedly, Li Zongbu, after a feint, swung the sword horizontally. Yang Xiao was instantly sent flying. In pain, Yang Xiao's wooden sword flew out of his hand. Li Zongbu switched the wooden sword back to a normal grip, close to his neck. He swung it diagonally, sweeping it towards the approaching Yang Xiao. But unexpectedly, a large hand firmly grasped the wooden sword. It was Master, who had rushed into the arena and stopped Li Zongbu. Li Zongbu's lips parted slightly, his face filled with astonishment. Master's words were cold. "Wretch, do you know your mistake?" The Master forcefully struck out with a palm. Li Zongbu, caught off guard, was sent flying. He slid several yards on the ground before collapsing. Li Zongbu struggled to get up, but he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked in a trembling voice, "Master, I do not know what mistake I've made. You insulted the swordsmanship of our predecessors, first, and seriously injured a fellow disciple second, and you dare to use heretical swordsmanship in Mei Hoa Tang. Do you still not admit your guilt?" Li Zongbu knelt on the ground and was about to explain, but unexpectedly, Master did not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he turned his head and ordered 2 disciples to guard the gate of Mei Hoa Tang, except for the domestic workers found on 58.com. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Li Zongbu saw that Master was truly angry, and hurriedly admitted his mistake, begging for Master's forgiveness. But Master turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Instead, he kicked the wooden sword at his feet towards Li Zongbu. Li Zongbu looked at the wooden sword in front of him, bewildered. Master's tone became even colder. "Li Zongbu, if your wooden sword can touch me, I will pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, I will cripple your martial arts." At these words, Li Zongbu's eyes widened in shock. Yang Xiao, on the other hand, wore a look of schadenfreude. Li Zongbu trembled as he reached for the wooden sword. Then, he gritted his teeth and pulled his hand back. "Master, today's events were not my intention, and I would never be disrespectful to you. If you still insist on crippling my martial arts, then I will willingly accept the punishment." Li Zongbu spoke sincerely, but Master was completely unmoved. "In that case, I will grant your wish. Today, I will cripple your martial arts as a warning to others." Then, he slowly walked to Li Zongbu and extended his right hand. Li Zongbu, hearing this, trembled as he extended his right hand. "You disrespected the swordsmanship of our predecessors. Do you have any complaints about the punishment I gave you today?" Li Zongbu awaits in sorrow. Replying to Master, "This disciple has none." Yan Fulong extended a foot and slowly stepped on Li Zongbu's hand. Just as Li Zongbu was waiting for the sharp pain to come, a deep, powerful voice resounded through Mei Hoa Tang. "Yan Fulong, stop at once." Li Zongbu was more than familiar with this voice. He suddenly looked up. He saw Xu Tong standing proudly on the courtyard wall, with his hands behind his back. The old man's voice was forceful. "The martial arts of Hua Shan have reached their current level of achievement thanks to the constant innovation of our predecessors. This spirit of exploration is the foundation of the longevity of Hua Shan martial arts. Yet you want to cripple your disciples' martial arts because of it. Yan Fulong, you wield your authority mightily." Yan Fulong, seeing his martial uncle, did not dare to be presumptuous, but he stated outright that this was a matter of the sword sect, and urged Xu Tong not to interfere. Xu Tong's expression turned cold upon hearing this. "I only know of the Hua Shan sect. Since when were the sword sect and the Ki sect divided into 2 factions?" Yan Fulong persisted, repeating his oath, resolute and unyielding. And Xu Tong leaped down from the courtyard wall. He landed in front of Li Zongbu, shielding him behind his back. The old man's tone softened, and he said warmly, "Xingdu, pick up the sword." Li Zongbu looked at the Grand Marshal uncle in front of him in astonishment. He hesitated for a moment. Seeing Xu Tong's arrival, the disciples were all scared silent. "Xingdu, I'm not asking you to pick up the sword to argue right or wrong. Hearing Su Tong's words, Li Zongbu was even more confused. Su Tong spoke meaningfully and slowly. You've seen, with your own eyes today what the so-called righteous sects are like. Li Zongbu's heart trembled at these words. A series of scenes flashed rapidly through his mind. His senior brother's murderous ambush. His master's indiscrimination between right and wrong. The cold indifference of his fellow disciples. Various thoughts surged into his mind at once. At this moment, Su Tong continued, speaking leisurely. Look at that plaque of Manhwa Tang. It hangs high, but not because it was earned through respect. It was hung there by stepping on countless corpses. Then Su Tong spoke earnestly. The so-called reputation of the righteous sects is just that. Do not sacrifice yourself for these things. No matter how flowery the verses used to embellish it. The essence of the sword has always been only one thing. Li Zongbu suddenly understood and muttered to himself, called the Lord of all weapons. Ultimately a tool for killing. Awakened by Su Tong, Li Zongbu was no longer conflicted. He tightly gripped the wooden sword in front of him. Then he slowly stood up, his aura changing dramatically. Yan Fulong was greatly shocked. It was as if Li Zongbu had become a different person. Li Zongbu's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Master, please forgive my disrespect. Never have I seen such an unreasonable master. He turned a blind eye to the treacherous ambush of his disciple. Instead, he wanted to cripple the ambushed disciple's martial arts. Fortunately, he was stopped in time by the Grand Martial Uncle of the Hua Shan sect. Li Zongbu was spared from the inexplicable misfortune of losing his hand, and he was awakened by Grand Martial Uncle Su Tong to pick up his wooden sword and prepare to resist. But no one expected Master Yan Fulong to be so ruthless. Seeing Li Zongbu pick up the wooden sword, Yan Fulong also picked up a wooden sword and flourished it. Then he took a stance, assuming a Kusho stance. Su Tong was startled when he saw this. He recognized this as the sword sect's most ruthless Xuan Sheng Jian Fa. During the fight, Yan Fulong's power would penetrate through the sword. Not only would Li Zongbu's wooden sword be unable to withstand it, but it would also injure his sword-wielding arm. Yan Fulong was not sparing. He was trying to cripple Li Zongbu. Seeing this, Su Tong's eyes narrowed slightly. But since things had come to this, he could not stop them any longer. But Li Zongbu raised his wooden sword with his right hand. He assumed a Kusha stance that was not a Hua Shan sword technique. Su Tong was secretly alarmed. If they fought head-on, Li Zongbu would undoubtedly be defeated in one move. Master and disciple faced each other, both waiting for the right moment to strike. Just then, Yan Fulong took a step forward and attacked first. He sprung up, striking down fiercely with his sword. Facing the overwhelming force of the descending strike, Yan Fulong, who had succeeded with one strike, was also filled with disbelief. All that remained on the ground were scattered pieces of wood. There was no sign of Li Zongbu. Just then, a faint voice came from behind Yan Fulong. Li Zongbu held a half-broken sword in his left hand, pressing it against the back of Yan Fulong's neck, and said softly, Master, I've offended you. The disciples did not see the subtlety of the move. They were all dumbfounded. But Su Tong had already seen the key to it. He could not help but praise him in his heart. Li Zongbu had sacrificed his right arm to receive the opponent's strike, thereby creating an opportunity for himself to defeat the enemy in one move. Yan Fulong was the sword-transmitting master of Manhwa Tang. His martial arts were second only to the sect leader and this elder. Yet, he was defeated in a single move by Li Zong, who had been learning swordsmanship for less than a year. This child is indeed a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Li Zong slowly lowered the half-broken sword in his hand. But Yan Fulong was not grateful for this disciple's mercy. He brazenly turned around and slapped Li Zong in the face. Li Zong was knocked to the ground, utterly stunned. Su Tong also widened his old eyes in disbelief. Yan Fulong gritted his teeth and cursed furiously. "You wretched disciple, daring to insult your master with evil swordsmanship." Yan roared and slashed down fiercely with his sword. This time, it was aimed at Li Zong's head. Li Zong, with no strength to resist, widened his eyes in terror. At this critical moment, a pair of sword fingers suddenly pointed out. The wooden sword stopped mere inches away. It was Chu Tong who flashed in front to block Yan Fulong's vicious sword. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold glint. A powerful force surged from his fingers. It shattered the wooden sword into pieces. The force did not diminish and knocked Yan Fulong to the ground. Su Tong suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said fiercely, "Yan Fulong, you are a teacher, yet you cannot distinguish right from wrong. You harbor selfish motives towards your disciples and even harbor killing intent. A person like you is not only unfit to be a teacher. You are also unfit to be a disciple of Huo Shan. I Shu Tong, 9th generation elder of the Huo Shan sect. Now by the order of the ancestors, I expel you from Huo Shan. You are never to return to the mountain gate." Yan Fulong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "I do not accept the order of the martial uncle. I will report to my master for a final decision." Su Tong folded his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. "As you wish. I'd like to see who in the entire Hoa Shan can protect you." Yanba ignored Yan Fulong and turned to look behind him. But Li Zongpu was nowhere to be seen. Su Tong felt a surge of worry. Where did this kid run off to with his serious injuries? Meanwhile, Li Zongpu dragged his broken arm and fled down Hoashan. The series of battles and internal injuries were already unbearable for him. After running for dozens of miles, Li Zongpu suddenly stopped, gasping for breath. He felt a sweetness in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Zongpu fell on his back, feeling dejected. After causing such a big mess, he had no face-to-face Grand Marshal Uncle Su Tong. His right arm, broken by Yan Fulong, throbbed with pain. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. The world was vast, but where could he find a place to belong? Just then, a parrot swooped down from the sky. Li Zongpu had never seen such a bird before. He sat up curiously. He inexplicably followed the direction of the parrot. Soon, he came to a stream. He saw a woman in strange clothes, standing in the water. Li Zongpu was slightly stunned to see the woman. The woman also noticed someone watching her. They turned their heads, and their eyes met, locking in a lifelong gaze. From then on, the Huashan sect lost a taciturn swordsmanship prodigy, and the martial world gained a fearsome Chang Jiang sword saint. But what Li Zongpu never expected was, his feud with Yan Fulong was not over, and it would lead to the Huashan tragedy that shocked the martial world. The man, as the current leader of the Huashan sect, was extremely respectful to the old man in front of him. Sect leader, Lu filled Shu Tong's teacup with a respectful tone. "Senior brother, if not for your superb medical skills, this position of sect leader should have been yours. According to what you said, Yan Fulong should indeed be expelled from Huashan. But the martial world is currently in turmoil. Yan Fulong is also one of the few skilled fighters in the Huashan sect. And my condition is getting worse. I was thinking of passing the position of sect leader to him." Su Tong immediately interrupted upon hearing this. "Junior brother, do not say such discouraging words. Your senior brother will do everything to cure your illness. But the Hoa Shan sect must not be handed over to Yan Fulong." At this point, Shu Tong glanced towards the door with a cold glint in his eyes. Although this person is highly skilled in martial arts, His heart is not righteous. If he remains in Hoa Shan, he will surely cause great disaster in the future. Su Tong's eyes were filled with determination. This person must not be kept. Seeing his senior brother so resolute, although Lu Yingshen felt reluctant, he said no more. Yan Fulong heard the conversation inside the room clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, at a ferry crossing on the Changjiang, 3 martial artists were waiting to cross the river. But the boatman they had arranged for was late. The bald man said that the water flow here was turbulent, and there was only one boatman. He urged everyone to be patient and not to be anxious. The headscarfed man was preoccupied. He complained that although they were paid to do the job, they should not have spared even the children. The leader said that it was too late to say anything now. At this moment, everyone looked towards the river. A small boat slowly glided in the night. Li Zongbao docked the bamboo raft and said calmly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I was delayed by some things. It's okay. Since you're here, Su, take us across the river. Not so fast. Someone asked me to bring something to you all." The bald man's heart trembled at these words. He asked who had entrusted him. Li Zongbao took a mu pei from his bosom and pressed it towards the bald man. The other 3 were puzzled by this situation. "Boatman, what does it mean that you wrote 22 taels of silver here?" At this moment, Li Zongbao's aura suddenly changed. His words revealed killing intent. "Your lives are only worth this much money." Yanba saw 3 cold rays tearing through the night. The next second, the bald man was struck. Li Zongbao stood with his sword, his energy surging, not even sparing the torn child. "Deserves to die." Yanbei and Li Zongbao leaped onto the ferry and fled. 2 thieves, each holding a sword and knife, trembled all over. The leader reacted swiftly, throwing out 2 throwing stars. Li Zongbao dodged them all with a sway of his body. Then, he thrust his sword into the ground and leaped up. He drew his sword and flew into the air. With a slash, he killed one of the thieves on the spot. But, just as Li Zongbao landed, the other thief's sword swept towards him. Li Zongbao heard the fierce wind behind him. He turned and leaned back, dodging the sweeping sword. Using the momentum of his turn, he swept his sword low. The terrified man felt a chill in his legs. The next second, he lost his balance and fell into the river. In a flash, Li Zongbao had killed 3 men. The leader spoke slowly. "Recently, the name of the Chang sword saint has been rising. I did not expect that today's swordsman would be so young." Li Zongbao said no more. He raised his sword and took a stance. Seeing Li Zongbao's strange moves, the leader's face became solemn. Then he suddenly threw his hat. Li Zongbao slashed, splitting the hat in 2. And in that instant, the leader had already gained the upper hand and leaped up. He threw 2 meteor hammers at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao swayed to avoid the hammerheads. But unexpectedly, the leader pulled his hands, infusing his strength into the chains. The straight chains were pulled taut by the force. Instead of smashing, they wrapped around Li Zongbao, trapping him. Li Zongbao immediately leaped onto a chain to break free. Unexpectedly, the leader took out 2 more meteor hammers. Before Li Zongbao could react, the meteor hammers struck like vipers darting from the grass. Li Zongbao, like a leaf in the wind, dodged them all. His sword danced, deflecting the entangling chains. At this moment, the leader suddenly pulled his hands towards his chest. Several hammerheads were pulled back by the force. Li Zongbao did not expect the opponent to wield the meteor hammers so skillfully. In an instant, he was firmly entangled by several chains. The leader raised a meteor hammer high. The next second, the meteor hammer struck Li Zongbao's head with the force of thunder. At the critical moment, Li Zongbao threw his sword with his right hand and caught it with his left hand. He then placed it against the chains that bound him. Li Zongbao's eyes narrowed, and his inner strength surged. But when Zhu Jin was unleashed, the chains around him shattered inch by inch. And at this moment, the meteor hammer arrived. A loud bang broke the silence of the night. The leader's hammer had destroyed the entire ferry, but Li Zongbao was nowhere to be seen. Then, a faint voice came from mid-air. "Old man, do you have any more meteor hammers?" The leader was instantly stunned. He drew two short blades from his waist and leaped towards Li Zongbao, who was on the railing. Li Zongbao remained fearless and leaped up. Holding his sword, he slashed down with the might of splitting the sky. He was using his self-created Bo Wen Ju Jian. Seeing the opponent's sharp sword intent, the leader dared not attack directly. Instead, he leaped sideways to block. But a sword energy wave surged forward. It cut the river water for more than 10 zhang. The leader smiled slightly. "Your swordsmanship is indeed very strong," but was not it still, but before he could finish his sentence, he was split in two. The short blades in his hands also shattered instantly. Li Zongbao landed steadily and stood firm. He flicked the blood off his sword. Then he headed to his hut by the river. Upon returning, Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He saw his wife waiting alone in the rain. Li Zongbao's words were full of reproach. "Did not I tell you not to wait for me? You're pregnant. You need to be more careful." "It's okay. I cannot rest easy until you come back." Seeing Li Zongbao's blood-stained hands, his wife, though worried, did not complain. She just gently held Li Zongbao's large hand. Li Zongbao embraced his wife. "When I've saved enough money for the child, I'll quit this line of work." And at this moment, a Mu Pai floated slowly along the river. The girl, covered in wounds, wearing a dudo, rushed out of the house. The fat man, bleeding from the mouth, chases after her, draped in a coat. Heng Chengwen roars hoarsely. "What are you all standing around for? Go and catch her." Several thuggish servants are momentarily stunned. By now, the young woman has already vanished. The girl's feet are cut by broken stones, bleeding profusely, but she cannot afford to feel the pain now, and runs all the way home. Her mother, already in bed, hears the noise and sits up abruptly. Then she wakes her sleeping husband. The father, waking up, recognizes his daughter's voice outside. He quickly opens the door and steps outside. He sees his daughter collapsed at the doorstep. The old couple rushes over to check on her. The father takes his daughter into his arms. Seeing his battered and dying daughter, the father, furious, curses loudly. "Those damn beasts." The old couple calls a doctor overnight to treat their daughter. The doctor says that although the girl's life is saved, she has lost her ability to bear children, and she may not even be able to care for herself in the future. The father is struck as if by lightning. Then tears of regret and helplessness fall. Unexpectedly, before the girl could even wake up, 3 of Peng's thuggish servants come knocking early the next morning. They demand to take the girl away. The father argues vehemently. He says they initially married their daughter off as a concubine to the Peng family because they could not afford the rent, but he cannot stand by and watch his daughter go back into the tiger's den. But before he can finish speaking, a sharp sword is held to his throat. "You voluntarily rented that land. Our master did not force you. Besides, your daughter married into the Peng family as a concubine, and the master cleared your debts. She now belongs to the Peng family in life and in death. If you continue to obstruct, we'll take your old life." Several farmers gather together, sharing their grievances. They all say they cannot afford the Peng family's high rent. Rather than starving to death, they might as well fight back. One of them expresses concern. The Peng family has many guards. Resistance is just a suicide mission. At this time, Zhang San, whose daughter was taken away, speaks slowly. "I see. Your daughter is almost of marriageable age, is not she? I'm afraid she'll suffer the same fate as my daughter." Lai Si is instantly chilled to the bone. He knows Peng Chengwen's character all too well. You can always hear women's cries from the Peng family's mansion. That beast has ruined countless girls by using rent pressure. The other tenant farmers' faces also turn grim upon hearing this. Just then, an old man suddenly speaks up. He says that tomorrow is the full moon. The others are puzzled and ask the old man what he means. It is said that there is a highly skilled swordsman by the Changjiang. Every full moon, he takes on a job. Just write the name of the person you want to kill on a mu pei and put it in the river. If it's someone who deserves to die, he will accept the job even if the payment is small. If he takes the job, you will receive his reply downstream early the next morning. It is said that this man never breaks his promise. After Zhang San throws the mu pie into the river, he waits downstream overnight for a reply. Dozing off, he suddenly sees something. A mu pie is floating slowly down the river. Zhang San is shocked and incredulous. Could the legend be true? When the mu pie comes closer, he sees the word thirsty written on it. The next night, the farmers come to the river again. They put a mu pei with the price written on it into the river. They do not know if the assassin will be satisfied with the price. But this is all the savings they have. Just then, Zhang San suddenly looks up at the sky. A parrot flies across the night sky, bathed in moonlight. Meanwhile, inside the Peng family mansion, the wealthy and graceful Peng Chengwen is heading to the main hall. Pushing open the door with his plump hands, Peng Chengwen speaks respectfully. "It is a great honor for you, master, to condescend to come to my Peng family as an instructor. It is truly Peng's great fortune." The person in the room slowly puts down the teacup. This person is none other than Yan Fulong, who was expelled from Huashan. Peng Chengwen then leads Yan Fulong to the training ground. And along the way, he expresses his ambitions to Yan Fulong. He says that the court now values literature over martial arts. As a result, warlords are fighting, and wars are breaking out everywhere. Although I, Peng, am not talented, I also want to achieve something in this chaotic world. Therefore, I have recruited some soldiers. I need a master like you, Master Yan, to train them. Yan Fulong listens without changing his expression. He did not expect this person to have such ambition. Soon, they arrive at the training ground in the backyard. At this time, one person in the field attracts Yan Fulong's attention. That person is standing in front of a wooden stake with a sword. His breathing faintly carries the sound of wind and thunder. The houseboys are stunned and dare not even breathe loudly. The next second, that man suddenly draws his sword. Several cold lights flash suddenly. A soaring sword dance, elegant and swift. The entire sequence was smooth and seamless. Then, the wooden stake shattered into pieces. It was cut into several segments in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Peng Chengwen applauded upon seeing this. Instructor Huang's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Instructor Huang immediately bowed in respect. "You flatter me, master." Meanwhile, Peng Chengwen turned to Yan Fulong. Seeing his calm expression, he could not help but ask, "What do you think, Master Yan?" As the saying goes, rivals are enemies. Instructor Huang's ears perked up. Unexpectedly, Yan Fulong showed no mercy. A wooden stake can neither dodge nor counterattack. This swordsmanship is nothing to boast about. Instructor Huang's expression changed drastically. But Peng Chengwen seemed not to notice the animosity. He stated that Yan Fulong had a point. Upon hearing this, Instructor Huang's face darkened further, and he retorted sarcastically, I heard that Huashan swordsmanship is all show and no substance. I wonder if I might have the honor of receiving some pointers from Master Yan today. Peng Chengwen wanted to use this opportunity to test their skills. Seeing that he had successfully stirred the pot, he happily watched Yan Fulong. The latter's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning cold. As you wish. The man could cut a wooden stake into several pieces in a single breath. Yet, another martial artist called it mere flashy moves. The man was enraged and immediately issued a challenge. The two then squared off in the training yard. A servant brought a sharp sword to Yan Fulong. But Yan Fulong refused it. I do not need a sword to deal with him. These words were utterly humiliating. Instructor Huang's eyes widened, and anger surged within him. He immediately drew his sword and dashed forward. He aimed a slash at Yan Fulong's throat. There was no ripple in Yan Fulong's eyes. He straightened his neck and swiftly extended his right hand. He moved after, but arrived first, his two fingers clamping onto the opponent's collarbone. Instructor Huang felt his entire body go limp. The long sword in his hand also fell to the ground. Yan Fulong exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Instructor Huang immediately let out a pig-like squeal. Did not you say that Hua Shan's martial arts are all show? Is this move, a two fingers plucking flowers, worthy of your attention? Instructor Huang endured the pain and pleaded, Hua Shan's martial arts are the best in the world. But Yan Fulong had no intention of letting him off. He suddenly squeezed with his fingers. He actually broke Instructor Huang's collarbone. The latter let out an earth-shattering wail. It echoed in the sky above the Peng family mansion for a long time. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao was by the river, contemplating the water. Suddenly, he heard his wife's soft voice behind him. Zongbao, must you really take this job? I've already accepted the mu pay, so I must keep my promise. But that Peng fellow is too powerful. I'm afraid. Li Zongbao remained silent, continuing to dry the tea leaves. I know. But the wronged souls of countless young women tell me she must die. His wife said no more, turning to look at the river. A sense of foreboding quietly crept into her heart. That night, Li Zongbao covered his face with a black veil. He was neatly dressed from head to toe. He sneaked into the Peng family mansion alone. Two vicious dogs detected the intruder and immediately started barking. Li Zongbao's eyes were filled with killing intent. The dogs were immediately silenced. But the barking had already spread. Two guards rushed over upon hearing the noise. They blocked Li Zongbao's path, each wielding a sword. The latter, however, did not care that he had been discovered. He slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. The next second, Li Zongbao's sword flashed like a startled swan. The two guards were instantly killed. Meanwhile, in a secret room in the back house, Peng Chengwen was about to lay his hands on another concubine. But he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Stop him. Do not let him enter the back house. But Li Zongbao was mowing down people like weeds. His long sword danced like a roaming dragon. With each swing of his sword, someone fell. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the entrance to the back courtyard. Li Zongbao thrust his sword into the crack of the door. The guards guarding the back house were all terrified. The next second, the door bolt was knocked to the ground by Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao slowly stepped into the courtyard, the guards involuntarily took 2 steps back. Li Zongbao's voice was filled with chilling coldness. If you want to escape now, I will not stop you. But if you want to protect the Peng family, my sword leaves no survivors. At this point, A dazzling glint flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. A fierce killing intent soared to the sky, scaring the many guards into retreating. At this moment, an angry voice came. "What's all this ruckus in the middle of the night? You've ruined my fun." Peng Chengwen had just finished cursing when he saw the situation clearly, but he showed no sign of panic, instead remaining calm. "Well, so, there's an assassin. How much did they pay you?" Li Zongbao did not respond, simply rummaging around in his clothes. Then, he placed a mu pie on the empty ground in front of him. Peng Chengwen looked at the mu pie curiously. He saw that it clearly stated the reward in silver. "My life is only worth 15 taels of silver." "It's not. That's why you must die a miserable death tonight. Listen up, all of you. Anyone who injures him gets a reward of 150 taels of silver. Anyone who kills him gets a reward of 150 taels of gold. As the saying goes, a generous reward will find a brave man." The numerous servants immediately roared and charged towards Li Zongbao. The latter, without a trace of fear, drew his sword. Li Zongbao's eyes were filled with calmness. Then, under the moonlight, blood splattered. Screams of agony filled the air. Li Zongbao, wielding his sword, charged left and right. Wherever he went, no one survived. Peng Chengwen, witnessing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately turned and ran towards a side chamber. Peng Chengwen pushed open the door and cried out in alarm. "Hero Yan, did not you hear the commotion outside? What are you still doing here? I'm not paying you to eat and do nothing." Yan Fulong, however, ignored him. He picked up his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp. "I came here to be a martial arts instructor, not a watchdog." Peng Chengwen, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. He took 2 steps forward. Then, he slapped the wine cup out of Yan Fulong's hand. "If it were not for me taking you in, you'd be a stray dog banished from Huashan." But before Peng Chengwen could finish, Yan Fulong swiftly drew his sword and swept it across. Then, he sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. Yan Fulong reached out and caught the wine cup steadily. He took a small sip and said calmly, "Gone." Peng Chengwen widened his eyes in disbelief. This ambitious landlord had died at the hands of his own retainer. Yan Fulong stood up and slowly walked out of the side chamber. He looked up at the sprawling Peng family mansion. With his skills, all of this would soon be his. He just needed to blame Peng Chengwen's death on the assassin. Would not that be a smooth transition? Meanwhile, Li Zonggu was wreaking havoc in the courtyard. Wherever his sword went, no one survived. In a short time, he had slaughtered all of the Peng family guards. Li Zonggu pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot. He leaped over the high courtyard wall. Then, he landed silently and soundlessly. He happened to encounter Yan Fulong, who had just walked out of the side chamber. In the darkness, Li Zonggu did not see the other person's appearance clearly. He only felt a powerful aura pressing down on him like a landslide. Li Zonggu did not dare to be careless and immediately took a defensive stance. Yan Fulong, seeing this, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. A familiar scene flashed through his mind. Then, his thoughts raced, and he roared. "What a small world it is!" Li Zonggu was slightly stunned. "Who are you?" Yan Fulong slowly stepped forward, his words full of malice. "What? Has it not been long enough for you to forget your master?" Li Zonggu widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected to meet Yan Fulong here. The man was originally the sword-passing master of the Hoa Shan sword sect. But, he had tried to kill his own disciple during a duel. Fortunately, he was stopped in time by a Hoa Shan elder, and the man was banished from Hoa Shan, never to return. He never imagined that the master and disciple would meet again in the Peng family mansion. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Zonggu asked, Master, why are you not in Hoa Shan? Instead, you've become a retainer for a scoundrel like Peng Chengwen. Yan Fulong could not help but sneer. I could have succeeded as the head of Hua Shan. It's all thanks to you that I've ended up like this. Li Zonggu, with his sharp mind, immediately guessed the reason. It must be that righteous Grandmaster uncle who stood up for him. Master, I have already repaid your teachings by severing my arm. Today, I will kill Peng Chengwen and leave. Please, Master, do not stand in my way like a tiger's accomplice. Back then, that old fool Xu Tong was there. I could not cripple you. Today, we'll settle the old and new grudges together. Grandmaster uncle was right. A person like you is indeed unfit to be a teacher. Li Zonggu took off his veil and hat and threw them on the ground. Then his aura suddenly changed. Yan Fulong's face showed a ferocious smile. Then he took a stance. He used the same Xuan Sheng Jian Fa from that day. Li Zonggu focused his mind and said no more. He took a small step forward. Then, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His body darted out, directly attacking Yan Fulong, who was not far away. Li Zonggu's eyes seemed to contain whirlpools of river water. The first style of Bowen Jujian, Wu Liu, was fiercely executed. The long sword emitted a ringing clang. It was as if a dragon had leaped out from the whirlpool. Yan Fulong was instantly shocked, his pupils constricting. He never expected Li Zonggu's swordsmanship to have reached such a level. He dared not be careless and quickly raised his sword to respond. The two swords clashed, and sparks flew in an instant. Both men's footwork never ceased. In just one exchange, they had already traded several moves. Yan Fulong was greatly alarmed. If he had not been prepared, he would have almost failed to parry. Could this kid really be a swordsmanship prodigy? To comprehend such sword moves in such a short time. But Li Zonggu's movements were gentle, yet the power transmitted from the long sword was unusually forceful. The more Yan Fulong fought, the more alarmed he became. Suddenly, he pressed a palm against the hilt of his sword, infusing the power of his vigorous spirit into the blade. Then, he swept the sword out horizontally. Li Zonggu quickly parried with several sword strikes, but he was knocked back onto a stone pillar by the immense force. Yan Fulong lunged forward, sweeping his sword toward Li Zonggu's head. The latter quickly ducked to avoid it, but unexpectedly, Yan Fulong, anticipating his enemy's move, kicked out. Li Zonggu, unable to defend, was kicked in the abdomen. He crashed through the stone pillar and flew out, landing among the stone trees. He thrust his sword into the ground and dug his feet in, barely managing to stop. Unexpectedly, before Li Zonggu could regain his balance, Yan Fulong charged forward, holding his sword with both hands and thrusting down from above. Li Zonggu slightly shifted his hand to avoid the opponent's ruthless sword. Then, he swung his long sword, using the rebound force to create distance. But Yan Fulong's long sword stabbed into the ground, fiercely and bravely. At this moment, black smoke rose from the ground. It was clearly scorched by the power of the long sword. Seeing this, Li Zonggu's spirit was shaken. If this sword had pierced his body, his meridians and bones would likely have been burned to ashes. This swordsmanship is so vicious. It's definitely not Hoa Shan swordsmanship. Yan Fulong pulled the long sword out of the ground and smiled darkly. How is it not? It's just that it was long forbidden by the Hoa Shan ancestors. How long have you been in the Hua Shan sect? Naturally, you have not seen it. But I am no longer a disciple of Hua Shan. The second sword energy followed closely. Li Zonggu pushed off with his feet and leaped to dodge. And at this moment, Yan Fulong's long sword suddenly stopped. The sky full of sword shadows instantly enveloped Li Zonggu. Li Zonggu retreated while fighting. His long sword flew up and down, blocking them all. Yan Fulong suddenly twisted his waist and extended his shoulder. Using the power of the twisting waist, he thrust his sword out fiercely. Li Zonggu held his sword vertically, using the powerful sword spine to block the sword. He blocked Yan Fulong's fierce sword in front of him. Yan Fulong smiled coldly. I thought you had comprehended some peerless swordsmanship. But you're still running around like a stray dog. Yan Fulong's left hand trembled slightly. The power around him surged and burst to the tip of the sword. Li Zonggu felt an overwhelming force. The next second, he was directly knocked flying. He crashed into the courtyard wall not far away. Yan Fulong made a sword gesture and shouted coldly. What swordsmanship prodigy? Just a one-move show? But Li Zonggu used his sword to prop himself up and slowly rose. The pain of losing my arm that day was to repay your kindness of saving my life. During our exchanges, I have always remembered our time together in Hoa Shan, but your swordsmanship no longer bears any trace of the Hoa Shan sect. Yan Fulong was slightly startled. He clearly felt the chilling killing intent in Li Zonggu's words. Li Zonggu spun the long sword in his palm. Then, he changed to a reverse grip, his gaze grim. This disciple dares today to send master to the underworld. Yan Fulong's eyes were filled with coldness. He said no more and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The vigorous spirit force burst out, causing a fierce wind to rise around them. Suddenly, Yan Fulong charged forward. Just like before, he struck down with a sword like Mount Te pressing down. But Li Zonggu remained unmoved. He had the air of he is strong, let him be, the bright moon shines on the great river. Li Zonggu slowly closed his eyes at this moment. The image of tidal waves crashing against and breaking a mountain peak emerged in his mind. Water is soft, but it can be extremely strong. I have a sword to cut the river in one tide. Yan Fulong's sword struck down with the force of thunder. Li Zonggu suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light burst from his eyes. The next second, the power within him suddenly erupted. The long sword in his hand hummed like a dragon's roar. Seeing Yan Fulong approaching with his sword held in both hands, Li Zonggu roared and rose against the tide. He used the sixth style of Bo Wenju Jin Yaizia One Tide. The sound of clashing metal resounded through the night sky. Both master and disciple were using all their strength. But Li Zonggu's sword moved against the current. In the blink of an eye, it cut half an inch into Yan Fulong's blade. Yan Fulong's eyes widened in disbelief. The next second, a crisp crack was heard. The longsword in Yan Fulong's hand snapped. Li Zonggu, with undiminished insight, thrust his sword across Yan Fulong's chest. Yan Fulong knelt on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. On the verge of death, he surprisingly had a profound realization. Li Zonggu slowly turned his head to look at his former master. It was because I lost my sword heart that I ended up like this. Do not follow in my footsteps. Li Zonggu slowly placed his sword aside. Then he knelt and said in a deep voice, If master has any last words, your disciple will certainly obey. I was abandoned by my parents as a child and entered the Hoa Shan sect. Then I was expelled from Hoa Shan. What last words could I possibly have? Since you called me master, then I will teach you one last sentence. Never look into the eyes of a dead person. Otherwise, you will live your life under the gaze of the dead. Yan Bai, the former Hoa Shan swordsmanship master, breathed his last. However, the tree desires stillness, but the wind does not cease. Li Zonggu never dreamed that it was precisely because he killed Yan Fulong that he brought about a great disaster. The man was originally a disciple of the Hoa Shan sword sect, but he was bullied by his master and became a Hoa Shan weapon disciple. Unexpectedly, the man was a once-in-a-century talent in weaponry. He actually comprehended a peerless sword technique by observing the tide and listening to the water. The man thus became a top assassin in the martial world. Even his former master, who bullied him, died under the man's sword. After completing his mission, Li Zonggu returned to his peaceful life. On this day, he was by the river, perfecting his swordsmanship in a hut. But a special guest came to the hut. His wife, Li Shi, looked at the familiar figure with mixed feelings. "Brother, how did you find this place?" Zanka turned to look at his sister with a serious expression. "Emph, do you even acknowledge me as your brother?" Li Shi whispered, saying that marrying a Central Plains person was already a violation of clan rules. And now she was pregnant. In order not to cause trouble for Zanka, she hid here. Zanka was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then Li Shi asked Zanka why he had come. Zanka said that the martial world was in turmoil. The person your husband killed recently had an extraordinary identity. "I'm afraid your future life will not be peaceful. Why do not you and your husband come back to the clan with me to avoid the trouble for a while? I will find a way to persuade the clan elders." Li Shi was grateful, but still politely declined. "Brother, you and the clan have always lived a life of seclusion. I cannot let you be implicated because of me." Zanko was about to speak again, but Li Zongbao's shout came from outside. The next second, Li Zongbao pushed open the door and entered. And Zanka by the window had long since disappeared. "Madam, I thought I heard someone talking. Did a guest come?" Li Shi suppressed her worries and forced a smile, saying no. Li Zongbao put his head on his wife's belly with joy. "Madam, I have chosen a name for our child. I hope he will not be involved in the martial world after he is born, and can live like a small, quietly flowing river in the mountains." Meanwhile, in the Hoa Shan sect's territory, sect leader Lu Yingshan received a secret report. After reading the contents, Lu Yingshan's face turned gloomy. Su Tong could not help but ask. Lu Yingshan said directly that Yan Fulong was killed in the Peng family. Yan Fulong's martial arts were second only to you and me. Could it have been poison? It has been confirmed that it was not poison. He died from a sword wound. A sword pierced his chest, killing him. Su Tong frowned upon hearing this. He asked if the murderer had been found. It is said to be the Changjiang swordsman, a killer who has recently become famous in the Jingling area. Lu Yingshan turned to Xu Tong with a solemn expression. Although Yan Fulong was expelled from Hoa Shan, everyone in the martial world knows as that he was a disciple of Hoa Shan. Other sects are also secretly watching how we handle this matter. A former swordsmanship master who was expected to succeed as the leader of Hoa Shan was actually killed by an assassin. Senior brother, although my time is short, I must also consider the face of the Hoa Shan sect. That night, in a village by the Changjiang, Zhang San was terrified. He said he did not know who had killed their way into the Peng family stronghold. The next second, he was silenced by an arrow to the throat. Several other villagers also suffered the same fate. The black-clothed man, holding a longsword, walked towards the old man in the corner. Faced with such a bloody scene, the old man sat cross-legged, calm and collected. He had already clearly seen the plum blossom mark on the intruders. The old man's voice was full of desolation. The so-called heroes of the once righteous sects. What is the difference between you and the bandits that everyone despises now? The three black-clothed men were very arrogant. Fine. How did you find the Changjiang swordsman? If you do not tell us, we will just have to ask like this, house by house. The old man sighed, and then revealed the method in detail. Then, a sword shadow flashed, leaving no survivors. On the day of the full moon, the three black-clothed men came to the Changjiang. They placed a prepared mu pie into the water. They were using this very method to find that Changjiang swordsman. The Mupei floated further and further down the river. Just then, a parrot flew past against the moonlight. The parrot deftly snatched the Mupei from the water. After flying for a quarter of an hour, it found Li Zong nearby. The latter caught the Mupei dropped by the parrot and glanced at it quickly. When he saw the words written on it, Li Zong was suddenly shocked. There was a glaring mildew character written on it. Li Zong thought to himself that this was not good. He feared that the Hoa Shan sect was already watching him. And at this moment, he completely failed to notice. In the darkness, two reeds stood abruptly in the river. At this moment, two figures silently emerged from the river. They clearly saw Li Zong's face. After Li Zong left, the two also returned to the group and rejoined the others. At this time, the leader asked, "Did you see that person's face clearly?" Reporting to senior brother, "The two of us saw it very clearly. It was indeed as senior brother expected. That person is a boatman in this area. He receives tasks through the Mupei on the river. And he's very familiar with the river's currents." Yang Xiao, with a grim expression, was extremely confident in his judgment. A junior brother asked if they should launch a sneak attack overnight. "We still need to think this through. The slightest carelessness, and the Hua Shan sect will become a laughingstock in the martial world. Moreover, this person's swordsmanship is superior to Yan Fulong's. We cannot fight him head-on. We can only outsmart him." 60 years ago, the Hoa Shan sect was thriving with many masters. Among them, a pair of senior and junior brothers were the most dazzling. The two were known as the twin pillars of Hua Shan and had a deep bond. But mortals ultimately cannot withstand the ravages of time. Looking at Xu Tong, who was still constantly applying acupuncture to save him, Hoa Shan sect leader Lu Yingshan forced himself to speak slowly. "Senior brother, do not waste your inner energy. Let this useless junior brother go." Xu Tong's hand holding the silver needle trembled upon hearing this. Then he sighed and slowly put down the silver needle. "Senior brother, if you had not strongly declined back then, the position of sect leader would undoubtedly be yours." Xu Tong looked at his junior brother, who was experiencing a brief resurgence, with mixed feelings. Even with his mastery of medicine, he could not bring back the dead. "Senior brother, I have long since looked past life and death. The only thing I cannot let go of is the Hua Shan lineage. I know that the current Hua Shan sect, like me, is terminally ill. It was my weakness that failed to cut out the rot in time. Yingshan, do not say any more. I know you also had many constraints." Lu Yingshan suddenly grabbed Xu Tong's hand with all his might. "Senior brother, I have ordered that the matter of Yan Fulong not be pursued." Passing the position of sect leader to Zenshan was also a helpless decision. If he insists on acting alone, he may lead Ho Shan to utter destruction. "Senior brother, I entrust the Hua Shan sect to you." Yingbo Lu Yingshan closed his eyes. A generation of Hua Shan sect leaders passed away. Meanwhile, in the Hua Shan sect's ancestral hall, the new sect leader, Gu Zenshan, burned incense and performed rituals in front of the tablets of past sect leaders. This marked his official succession as the Hua Shan sect leader. Xu Tong watched this scene in silence. After the ceremony, Xu Tong spoke slowly. "Zenshan, the former sect leader, instructed that the matter of Yan Fulong should not be pursued. Are you aware of this?" Gu Zenshan said that he would naturally obey sect leader Lu's dying wish. Then what was the purpose of sending the disciples of Mei Ho Tang down the mountain a few days ago? In recent years, bandits have been rampant, and the people are suffering. I sent them down the mountain to do good deeds and temper themselves in the martial world. Grandmaster, please do not worry. Xu Tong's expression became serious. He understood Gu Zenshan's implication was that he should not interfere. Xu Tong did not say much and went to a secluded courtyard. An elderly man was pruning flowers and plants in the courtyard. Uncle Master, Yingshan's dying wish was not to pursue the matter of Yan Fulong. Now, Gu Zenshan is clinging to it. Is this inappropriate? The old man stopped his actions and turned to look at Xu Tong. Xu Tong, do you know why Yan Fulong went to Peng Jiang? Our Hoa Shan sect is now lacking in talent. If we do not rely on external forces, how can we gain a foothold in the martial world? Xu Tong frowned deeply upon hearing this. He never expected the sect to have become so corrupt. Xu Tong turned and left without a word. But he encountered Gu Zenshan, who was heading to the courtyard. On the stone bridge, Gu Zenshan still maintained appearances and bowed respectfully. Xu Tong ignored him and brushed past him. Gu Zenshan's face twitched, but he did not react. Just then, Xu Tong's voice came from behind, seemingly talking to himself. When did the Hoa Shan, which focused on cultivation, become so close with messenger pigeons? Gu Zenshan turned around abruptly upon hearing this. He saw Xu Tong pluck a pine nut from somewhere. Then he suddenly exerted force with his thumb and flicked the pine nut. The next second, the messenger pigeon flapped its wings weakly and fell straight down. Gu Zenshan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He immediately leaped up and rushed towards the falling messenger pigeon. Seeing this, Xu Tong became even more certain of his guess. The old man exerted force with his feet and sprang up like a shot. He also rushed towards the falling messenger pigeon. He was surprisingly faster and intercepted Gu Zenshan, who had moved first. Gu Zenshan did not expect Xu Tong, despite his age, to still have such agility. But he immediately calmed himself and pressed down forcefully with his palm. Lashi pressed down on Xu Tong's arm. Unexpectedly, Xu Tong drew back his arm and swiped at his head with a palm. Gu Zenshan used a blocking technique and fell back. Xu Tong's movement was as fast as lightning, instantly circling to the front. He then struck a bursting punch towards Gu Zenshan's lower abdomen. Gu Zenshan retreated half a step to dodge. Xu Tong rooted himself, stepped forward, and thrust a palm towards his face. It was blocked by the latter's double palms. The two then engaged in close-quarters combat, grappling with each other. Gu Zenshan turned his hand and grabbed Xu Tong's left hand. But unexpectedly, Xu Tong advanced instead of retreating. His left hand suddenly twisted like a snake probing a hole, and grabbed Gu Zenshan's shoulder. At this moment, Gu Zenshan's eyes lit up. He observed that Xu Tong's footwork was unstable a moment ago. It should be that this old man was exhausted after repeated fights. At this point, Gu Zenshan's entire body strength suddenly burst forth. He directly threw Xu Tong away. Gu Zenshan suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body and sighed inwardly. The opponent was a veteran known for his medical skills since high school. Seeing that the letter was about to land, Gu Zenshan was about to take 2 steps forward to catch it. But his legs could not move at all. Gu Zenshan's expression changed drastically. He did not know when Xu Tong had sealed his acupoints. And Xu Tong reached out his right hand to catch the letter. Then he turned his head and coldly glanced at Gu Zenshan. It's just a letter. Why is sect leader Gu so worked up? Then Xu Tong slowly unfolded the secret letter. The next second, the old man's expression changed drastically. He saw a line of small characters written on the secret letter. We have found the whereabouts of the Chang'an Jiangsword Saint. Please send more people to deal with the aftermath. No one would have thought that the disciples of the Hoa Shan sword sect. Not only did they brutally murder innocent farmers, but now they are targeting a pregnant woman. Like she was about to return home from the market. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation on her back and could not help but look back. But she found that there was no one behind her. Lai Shi, born into a clan, possessed keen senses. Someone was definitely following her. This feeling of being targeted by a vicious wolf could not be wrong. Suddenly, Li Shi started running. Several Hoa Shan disciples who were following her realized something was wrong, seeing that Li Shi had already run more than 10 paces in an instant. Everyone was surprised. They never expected this woman's movement to be so swift. Behind a big tree, she was pregnant and already had difficulty moving. Seeing that she could not shake off the pursuers for a while, she had no choice but to resort to this. But at this moment, a chilling voice sounded in her ears. It's not simple for a woman to have such agility. Judging from your clothes, you should be from a clan in the northeast, right? The one crouching here was Yang Xiao of the Hoa Shan sword sect. Lai Shi forced herself to calm down and asked why the other party was pestering her. Yang Xiao revealed a strange smile. What other reason could there be for a man chasing a woman? During their conversation, the other Hoa Shan disciples also gathered around. Lai Shi thought that she was probably doomed. At this moment, a Hoa Shan disciple brazenly attacked, swiping a palm towards Lai Shi's face. Lai Shi retreated and dodged. Another disciple saw this and immediately joined the battle. The two of them attacked Lai Shi together. While dodging, Lai Shi was accidentally choked by one of them. But she was quite fierce. First, she kicked a Hoa Shan disciple in the groin. Then, she drew a short knife from her waist and swung it backwards to break free from the other person's restraint. Lai Shi held the short knife and took a stance. The Hoa Shan disciples did not dare to approach her for a while. Seeing this, Yang Xiao's expression darkened, and he slowly stood up. Get out of the way. You cannot even handle a woman. A bunch of useless trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xiao's figure rushed towards Lai Shi. Before Li Shi could react, she was punched in the lower abdomen. She felt a sharp pain in her internal organs and fell to the ground. Yang Xiao pressed down on Lai Shi and locked her throat. Then he took out a bone-piercing awl and stabbed it at Lai Shi. Lai Shi gritted her teeth, gathered her strength, and reached out to block it. But she was, after all, a woman. How could she be Yang Xiao's match in strength? A cruel smile appeared on Yang Xiao's lips. His strength suddenly burst forth. The bone-piercing awl immediately pierced Lai Shi's shoulder. Lai Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, but she forced herself not to scream. Yang Xiao's expression gradually became ferocious. Scream if it hurts. It's best to lure the Chang sword saint over. With that, Yang Xiao pulled out the bone-piercing awl and then stabbed another hole in Lai Shi's body. Lai Shi gritted her teeth and still did not scream. The Hoa Shan disciples were terrified. This woman is truly fierce. And Yang Xiao had lost his patience at this time. He grabbed Li Shi's hair and dragged her into the depths of the dense forest. And, on the other side, Li Zonggu was fishing in the river. His wife went to the market in the morning. But it was already noon and his wife had not returned. Li Zonggu was faintly worried and rushed to find her. But after asking several families, they all said that Li Shi had already returned home. Li Zonggu searched for his wife along the way, but failed to find her. He had no choice but to return to the riverside hut to wait. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned home, he saw a feathered arrow nailed to the wolf pillar. Li Zonggu's pupils contracted. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Then he walked to the mirror and tremblingly extended his hand. With great effort, he broke the feathered arrow. Li Zonggu took the letter from it and examined it closely. If you want to save that woman, go to Yun Haofeng at sunset. Li Zonggu's eyes filled with fury after reading it. Su Tong's teachings from that day resurfaced in his mind. Look at the plaque of Mei Hoa Tang. It is high above, but it was not earned through people's respect. It was hung there by stepping on countless corpses. This is the so-called righteous sect. Have you seen it clearly today? Li Zonggu crumpled the secret letter into a ball. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Very well. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. At sunset on Yun Hao Feng, Li Zonggu, wearing a bamboo hat, arrived alone at the agreed location. Several Ho Shan disciples were secretly observing from the shadows. Could this person be the recently renowned sword saint of Changjiang? At this moment, someone spoke softly and gave a low command. Just then, Yang Xiao, hidden in the shadows, gave an order. Move. The man was a Ho Shan disciple with exceptional talent. By a twist of fate, he killed his abusive master. Unexpectedly, in order to please the Shi family, the new leader of Hua Shan sent more than 10 disciples to hunt down the man. Many disciples, fearing the man's strength, kidnapped his pregnant wife to lure the man to come and rescue her. As Yang Xiao ordered the attack, a Hua Shan disciple flicked his wrist, sending out 2 flying daggers. The daggers whistled through the air, heading straight for Li Zongbu. Li Zongbu was already aware of the hidden auras. He drew his sword and deflected both daggers. At this moment, a Hua Shan disciple leaped forward. He thrust his sword sharply at Li Zongbu's head. The latter tilted his head slightly, dodging the opponent's vicious strike. Another disciple attacked from behind. Li Zongbu rooted his feet to the ground. He leaned back, dodging the sweeping sword. Then, using the strength of his waist, he sprang up like a taut bow. His sword smashed into the foot of one of them. The man screamed in pain. His foot bones were shattered. Then, a clear ringing of a sword was heard. Li Zongbu drew his sword. He then moved behind this person and wrapped his arm around his neck. The next second, his sword was placed at the opponent's throat. Li Zongbu's words were filled with killing intent. Where is she? Yang Xiao did not know at this time that this person was Li Zongbu. Seeing his companion captured, he showed no panic. Instead, he hooked his finger to the side. Li Zongbu followed Yang Xiao's finger and looked up. He saw 2 Hua Shan disciples escorting a person out of the dense forest. One of them pulled off the tattered cloth covering the head. Inside was Li Zongbu's pregnant wife. At this moment, Li Shi was covered in wounds and barely conscious. Li Zongbu's heart ached at this sight. And Yang Xiao spoke leisurely. You'd better not make any rash moves. Li Zongbu was startled upon hearing this. He saw Yang Xiao extend a finger with a ring on it. Tied to the ring were several nearly invisible threads. The ends of the threads were embedded in Li Shi's body. Also from Hua Shan, Li Zongbu's eyes widened. He recognized this as Hua Shan's special acupuncture point control ring. The numerous threads were connected to Li Shi's major acupoints. With a slight tug, Yang Xiao could kill or cripple Li Shi. Li Zongbu was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Using such methods against a woman, do not you have any sense of shame? Yang Xiao was indifferent. After today, who will know? Even if it is known, as time passes, who will care? Yang Xiao slightly moved his finger by an inch. Li Zongbu's eyes widened in shock. Wait, let's talk this over. But it was too late. The next second, several spurts of blood shot out from Li Shi's legs. Even the strong Li Shi could not help but cry out in pain. Li Zongbu was distraught. His wife's legs were likely crippled. If you do not release her, I'll cripple her hands. The restrained Hua Shan disciple tried to push the sword away, but unexpectedly, the sword fell from his hand. Clearly, Li Zongbu was distracted and lost his composure. At this moment, 2 disciples hiding nearby saw that the time was right and activated the preset trap. As one of them cut the rope binding the tree branch, the thick branch immediately shot out towards Li Zongbu, who was distracted and could not react in time, and was hit hard in the back. Li Zongbu felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Two disciples seized the opportunity and rushed forward, grabbing Li Zongbu's arms. Swiftly restraining the sword, Saint Chang Jiang, "Take off his mask. I want to see who this holy figure is." Someone pulled off Li Zongbu's mask, revealing the true face of the man under the bamboo hat. Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes thoughtfully until Li Zongbu raised his head to look at him. Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The scenes from the past instantly flooded his mind. Yang Xiao's expression changed from shock to ecstasy. And then he began to laugh wildly, and somewhat crazily. "Li Zongbu, I did not expect you to be the sword saint of Changjiang. Yang Xiao, harm should not come to wives and children. This is between me and Hoa Shan. It has nothing to do with my wife. If you do not pull the weeds out by the roots, they'll grow again in the spring breeze. I'm not stupid enough to let him go. He'll come looking for revenge another day. My master could not cripple you back then, so today I'll fulfill his dying wish first." Yan Bei and Yang Xiao ordered someone to hold down Li Zongbu's right hand. Then, he took out that bone-piercing awl, his eyes fierce. The next second, a blood spurted out, and Li Zongbu felt a piercing pain in his right hand. But Yang Xiao's expression remained calm and undisturbed. Then, he ordered someone to hold down Li Zongbu's left hand. Looking at Li Zongbu's caged beast-like eyes, the pleasure of revenge made Yang Xiao tremble all over. Then he raised the bone-piercing awl high in his hand. "Li Zongbu, you humiliated me in front of everyone back then. This is what you owe me." Just as Yang Xiao was about to stab down suddenly, a flash of a mirror-like blade came. A throwing dart pierced his right hand. Yang Xiao screamed in pain like a slaughtered pig. At this moment, several more throwing darts came flying. 3 Ho Shan disciples could not dodge in time and were killed on the spot. Yang Xiao looked in horror at the direction the darts came from. A figure stood not far behind him. Zanka's hair stood on end, his whole body surging with power. Then he shook his palms, seemingly generating fire from his energy. This young master of the Yi clan waved his palms, and 2 fiery palm strikes flew out. One burned the ropes binding Lai Shi, and the other blocked the remaining Hua Shan disciples. Yang Xiao was terrified. This person's strength far surpassed his own. After a brief thought, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat. In the fire, Li Zongbu struggled to crawl towards his wife, but eventually fainted due to his severe injuries. Zanka looked at his sister, who had implicated him, his eyes cold, and he did not know what he was planning. The man was the top master among the younger generation of the Yi clan, and was recommended by the clan elders as the next clan leader. But the man's sister had violated clan rules by marrying a Central Plains man. Zanka looked at Li Zongbu lying on the ground. In the end, he suppressed the murderous intent that rose in his heart and carried his dying sister on his back, fleeing quickly away. On the way, Zanka found that his sister's breathing was gradually weakening, and he quickly asked nearby villagers about the nearest clinic. Zanka ran with the wind at his feet and soon arrived at a clinic. The doctor examined Lai Shi's condition and sighed. "Old sir, how is my sister's injury? Can it be treated? She has multiple internal bleeding, and all 12 meridians are damaged. Moreover, she is pregnant. What kind of hatred would make someone so cruel to a girl? With my medical skills, I'm afraid it's difficult to save her. But a good friend of mine for many years happens to be here. With her help, we might be able to save your sister's life." The old man's friend was the skilled Shu Tong, surnamed Lin. It turned out that Shu Tong had learned the cause and effect from a secret letter that day. He then took Lu Yingshan's only son, Lu Rihao, and went down the mountain overnight. "Shibo, where are we going in such a hurry? Shibo, where are we going in such a hurry? Rihao, I failed to save your father. This time, I must not watch Hua Shansek die before my eyes. Seeing that Lu Rihao did not understand, Xu Tong told him the whole story. The current Hua Shan sect is terminally ill. We are going down the mountain this time to eradicate the tumor. Zanka did not expect Xu Tong, known as the Divine Doctor, to be here. Xu Tong did not say much and directly checked Lishi's pulse. After a while, the Divine Doctor's face became solemn. Zanka, who was always calm, panicked when he saw this. Divine Doctor Xu, can my sister's injuries be healed? Xu Tong hesitated for a moment and then slowly spoke. I'm 90% sure I can save your sister's life. But the child in her womb, I'm afraid 2 hours later. Lishi let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Zanka was overjoyed to see his sister awake. Xu Tong also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Little sister, you're finally awake. It's all thanks to Divine Dr. Xu being here. But Li Shi glanced at Zanka with a blank look. Then she asked in a vague voice, Who are you? Divine Dr. Xu. Why does not my sister recognize me? Most likely, your sister has suffered from amnesia due to injuries. I'll give you a prescription later. With proper treatment, there's a possibility of recovery. Zanka fell to the ground in gratitude. Xu Tong turned his back and refused to accept it, saying that a doctor's benevolence should not stand by and watch someone die. The old man's heart was actually surging with turbulent waves. Lai Shi clearly did not injure her head or acupoints. Why did she lose her memory? After half an incense stick's time, Xu Tong instructed Lu Rihao to perform acupuncture on Lai Shi again. Lu Rihao used Qi to guide the needles, constantly clearing Lai Shi's meridians. The repeated acupuncture made him sweat profusely. Xu Tong could not help but sigh inwardly. Not everyone in the Hua Shan sect is a snake or a rat. Rihao, this brother and sister cannot stay here for long. You will accompany them and treat this woman until her injuries improve. Lu Rihao was puzzled when he heard this. You're a smart kid. You should have figured it out. Right? Lu Rihao saw Xu Tong's solemn expression and was slightly taken aback. Then he slowly spoke. Shibo, this woman was injured by my Hua Shan's Kong Shu technique. That's right. This woman must have been implicated in this incident. As Hua Shan disciples, we are now atoning for our sins. Under the night sky, Zanka carried his sister on his back and traveled through the night. Lu Rihao looked back at the wooden house and sighed. Since the Hua Shan sect has committed this sin, as a Hua Shan disciple, I naturally have the responsibility to end it. Lu Rihao murmured, Shibo Xu Tong, take care. Meanwhile, many Hua Shan disciples were resting in the house. Some of them were injured by the energy of Zanka's fire palm. They were still vomiting blood at this time. Shixing, there seems to be poison in the palm wind. We need to find the antidote. Yang Xiao leaned against the wall, looking impatient. Where can we find an antidote in this situation? I have sent a carrier pigeon to the sect leader to request reinforcements. They can only pray for themselves. Just then, the door was slowly opened. The people in the room immediately became alert when they heard the sound. A figure in a white robe appeared at the door. The man with the pale face spoke in a cold tone. Are you Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao nodded and asked the man's identity. Sect leader, Gu calls me a distinguished guest, and he sent me here to clean up. Yang Xiao was slightly relieved when he heard this. He then asked why the sect leader only sent one person. The distinguished guest narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Then, with a fierce wave of his hand, a burst of energy swept out. The candle Tu Zhang away was extinguished by the passing wind. The many Hua Shan disciples were instantly speechless. This display of internal energy was truly profound. We are here to kill people, not to see who has more people. At this time, the figure of a disciple caught the distinguished guest's attention. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked what was going on. A disciple said that several disciples were injured by a poisonous palm, and without an antidote, they might not survive the night. The distinguished guest came to an injured person and slowly squatted down. Then he extended his thumb and pressed it against the man's forehead. With a burst of energy, he pierced his upper dantian. The people in the room were shocked when they saw this. The injured man died without even screaming. A Hua Shan disciple questioned him angrily why he had done such a cruel thing. The distinguished guest turned his head and his voice was full of coldness. If there's no antidote, why keep him here to suffer? Furthermore, listen carefully. The late head tasked me to come here and explain the situation, which is already extremely urgent. If you have any objections to my handling of this, I do not mind eliminating you first. Who would have thought that the Hua Shan sword sect, known as a righteous sect, has now decayed to such a state? They captured someone's pregnant wife to achieve their goals, and today they intend to harm the woman's husband. The numerous Hua Shan disciples did not expect Li Zongbu to be so cunning, actually going against the norm and hiding at home to recover. Yang Xiao's gaze was sharp. They now had reinforcements. There's no way Li Zongbu could escape with his life again. Two Hua Shan disciples carefully approached the door. After receiving a nod from Yang Xiao, the two charged into the room, like wolves pouncing on a corpse. It was pitch black inside. Only their silhouettes were vaguely visible. After a moment, only two screams were heard. A pool of crimson blood slowly flowed out from under the door. The Hua Shan disciples were all shocked by this. Guest cursed inwardly at the bunch of fools. Yang Xiao also realized that sending one or two people in was like sending lambs to the slaughter. He immediately ordered everyone to charge in simultaneously from the doors and windows. Everyone rushed into the small house, searching everywhere. But no one was found in the dark little room. Apart from the creaking of the floorboards under their feet, the entire house was as silent as death. Suddenly, a sharp sword thrust up from under the floorboards, instantly piercing a disciple's foot. The man screamed and involuntarily fell backward. Just then, a rope swung down from the ceiling, precisely tightening around the man's neck. The other end of the rope seemed to have immense force. It instantly lifted the disciple, but he reacted quickly. He immediately swung his sword and cut the rope above his head. He then fell uncontrollably. But in the next second, he was pierced from below by a sword. The rest of the group was shocked. All this happened too quickly. They did not even see where that sword came from. And before they could recover their wits, a parrot flew past in the darkness. It immediately frightened two disciples into protecting their faces. But in their moment of panic, a hand reached out from the darkness and snatched one of them away. Then, that person was pierced through the throat with a sword. Yang Xiao was now utterly terrified. He quickly ordered everyone to gather in a circle to guard against sneak attacks. The remaining 5 disciples obeyed, but beads of cold sweat were already forming on their faces. Fear, taken to the extreme, turned into anger. Yang Xiao then roared, "Li Zonggu, do you only strike from the shadows, you despicable coward? You have no martial virtue. What kind of hero relies on sneak attacks?" Before he could finish, a sword slashed diagonally from the darkness. A Hua Shan disciple was instantly killed. Then, another felt a chill beneath his feet. Both his feet had been cut off by a sword. Reality is not terrible. What's terrible is the process of waiting for death. A voice echoed faintly, "Yang Xiao, you have the nerve to mention the word despicable." Li Zonggu's voice was filled with icy coldness. "Where's my wife? If you tell me honestly, I'll give you a quick death." Yang Xiao was slightly taken aback. He had thought Zanka was Li Zonggu's helper, but now it seemed Li Zonggu did not know that Li Shai had already been rescued. Realizing this, Yang Xiao had a plan. The opponent used his left hand to wield the sword. Obviously, his right hand was injured, and with Li Shi's whereabouts unknown, Li Zonggu must be worried. Weighing all these factors, Yang Xiao gradually calmed down. Under these conditions, he might be able to defeat Li Zonggu. Brat, if you want to know your wife's whereabouts, defeat me first. Meanwhile, outside the small house, the guest was like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. From the beginning, he had listened carefully to the sounds inside the house. In his mind, instead of acting with that group of fools, it was better to observe the situation and bide his time. The guest ripped off his white robe. Things must be almost over inside. I'll go meet this Changjiang sword saint. Meanwhile, Xu Tong was rushing towards the riverside hut. He had only received scattered pieces of information before. It was not until last night, after a conversation with Zanka. You do not need to kneel to me. Saving lives is a doctor's duty. But I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. You are my sister's savior. I will definitely tell you everything I know, without reservation. What is your sister's relationship with the Changjiang sword saint? Hearing Xu Tong's question, Zenko was stunned. Divine Dr. Xu, I can tell you everything, but you must promise me one thing first. Speak. If it's within my power, I will agree. I want you to keep my sister's whereabouts a secret. I do not want her to have any further contact with the Changjiang sword saint. By now, Xu Tong understood the overall situation. But he still did not know that the Changjiang sword saint, who was being hunted by the Ahaya Shan sect with all its might, was actually Li Zongbu, whom he had once held in high regard. Just then, a heavy downpour began by the river, mirroring the life and death struggle between the two men inside the small house. Yang Xiao barely dodged Li Zongbu's fierce sword strike. Li Zongbu gave him no chance to breathe. He lunged forward with a sweeping sword strike. Yang Xiao hurriedly ducked to avoid it. Then, he rolled away like a lazy donkey roll to create distance from Li Zongbu. Yang Xiao was both shocked and furious. He never expected the opponent's left-handed swordplay to be so fierce. Li Zongbu seemed to read Yang Xiao's mind. You think you can kill me just because my right hand is injured? With that, Li Zongbu flourished his left hand, then suddenly thrust his sword 2 inches into the ground. Yang Xiao, even if both my hands could not hold a sword, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. This is the difference in our talents. You are destined to never defeat me in this lifetime. Today, even if this sword is stuck in the ground and does not move, I can still use it to take your dog life. These words were truly meant to kill and crush the heart. Yang Xiao roared and charged at Li Zongbu, his sword aiming straight for his head, but Li Zongbu easily dodged. Yang Xiao followed up with several more strikes, but Li Zongbu was like a fish swimming in a river, dodging them all with fluid movements. Yang Xiao's technique was now chaotic. He channeled all his strength into a powerful thrust. A cold light flashed in Li Zongbu's eyes. In the next second, a figure flashed, and, in a split second, the two passed each other. Li Zongbu actually struck with both palms, shattering Yang Xiao's sword. The broken half of the sword fell to the ground, the sound particularly jarring. Yang Xiao's pupils contracted in disbelief. Just then, Li Zongbu kicked him in the leg. Then, he raised a palm and struck him forcefully on the chin. This single palm supporting the sky move sent Yang Xiao flying. Then, Yang Xiao felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Li Zongbu had plucked out his eyeball. I'm asking you one last time. Where did you take my wife? The man was the strongest among the Huashan disciples, but he was narrow-minded and had poor martial ethics. Not only did he bully his fellow disciples, but he also used dirty tricks during sparring matches. Speak. Where did you take my wife? Yang Xiao, seemingly resigned to his fate, began to laugh maniacally. You mean that woman? Of course, I sank her to the bottom of the river. Li Zongbu's pupils contracted as if struck by lightning. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. And at this moment, a divine dart shot swiftly. Li Zongbu's mind was in turmoil, instinctively dodging. Although he avoided a vital spot, he was still grazed, his forehead cut. The attacker was none other than Shang Bin, ready to take advantage. Seeing this, Yang Xiao scrambled to his feet. Is this the Chang Jiang swordsman who killed Yan Fulong? That's right, Shang Bin, it's him. Kill him quickly, do not delay. Yang Xiao, if you want to keep your other eye, you'd better shut your mouth. Shang Bin's cultivation is far deeper than these Hua Shan disciples. The opponent was clearly flustered just now, but he could still instinctively dodge the divine dart. He's clearly not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Li Zongbu stand up again, Shang Bin felt a fierce killing intent surge towards him. Li Zongbu was now like an enraged tiger. Today, I would not spare any of the Hua Shan disciples. Shang Bin's heart trembled slightly at these words, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if the opponent had some strength, after repeated battles, he was already at the end of his rope. Li Zongbu did not say more, and drew the long sword stuck in the ground. Then, his inner strength suddenly burst forth, and with a roar, he dashed forward. Like a fired arrow, he ferociously slashed at Shang Bin, who raised his sword to block, causing sparks to fly. Shang Bin did not expect the opponent's movement to be so swift, but he was not like Yang Xiao, with profound skills and years of experience. He immediately gathered all his strength, and with a powerful push, sent Li Zongbu flying. Unexpectedly, Li Zongbu adjusted his posture in mid-air, and using the momentum, shot forward again. With a slash that seemed to split the sky, he struck down again. Shang Bin had to block horizontally. Li Zongbu let out a thunderous roar. His immense power surged relentlessly, even pushing Shang Bin through the wall. The next second, they both fell into the river, then struggled to their feet, facing each other in the water. So many Hua Shan disciples died because of you. This time I'm going to take your life. Li Zongbu slowly raised his long sword. I said, none of the Hua Shan disciples will leave here alive. Li Zongbu pushed off the ground with great force, stepping on the waves and moving like an arrow towards Shang Bin. When he got close, Li Zongbu leaped high. Seeing this, Shang Bin narrowed his eyes. He saw that the opponent had lost his composure, and the outcome of this fight was already decided. At this moment, Yang Xiao struggled to crawl out of the room. And, just as he reached the doorway, he saw a shocking scene. Shang Bin had sent Li Zongbu flying with a palm strike, then flashed forward, striking Li Zongbu's lower abdomen with a flying knee, followed by a series of vertical punches to Li Zongbu's chest. After the series of heavy blows, Li Zongbu spat out blood. Li Zongbu, however, he seems a bit reckless. Li Zongbu struggled to get up, staring blankly at his long sword in the water. When he was young, he left home to study martial arts at Hua Shan, but was bullied by his master and forced to betray his sect. After leaving Hua Shan, he met the woman he loved, and she became pregnant with his child. But now, his wife was harmed and her life was uncertain. Li Zongbu slowly reached into the water. Now, all he had left was this 3-foot Kung Feng. Seeing Li Zongbu stand up again, Shang Bin decided to stop playing cat and mouse, raising his sword in a stance. As he slowly ran his left hand over the blade, black mist began to emanate from the sword. Seeing this, Yang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He knew that Hoashan sect once had a martial arts prodigy who was expelled from Hoashan for using the founder's forbidden sword techniques. Could that person be Shang Bin? Before Yang Xiao could recover from his shock, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Yang Xiao, why are you here? Seeing Shu Tong's sudden appearance, Yang Xiao stammered, Grandmaster Uncle. But Shu Tong did not pay much attention to him and turned to look inside the room. Several Ho Shan disciples' bodies were lying there haphazardly. Su Tong sighed and then looked outside, where two figures were standing with swords in hand, and one of them had black mist swirling around his sword. Su Tong was shocked when he saw the person's face. He recognized this person as Shang Bin, who had been expelled from Hua Shan years ago. And at this time, Li Zongbu also slowly assumed a stance, using the stance of Bo Wen Ju Jian that he had created. Su Tong felt that this move was familiar, but he could not recall it for a moment. Presumably, this man in black should be the Chang Jiang sword saint. At this moment, Shang Bun's sword had completely absorbed the black mist. The blade had turned from blood red to pitch black. The surrounding energy surged like blooming plum blossoms, while Li Zongbu raised his long sword, and then slowly crouched as if to drink the water. Suddenly, Shang Bin thrust his sword out like a thunderclap. His long sword, like a viper's tongue, thrust straight at Li Zong. The sword rapidly enlarged in Li Zongbu's pupils. The next second, the sword had already reached the tip of his nose. A scorching energy rushed towards his face. Li Zongbu did not retreat, but fell straight into the river. Shang Bin stood there after thrusting his sword. He looked around and there was no trace of Li Zongbu, trying to hide in the water to reduce the power of the Haiyan sword. Humph, wishful thinking. Shang Bin suddenly turned and swung his sword. At the same time, he unleashed his inner power from his left palm, creating a vortex centered on himself. The river water was drawn by the surging force, flowing in all directions. The next second, Li Zongbu was forced to leap out of the river. Shang Bin roared and dashed forward. Let's see where you can run this time. The man comprehended a peerless sword technique by listening to the water. Today, he will use this sword technique to avenge his wife. Seeing Shang Bin charging straight at him, Li Zongbu slowly raised his long sword. In an instant, Shang Bin leaped into the air and slashed down ferociously. Li Zongbu suddenly sank into the river, using the fourth form of a Wen Ju Jin, Gai Lun. Li Zongbu slowly closed his eyes under the water. His guilt and rage towards his wife transformed into a raging inferno. Shang Bin suddenly unleashed a fierce sword energy, and at this moment, golden light burst from Li Zongbu's eyes. He poured his immense power into the sword. The surrounding river water was drawn by the force and shot into the air. In an instant, huge waves exploded on the river. The next second, Li Zongbu and Shang Bin passed each other. Li Zongbu's long sword fell into the river, while a hole appeared on Shang Bin's chest. The martial arts prodigy raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. What a fast sword, young man. What kind of sword technique is this? Li Zongbu knelt on the ground in silence. The previous strike had exhausted all his strength. Shang Bin, who did not get an answer, fell dead. Su Tong was stunned by the scene. Even he could not see clearly how that sword was thrusted. At this moment, Yang Xiao's shout woke up Su Tong. How many innocent people have died? Grandmaster Uncle, take a good look at who this Chang Jiang sword saint really is. Su Tong was slightly stunned, then turned to look outside. He is Li Zongbu, who betrayed Ho Shan years ago. Now he is irreconcilable with our Hoa Shan. If we do not kill him now, it will cause great trouble in the future. When he clearly saw Li Zongbu's face, Su Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing Su Tong standing there, Yang Xiao shouted, Grand Uncle Master, he is now the greatest hidden danger to Hua Shan. And you are ultimately responsible for this. These words terrified Su Tong. Images flashed through his mind. He had recommended Li Zongbu to join the sword sect to learn swordsmanship. But he never imagined things would develop to this point. At this moment, Li Zongbu had regained some strength. He stood up, grasped the sword on the ground, and staggered back into the hut. Yang Xiao, now is the time to settle our grudges. Li Zongbu's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. After I kill you, it will be Hua Shan's turn. Just then, an aged voice sounded slowly. This voice had appeared countless times in Li Zongbu's dreams. He turned his head in disbelief. Su Tong looked at Li Zongbu with a complex expression, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The once naive young man was now the infamous Chang Jiang Sword Saint. After a long silence, Su Tong spoke slowly. Li Zongbu, is it possible to stop here? Li Zongbu looked at Su Tong's pleading eyes, gritted his teeth, and lowered his head. Grand Uncle Master, the Li Zongbu you speak of is already dead. What remains in this world is his boundless fury. Only by killing these self-righteous hypocrites can he appease his hatred for losing his wife and child. Su Tong was silent for a long time. On one side was the sect that raised and taught him. On the other was his disciple who had suffered injustice and was filled with hatred. Faced with this difficult choice, the old man slowly knelt down. Zongbu, I know you are filled with hatred, and it is true that Hua Shan wronged you first. Li Zongbu was shocked by Su Tong's actions and widened his eyes. Grand Uncle Master, what are you doing? But I have no choice. I was adopted by my master at the age of 4 and joined Hua Shan. Now Hua Shan is my home. I will not attack you. If you want to pass through Hua Shan, you must start with me. Li Zongbu gritted his teeth, his body trembling. Grand Uncle Master, do not force me. Please step aside. I'm afraid I will not be able to control myself. Su Tong's face was full of grief. He moved his lips but could not say another word. Li Zongbu stood there, torn between conflicting emotions. Finally, he gritted his teeth, pushed off with his toes, and dashed towards Yang Xiao. He swung his sword down fiercely. Yang Xiao's eyes widened in terror. Then, a cold light flashed. Yang Xiao closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, waiting for the fatal blow. But the sword never fell. Yang Xiao peeked and saw Su Tong blocking the sword. The blade had cut half an inch into his shoulder. Blood was already gushing out. Li Zongbu's voice was full of helplessness, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. Grand Uncle Master, why did you make me learn swordsmanship in the first place? Even though Su Tong had been in the martial world for 60 years, he could only remain silent in the face of this question. Li Zongbu wept like a child. His body, having lost the support of his hatred, collapsed to the ground. Su Tong coldly glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, from this day forward, you are no longer a member of Hua Shan. If you ever appear before me again, I will personally take your dog life. Yang Xiao limped out of the hut. Looking back at the 2 people inside, his cautious single eye was filled with resentment. Inside the hut, Su Tong held Li Zongbu in his arms. The old man's words were full of heartache. Child, heaven does not bestow talent without reason. Your swordsmanship will one day find its purpose. Half a year after the man's death, he was dug out of the barrel. The grave robbers were the assassins sent by the high soul evil god. The leader took a deep breath. Fortunately, he has not completely rotted yet. The leader, Yan Bei, began to chant a strange incantation. He placed his palm on the man's already decaying face. As the leader chanted faster, his body began to tremble violently. The next second, The leader let out a beast-like roar. The last memories of the corpse's life flooded into his mind. He was using a secret soul-siphoning technique passed down in his clan. The leader slowly spoke, his voice seemingly squeezed from his throat. The others knew that the soul-siphoning technique had succeeded. It was not me who wanted to survive. It was Yu Hoa Jiao that failed to kill me. Tell me the location of Yu Huo Gong, and I'll give you a quick death. I really do not know. Even if you skin me alive, I still would not know. Go to Zhengxinsai on the mountainside of Yunshan. Look for a flower that will not bloom. After the reward, the leader returned to normal. This is the only clue we have now. Go to Zhengxinsai immediately. The group responded, and immediately headed for the mountainside of Yunshan. At this moment, in Zhengxinsai, the monk Zheng Gai sat in meditation. But today, he felt uneasy. The scene from 15 years ago resurfaced in his mind. Go Furong, with a furious expression, placed a Mu Pei on the table. Li Zongbu, I trusted you so much. Since the contract was made, why did you go back on your word and not kill that flower? At this time, Li Zongbu had already taken on a disciple. He assigned some simple tasks to his disciple. But he never expected his disciple to fail this time. He knew the difficulty of this task. It was impossible for his disciple to fail with his skills. In the river, the disciple knelt quietly before Li Zongbu. With your martial arts, that woman is no match for you. Why did not you kill her? Seeing that his disciple remained silent, Li Zongbu asked again, did you fall in love with her? Li Zongbu's voice was devoid of emotion. As expected, the disciple spoke softly, I do not expect master's forgiveness. I'll accept any punishment. Li Zongbu laughed in anger. Good. In the martial world, we value keeping our word. With that, Li Zongbu thrust his sword into the ground. The disciple was at a loss for words, unsure of what to do. If you can draw this sword in front of me, I will spare your life. I'll give you 10 chances. Succeed once, and you live. The disciple's eyes widened in terror. Li Zongbu's eyes were filled with determination. A word spoken is a promise made. Draw the sword. The disciple slowly rose and walked to Li Zongbu. He knew his master's martial arts were superb. But, for the woman he loved, he decided to take the risk. Suddenly, without any warning, the disciple attacked. The next second, a cold light flashed. Li Zongbu had already drawn his sword. The disciple felt a sudden chill on his right hand. Half of his finger had been cut off and flew into the air. Li Zongbu sheathed his sword with smooth, flowing movements. The disciple clutched his right hand, his body trembling, trying not to scream in pain. After a moment of rest, the disciple walked towards the sword again. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked again. Li Zongbu seemed to anticipate his moves, drawing his sword first. Another half of the disciple's finger was mercilessly cut off. After a while, all 10 of the disciple's fingers were gone. You do not have the heart of a killer, nor do you have the eyes of a killer. Li Zongbu turned his back, his hands behind him. Leave? I will not kill you, but I do not want to see you again. The monk slowly opened his eyes. Many things in this world have no right or wrong. And at this moment, outside Zhengxinsai, the monk responsible for the night watch suddenly brightened his gaze, as several figures quietly approached under the cover of night. Before he could even issue a warning, a flying dart shot out, and a perfectly good head flew into the air. Meanwhile, inside the temple's wing, the flame on the candle suddenly began to flicker, without any wind. The woman, who had been sound asleep, began to tremble. The woman suddenly sat up in fright, huddling into a ball and shivering. The monk inside sighed and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Then he slowly rose and walked to the door. The monk extended his incomplete hand and opened the door. Although his master did not acknowledge him as a disciple, he could not tarnish the reputation of the Changjiang sword saint. The monk, holding a wooden staff, leaped up, dodging the incoming flying darts in a flash of lightning. But he clearly underestimated these well-trained assassins. Two assassins, seeing their leader's attack miss, immediately raised their hands and threw out two chains. The chains, like venomous snakes seeking prey, instantly wrapped tightly around the monk's hands. With a sudden pull from both sides by the two assassins, the monk immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. Then, a mist of blood filled the air, as the monk's arms were brutally torn off. Another monk, seeing this, was filled with shock and anger. He roared and charged forward with his staff, thrusting it into the chest of a black-robed assassin. Unexpectedly, the next second, the monk felt his hand lighten, leaving only a black robe on his staff. And just then, a dull whooshing sound came from behind. Before this monk could react, he was stabbed right through. Another black-robed assassin, wielding dual blades, surged forward, slicing and killing the two monks on the spot with swift movements. A young novice monk in the courtyard was already trembling with fear. He did not understand how the sacred Buddhist ground had turned into a hellish scene of carnage. And just then, a black-robed assassin swung a scythe down from above. The young novice, having never encountered such a life-or-death struggle, was utterly inexperienced. Seeing the scythe descending towards his head, he closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. But the anticipated agonizing pain did not come. The young novice mustered his courage and opened his eyes. He saw the scythe stop 3 feet above his head. The one stopping the black-robed assassin was none other than the broken-fingered monk. Master, they came out of nowhere and started slaughtering everyone in the temple. The monk nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and instructed the young novice to take the other monks and leave. Then, the monk shrugged his shoulder, and a surge of powerful energy burst forth, sending the black-robed assassin behind him flying. The other black-robed assassins were all slightly surprised. They did not expect such a skilled fighter in this remote temple. Why are you, benefactors, creating such carnage in this sacred Buddhist ground? The flower that will not bloom is here. Hand it over, and we will leave immediately. Hearing these words, the monk's eyes flashed, and his aura suddenly changed. Then, this humble monk shall perform the ceremony. The leader was slightly taken aback, but then ordered everyone to attack. The assassins immediately pounced on the monk. A black-robed assassin wielded a strange long saber, striking with lightning speed towards the monk's head. The monk, with nimble footwork, easily dodged. Then the monk stepped forward, instantly closing the distance, and thrust his palms out, pressing them against the chests of 2 assassins. The monk forcefully exhaled and exerted power, a surge of energy bursting forth from his palms. The monk silently prayed in his heart, "Master, forgive this disciple for using Bowenju Jian again." The next second, the first style of Bowenju Jian, Wo Liu, was unleashed. The 2 assassins, as if caught in a whirlpool, were immediately pulled and thrown away by the powerful force. The leader, seeing this, was stunned, his eyes wide. The monk now had his palms together, protecting his front. His monk's robe fluttered without any wind. The monk, having succeeded with one strike, did not stop. He then transitioned from palms to fists and unleashed a powerful advancing punch. An assassin was immediately struck and sent flying backward. Just then, the monk suddenly sensed a menacing wind above him. 3 assassins had pounced like hungry tigers. Then, 3 black robes were thrown over his head. The monk circulated his energy, forming a sword-like motion with his hands. His hands moved so fast they created afterimages. The monk then exhaled forcefully, his breath sounding like rolling thunder. The muscles on the monk's right arm suddenly bulged. The assassin felt as if the monk was like a hidden, vast tide. The leader was now dumbfounded. Their assassin group had been invincible since its establishment. Where did this monk come from? At this moment, the monk clasped his hands together and chanted a low Buddhist mantra. Just then, a surge of powerful energy approached from afar, even causing the fallen leaves on the ground to swirl into the air. The monk's heart suddenly trembled. He knew a powerful expert was coming. He had only felt such a powerful aura from his master. In the darkness, a tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The black-robed assassins all knelt down upon seeing this person. The newcomer was the current top expert of the clan, the Gaohun evil god. Monk, you are no match for him. Step back. I will handle him personally. Who are you? And you are not from Yu Hoa Jiao, are you? Yu Hoa Jiao. I do not even consider them a threat. We are here to find someone. That woman has long since left Yu Hua Jiao, and no longer concerns herself with the Jiang. I suggest you all leave. We are looking for a man with a strange bird, a man with a great sense of justice. The monk was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect them to be here for Lu Shou. But this subtle change in expression, however brief, was keenly captured by the Gao Hun evil god. The monk, out of fellowship, stated that he did not know. I did not expect you to answer anyway. My subordinates are skilled in soul-searching techniques. I'll kill you first. This person's mouth will not lie. The monk, seeing this, said no more and immediately took his stance. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Yang Yue, who had just arrived. Yang Yue, hiding in the shadows, was filled with suspicion. This Sin's martial arts are identical to Lu Shou's. What is the relationship between these two? The monk had now assumed the starting stance of Bu Wen Jujian. The monk slowly closed his eyes, his entire being seeming to be immersed in river water. The next second, the monk suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light bursting forth from them. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground and his figure burst forth, like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, charging straight towards the Gaohun evil god. The monk suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 7 or 8 steps. He had just used the 5th style of Bu Wenju Jian, Gai Liu. But before he could even strike, he was sent flying by a punch from the Jiao Hun evil god. The strength of the person before him was on par with his master's. The Gaohun evil god was also surprised. Unpredictable footwork and unorthodox moves. I've been in seclusion for 2 cycles. I did not expect there to be such martial arts in the current Jiangyu. If you have any other moves, feel free to use them. I want to see what else you have. The monk was now completely exhausted. He had intended to defeat the enemy with a single strike, using Gailiu, but he had not expected the opponent's strength to far exceed his imagination. My master created a total of 9 sword techniques. This humble monk is slow-witted and has only learned 4. Now, this humble monk's energy is mostly depleted. I have one last move. Please, old benefactor, enlighten me. Gaohun Sishin did not hesitate upon hearing this, and immediately threw out 2 Vajra chains. The monk strived to calm his blood and regulate his inner breath. Master spared my life back then. Returning this life to the sect now can be considered a karmic cycle. Thinking of this, the monk dispersed his cautious energy to his limbs and all parts of his body. The next second, the monk's eyes were filled with determination. He exerted force with his feet and shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Gao Hengxishan saw the monk's determination to die and dared not be careless. He raised his hands and surprisingly summoned countless more chains. Then, he suddenly flung them forward, and countless chains shot out. Even while dodging, he was still scratched by a few chains on his hands and feet. But the monk ignored it, enduring the severe pain and continuing to charge forward. Gao Hengxishan suddenly threw out several more chains. Then, he stretched out his left hand and raised it high, a surging energy bursting from his palm. The initial chains were immediately shattered into countless darts. Wrapped in energy, they hovered in midair. And the monk had already charged to Gao Hengxishan's face. Just then, Gao Hengxishan suddenly clenched his left hand. The darts in the sky fell like a rain of arrows. In an instant, they pierced the monk's body, creating countless bloody holes. Blood spurted from the monk's mouth and nose, while Gao Hengxishan stood in place, admiring his masterpiece. But as he smiled, the expression on his face suddenly froze. He saw that the monk's left hand had somehow reached his dantian. The monk, holding on with his last breath, had still managed to reach Gao Hengxishan. This is this poor monk's final move. Please accept it, teacher. Gao Hengxishan's pupils contracted. The monk slightly opened his mouth with his last breath. The pulling of his lungs made him feel pain to his bones. Gao Hengxishan only felt a drop of water quietly dripping in his dantian. Immediately afterward, a surge of energy rippled out. The monk spared no effort, pouring all his energy into his left hand. He burned his remaining life force to unleash his final blow. The majestic energy pulled the surrounding wind and caused a frenzy. The surrounding leaves were swept up by the wind and rustled down. The monk widened his eyes in confusion. The expected explosion of the dantian did not occur. The opponent did not even react, and at this moment, Gao Hengxishan burst into wild laughter. Then, he grabbed the monk's left hand and forcefully snapped the monk's left arm. The monk gritted his teeth and did not cry out. Gao Hengxishan lifted his foot and stepped on the monk's face. This is your so-called final move. As Gao Hengxishan gradually increased his force, a horrifying sound of flesh and bone tearing came from the monk's left arm. The next second, the monk could no longer bear it, and a scream echoed through the night sky. The monk's left arm was ripped off by Gao Hengxishan, and he fell into a pool of blood. The unpredictable energy that flows like a river. I saw through your moves from the beginning. Your martial arts imitate the form of flowing water. I only need to move with the waves to break it. Gao Hengxishan suddenly realized. So this is the meaning of sword intent, like water. That guy used this move to kill Dai Yuan. Today, I vow to exterminate anyone who practices this skill. On the other side, in the large stronghold where the Central Plains martial artists gathered, a raging fire suddenly broke out around the stronghold. Yuan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He only heard that the outside was already in chaos. Quickly notify the sect leaders. We're under attack. At this moment, countless foreign experts had already stormed the stronghold. The Central Plains martial artists were caught off guard, and countless died or were injured in an instant. Yuan rushed out of the room and saw that the surroundings were already a sea of fire. Many martial artists were fighting fiercely with the foreign experts. Yuan's heart sank. How did the foreigners know they were gathered here? Yuan did not have time to think. A foreign strongman wielding a short moon bow charged at him. Yuan threw a fierce punch and knocked the strongman back. But the more Yuan thought, the more shocked he became. The foreigners not only knew they were hiding here, but they also silently broke the R-hat formation. A terrible thought emerged in his mind. There is a traitor among the Central Plains martial artists. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. The figure landed steadily, then sent a foreign expert flying with a palm strike. The newcomer was the leader of the Qingqing sect, Bai Song. Leader Bai. How could the foreigners suddenly attack the stronghold? Haiyuan, you must have guessed it too. It seems we have a traitor among us. Just then, a powerful aura gradually approached. Bai Song and Haiyuan were both startled by this. They saw a figure slowly walking out of the sea of fire. Haiyuan, quickly lead the disciples of each sect to escape from here. Haiyuan was shocked to hear this and asked Bai Song what he meant. If I'm not mistaken, that person is the immortal one. Haiyuan, do not you see the current situation? Although we are gathered here, everyone is still at odds with each other. Even in this small mountain stronghold, they still cannot let go of power and greed. With that, Bai Song stuffed something into Haiyuan's hand. I can only trust you now. Haiyuan took the object and his heart trembled. I entrust the entire Central Plains martial arts world to you. After you leave here, go find Shu Tong and Shou Bai immediately. With them, we will not be completely without a chance of winning. Go now. If you hesitate any longer, none of us will be able to escape. After saying this, Leader Bai turned around resolutely and walked alone to meet Wu Ming, who emerged from the raging flames. Meanwhile, the owner of the Hua Lion Inn had been holding a cup of water for half a month. This water will not kill you. It will only make you blind. Lu Shou stared at the other person intently, and after a moment of silence, he took the cup and drank it all. Now can you take me to see Zhu Hen's section? The man vowed to exterminate the monk sect, but unexpectedly, the monk lying in a pool of blood laughed. The man was slightly stunned. What this poor monk has learned is only superficial. Gao Hun Sishan grabbed the monk's neck and lifted him up. From the small details, I can see that your sect's martial arts are nothing special. The monk's eyes were not filled with fear, but with confidence. This poor monk is just a waste expelled from the sect. Compared with the true successor of Bu Wenju Jian, this poor monk is like the difference between the light of the moon and that of a firefly. Gao Hun Sishan watched the monk finish speaking word by word, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. The successor of Bu Wenju Jian, I'm really looking forward to it. Then, Gao Hun Sishan suddenly reached out and pressed his hand against the monk's forehead. His thumb exerted force and pierced into the monk's intang acupoint. A surge of majestic energy poured into the monk's head. The monk screamed and struggled desperately with his hands. As Gao Hun Sishan's true kuai poured into his brain, blue veins popped out on the monk's head, but Gao Hun Sishan ignored it and continued to speak. In that case, take me to the successor of Bu Wenju Jian. The monk's eyes turned an eerie black. Meanwhile, in a hidden passage in the mountains, Lu Shou was supporting the innkeeper's pointed head, slowly moving forward. Having drunk the poisoned water, he was now blind. As they reached the end of the passage, a large door slowly opened. The innkeeper whispered a secret code. A Yu Hoa Jiao attendant, after matching the code, spoke. Ong Hualing, you rarely enter the palace. Why have you come today? Ong Hualing took out a copper coin from her bosom, the very one Du Jiao Gui had given to Lu Shou. The attendant was stunned at the sight of the coin. The person behind me holds this coin and wishes to see the cult leader. The attendant said that not everyone who possessed Du Jiao Gai's coin could see Zhu Hen's section. I know, but this coin is of great significance. Whether to meet or not should be decided by the cult leader. Ong Hualing handed the coin to the attendant. The attendant told them to wait there, while she went to inform the cult leader. Lu Shou was silent, thinking that this Yu Hoa Jiao was truly mysterious and unpredictable. After half an incense stick's time, the wooden door opened again. The attendant returned and said that the cult leader had granted an audience. Led by the attendant, they entered Yu Hoa. Gong. Hong Huling instructed Lu Shou not to utter a single lie when meeting the cult leader. Lu Shou retorted by asking how she would know if what he said was true or false. Hong Huling turned her head and gave Lu Shou a meaningful look. The cult leader will naturally know. After walking for about another incense stick's time, the attendant suddenly stopped. A secret chamber appeared before them. 3 wooden doors were slowly pulled open one by one. As the last door opened a crack, a beam of bright light shone through, illuminating everyone. Hong Huo Ling knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Greetings, cult leader. Lu Shou, however, stood firm without kneeling, pondering something. A cold voice came from behind the curtain. I heard that you wish to see me, young hero. I am Zhuhen Sixan, the leader of Yu Hua Jiao. Meanwhile, Xu Tong and Shou Bai arrived at a village of a different tribe. Shou Bai, puzzled, asked Xu Tong why they were there. Xu Tong replied that before facing the undying man, Shou Bai had to meet someone. Shou Bai smiled darkly. There's someone I need to meet. Xu Tong explained that this person was the undying man's disciple. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Led by Xu Tong, they went to the back of the village. Suddenly, Xu Tong stopped. His dim old eyes were filled with shock. The giant ancient tree where the listener had been was now charred black. Xu Tong was incredulous, but Xiao Bei seemed calm, guessing that the undying man was likely responsible. The undying man's disciple is in this tree hollow. But in this state, if we enter rashly, we might be trapped. Shou Bei chuckled and told Xu Tong to step aside. He then walked up to the ancient tree. Xu Tong wondered what Shou Bai was planning to do. Xiao Bai reached out and grabbed the exposed roots of the tree. As he slowly exhaled, powerful energy gathered in his hands. Shou Bai rooted his feet and exerted force with his hands. The ancient tree began to shake slightly, and the charred wood chips fell off. Xu Tong was dumbfounded. Was Shou Bai planning to pull out this giant tree? Shou Bai let out a deafening roar. He pulled upward with all his might, his energy surging. The next second, the giant tree was uprooted. Xu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Shou Bai push the tree over. As the tree crashed down, dust filled the air. In the dust, Shou Bai stood firm and unmoving. Xu Tong looked at Xiao Bai's back and sighed. This person's cultivation has reached perfection, perhaps even surpassing the traveler of the past. When the dust settled, they stood at the entrance of the tree hollow. I miscalculated. I did not expect the cave to be burnt out. Not necessarily. I sense a faint breath inside. Shou Bai slapped the ground, carefully probing. He smiled, thinking, as expected. The next moment, Shou Bai thrust his entire arm into the ground. He pulled out a blood-stained hand. Xu Tong stared in shock. Shou Bai pulled a black-robed figure out of the ground. This person was Zanka, the leader of the Yai tribe. Xiao Bai looked at Xu Tong and asked, "Is this the person I was supposed to meet?" "This person is Zanka, the leader of the Yai tribe. Please, Master Xiao Bai, help him." Xiao Bai immediately used several finger techniques on Zanka, extracting congealed blood. He then patted Zanka's back several times, infusing several strands of true Kai into Zanka's body. After doing all this, the two stared intently at Zanka. Zanka suddenly opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. He then slowly opened his eyes and raised his head. The man painstakingly pulled the dead man from the ground and infused his own true ki into the dead man's body to revive him. Zanka slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. But the next second, both Xiao Bei and Shu Tong were startled. Zanka suddenly let out a furious roar and swiped his palm at Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei quickly retreated, but Zanka relentlessly pursued. His palms thrust out, striking Xiao Bei's chest. Caught off guard, Xiao Bei could only withstand Zanka's double palm strike. The immense force sent him staggering back several steps. Su Tong shouted, "Zanka, calm down." Zanka, however, paid no attention. His palms moved, creating afterimages. Seeing Zanka's lack of response, Shu Tong thought, "This is bad." He guessed that Zanka had likely lost his mind. Xiao Bei's aura suddenly changed. A fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zanka propelled himself forward, charging at Xiao Bei. Su Tong saw that Xiao Bei was truly intent on killing. He quickly begged Xiao Bei to show mercy, but Xiao Bei ignored Shu Tong's words, his gaze fixed on the approaching Zanka. He swayed his body, dodging Zanka's heavy punch. He then kicked Zanka in the abdomen. Seizing the opportunity while Zanka was in pain, he locked Zanka's throat. Then, he exerted force with his right arm, throwing Zanka to the ground. Unexpectedly, Zanka, newly revived, was incredibly fierce. He slammed his left hand on the ground, springing up, and using the reaction force, kicked towards Xiao Bei's head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bei tilted his head to dodge. Xiao Bei thrust out his right hand and grabbed Zanka's left foot. He then pulled down sharply. A crisp, cracking sound rang out. Zanka let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Bei, ignoring everything, channeled his powerful energy into his fist. He then punched Zanka squarely in the chest. Zanka flew back like a broken kite. Xiao Bei was clearly enraged. He charged forward, throwing another punch. The punch, carrying the force of thunder, aimed straight for Zanka's head. Just then, Shu Tong flew in front, embracing Xiao Bei and holding him back. Su Tong pleaded, "Senior, please show mercy." Xiao Bei glared coldly at Shu Tong with furious, fearful eyes. "You want to redeem me? I would not dare, but the most pressing matter now is to deal with the undead. Zanka must know some clues. For the greater good, please reconsider, Senior." Xiao Bei stared at Shu Tong for a long time, remaining silent. Only when his anger subsided did he slowly speak. "Fine. I'll spare this kid's life for now." Meanwhile, in Yu Huagong, Lu Shou spoke slowly, "Zhu Hen Sixian, seeing you is truly harder than ascending to heaven." He then went straight to the point, revealing his identity, stating that he was a disciple of Chang Sword, Saintly Zongbao. The name of Chang Jiang Sword Saint was naturally known to all. "Then may I ask, young hero, why have you come to my Yu Huagong?" Lu Shou stated directly that he was here to find Zhang Baixiu's daughter, Zhang Weiyou. "Since you are the successor of Chang Jiang Sword Saint, you must also be an assassin. As an assassin, should not you know the rules of this profession?" Lu Shou stated that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of Yu Huagong. "But I must save Zhang Weiyou, because I once promised her something. As long as she is alive, and I am alive, I will definitely find her again." Having said that, Lu Shou suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light burst from his eyes. Hong Hoa Ling turned her head in astonishment. She had clearly seen Lu Shou drink the brine. "I never expected the disciple of Changjiang Sword Saint to say such words. If I refuse, what can you do to me?" Lu Shou stared directly at the silhouette behind the curtain. After a long silence, his throat suddenly moved. The next second, he vomited out the poisoned water he had previously drunk. Seeing this, Hong Hua Ling's expression was one of disbelief. Lu Shou, however, spoke slowly and coldly. "Then will the 600-year history of Yu Hua Jiao end today?" Zhu Hensixian was indifferent to Lu Shou's harsh words. I knew from your footsteps that you were not poisoned. Using inner force to control the 10 channels and seal the poisoned water. Your method is quite brilliant. Zhu Hen Sixin then dismissed Hong Hua Ling. He also ordered the messengers to seal all entrances and exits of Yu Hua Gong, and strictly forbade leaking the news of Lu Shei's presence. Here, successor of Zhu Bojian, it was you who broke the rules first. Do not blame me. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Lu Shou's lips. Without further ado, he pushed his thumb, and the long sword quietly slid out a bit. The next second, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body shot forward. The long sword in his hand thrust straight towards Zhu Hen Sixin behind the curtain. The long sword swung, and the light yarn was cut in two. Lu Shou lunged forward like a lion hunting a rabbit, thrusting his sword, sending several sword energies shooting out. But he suddenly found that the space behind the curtain was empty. Suddenly, Lu Shou's eyes narrowed. He saw countless wooden doors appearing before him. At this moment, Zhu Hen Sixin's figure appeared behind one of the doors. Lu Shou reacted extremely quickly, leaping forward and slashing his long sword upwards. The wooden door was instantly shattered into pieces, but behind the door, it was empty, and Zhu Hen Sixin was nowhere to be seen. That figure had already appeared behind another door. Lu Shou moved like lightning, rushing towards it again. He swung his long sword horizontally, splitting the wooden door in two. But after the wooden door fell, Zhu Hen Sixin had already disappeared. At this moment, that cold voice came from an unknown location. The reason we, Yu Hua Jiao, do not cross the Changjiang is out of respect for the Changjiang sword saint. Lu Shou's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked around. He saw Zhu Hen Sixin's figure appearing behind every wooden door. At this moment, many figures spoke together. Even if you inherited Bo Wen Ju Jian, you are, after all, not the Changjiang sword saint. Silver needles had been inserted into various acupoints all over the man's body. But the doctor still felt it was not enough. Su Tung had been working tirelessly for 2 days straight. He inserted another 3-inch-long silver needle into Zanka's chest. Shou Bei watched Shu Tong's acupuncture technique and could not help but admire him. The acupoint Shu Tong was needling was Qianqi. The slightest carelessness could cause pneumothorax. Looking at this old man, who had once refused to become his disciple, Xiao Bei felt a mix of emotions. Perhaps the path of medicine was his best destiny. Seeing Zanka open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of full, turbid air, a look of relief appeared on Shu Tong's tired face. The poisonous gas has been expelled. This crisis has finally passed. As soon as he finished speaking, the unconscious Zanka slowly opened his eyes. An hour later, Zanka finally regained his senses. The two immediately asked Zanka what had happened. Why was he buried in the listener's tree hollow? Zanka told Shu Tong and the other everything that had happened that day. How he was defeated by the poisonous palm of Bei Tong Sai Wang and lost consciousness. How the Dun took the opportunity to go to the listener's tree hollow. As for how he was buried in the tree hollow, Zanka said he had no memory of it at all. Su Tong and the other were also baffled. How did you find me? Did not you find the listener? Shou Bei said that he had discovered a faint breath underground, but there were no signs of life in the tree hollow other than Zanka. So that's how it is. When I was unconscious, I had a peculiar experience. Zanka, your body is significant. Tell us in detail. I cannot explain whether it was a dream or reality. Perhaps it was the listener's consciousness shared with me. The usually calm clan leader's expression gradually became horrified. I saw master and disciple killing each other there. And the formidable power of the undead, Wu Ming. Xiao Bei then learned that the listener was a disciple of the undead. Su Tong became increasingly worried. He had not expected the listener to be defeated so thoroughly. At this time, Zanka turned to Shou Bei. Are you the legendary Master Shou Bei? Shou Bei nodded slightly, waiting for Zanka to continue. I have heard people say that your skills are unparalleled, and you are the top master in the Central Plains martial world. And I heard that the Central Plains martial world also has a trump card. I wonder if it is true. Su Tong and Shou Bei remained silent, unsure for a moment. Meanwhile, in Yuhuagong, Lu Shou stared coldly at the figure behind the door. He had lost count of how many wooden doors he had smashed, but he still could not catch a glimpse of Zhu Hen Sixian. Foolish assassin, falling in love with your client. Lu Shou ignored Zhu Hen Sixian's mockery. With a swift slash, he smashed another wooden door. I wonder what Li Zongbao's expression would be if he knew about this. What expression can a dead person have? If you really want to know, I can send you down to see him. Upon hearing these words, the cold voice was filled with astonishment. What, Li Zongbao is dead? That's right. I pierced his Zongjiexu with a sword and watched him stop breathing. Hearing this, Zhu Hen Sixian was speechless for a moment. Lu Shou, however, gripped his long sword tightly. His words were filled with menace. Huang Shixing of Hai Ying Bang is the same. Now it's your turn. With that, Lu Shou leaped up, his long sword dancing, sending out a flurry of sword energies. He instantly shattered several wooden doors. Lu Shou landed steadily, having used almost all of his strength. But suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in midair. Countless flower petals swiftly fluttered down from the roof. Lu Shou, seeing this, stood dumbfounded, unconsciously reaching out to catch the falling petals. But he found that the petals turned into water upon touching his hand. Lu Shou's pupils contracted sharply, sensing something was amiss. This was an extremely sophisticated illusion. But when had he fallen for it? You're only realizing it now. It's already too late when you recognize as an illusion. Choosing Yu Hua Gong as your battlefield was your biggest mistake. Countless figures of Zhu Hen Sixian slowly emerged. If it were Li Zonggu, he would never have made such a foolish decision. Your feelings for Zhang Weiyao have unsettled your mind, and the speed of drawing your sword has become increasingly sluggish. Zhu Hen Sixian waved his hand, and a folding fan appeared in his grasp. And now you will pay the price for your recklessness. The many figures of Yan Bia simultaneously waved their fans, sending powerful gusts of wind directly at Lu Shou. Lu Shou steadied his breath, channeling all his strength, and remained unyielding despite the fierce winds. The next second, several figures lunged towards Lu Shou, while his master's teachings echoed in his ears. Shou, those trapped in an illusion will betray their own senses. Only pain can maintain a sliver of clarity. Realizing this, Lu Shou fiercely bit his tongue, a piercing pain replacing all other sensations. Zhu Hen Sixian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected the opponent to be so knowledgeable about illusions. By now, Lu Shou had already taken his stance, watching the numerous figures pouncing towards him. Lu Shou's eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Biting his tongue only allowed him a sliver of clarity. He only had one chance to strike, but this one chance was enough for him. Lu Shou slightly opened his mouth, exhaled, and then channeled all his strength into his sword. The sword immediately emitted a resounding dragon's roar. As Zhu Hen Sixian's fan approached, Lu Shou finally struck fiercely, using the fourth stance of Bo Wen Jujian, Goai Long. A cold light flashed like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. The next second, Lu Shou and Zhu Hen Sixian passed each other, and the numerous surrounding illusions disappeared. Zhu Hen Sixian stared in disbelief, his fan snapping in two with a crisp sound, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Zhu Hen Sixian looked behind him with a grimace. He had not even seen how Lu Shou had thrust that sword. Is this the true power of the Zhu Pojian successor? Zhu Hen Sixian could no longer stand, and fell to the ground. Lu Shou walked over and flipped him over with his foot. His eyes were calm. Just as you knew I did not drink the poisoned water. I knew you were not the real Zhu Hen Xixian. Zhu Hen Xixian's voice gradually weakened. You trying to find him is a fool's dream. Unless he wants to see you. You'll spend your whole life chasing his shadow. If there's a chance in the future, Kadao still hopes to bring it to an end. Of course, the following content is purely Kadao's personal interpretation based on the comic. Please take it lightly and consider it as entertainment. The first mystery is about the relationship between Lu Shou and Li Zongbao. Many have speculated that Lu Shou is Li Zongbao's son. Kadao can only say that there's no hint of any clues so far. But regarding Li Zongbao's child, Kadao has a guess, Bei Tong Sai Wang. There are 3 reasons. First, Li Zongbao's wife's name is Xiaoshin, and the name Zenka, as an adoptive father, gave to Bei Tong Sai Wang is also Xiaoshin. It's likely that Zenka named him in memory of his sister. Second is the episode where Zenka fought Bei Tong Sai Wang. The words Zenka spoke to Bei Tong Sai Wang after his defeat are very similar to those he spoke when recalling his sister. Third is the episode where Bei Tong Sai Wang and Yang Yuhua visited Wu Ming. Bei Tong Sai Wang mentioned that he did this for a woman. Kadao speculates that it's likely for his mother. In conclusion, Kadao believes that Bei Tong Sai Wang might be Li Zongbao's son. The second mystery is about Li Zongbao. This Chang Jiang sword saint initially gave up revenge because of Su Tong's obstruction. Why did he later storm Hoa Shan and slaughter the Hoa Shan disciples? Kadao personally speculates that it's related to letting Yang Xiao go. It's also possible that the new leader, Gu Zhengtang, and that elder were causing trouble, provoking Li Zongbao, which led him to massacre the Hoa Shan sect. Before massacring the Hoa Shan sect, Li Zongbao left a Mu Pei Pai in the river, asking Lu Shou to kill him. Firstly, he felt that he had killed too many people and was on the verge of going berserk. Secondly, he wanted Lu Shou to sever all emotions and perfect his swordsmanship. The battle between master and disciple on Hoa Shan that night was truly epic. Li Zongbao taught Lu Shou 6 stances of Bu Wen Ju Jian. He secretly hid the 7th stance, Yuan Shui, and did not teach it to him. Therefore, Li Zongbao used the 7th stance to gain a slight advantage first. Unexpectedly, Lu Shou was also a sly fox. He had already secretly comprehended the 8th stance of Bu Wen Ju Jian, Aksai He. After being defeated, he hid in the water and suddenly used it. Li Zongbao was caught off guard and severely injured by Lu Shou's sword. He was later rescued by the listeners and did not die. The battle between master and disciple that night was too tragic. Lu Shou, due to post-battle stress, forgot how to use the 8th stance of Bu Wen Ju Jian. But he had indeed successfully executed it. Therefore, Li Zongbao told Shou Bei that Bu Wen Ju Jian was complete. Because the 8th and 9th stances are 2 opposite forms. Lu Shou's ability to comprehend the 8th stance means he's not far from the 9th. It just might require a trigger. The third mystery is about Yang Yuhua. Yang Yuhua is Kadao's dream wife candidate. Her sacrifices for Lu Shou are numerous. That night, she used the yin-yang he method to transmit her inner energy to Lu Shou. Not only did she save Lu Shou's life, but she also gained an advantage in the competition with Zhang Weiyou. But Lu Shou's heart is closed, hurting her deeply. Therefore, Yang Yuhua left the village alone and returned to Bei Tong Sai Wang. But Yang Yuhua did not expect that the Gaohun evil god did not die that day. Instead, he was beaten into high-level paralysis by Li Zongbao. But he suddenly changed the subject and asked Yang Yuhua if she had been intimate with Lu Xiao. Yang Yuhua knelt in silence. Baitong Sewang was immediately furious and ordered Yang Yuhua to be imprisoned in the dungeon. Later, Shou Bei came to find Wu Ming. Yang Yuhua took advantage of Shou Bei's intrusion to escape the dungeon. She stole a document written by Baitong Sewang and found Zanka. The fourth loose end concerns Shou Bei and Wu Ming. They were disciples of the same master many years ago. They were fellow disciples in the same sect. Was it Shaolin? The original work does not specify. Wu Ming has changed his identity many times over the past 1,000 years. He secretly joined various major sects to practice martial arts. For a time, he happened to be in the same sect as Shou Bei. Later, because the master of that sect was too greedy, it's not specified what he was greedy for. Wu Ming destroyed that sect. At that time, Shou Bei was young and no match for Wu Ming. Therefore, Shou Bei chose to endure humiliation and beg for his life. This is why Shou Bei taught Jun Bao that running away from an invincible enemy is also a kind of courage. Because he did act cowardly when he was young, he made a strategic surrender. This incident has always been a knot in Shou Bei's heart. Now that his divine skill is perfected, his cultivation has reached half-step to the 5th victory. He found Wu Ming again for a decisive battle. The two fought for 3 or 4 episodes. The fight was so intense that the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. Shou Bei used the toad stance, the 18 dragon roaring palms, the Bi Ming divine skill. But he did not gain the slightest advantage. Wu Ming, with his hands in his pockets, was practically unbeatable. But the good news is that up to the latest chapter of the comic, Shou Bei has not been in danger. And there's a hidden plot point. That is, Xu Tong left the village to help Shou Bei. I speculate that this old divine doctor might save Shou Bei later. Of course, it's also possible that both of them will be killed by Wu Ming. But I do not think that's likely. We'll have to see how the author tells the story. There are many other loose ends that I will not list one by one. For example, whether Weio really lost her memory. Does she still remember Lu Shou? Does Zhu Hen Sixian have feelings for Li Zongbu? Where does the bloodline of Lu Xiao's clan come from? Is the final boss Wu Ming or someone else? Could it be Bai Tongxi Wang or Weio? Did Lu Xiao really master Qin Ying Jing and Yi Jin Jing? What is the purpose of Jun Bao appearing so many times? In the end, did Lu Xiao choose Yang Yuhua or Zhang Weio? What will happen between Lu Xiao and his master Li Zongbu? I'm also very curious about these. For 2 whole months, working almost 16 hours a day, I make a living by editing. I would not say I'm working too hard, but I can say I have not let down everyone's support for me. The suspension is unavoidable. Life must go on. The mountains remain. The rivers flow. I'm the one who diligently creates comics. The road ahead is long. See you in the next comic. The man was almost killed by the poisonous palm of his adopted son. Fortunately, he was saved by the divine Dr. Xu Tong, and his life was spared. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Shou Bei asked if Zanka knew the whereabouts of the immortal. He came to find the listener, which means he has already obtained Yi Jin Jing. The immortal must now be eager to find Qin Ying Jing. Does Chieftain Zanka know where Qin Ying Jing is? Qin Ying Jing is the only key to neutralize the poison of Yi Jin Jing. So there is an invisible connection guiding them to each other. Their owners therefore share the same destiny. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they will eventually come together. After hearing Zanka's words, Xu Tong's mind suddenly raced. The owner of Yi Jin Jing is Zhang Weio, the daughter of Zhang Baixiu. If the owners have an unbreakable bond, suddenly, the figure of a young man appeared in Xu Tong's mind. Divine Dr. Xu. You guessed correctly. That person is young hero Lu. I've known him for many years. If he had Qin Ying Jing, I would know. Besides, Shou is not the kind of person who would deliberately hide things. Zenka said that Qin Ying Jing is not written down. It is passed down orally from generation to generation. Young hero Lu's personality is indeed not one to deliberately conceal. But what if he does not know he has Qin Ying Jing? Upon hearing this, Xu Tong and Shou Bai were thunderstruck. Qin Ying Jing, unwritten and passed down orally. But when Zhu Jane, passed down orally and not through written records. Are these coincidences? We must find young hero Lu quickly. Now that the listener is gone, if Wu Ming gets Qin Ying Jing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in Yu Hua Gong. Unless he wants to see you. Otherwise, you'll spend your life chasing his shadow. Young hero Lu smiled coldly at these words. Even if I have to search high and low, I will make you live in fear every day. Young hero Lu slowly raised his right palm. With one palm strike, blood splattered everywhere. Young hero Lu casually found a lantern nearby. With a gentle shake, the candle inside fell to the ground. Soon, a raging fire ignited in the hall. Young hero Lu picked up the sword stuck in the ground. He muttered to himself. Weia, where are you? Suddenly, young hero Lu looked back. A cold glint shot from his eyes. Then a group of Yuwa Jiao handmaidens swarmed around him. Young hero Lu shook the 3-foot Qingfeng sword in his hand, exuding a feminine aura. Hand over Zhang Weio, or I'll slaughter everyone in your Yu Hua Jiao. Yan Dai, young hero Lu, gave a shout and leaped away. His longsword aimed only at one Yu Hua Jiao handmaiden. With a sweeping slash, the handmaiden was cut in half at the waist. At this moment, 2 handmaidens raised their hands and threw out 2 rope darts. The ropes, like venomous snakes spitting poison, wrapped around young hero Lu's arms. Yu Hua Jiao is not friendly with the Turks. With an iron bridge, he leaned back to dodge a sweeping sword. Then, his right hand suddenly reached out and locked onto the handmaiden's throat. In young hero Lu's eyes, killing intent surged. He swiftly moved, slamming the handmaiden hard against the wall. He thrust his longsword with force, pinning her to the spot. Then, he drew his sword and stabbed. The handmaiden's body was split in 2 by the blade. His brutal methods terrified the other handmaidens. Young hero Lu moved continuously, leaping towards the crowd. He slapped the hilt of his sword, infusing the powerful energy of his soul into the blade. A flash of golden red, the sword energy surged like a great river. 2 handmaidens were instantly torn to pieces by the sword energy. Severed limbs and broken arms flew in all directions. This scene terrified the rest of the onlookers. The man before them was like a demon crawling out of hell. It reminded them of the ritual palace that passed through Hua Shan 3 years ago. By now, the fire had spread throughout the entire underground palace. In a pavilion on the hillside, Zhu Hen Sixan watched the soaring flames and muttered to himself, reckless and deadly. At this moment, a Yuhe Jiao handmaiden respectfully asked, Master, what should we do now? It's just an underground palace. It's fine if it's destroyed. The martial world is not just about fighting and killing, and conflicts do not always have to involve bloodshed. An empty victory is sometimes more painful than defeat. Zhu Hen Sixan gently shook his fan and muttered to himself, Hair of the 9-wave sword, I will make you regret offending Yu Hua Zhou. Meanwhile, in a valley on the other side, Master Hai Yuan led a group of Central Plains martial artists in silent progress. The sudden and fierce attack by the Yai clan caught the Central Plains martial artists off guard. These martial artists fled in a panic to save their lives. Successive defeats had dulled these martial artists. They simply moved forward numbly. Just then, the cries of eagles were heard in the sky. Hai Yuan looked up, surprised. The size of these eagles was unusually large. Just then, a figure riding an eagle approached from afar. Seeing this, Hai Yuan's eyes widened in terror. The newcomer was the top master of the Yi clan's younger generation, Bei Tong Sai Wang. Suddenly, two eagles swooped down, swift as lightning. Their targets were two Shaolin disciples. Before the two could react, the huge eagle claws had already seized their shoulders. The eagles soared, instantly carrying the two men into the air. Flying to a nearby canyon, the eagle claws released. The two monks immediately fell off the cliff. Seeing this, Hai Yuan shouted loudly, "Everyone, stick close to the cliff wall. Do not expose your shoulders." Quickly pass through the canyon. He knew that the Yi clan originated from the high mountains of the northeast. Fighting in the mountains would be disadvantageous to his side. The martial artists quickly started running. Soon, they reached a steep mountain path. Everyone pressed tightly against the cliff wall and moved forward slowly. But seeing the bottomless canyon below, they still trembled with fear. One wrong step would certainly result in being smashed to pieces. But what they did not notice was a figure had quietly stopped above the canyon. Bai Tongxi Wang slowly pressed his palm against the cliff edge. The surging power in his palm was constantly flowing. Some small stones began to fall rapidly from the cliff wall. Seeing this, the martial artists were terrified. Hai Yuan looked up and thought to himself, "Oh no." The next second, countless huge rocks suddenly fell from above. The boulders carried many martial artists down into the cliff. The rest of the people were shocked by this scene. Hai Yuan's eyes were wide open. A feeling of helplessness suddenly washed over him. And on the mountain wall not far away, a swordsman wearing a bamboo hat stood proudly. The swordsman wore a mask and silently watched all of this. No one knew what he was thinking. The woman is the leader of the most mysterious assassin group in the martial world. Who would have thought someone would dare to replicate and destroy her underground palace? But the woman, Lai Hun, was not worried and instead sat calmly in meditation. No one could guess what the woman was planning. Zuhen Sixin silently opened her eyes. She felt a sudden surge of killing intent. Several black-robed men suddenly rushed into the hall. They were the assassins of the Giao Hun Sai Shen group. The handmaidens of Yuhua Jiao, as if facing a great enemy, raised their swords to meet them. The black-robed assassins drew flying sickles from their waists and leaped forward. The flying sickles pierced through the air, and two handmaidens immediately reached out to touch them. Another black-robed man, wielding double blades, charged forward. The handmaiden immediately raised her sword to block. The blades and swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Unexpectedly, a third black-robed assassin had already circled behind. He thrust out his strange blade, piercing the handmaiden through. Yang Yue, who followed behind, secretly observed the situation. The assassin group of Gaohun Sai Shen had pursued them here. Lu Shou must be here. Thinking of this, Yang Yue flashed and quietly moved away. She needs to find Lu Xiaohua before the High Soul Evil God does. The warriors in the main hall are already overwhelmingly outmatched. The High Soul Evil God's assassin squad is clearly superior. Just then, a maidservant wielding two swords joins the battle. The black-robed assassins are all startled by this. The maidservant wields both swords, darting forward like a swallow skimming the water. In an instant, she cuts a black-robed assassin in two. The maidservant's movements are ceaseless, like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Wherever her swords reach, she claims several lives. Before long, she has slain nearly all the members of the assassin squad. Suddenly, the maidservant turns her head. Several chains whistle through the air, hurtling towards her. The maidservant is caught off guard. and the chains pierce her body. From the darkness, a tall figure slowly approaches. It is the clan's top expert, the High Soul Evil God. Having landed a hit, the High Soul Evil God suddenly widens his eyes. The maidservant, pierced by the chains, seems utterly unaffected. Only then does the High Soul Evil God notice that the maidservant is only touching the ground with her toes. Looking up, he sees that the maidservant's body is covered in countless threads. The High Soul Evil God's pupils contract. This is the legendary art of human puppetry. Just then, a round fan flies through the air. Spinning, it instantly cuts a black-robed assassin in half at the waist. A delicate hand suddenly reaches out and catches the returning fan. Zhu Hensixian speaks calmly. Do you think I, the leader of Yuhua Jiao, am so easily bullied? The High Soul Evil God is slightly startled. He knows that the person before him is most likely Zhu Hensixian. Zhu Hensixian does not say much. With a flick of her delicate hand, the fan shoots out instantly. The fan spins directly towards the High Soul Evil God nearby. The latter, unconcerned, suddenly raises his right hand. He channels his formidable inner strength into his fist. Then, he throws a powerful punch, colliding with the fan. Zhu Hensixian shakes both arms. Tremendous force bursts forth. She pulls the knocked-back fan to attack the High Soul Evil God again. The High Soul Evil God stares in disbelief. He immediately leaps up, narrowly dodging the fan's attack. Unexpectedly, Zhu Hensixian flicks her wrist. Then, she raises her hand. A surge of powerful energy shoots out. It pulls the fan to attack the High Soul Evil God once more. The High Soul Evil God thought he had evaded her attack. Turning back, he sees the fan pursuing him like a maggot in a bone. The High Soul Evil God's expression changes drastically. The next second, he is struck by the fan. He crashes into the wall of the main hall. Zhu Hensixian catches the returning fan and looks up. She sees shattered stones flying and dust rising nearby. Suddenly, Zhu Hensixian's gaze narrows slightly. In the dust, the figure of the High Soul Evil God gradually appears. Humph, such petty tricks cannot even scratch me. The High Soul Evil God's body is now covered in patterns resembling a tortoise shell. His old eyes emit a sinister light. Meanwhile, the martial artists from the Central Plains escape the canyon unscathed. Hai Yuan looks back with lingering fear. If not for the masked swordsman's intervention, they would all have perished in the canyon. Just moments ago, as Bai Tong Saiwang prepared to shatter the mountain again, a masked swordsman appeared behind him. Bai Tong Saiwang, if you resort to any means to achieve your belief, it is no longer a belief, but an obsession, just like you are now. The masked swordsman pushes his thumb, and the sword is partially unscathed. Bai Tong Saiwang is startled, then extends his right hand, his tone icy. I do not know who you are, but throughout history, meddling in others' affairs only leads to death. The next second, black energy surges between Bai Tong Saiwang's palms. The masked swordsman chuckles upon hearing this. He then draws his sword and twirls it in his hand. Next, with a flick of his wrist, the sword chimes like a dragon's roar. The swordsman holds his sword horizontally, taking a stance. That depends on who's doing the meddling. Attack me. As soon as he finishes speaking, Bai Tong Saiwang gathers energy in his palms. Then, with a wave of his hands, a powerful surge of energy blasts forth. The energy, carrying dust, rushes towards the swordsman nearby. The swordsman slowly lowers his sword. As the energy approaches, the swordsman crouches and slashes upwards. A blade of sword energy slices through, shattering the energy blast. Just then, Bai Tong Saiwang arrives ferociously. He sweeps his palm towards the swordsman's head, who quickly raises his sword to block. The clash of palm and sword produces a metallic clang. Bai Tong Saiwang, his attack failing, extends his left hand, clawing at the swordsman's head, but the latter easily dodges. Dodges it? The swordsman moves like a slippery fish, his figure elusive. Baitong Si Wang is shocked by this. The opponent's agility is clearly far superior to his own. Suddenly, Baitong Si Wang leaps into the air like a rock spreading its wings. Then, he brings his palms together above his head, gathering all his energy. Next, he swings his palms down forcefully, his body descending like a meteor towards the swordsman. But the swordsman flips his wrist, switching to a reverse grip on his sword. Then, he takes a stance, drawing back. He is using the starting stance of Bu Wen Ju Jin. Immense energy is channeled into the sword by the swordsman, and fierce sword energy swirls around it. Baitong Si Wang is stunned, widening his eyes. 34 levels ago, he almost died from this move. Just then, the swordsman's eyes behind the mask narrow. He slashes upwards with his sword, colliding forcefully with Baitong Si Wang's palms. He uses the sixth stance of Bu Wen Ju Jin, Yai Zhou. Baitong Si Wang is sent flying like a broken kite. He feels his blood surging and spits out a mouthful of blood. The swordsman, however, remains rooted to the spot. Only his bamboo hat is knocked off in the collision. Baitong Si Wang looks at the swordsman nearby, filled with shock and anger. The swordsman speaks slowly. You truly are a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century, but if talent is not used for good, it will ultimately vanish like a breeze on the river, leaving nothing behind. Throughout history, many brilliant individuals have met the same fate. Baitong Si Wang struggles to speak. Who are you? Why would not you take off your mask? The swordsman sighed softly and said, when his anger subsides, I will take it off. The most mysterious assassin gang in the martial world is called Yu Ho Jio. But it was slaughtered overnight by a young man. Lu Shou, holding a long sword, wreaked havoc in Yu Huo Gong, leaving no survivors in his wake. Unknowingly, he killed his way to a secret chamber. Seeing the door before him, Lu Shou's heart trembled. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that he was getting closer and closer to his beloved Weiyou. Lu Shou tremblingly reached out to the wooden door and pushed. Meanwhile, Baitong Si Wang charged forward again. The swordsman's words pierced his heart like sharp thorns. Could it be that everything he had done stemmed from obsession, forcibly suppressing the wild thoughts in his heart? Baitong Si Wang struck out with a palm. A black stream of energy surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, charging towards the swordsman not far away. The swordsman, seeing this, remained unfazed. He blocked with his long sword, colliding with the black energy stream. The energy stream was immediately deflected, crashing into the empty cave behind the swordsman. At this moment, Baitong Si Wang had seized the opportunity to close in. He unleashed a fierce punch, but the swordsman easily dodged it. The swordsman swept his sword backhand, aiming for Baitong Si Wang's head. The latter quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade. Suddenly, Baitong Si Wang's gaze sharpened. As he retreated, he raised his left leg high, blocking the hilt of the sword that was smashing towards the swordsman's neck. But the swordsman let out a cold snort. Then, he suddenly thrust out his right hand. In an instant, surging energy gathered in his palm. Baitong Si Wang's eyes widened. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He wanted to withdraw his left leg, but it was too late. The swordsman's eyes behind the mask suddenly sharpened. He slammed his right palm onto the blade, using his palm as a sword, once again executing a move. Baitong Si Wang felt a tremendous force, like a landslide or a tsunami, rushing towards him. The next second, he was like a small boat in a raging tide, thrown flying. The surging energy sent him flying backwards. He crashed heavily into the hillside behind him. Rocks flew and dust filled the air. The swordsman stood proudly with his long sword in hand. It was impossible to tell the expression on his face beneath the mask. The cliff wall had been dented half a zhang deep by Baitong Si Wang's impact. After half a moment, Bai Tong Si Wang's figure slowly emerged. Covered in dirt, he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing these words, Bai Tong Si Wang stood frozen. Just then, the sound of birds chirping suddenly came from the sky. What was strange was that the bird could actually speak human language. Bai Tong Si Wang looked up and saw a parrot flying overhead. His heart trembled. He seemed to have thought of something. Before he could think further, the swordsman's voice sounded again. Bai Tong Si Wang's heart was now filled with turbulent waves. He still remembered vividly. The first thing was a bird that could speak human language. The second was a swordsman with sword intent as fluid as water. At this moment, the swordsman took a light step forward. The aura around him also changed abruptly with this step. Bai Tong Si Wang was shocked and angry, but the swordsman ignored his words. Sword shadows flickered like a torrent converging. The swordsman's eyes behind the mask were devoid of joy or sorrow. His entire being was like a deep abyss with hidden, surging currents. Bai Tong Si Wang dared not be careless. He channeled all his energy into his palms. The surging energy caused a fierce wind to rise around him. As his palms moved, afterimages appeared. Bai Tong Si Wang suddenly drew his palms together. Between his palms, energy surged, and the sound of sonic booms exploded. But the swordsman held his long sword in his palm. Then he crouched and twisted his waist, like a dragon folding in the abyss. Bai Tong Si Wang struck first, charging forward. A palm, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, struck fiercely. He used his signature technique, the Black Palace Demon Hand. But the next second, a strange scene occurred. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. As he struck out with his palm, the swordsman in front of him disappeared. Bai Tong Si Wang widened his eyes in horror. And at this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared. The swordsman was like a swimming dragon, his sword like a startled goose. He thrust out his sword, like water flowing upwards from an abyss. It was the seventh style of Bowen Ju Jin, Yuan Shui. Bai Tong Si Wang stood there blankly. After half a beat, he finally spoke with difficulty. Then, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. He struggled to open his eyes and look at the approaching swordsman. The swordsman's voice still contained no emotion. You did not kill him back then. I will also spare your life today. Then the swordsman placed his long sword on Bai Tong Si Wang's right hand. But that day, you crippled his right hand. The long sword suddenly pierced Bai Tong Si Wang's palm. The swordsman's voice finally showed a chilling intent. Today, I will return the favor. The swordsman abruptly twisted the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Yu Huagong, Lu Shou searched through the poison pool. The young man, covered in blood, muttered to himself, I'm coming. Suddenly, Lu Shou's hand, which was searching, trembled slightly. Then, he suddenly pulled a jade arm out of the pool. It was Weio, who had been soaked in the poison water for who knows how long. Lu Shou's eyes widened, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He quickly pulled Weio into his arms. The girl had lost consciousness, only instinctively gasping for breath. Seeing the girl's haggard face, Lu Shou's heart ached. He called out softly, Weio, wake up. Hearing the call, Weio slowly opened her eyes. She saw Lu Shou's delighted face. The girl's eyes no longer held their former brilliance. Like a wounded fawn, she nestled into her lover's arms. After a while, Weio slowly sat up and retreated backwards. A steel spike had unknowingly pierced the young man's abdomen. Lu Shou looked down belatedly, then looked at the girl he had been yearning for in disbelief. Weio stood silently in the poison pool. Her indifferent eyes no longer showed any emotion. A family of three, law-abiding and peaceful, were captured and thrown into a prison cart. The reason for their arrest was the crime of treason. The father roared, demanding to see the emperor to prove their innocence. But the prison cart moved slowly forward, and no one responded. Suddenly, the father's mind raced. He shouted, "You're not officers. Who are you?" The man with a veiled head walked on his own, indifferent and silent. The father's heart had sunk to the bottom. The child was even more frightened, shrinking into his mother's arms, his small hands clutching her clothes, helplessly. In the dark dungeon, screams echoed. The child covered his ears in terror, at a loss for what to do. The heavy wooden door slowly opened a crack. The child, like a startled bird, looked up. Two officers escorted a person in. The officers threw the dying woman into the cell. The boy recognized her as his mother. At this moment, a sharp voice gave an order. "Take that child away." The two officers immediately took the boy out of the cell. The boy looked back at his mother in panic. The mother watched all this helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes. Soon, the boy was strapped to a wet bed. A well-dressed man holding a silver needle walked up to the boy. The boy looked in terror at the 3-inch-long needle. The next second, the silver needle pierced the boy's body. "Mom, my body is so hot and my stomach hurts." "Child, just sleep. You'll be fine tomorrow. Go to sleep." The boy endured the pain and fell asleep to his mother's lullaby, completely unaware of the blood seeping from his mother's nostrils. 2 days passed. The boy stared at the cell door with a glimmer of hope. But after 2 days, his mother still had not returned. Suddenly, the heavy cell door opened a crack. The boy, with a hint of joy, thought his mother had returned. But it was an official who entered. "Let's go. Your mother is looking for you." But the boy did not see his mother after he left. This time, more silver needles were inserted into his acupoints. Only this child showed no signs of swelling or bleeding. Perhaps the hope of achieving great things lies with this child. The medical officer, Yanba A, took out more silver needles from the needle bag beside him. The boy just glanced weakly. Seeing that the other was about to pierce him with needles, he immediately turned his head away. But unexpectedly, he saw a corpse on the bed next to him. The boy's pupils contracted in disbelief. He saw tears in the corners of the corpse's eyes. It was his mother. The boy watched as the silver needles slowly approached, the cold silver needles piercing inch by inch into the boy's yangtang shoe. The boy's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. The intense pain made him unconsciously clench his fists. Gradually, the boy's eyes became bloodshot, and he began to hallucinate. He could hear his mother's lullaby again. The boy's eyelids drooped, and he slowly closed his eyes. The seed of hatred quietly sprouted in the boy's heart. After 1,500 years of hardship, it had turned into a raging inferno. Wu Ming, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. The boy who had suffered so much pain wanted to take revenge on the world. And on the other side, in Yu Ho Gong, the Gao Hun evil god, whose body was covered in tortoise shell patterns, had cold eyes. Zhu Hensixian, seeing this, sneered. He recognized that the opponent was using the secret Jin Gang Bu Huai divine skill. Who exactly was this person? How could he use the long-lost martial arts of the western regions? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhu Hensixian raised his hand. This time, he threw 2 round fans at the same time. Gao Hun evil god laughed wildly. "I've seen through your moves." Yanbei stood still, not moving an inch. The 2 round fans shot past his shoulders. Suddenly, Gao Hun evil god's heart trembled. A bad feeling arose quietly. He looked back and saw the 2 round fans cutting 2 ropes. Several large Tonglai stones, several feet high, fell down. After the mechanism was triggered, many large Tonglai stones overturned, and thousands of pounds of mud poured out. Gao Hun, evil god's pupils contracted when he saw this. Before he could react, the mud had already covered him. In the next second, he was submerged in the rolling mud flow. Gao Hun, evil god, used all his strength to try to break free. But unexpectedly, the mud was extremely strange. Despite his powerful skill, he could not break free at all. Not at all. This is Wu Ji 2, made with a special medicinal juice. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds you, and eventually you will be buried deep in the earth and turn into bones. Before the words fell, Gao Hun, evil god, had disappeared. All that was left was a flat piece of land. Zhu Hensixian glanced coldly, and after a moment, he turned and left confidently. But he did not notice that a piece of soil suddenly jumped. In another secret room, Lu Shou looked at the steel awl in his lower abdomen in disbelief. Gazing at Zhang Weio not far away, in the poison pool, the young man spoke, "Miss Chun Juan, how could you do this to me?" At this moment, Yang Yuhua arrived at the secret room after searching. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Shou fall into the poison pool. When she saw that Lu Shou had been pierced by the steel awl, Yang Yuhua's beautiful eyes were full of concern. Lu Shou looked down at the wound and muttered to himself, "I went through hardships to find you. Why did you do this to me? Have you forgotten everything about the past so quickly?" Lu Shou sighed sadly and struggled to climb out of the poison pool. Exhausted, his legs still collapsed to the ground. He had never felt so tired and just wanted to lie down quietly. Zhang Weio walked silently behind Lu Shou. No emotion could be seen on the girl's face. Suddenly, Zhang Weio raised the steel hammer in her hand high. The young man had slowly closed his eyes, depressed and sorrowful. His heart was broken and difficult to heal. At this moment, nothing else mattered. Yang Yuhua was shocked and widened her eyes. Zhang Weio did not hesitate, and the steel hammer in her hand suddenly thrust down, aiming straight for Lu Shou's head. At this moment, a sharp knife flew over. Zhang Weio was interrupted and looked back. Yang Yuhua had already leaped forward. The girl's eyes were full of coldness. "Zhang Weio, do not you dare touch a single hair on her head." This strong man was 3 meters tall. He could lift a 2-ton boulder above his head with one hand. But now, just a single glance from this black-robed man made the strong man's scalp tingle and tremble. Bai Tong Si Wang, with cold eyes, ordered Wu Chai to be sent back to Gai Dong. 2 of his subordinates immediately dragged Wu Chai backward. Wu Chi shouted for help, but Yang Yuhua knelt on the ground and did not look back. Seeing Gai Dong getting closer and closer, Wu Chai desperately begged for mercy. The gloomy Gai Dong was bottomless, and from time to time, wails came from inside. Wu Chi's eyes lit up, thinking he was facing an unknown fate. Then he began to fight back, punching a strong man away. Turning around, he punched down again. He smashed the head of the hedgehog-haired man. Hearing the sound, Yang Yuhua felt terrified. She quickly turned around and angrily told Wu Chai to stop, but it was too late. Bai Tong Si Wang glanced coldly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Wu Chi made a claw and grabbed. He grabbed Wu Chi's head and pressed him to his knees. This giant, like a small mountain, was thrown lightly into Gai Dong. After killing the chicken to warn the monkey, a Bai Tong Si Wang spoke quietly. "I'll give you one more chance. Find that girl's whereabouts, and I'll do it myself." Yang Yuhua respectfully retreated from the cave. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the cave. "Bai Tong Si Wang, If you continue to be soft-hearted and waste time, I do not mind taking action for you. Beitong Si Wang's eyes flickered slightly. Dai Yu, I did not punish him for the sake of our clan's grand plan. That's nonsense. If that immortal person can really relieve our clan's suffering, why has not he dared to touch me until now? Beitong Si Wang said that when the time is right, the immortal person will appear. At the same time, a guest arrived at Xu Tong's small courtyard. Just now, Xu Tong asked Wu Ming to go down the mountain to find his sick friend, Zhang Jiping, for a follow-up consultation. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Jiping saw Wu Ming, he hugged him. Then, he carried Wu Ming up the mountain. He and Wu Ming both suffered from the same stomach ailment. Therefore, he admired Wu Ming for being able to endure such suffering at a young age. Soon, the two arrived at the small courtyard on the mountain. From afar, they saw a young girl standing in the wind. Zhang Weiyou looked back when she saw someone visiting, but unexpectedly, this one glance made Zhang Jiping's soul fly away. He even threw the sick friend he had admired so much on the ground. On the high slope, Xu Tong smiled mischievously as he watched this scene. Shi Yun, come and see. There's a show to watch. Zhang Jiping suddenly felt his vision blur. He saw a hand chop down straight at him. Subconsciously, he clamped it tightly with both palms. Seeing this, Shi Yun marveled. To catch it by instinct despite his unstable mental state. This boy is a prodigy. The members of the Henan Zhang family are not to be underestimated. However, the terrifying aspect of Jubo Jianfa is that anything can be a sword. Whether he can catch it remains to be seen. Zhang Jiping was completely baffled. He did not know why this person attacked him without a word. But Lu Shou, using his palm as a sword, opened his stance. Like a sharp, unsheathed blade emanating a chilling aura. The scenes before he lost consciousness were still vivid. If you move, I will never reveal a single word about Ye Jinjin. He had already broken his promise once, and he would never allow it to happen again. Seeing this, Zhang Jiping did not waste any words. He bowed respectfully and reached for the sword on his back. A noble family versus a young martial artist. A fierce battle was about to begin. The young man came from a century-old martial arts family, but was obsessed with reading. Seeing this, his brother could not help but scold him. How can a descendant of the Henan Zhang family not practice martial arts? The young man said that practicing swordsmanship makes men stupid. His brother bluntly called this a fallacy. The family's current glory is entirely due to swordsmanship. But unexpectedly, their father, who walked over, said that his younger brother was right. Yuanping, remember Ziping's words from now on. The brother refused to accept this, stating bluntly that his father's position as commander of the Imperial Guard was entirely due to his superior martial arts skills. The father said that those who only know swordsmanship will become others' tools. The brother questioned whether his father favored his legitimate son because he was born of a concubine. Zhang Xiyuan remained silent for a moment, then scolded his brother to step back. During the investigation, Xu Tong asked Zhang Xiyuan why he was so agitated today. Zhang Xiyuan said that the recent turmoil in the palace had been bothering him. He had also asked Xu Tong to come today because he had a favor to ask. Grandmaster Uncle, if I really encounter misfortune, I hope you can take care of my 2 sons and 1 daughter. Xu Tong lowered his hand slightly. I want to see His Majesty. I was framed. The treacherous official ignored him and ordered the execution to proceed immediately. That night, a group of soldiers stormed the Zhang family mansion. The captain loudly ordered that all the rebels' family members be taken back. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot, without need for reporting. The young Zhang Jiping carried his sister on his back and ran wildly out of the mansion. On the way, he met his eldest brother, who came with a sword. At this time, Zhang Yuanping was covered in blood, and his eyes cold. Zhang Zhiping was frightened by his brother's appearance and stood frozen. The next second, his brother suddenly lunged at him. Zhang Yuanping slashed down with his sword, and a pursuer instantly lost his life. At this time, he fell to the ground with a thud, Zhang Yuanping panting heavily. Ziping, what you said that day might have some truth, but truth only exists when you hold a sword in your hand. Seeing many soldiers chasing after them, Zhang Yuanping's eyes were filled with a chilling aura. I'll clear the way. You take our little sister and go first. Zhang Zhiping was terrified. Brother, let's escape together. Zhang Yuanping turned his head and smiled bitterly. Ziping, do you think father will be heartbroken if I die? Then, with a resolute look, he shouted and rushed forward. The sword in his hand was like a swimming dragon, and with a flash of light, a soldier was instantly killed. Zhang Zhiping did not dare to delay and ran with his little sister on his back. More and more soldiers surrounded them, and their swords slashed down at the three Zhang siblings. Swords slashed down at the three Zhang siblings. Zhang Yuanping fought fiercely with his sword, protecting his younger siblings as they tried to break through. But he was outnumbered and was slashed in the back. Zhang Yuanping cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother! Zhang Zhiping looked ahead with empty eyes. A group of soldiers had already blocked their way. Just then, a figure rushed through the rain. It was Kong Tong, who had just received the news. Kong Tong channeled his energy throughout his body and punched, knocking a soldier flying. Then he leaped up and stomped on the captain's head. Using the force of his descent, he punched again, and two more soldiers were sent flying. Kong Tong landed steadily and stood in front of Zhang Zhiping. General, I want to take these children with me. Mr. Chu, even though you are the Grand General's master, harboring the children of rebels might endanger the Hoa Shan sect. Kong Tong stood solemnly. Please, General, help me relay a message to the one in the palace. I have no intention of participating in the struggles of the court. But if they want to exterminate these children, even if I have to risk my old life, I will make sure he knows what it means to be the enemy of all. I, Kong Tong, always keep my word. Please think carefully, General. The general lowered his head in silence for a long time, then suddenly turned and shouted. Listen up, they are not Zhang Xiuan's children. Retreat. After everyone retreated, Kong Tong turned to Zhang Zhiping. But the next second, he was stunned. Zhang Zhiping saw Kong Tong staring straight at his back. He mechanically turned his head to look at his little sister on his back. Only then did he realize that his little sister had stopped breathing some time ago. From then on, Zhang Zhiping's temperament changed drastically. He no longer read books but practiced swordsmanship diligently. He traveled the martial world, honing his skills. With his family's sword techniques, he defeated countless experts. But today, he encountered the greatest predicament he had ever faced. In the sword arena, the two faced each other with swords drawn. Shi Yun asked if they should intervene, but Kong Tong said it was unnecessary. In his opinion, this might be an opportunity. Zhang Zhiping had been trapped in his own inner demons since that night. Perhaps today, Lu Shou, a formidable opponent, could break the shackles in Zhang Zhiping's heart. At this moment, Lu Shou took a small step forward. The next second, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His right hand lifted with lightning speed, using his palm as a sword. A horizontal sweep aimed at Zhang Zhiping's eyes. Zhang Zhiping quickly leaned back to dodge the attack. But a few strands of his hair were cut off by the palm wind. Zhang Zhiping stabilized himself and also moved. He punched fiercely, aiming for Lu Shou's face. Lu Shou raised his hand to block the punch. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhiping stepped forward and moved towards his chest. His left hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes. At the same time, he moved his foot and tripped his right leg. Zhang Zhiping exerted a sudden burst of strength, lifting Lu Shou into the air. He twisted his waist and hips, throwing him several meters away. Su, Tong, and the other were slightly startled by this scene. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Zhang Zhiping, who had gained the upper hand, suddenly let his right arm drop. Shi Yun's eyes widened in horror. He did not understand why Zhang Zhiping's right arm had given way. Su Tong explained that it was because Lu Shou, in the instant he was thrown, chose to rip off his opponent's arm, instead of protecting himself. Zhang Zhiping silently set his arm back into place. Then, he plunged the long sword on his back into the ground. You started this. If I draw my sword, I lose. Then, he focused his eyes and observed Lu Shou's breathing. Seeing that Lu Shou had finished exhaling a breath, Zhang Zhiping seized the opportunity and dashed forward. He struck a fierce palm chop at Lu Shou's neck, but unexpectedly, Lu Shou exhaled another half-breath of turbid air. Zhang Zhiping's pupils contracted. His opponent had faked his breathing. Lu Shou's 5 fingers formed a claw, firmly gripping his hand. Then, with a backhand palm strike, he hit Zhang Zhiping's shoulder. The force was so fierce that it sent him flying. Zhang Zhiping was shaken and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. Shi Yun, who was watching, could not help but worry. If this continued, both of them would either die or be seriously injured. But Shu Tong said it was not over. In his opinion, Zhang Zhiping had not yet used his full strength. Indeed, Zhang Zhiping then sat up shakily. You rascal, you have no martial ethics. You deliberately used your breathing to lure me into attacking. In that case, I have no need to hold back. The top experts of the 4 major sects gathered in the room. Yet, they were discussing a young man who could not even ponder martial arts. After hearing the Qingqing sect leader's analysis, everyone felt it was plausible. At this time, Yang Zongwei, an elder of the Xutong sect, raised a question. He could not understand why the outsiders would want to steal a medical book. The Shaolin, Jian Yuan, immediately spoke up to answer. The Yi Jin Jing originally contained records about immortality. It also contained the secrets of how to cultivate an untainted body. But for thousands of years, no one has been able to truly comprehend it. Because no one could understand the last 3 pages of the scripture. The other 3 were all astonished by this revelation. It was the first time they had heard that the Yi Jin Jing had such effects. The leader of the Qingqing sect was the first to regain his composure. He then gave an order to someone outside. As soon as he finished speaking, someone entered from outside. It was Die Zhuang, the servant who had been dismissed in the 9th episode. Bai Song, the leader of the Qingqing sect, said that Zhang Weiyou was now in great danger. If Dai Zhuang wanted to save his young mistress, he should tell them everything he knew. Dai Zhuang, without hesitation, immediately told them everything. After listening to Dai Zhuang's account, the Heiyuan supervisor asked if Zhang Weiyou had any unusual behavior. Dai Zhuang thought for a moment and said there was nothing unusual. But when she was a child, the master had hired a tattoo artist. Since then, the young mistress had become withdrawn and quiet. The others narrowed their eyes slightly after hearing this. They were already making their own plans. Bai Song remained calm. It seems the first priority is to find Zhang Weiyou. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiyou and the other had arrived at her uncle's residence on Miaofeng Shan. Zhang Sangxiu was overjoyed to see her niece. She was also a member of the martial world and had already received the news. She was extremely excited to see her niece arrive safely. After settling Weiyou down, Zhang Sangxiu expressed her gratitude to Lu Shou. Lu Shou was quite calm, saying directly that he took money to do a job. Zhang Sangxiu was slightly taken aback. Then she invited Lu Shou to stay for a few days. But Lu Shao was now attracted by the martial arts practitioners in the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhang Sangxiu took the initiative to introduce them. Their Zhang Jia family had passed down Hu Zhua Gong for generations, and it was quite famous. Every year, many people came to learn it. At this time, a strong man in the courtyard was facing 3 disciples. The strong man's hands were slightly extended in the shape of fox claws. The next second, several disciples charged towards the strong man. The strong man flipped all 3 of them out in an instant. Lu Shao thought to himself, the Zhang family's Hu Zhua Gong and grappling techniques are indeed impressive. Zhang Sangxiu suddenly spoke. Saiwang, come here. This is the young hero Lu Shao, who escorted Weio here. Come and greet young hero Lu. But Zhang Yong, hearing that his cousin had arrived, was overjoyed. He turned and ran straight away to find Weio. Zhang Sangxiu smiled apologetically at Lu Shao. Then, she led Lu Shao to the inner courtyard of the mansion. She pushed a brocade box towards Lu Shao. Lu Shao opened it and saw that it was filled with gold ingots. This money is not enough to repay your great kindness, Lu Shao. If you ever need anything, Zhang will do my best. Lu Shao said that the payment was already sufficient. Just then, Zhang Yong and Weio walked in side by side. Zhang Sangxiu looked at them with a smile in her eyes. Lu Shao, however, had mixed feelings when he saw this scene. He then closed the brocade box and took it in his hand. The agreement has been fulfilled. I will leave early tomorrow morning. That night, Lu Shao was sleeping soundly in his room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then, he grabbed the wrist of the person who had come. But at the moment of blocking the arrow, he discovered that it was Weio. Lu Shao was stunned and in disbelief. The two then went to the corridor to admire the moon. After a while, Weio spoke first. He asked Lu Shao if he would continue to be an assassin in the future. Lu Shao, puzzled, asked what he meant. Weio's voice was like a whisper. He said that his uncle liked to keep people with strong martial arts skills around him. His voice became almost inaudible at the end. He gently asked Lu Shao if it would be good to stay. The new language of southern border, he said to the clear sky and bright moon. Scenes from the past few days flashed through Lu Shao's mind. Lu Shao looked at Weio's clear, autumn water-like eyes. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and turned away. A person like me is not suitable to live here. Weio gently lowered his eyelids and remained silent. But what they did not know was, this conversation had been heard by Zhang Yong, word for word. Meanwhile, Zhang Sangxiu entered a secret room. Why are you so anxious? That person will not leave until tomorrow morning. The person in the room slapped the black iron fan on his palm. This matter is of great importance. I have to be concerned. I've never seen such a shameless person. Her own brother was tortured to the point of wishing for death. Her niece was chased by her enemies and suffered greatly. After much difficulty, she traveled thousands of miles to seek her help. 1 second, she was pretending to protect her niece at all costs. The next, she was talking and laughing with her enemy. Zhang Sangxiu looked sinister. Although she is wealthy, the conditions offered by the other party were too tempting. Huang Shixing said that Lu Shao was not easy to deal with. Wait until she leaves tomorrow morning, before making a move. Zhang Sangxiu nodded, as if she had already seen the plan succeed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong was also giving orders to his subordinates. Wait until she leaves Miao Fengshan before making a move. Remember to keep a low profile. Several masked men responded in a low voice and rushed to ambush overnight. The night passed without incident, and it was early the next morning. Lu Shao packed his bags and set off on his return journey alone. Wei stood by the window and looked out. The road of Jiangyu is long. I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet again in this life. When the rain stops, I will take you across the river. Miss, let's exchange names. I am Lu Shou. I was in a hurry just now and grabbed that poisoned needle with my bare hands. The figure of that young man was deeply buried in her heart and could not be erased. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Wei glanced sideways. She wondered who would visit so early. The door was gently pushed open a crack. Wei turned her head, her eyes swirling, and looked at the door. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Shou who had returned. Wei was surprised and her mouth was slightly open. I know you're happy to see me. But you're happy too soon. Wei was slightly stunned and did not react for a moment. The next second, the side door of the room was also pushed open from the outside. Wei looked back again curiously. Lu Shou's eyes were already filled with coldness. Zhang Sangxiu led Huang Shixing directly into the room. Huang Shixing was full of disbelief. Was not this kid already gone? Then he turned his head and scolded. Zhang Sangxiu, what's going on? Zhang Sangxiu was also puzzled. Lu Shou's voice was as cold as ice. I never trust people easily. Although I really want to change this habit. But with people like you around, it's really hard for me to change. Miss Chun Juan. It seems that the agreement has not been completed. To apologize, I'll give you your uncle as a bonus. Wei immediately agreed. Zhang Sangxiu also took off her disguise at this time. She directly told Lu Shou that he did not see the situation clearly. Lu Shou closed his eyes slightly. 1 against 2, he must fight quickly. Shou, but when Jian is not just about going with the flow. It also requires the boldness to cut off a river in a single strike. Today, I will teach you the 6th stance of the Ju Bo Jian Fa. Lu Shou suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light burst from his eyes. He had practiced this starting gesture thousands of times. Seeing Zhang Sangxiu and Huang Shixing pounce, the surging energy instantly gathered on Lu Shou's fist. But when Jian, 6th stance. Yizia. Lu Shou's energy suddenly burst forth. It even lifted the blue bricks in the room. Zhang Sangxiu and the 2 old men changed color. When they saw this, Lu Shou struck out with a diagonal punch, unleashing a powerful force. Everyone in the courtyard only heard a loud bang. The next second, Zhang Sangxiu and Huang Shixing crashed through the wall and flew out. They slid for more than 10 feet before they stopped. Many disciples rushed forward to check on Zhang Sangxiu's injuries. The latter struggled to his feet. Furious, he ordered his men not to let Lu Shou escape. Through the smoke and dust, Lu Shou stepped into the courtyard. Wei looked worried. Is she going to war with the entire Zhangjia? At this moment, Lu Shou was like a sharpened, unsheathed blade. I'll only say this once. Those who stand in my way die. 2 renowned martial artists joined forces to deal with a teenager. Unexpectedly, the teenager fought against 2 and was not at a disadvantage. With the teenager's fierce punch, the next second, the 2 were knocked out of the room. Seeing the murderous intent on Lu Shou's face, Huang Shixing secretly cursed his bad luck. He never expected Zhang Sangxiu to be so unreliable. Zhang Sangxiu was also quite shocked at this time. He asked who exactly Lu Shou was. He is the successor of Li Zonggu, the sword saint of Changjiang, the same Li Zonggu who massacred the Hua Shan sect 3 years ago. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I have repeatedly warned you to be careful? And Lu Shou had already begun to adjust his breathing. His internal energy surged through his body, At this moment, a Zhang Jia disciple rushed over. His 5 fingers formed a claw, grabbing at Lu Shou's head. Lu Shei's eyes darkened. He turned and struck with his palm. The man flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, 2 disciples attacked him from both sides. Lu Shou calmly took his stance. He flashed and passed between the two. The 2 disciples were struck in their vital points by the palm sword and died instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Sangxiu's eyes widened in horror. But he quickly regained his composure. Do not panic. I have a backup plan. Lu Shou, at this moment, seemed like a tiger in a pack of wolves. He showed no mercy in his attacks. Any Zhang Jia disciple who was hit would undoubtedly die. Everyone looked at Lu Shou, who was like a god of death. They all stopped in their tracks and dared not approach. Just then, Zhang Sangxiu shouted, "Form the Ju Hua Zhen." With his command, many disciples, in pairs, leaped onto the rooftops. Hong Shixing was puzzled by this. Zhang Sangxiu proudly explained. It turned out that the Zhang Jia ancestor had built this residence according to the layout of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Now Lu Shou was fighting alone, and he had to be distracted to protect Waiyo. With the Zhang Jia's unique Ju Hoa Zhen, they could wear him down. The Ju Hoa Zhen had taken shape. Several Zhang Jia disciples advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Swooping down, they charged towards Lu Shou in the center of the formation. Lu Shou's eyes turned cold, and he was about to strike. But unexpectedly, 2 disciples used the force of their leaps and suddenly changed direction, making his prediction completely miss. Lu Shou was slightly stunned. But in that instant, several people had already reached him. Lu Shou hurriedly waved his palm to intercept. Unexpectedly, these people used the same trick again and changed direction. The next second, a cold light struck his back. The attacker immediately retreated after landing the blow. The others did not engage and retreated to the rooftops to reform the formation. Lu Shou was slightly startled. He discovered that these people were gradually narrowing the range. At this time, Zhang Sangxiu, who was watching the battle, reminded him, "Master Huang, I'll distract Lu Shou in a moment. You take the opportunity to capture Zhang Waiyo." Meanwhile, a strange incident occurred at the Kong Tong sect. Early this morning, someone found a wooden box at the entrance of the main hall. The sect leader ordered the box to be opened. Inside the cloth-lined box was a skull. The Kong Tong sect disciples were shocked. One disciple was puzzled and did not know who did it. The sect leader explained. Earlier, some northern tribes would send skulls to their enemies before a war. The purpose was not to warn, but to tell them that they were going to exterminate their sect. The disciple was shocked. He said that this must have been done by the group that sent the bodies a few days ago. The sect leader did not dare to delay. He ordered the entire sect to be on high alert and sent people to inform other sects to come and help. But they did not know that danger was already approaching. In the sky, a black-robed man was riding an eagle. Bai Tong Sewang tapped the eagle's back lightly with his toes. His body plummeted from a height of hundreds of meters. He crashed onto the walls of the Kong Tong sect. The Kong Tong sect refused to submit to our clan. Today, I have come to exterminate your sect. This man was riding an eagle hundreds of meters in the sky. Seeing that his destination was not far ahead, the man jumped directly from the eagle's back. Then he crashed onto the walls of the Kong Tong sect. The Kong Tong sect disciples were shocked by this. But Bai Tong Si Wang's eyes were calm, as if looking down on a group of ants. Several disciples were courageous and rushed to attack with their swords. Bai Tong Si Wang slowly raised his hand. Without any extra movement, the next second, a disciple exploded and died. Another disciple shouted and stabbed with his sword. Bai Tong Saiwang suddenly reached out his right hand to grab the sword. Before his hand touched the tip of the sword, the Being Lal sword was twisted into a braid. The disciple was shocked. He had never seen such bizarre martial arts. Before he could recover from his shock, Bai Tong Si Wang swiped lightly with a finger. The disciple's head flew into the air. Bai Tong Si Wang did not stop. His palms flickered, creating multiple afterimages. Then, he clasped his palms together in front of his chest. He then thrust them fiercely towards the third disciple. His hands pierced right through the body. Bai Tong Si Wang's gaze was filled with a chilling aura. He suddenly separated his palms. Countless black steel auras surged out. In an instant, several more Kong Tong sect disciples were killed on the spot. A disciple had already gone to the back hall to report to the sect leader and elders. Yang Zongwei was also surprised to hear that an intruder had broken in. He immediately asked how many people were on the other side. The disciple tremblingly reported that there was only one person. Yang Zongwei immediately rushed to the front courtyard. In midair, Yang Zongwei clasped his palms and unleashed his full power. He used his signature technique, the Tongshan Palm, to strike Bai Tong Si Wang. Bai Tong Si Wang did not dodge or evade, meeting palm with palm. As their palms met, the force surged and flowed endlessly. Yang Zongwei was startled. The opponent's power was as vast and boundless as the ocean. After the palm clash, the two abruptly separated. Yang Zongwei was sent flying backwards. Bai Tong Si Wang, on the other hand, only took 2 steps back. With a slight exertion from his feet, he stabilized himself. Bai Tong Si Wang looked over with a playful expression. He saw Yang Zongwei still retreating rapidly to dissipate the force. He barely managed to stop after retreating several steps. Yang Zongwei felt his palms tremble, as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. Then, he felt a warmth in his nose. A drop of blood slowly dripped down. Yang Zongwei was terrified. The person in front of him was far more powerful than he was. At this moment, Bai Tong Si Wang spoke leisurely. "I'll give you one last chance." Yang Zongwei stated that he would not ally with foreigners to harm the martial world. In that case, there will be no more Kong Tong in the martial world. Yang Zongwei was about to say something harsh to boost his morale. But he saw a flash of surprise in the opponent's eyes. Then he heard the sect leader shout, "Watch your feet." A sharp knife had emerged from the ground without warning. Yang Zongwei did not have time to react before he was split in two. A woman, carrying many knives on her back, leaped out of the ground. It was Dai Yu, who had appeared in the 14th level cave. Meanwhile, Lu Shou was also engaged in a fierce battle. She had already been cut several times. Drops of bright red blood dripped onto the ground. Seeing this, Wei clenched her fists tightly, worried. Lu Shou's eyes suddenly narrowed. She had a plan in mind. This dazzling Jiua formation, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion, was very similar to the schools of fish she had encountered while practicing in Changjiang in her youth. Zhang Baixiu, seeing Lu Shou struggling to cope, believed the time was right. She immediately ordered Huang Shixing to prepare to act according to plan. Lu Shou calmed her mind and remained still, ignoring the opponent's flashy attempts to confuse her. Although these people were constantly changing positions, only one person attacked her at a time. A cold light flashed in Lu Shou's eyes as she muttered to herself, "Zhang Baixiu, I've been waiting for you." The big fish. Lu Shou suddenly dropped her shoulders, lowered her elbows, squatted, and bent her waist. She was using the 30th form of the Bo Wen Ju Jian, Fen Shui. She pushed off the ground and her body suddenly spun. Her palms thrust out from bottom to top. She used her palms as swords, unleashing a sword energy several feet wide that roared forward. Zhang Baixiu's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Huang Shixing made his move. He soared through the air like a swift goose. Lu Shou's expression changed drastically, realizing the danger. The next second, the sword energy struck Zhang Baixiu directly, causing blood to spurt. But Lu Shui did not care about her life or death. She turned around and looked back. Huang Shixing's iron fan was already pressed against Wei Yao's delicate neck.